Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. Today we will see second part, what if Harry Potter awakened his true power after betrayal. Here is short summary. Broken and betrayed, Harry Potter believed he was truly alone, until an unexpected force proved him wrong. Harry Potter awakens a hidden power that reshapes his destiny, and the wizarding world. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Harry took a deep breath as he stood and offered a hand to Fleur. She accepted it and the two soon found themselves on the dance floor with the other champions and their partners. Nervous? Harry asked. Fleur nodded. You. More terrifying than the dragon, he replied half-jokingly. Fleur nodded as the music started and they took their first, awkward, public steps of the waltz, the music rather slow and mournful. Their work was practiced, though both feeling uneasy under the watchful stares of so many eyes on them. Much to their relief, the floor around them began to fill quite soon after it had begun. I'm sorry, Ari. It felt horrible, having so many people there. That's not your fault and it's over with now. It could have been worse, at least you didn't trip. That is true. Thank you for doing that for me. We are even now, for the dragon thing and you giving Hedwig some work. Fleur shook her head. Haven't you still been using, You owe me lots more favors. Bloody hell, will it never end? I should have bought you an owl for Christmas. You didn't get me anything for Christmas, Fleur returned. I think you'll find I did, Harry replied, nodding towards the rose she had slid into her hair. Fleur removed it and stared at it speculatively. It won't last, she sighed sadly. Harry pried it from her fingers as he drew his wand and she looked on as he muttered under his breath and waving it around the flower in intricate patterns. After a few moments, he closed his fist around the stem, and it burst into flames. He opened his hand and the stem blew away in a cloud of ash, leaving behind the head that now sparkled gently in the light of the hall. Harry offered it to her, and she took it, marveling at the beauty of the piece. It is warm. It will always stay warm as long as you remember tonight. She met his eyes, in awe by what he had achieved. An enchantment, she whispered. Not all of it. Some was ritualistic magic. I sacrificed the stem to give eternal life to the head after I turned it to crystal. I enchanted it to be unbreakable. It was a nuanced display of magic, something that people paid a fortune for due to how difficult such a thing was to achieve. The skill to do so should take years to even begin to perfect and should not be something possible for him yet. When did you learn to do that? Just now, Harry answered honestly. You're quite unbelievable, you know. I don't know anyone else who could just want to do something and make it happen like that. I wanted you to remember tonight, to have at least one good memory. She met his eyes once more and quickly looked away, not being able to trust her ability to not lose herself in them in this moment. It had been difficult enough just dancing when they were alone, now, she couldn't be sure if she wouldn't. Will you dance with me one more time, away from everyone else? She asked. Harry nodded, offered his arm and led her from the room onto the grounds. A temporary garden had been set up at the front of the castle and was full of students, some talking, others exploring other activities that Professor Snape was doing his best to put a stop to. Not wanting to involve them in what was unfolding, they walked and came upon the lake a few moments later. Noticing her shiver, he cast a warming charm and conjured several balls of fire that glided around them in a circle. Thank you, she said gratefully, the smile she gave him nervous once more. Seeing no reason to stand on ceremony, Harry took her hand and began leading her in circles amongst the flames, the two of them much more relaxed without the eyes of others on them. Enjoying the moment, she rested her head on his shoulder, as had become habit when they had been dancing for a long period of time during their practices, and sighed contentedly. She didn't know how long they remained by the water, but no words were spoken, not that such a thing was necessary. She was happy being where she was, warmed by both the flower and his embrace, the chill of the night no longer bothering her. It's almost midnight, Harry mumbled in her ear. Fleur sighed as she raised her head, noticing that felt heavier than normal. Never had she enjoyed something so simple, so much, to where she had relaxed so easily with someone she did not share blood with. I'll walk you back to your carriage, he offered. His arm remained around her shoulders as they walked in the comfortable silence, and she allowed herself to melt into his warmth, the orbs of flame that followed them all but ignored. When they reached her temporary home, he released her, and she turned and pulled him into her arms without thought. Thank you, Ari, for coming with me tonight, for the flower and just, everything. You're welcome, he replied. She looked up and her eyes locked onto his. She froze, the emerald inferno impossible to pull away from as she had feared only a few short hours ago. They were entrancing, working a magic of their own as they drew her deeper into him. It was as though she was no longer in control as she felt her lips press against his, the magic still clouding her mind even after she had closed her own eyes. She felt him return the gesture, and it was too late for them both. She melted into him, craving him more than the air she would need were she to be submerged into the murkiest depths, only breaking away when her head began to spin from the lightness. She took in a staggered breath, refusing to end the moment by opening her eyes to the world around her. "Good night, Fleur," she heard him mutter. By the time she was brave enough to seek him out, he was already halfway back to the castle and entered soon after without sparing her a backwards glance. Sobering, she felt her heart sink. Merde, what have I done? Harry closed the door to his room behind him and sat on the edge of the bed with his head in his hands. I should have waited before I did the ritual, he huffed. I couldn't fight her magic off. It got me and there was nothing I could do about it. I thought I'd recovered. You were recovered, Tom sighed. Clearly not. I completely lost myself to her. What the hell was that? That was nothing more than two hormonal teenagers acting on impulse. Her magic had nothing to do with it, Harry. I can assure you, nothing got in here and bent you to its will. But nothing. You shouldn't feel ashamed of what happened. It is perfectly normal. It felt like magic. It is magic, Harry. Some of the greatest magic you will ever experience. Bollocks, he groaned. Fleur awoke the morning of Boxing Day from an uneasy sleep, the blissful ignorance of what had happened the night before shattered by the realization that she hadn't simply dreamed she had keyed Harry. Her heart sunk at the plethora of emotions that plagued her, worry, guilt and even fear. It had been her first key and probably his too, and she had taken it from him, lost in the moment as she had been. She remembered the feeling all too clearly, the desire to hold him close, to lose herself in him, and she had done just that. She remembered vividly the warmth of his touch and softness of his lips as he returned her gesture, eliciting the same tingling that made itself known once more as she lay in her bed reflecting. She shot to her feet, shaking her head of the thoughts. It was wrong to enjoy it and she shouldn't allow herself to think of it in such a way even if it did conflict with how she felt about it. Harry was younger than her and she should have known better. She sat on the edge of her bed and released a deep breath, the guilt of what she had done starting to eat away at her. She had no right to do what she had. She had stolen his first key, had done so without thought of the consequences in the moment. Merde, she muttered. As much as she wanted to hide from him to preserve her shame, she knew couldn't. She needed to speak to him, to apologize, just something so that he would not think badly of her. Hurriedly, she dressed and left the carriage, aware that her family would be arriving today to collect her so that she could spend the remainder of the Christmas holidays at home, but not before she spoke to Harry. In truth, she knew not what she would say to him. Did she tell him it was a mistake, that it should not have happened? Should she apologize for what she had done and hope he could forgive her? She simply didn't know, but she had to see him, to see that he was okay. She did not want him to be experiencing the same turmoil that she was or feel traumatized by what had happened. He had left quickly also, had said nothing and left her where she stood recovering from whatever had happened between them. She entered the castle only to realize that she had no idea where she would find him. Much to her relief, however, the halls were empty as she headed towards the charms corridor, remembering where it was when Harry had shown them around on the evening they had arrived. She didn't know where Dumbledore's office was, so decided to seek out Harry's head of house to see if he knew where he could be found. She came upon the office and knocked, wondering if the man would be in there during what should be the school holidays. "Come in," a squeaky voice answered. She pushed open the door and found the small man sat behind his desk, evidently having been hard at work for some time marking papers. "Ah, Miss Delacour, is there something I can do for you? I was hoping to speak to Ari. Professor, do you know where I can find I am? My apologies, Miss Delacour, but Harry left the castle late last night. He said he had some things to do and he would be back when term resumed in January." "Oh," Fleur replied, her stomach sinking once more. "Do you know where he went?" "I'm afraid I do not." Fleur nodded and exited the room. For Harry to leave like that, He must have been upset by what had happened. Her guilt only worsened as she arrived back at the carriage and was called into the temporary office of Madame Maxime, who looked both concerned and quite angry. "Would you care to explain this?" she demanded, throwing down a copy of the morning paper on the desk between. Fleur was mortified by the image on the front showing her and Harry dancing by the lake. Even worse was the headline that accompanied it. "Boy who lived seduced by Villa Champion." By Rita Skeeter. "It pains me to break such news during the festive period. Thus far already, the Triwizard Tournament has been marred with scandal from the offset with the selection of 14-year-old Harry Potter, who, as this reporter firmly believes, was entered against his own will. Despite this, the young man demonstrated a most excellent showing in the first task, outperforming all three of his elder peers considerably, much to the surprise of others. But now, it seems that our beloved hero has found himself ensnared by an opportunist, one who perhaps seeks to gain favor or discourage him from replicating his victory in the remaining tasks and eliminating him from contention. A speculative assumption, perhaps, but a picture speaks 1,000 words. The photo above was taken of the duo during the traditional Yule Ball, where the two champions seemingly attended together as a couple, even sharing the dance floor for the opening of the event. Upon completing their obligations, they moved into the grounds where they could enjoy a more private affair. They danced together, as seen in the photo, for several hours, as witnessed by yours truly, who was in attendance to cover the event for what I hoped and assumed would be a standard assignment. What I did not expect was to come across the two in this position and with the eyes of Harry Potter glazed as he held the girl close for the duration. Having witnessed this, I felt it my duty to investigate further. It wouldn't surprise me if she used her magic on Potter, a fellow Ravenclaw student had to say. No one can control themselves around her, her magic is too strong. Do you truly think that even Harry Potter has become a victim to it? Absolutely. Potter has never shown any interest in girls, not until she arrived. I personally think he's been under her spell from the start. Twice he has defended her when she was called out for using her magic. He even put my friend in the hospital wing for her. It seems to me that our youngest champion has been caught in a trap. I can only implore those heading up the tournament to intervene as soon as possible to ensure his safety and prevent any further undue actions against him." Fleur was not even angry by what had been written. It hurt that her privacy had been intruded upon, that still, people continued to believe such things about her kind, but she wasn't angry. She felt bad for Harry. He would have to read this. Would he believe it? It was nothing like that, she denied firmly, somewhat relieved that their key had not been reported. "I do not believe it was," Madame Maxime replied, "but it is what people will believe that matters, you silly girl. The whole country will believe you have seduced him using your allure, have taken advantage of not only a younger boy, but one of their heroes." "Do not call him that," Fleur snapped. "He does not like being called a hero." Madame Maxime sighed. "Fleur, what is going on?" "Nothing," she answered. "I asked Ari to go with me because he can control himself. That's it." The woman gave her a look of disbelief but said nothing more. She was not one to delve into the private lives of her students. "I will see what I can do to fix this mess. I will speak to Dumbledore and whoever else to get them to print a retraction and save face for you in the school. Do not be so careless in the future. Already you are scrutinized. Do not give them a reason to do so anymore." "I won't." "Good. Now, you should pack. Your parents will be coming soon, Non." Fleur nodded and returned to her room to prepare for her departure, dreading when her mother and father would arrive. They would believe there was nothing truthful in the article, but they would be disappointed in her for being caught in such a compromising position, let alone it being photographed. She finished packing her trunk and closed it as a knock on her door sounded before her father entered. "Come on, little flower. Let's get you home for a while," he offered sympathetically, clearly having read the attest offering of the Daily Prophet. She knew her father well. He appeared to be calm, but underneath the surface he was boiling. And would undoubtedly be planning just how he would react to the article. Whatever he decided would be unpleasant, likely for a certain reporter. "Where are Mother and Gabrielle?" "They are waiting at home. Your grandmother is there," Sebastian explained. "And you wanted some time away from them?" she asked amusedly. "I love your grandmother dearly, but she is too much, especially when she has been drinking wine." Fleur giggled and nodded as they left the carriage and headed towards the gates, apparating to the Ministry of Magic where they would get the international portkey to France. Pointing and whispers followed them as they made their way through the atrium, her father glaring at any brazen enough to even consider making a comment, his usually warm eyes cold. It was not often he was angry, but his temper was something to behold when he lost it. Only once had she seen it for herself when she had been younger and a man had begun harassing her mother. Her father had tried to handle the situation calmly until a wand had been drawn on him. In the blink of an eye, the man was down, screaming in agony as her mother did all she could to prevent her husband inflicting more damage. It was one of the memories that had stuck with her, terrified her but equally made her feel safe. He had always been there for her also, though he thankfully never had to resort to such measures yet. With it being Boxing Day, not many people were traveling, and they managed to secure their portkey quickly, which dropped them off at the arrival point in France. Exiting the building there, they apparated away for the final time and Fleur arrived in the grounds of the Delacour home, happy to be here but also still guilt-ridden. What if Harry returned to talk to her whilst she was away? Entering the house, she had barely made it a few feet in before Gabrielle had thrown her arms around her in greeting, stammering out her gratitude for the present she had received. "Gabby, where is your mother?" Sebastian asked. "Mother and grandmother are in the kitchen," the younger girl answered sweetly. Fleur followed her father into the room on the other side of the house, finding both women sat at the table drinking tea. "Come child, come and give your wonderful grandmother a hug," the older woman requested upon spotting her. Fleur did so and wrinkled her nose at the strong-smelling wine permeating from her. "Grandmother, you have not been drinking already." "Already? I haven't stopped," the woman laughed. "When you get to my age, sleep is boring. I will do enough of that when I am dead." "Maman, do not be so crude," Apolline chastised. "She'll outlive us all," Sebastian huffed as he took a seat and stared at his eldest daughter, ignoring the challenging smirk of his mother-in-law as he removed and resized a newspaper from his pocket. Placing it on the table he sighed. "Before I act, you need to explain this to me, Fleur. I need to know what this is." "What do you mean?" Apolline demanded as she snatched up the offending article. Fleur could only hang her head as her mother read it in silence and handed it to her grandmother to do the same. Astonishingly, the woman cackled, earning a glare of disapproval from her daughter. "It is ridiculous," Apolline declared. "Ari has not been ensnared by her." "I know you do not believe this, Sebastian." "Of course, I do not believe it," he bit back. "We all know that Ari is not affected enough by it for that to happen, but it does not look good. Fleur, you need to speak. You both look far too comfortable in this picture." Fleur chanced a glance at the image, wiping away a tear that broke free from the conflicting emotions. She looked so happy in the photo in his arms, so content, and yet she felt so awful about what she'd done in her own bliss she'd experienced in that moment. "Oh, Maman, I have done something really stupid. What is there is not the worst of it." "Gabrielle, go and get dressed," Apolline instructed, her tone leaving no room for argument. Reluctantly, the girl left the room, knowing better than to argue with her mother. "What happened?" Apolline questioned. "I don't know. We went to the ball and we danced. It was horrible in there. Everyone was staring and we went away and danced by the lake." "Just like that?" Fleur shook her head. "Non, he bought me a flower and he was really sweet. He said he wanted me to remember the ball forever so that not all my memories are bad." Apolline smiled unwittingly. "When I said the flower wouldn't last forever, he enchanted it." "He enchanted it?" her grandmother interjected. Fleur nodded and retrieved it from her pocket where she had put it when packing. She handed it to her grandmother, who nodded appreciatively. "This is very skilled magic. It was just a flower before." "Yes," Fleur confirmed. "He said that it would stay warm as long as I remember that night. He performed a ritual to make it last forever and even enchanted it so it would be unbreakable." "What a brilliant young man," the older woman commented. "What else happened?" Apolline broke in. Fleur hung her head once more. "I keyed him. When he walked me back to the carriage, I just didn't want any of it to end and it just happened. I didn't mean for it to, and now he left because of me. I shouldn't have done it." "Did he stop you?" her grandmother asked. "Non, he did not, but I should not have started it. 1 second I hugged him and then my lips were on his. Then I don't see the problem. You are 2 teenagers who keyed. Is that not what you do?" "He is 14, grandmother. And in a few years, that won't matter." If you spend your life listening to people like this, she growled, shaking the newspaper frantically, you will be a very miserable person, Fleur. He is, Harry Potter, grandmother. It is not like it would be with anyone else. Why does that matter? Has he disrespected you? Has he listened to this rubbish? Fleur shook her head. Non, he has been very sweet and defended me, that part of the article is true. He's not like the others. Non, he is a good boy. He has his own issues, but he has been good to Fleur and very respectful to us, Apolline added. So, you have met this boy. He had dinner with us after the first task. Then I still see no problem with what you did. The only people who should matter are you and him, Fleur. Forget about the idiots and let them believe what they will. Do you like him? I don't know, she groaned. I've not looked at him that way, not until we started dancing. There's something about him. Well, you must feel something for him to lose control like this, her grandmother continued. If you do not like him, is it pity? Does he feel like a brother? Non, I do not pity him. He is a brilliant wizard, even with everything he has been through he is the only person who has never judged me for what I am. Her mother and father nodded their agreement. Then you should talk to him and forget the rest, little flower. It is not the time for that, grandmother. We have the tournament and he will be in school for another 3 years. I will be leaving in June and we will both move on with our lives. The older woman chuckled. Then don't, it is your life. Why would you listen to someone older and who has experienced much more than you? You are not helping, Maman, Apolline chided sternly. The older woman shrugged. I was trying to. You should at least talk to him about what happened. If you both agree it was a mistake, then you move on, but then at least you will know and not spend the rest of your time avoiding each other or much later wondering what if. With her final piece said, she left the room shaking her head irritably. I will do what I can about this, but I don't know what good it will do. I imagine when Ari learns of it, he will not be happy. If we are lucky, he will know a way to deal with it, yes. Fleur could only nod as she took the warm rose from the table and left the room, wondering just where Harry was now and if he was thinking of her. Harry released a deep breath as he lowered the sofa to the floor of his newly completed living room. For the week he had left the castle, he had spent his time replacing and erecting wards around his property. For the first few days at least, it had distracted him. When he had finished as much as he could for the time being, he decided to shop for furniture and ended up purchasing anything he thought he would need. For 4 days, he had toiled away in each room, arranging and rearranging furniture until he was satisfied with the outcome, and now he was finished. Do you feel better now, Harry? Tom asked. The boy had ignored the voice for the best part of the week, not wanting to discuss what had transpired at the ball. He had experienced a maelstrom of emotions over the passing days, settling finally on exhaustion from overthinking. Shut up, he muttered. Tom sighed. You cannot just run away from your problems. I know it makes you uncomfortable, but you must speak about them. It is not healthy to bottle them up, let alone flee across the continent to run away. I have taught you better than that. What is there to say? What happened shouldn't have happened. We had a moment of weakness and got carried away. So, you regret it? Yes, no, I don't know, Harry groaned. Either way, it was stupid. I don't have time for girl problems. I can't involve anyone else in the mess that I have to deal with. It saddens me you feel that way, Harry. Your whole life should not revolve around Voldemort. There is so much more for you to experience. It could be years before he returns. You shouldn't put your life on hold for that eventuality. What else can I do? Do you like her? I don't mind her being around. She's not like everyone else. What do you mean by that? It's just different. She's smart and she's funny in her own way. You have a lot in common. Not really, Harry denied, and it's not something that is up for discussion. I can't afford to think about things like that. It's best left as it is. And what about what she may want? Harry laughed at the question. She is not interested in me like that, and as I said, it is for the best. The last thing she needs is to be associated with me. And the last thing you need is putting your life on hold when you could have at least a modicum of happiness, Tom snapped. I know what you felt, Harry, how happy just forgetting about everything for a while made you. Why would you deny yourself that? Because one day, probably soon, I will be murdered because of a stupid prophecy. I will not take her down with me. Do not say that. I did not spend all these years teaching you, nurturing your talent and keeping you alive for you to just give up. The voice took a few calming breaths and continued. It hurts me to hear you say things like that, for you to quit on yourself. I believe in you, Harry. I know you can do this, and it would only help if you had something worth fighting for other than vengeance. That sounds like something Dumbledore would say. Then for once in my life I agree with the old fool. Why are you so opposed to something that could make you happy? Because anything that could make me happy can be taken away. Tom, I've lost enough already and don't think I have it in me to lose much more. That is why things are best left as they are. If I allow myself to care for her, it will end badly for her. I still think you are making a mistake by not talking to her about it. Do you not think she should make decisions about her own life? Harry said nothing as he retrieved his egg from his trunk and inspected it. He had a few days before he returned to the castle and it would best be spent focusing on the clue, especially since Tom continued in his refusal to help him. The Dark Lord read the article that Wormtail held up for him to see, amused by the image of Potter dancing by the lake with the Vila. If he had indeed been taken in by her magic, he was weaker than he first thought. The paper was not a new one, over a week old now, but he could not exactly take out a subscription and it was seldom he could be left alone. As much as it pained him to admit it, he needed constant care in his current body. It had once belonged to a babe and needed sustenance more often than was convenient. He sighed as he glared at the rotund man before him. I do not understand why this is important, Wormtail. The G-girl my lord, he stuttered irritatingly. She could be used. Voldemort shook his head. Tell me, Wormtail, what do you know of the Delacour family? Nothing, my lord. Nothing. From what I remember, they are a very influential family in France. Were the daughter to be harmed, the entire country could all but declare war on us. We are currently not able to defeat them in magical Britain, you fool. The girl must not be harmed under any circumstances. Make sure that Crouch knows of this. Of course, my lord. The Dark Lord watched as he scuttled away, disgusted by the cowardly man that he relied upon. Both were a liability, a coward in the form of Pettigrew and an unhinged lunatic in Crouch. Soon, however, the more competent would be returned to the fold and he would no longer have to subject himself to their company, something he looked forward to dearly. Terry sat a safe distance away from the Whomping Willow, liberally casting warming charms on himself to fend off the early January cold. He couldn't wait for spring. For too much of the past 4 years he had been cold, and it had only become bearable when Harry had taken mercy on him and taught him the charm during 3rd year. The very same boy was why he found himself in the grounds this evening. For the past week, people had been discussing his relationship with the French champion, had made a considerable number of disparaging remarks towards her and him, though few would have done so, and Terry had been quick to remind his housemates of. It had worked for the most part but had not deterred the idiots like Davies and Chong who just seemingly never learnt. Terry, however, didn't care for any of them. As far as he was concerned, they would all get what they deserved. He just wanted to be the first to greet the boy upon his arrival so that he could explain what had transpired in his absence. Harry, he knew, would be furious, but he deserved to know. Ever since Skeeter's article had been published, it had become the only thing the other students discussed, and it had not been helped by the disappearance of the duo. Some had speculated that they had run away together, others that Fleur had kidnapped Harry, and even a few that claimed that she was pregnant with his child. He shook his head. Perhaps Harry was not so wrong when he openly declared that people were idiots. After the need for a few more charms and stretching his legs to rid himself of a particularly unpleasant bout of pins and needles, he spotted Harry entering the grounds and he stood to intercept him. It's a bit cold to be lurking around out here, Terry. Well, I thought it's only -3 degrees, why don't I sit in the grounds for 2 hours waiting for you to come back? And why would you be waiting for me? Terry simply handed him the newspaper. You can imagine what that lot in there have done with this. Harry narrowed his eyes before shrinking the article and placing it in his pocket. Thanks, Terry, he offered gratefully. I will deal with this. Terry could only watch as his friend left the grounds and vanished, leaving him chuckling and unsurprised that he could apparate. Whatever he was doing, it would not likely end well for someone. If anything, Harry would not act unless he was certain of the outcome, and even Terry was unsure at how much influence he held in the palm of his hand, but being who he was, it was much more than most could ever hope to have. Harry arrived at the offices of the Daily Prophet and took a few breaths to calm himself. He was beyond anger, though he hid it behind a veil of poise and composure. He pushed open the front door and walked into the reception area, the woman working behind the desk startled by his appearance. When she realized who he was, her eyes widened. "I'm here to see Miss Skeeter and whomever the editor of this rag is," he informed her. "Miss Skeeter and Mr. Cuff are both unavailable at this time," the woman responded with practiced ease. "Then I will wait until they are," Harry returned. "I would suggest contacting them, however. My patience is very limited at the moment. They are not due to return until the morning. We do not take kindly to threats. I want you to leave or I will call the Aurors. You would only be doing me a favor if you did. Believe me, Miss Skeeter will come, especially since her freedom is at stake. So, be a good little desk jockey and fetch her." The woman frowned at the lack of effect mentioning the Aurors had and huffed petulantly as she tapped her wand on something Harry could not see under the desk. "What is it, Janet?" a gruff voice demanded. "Mr. Cuff, someone is here and is demanding to see Miss Skeeter and yourself. Tell them I'm busy. It's Harry Potter, sir. He seems to think Miss Skeeter will be very interested in meeting with him." A loud sigh could be heard over the strange intercom. "Very well. As it is Mr. Potter, I'm sure I can clear my schedule," Cuff answered in a mocking tone. Harry took an immediate disliking to him, his rudeness and sarcasm doing him no favors. It was a few minutes later that the door behind the receptionist opened and a portly, well-dressed and middle-aged man emerged looking irritated that whatever work he was doing had been interrupted. "Mr. Potter," he greeted with a forced smile offering his hand. "Are you Cuff?" Harry questioned, ignoring the gesture. "That would be me," the man answered, a deep frown marring his features at the abruptness. "Excellent. I'm here to make a formal complaint about Miss Skeeter and inform you that she is in fact an unregistered animagus. I have more than enough proof to see her in Azkaban for a very long time and likely yourself for being a party to her crimes. Judging by the stupid look on your face, you were certainly aware of it. I imagine Madame Bones will be very interested in speaking to you both very soon," Harry said before turning to leave. "I do wonder how many stories she has managed to produce using her illegal approach. I imagine the DMLE will be very busy investigating for the foreseeable future. I'd hazard a guess that they'd be very keen to administer Veritaserum to any that may be involved." "Whoa, there's no need to be hasty, Mr. Potter," Cuff blustered. "If you step into my office, I'm sure there is a way that this can be resolved without involving any other person needlessly. I thought you would see it my way. I bet your secretary is glad she didn't send for the Aurors now, isn't she?" Harry returned with a malicious grin. He was not in a forgiving mood and both Cuff and Skeeter would soon find that out for themselves. Fleur awoke in the carriage for the first time in well over a week, her time at home having been needed with everything that was hanging over her here. Despite this, she had tried to enjoy herself, tried to spend time with her family without showing that anything was bothering her. That was a lie, of course. Day in and day out, and with each minute drawing nearer to her inevitable return, she was unhappy. She was unhappy with how things had been left and even more so at the intrusion on her private life from the Skeeter woman. As such, she had experienced a myriad of emotions during her hiatus from the castle, mostly hurt and anger. There had been times she wanted to hide herself from the world and drown in her own tears and others when she had wanted to burn the woman for what she had done. Had she not taken it upon herself to write the article, she would not have dreaded returning to the castle so much nor the prospect of facing Harry. He too was a very private person and would certainly not appreciate what had happened. She had thought of him, more than she would ever admit to any. She wondered how he had been since the ball, what he had been doing with himself and even if he had thought of her, the latter occupying her mind more often than the others. She dressed whilst she tried not to focus on how much he had been at the forefront of her mind or the conversation she'd had with her grandmother shortly before she left home once more. Flashback. She had managed to endure another New Year's ball hosted by her mother with all the grace that would be expected of her and a smile that did not reach her eyes. She had been polite and respectful to her father's colleagues and even danced with the man himself as she did every year, doing her utmost to not think of how different it had been dancing with Harry, how intimate and warming it had been, passionate even. As much as she enjoyed dancing with her father, what she had shared with the boy was not even comparable. Without too much difficulty, she had escaped the festivities and returned to her own room soon after midnight with the intention of sleeping, only to be disturbed by a knock at her door. Knowing that it could only be a member of her family as the wards around the property kept others out of this part of the house, she opened it and found herself faced with her grandmother, who entered without prompt. "We must talk, child. Before you go back to school, there are things I must say to you." Fleur closed the door behind the woman and sat on her bed as her grandmother stared at her for a moment before sighing. "First, I want to apologize for when you first came home. It was wrong of me to question you and interfere. It is what my own mother did when I was your age, and it wasn't until I was much older that I realized how true she had spoken. I do not wish for you to make the same mistakes that I once did." "What mistakes?" Fleur asked. "Pierre was older than me by a few years. He was sweet and I took him for granted. It was not until he walked away from me that I realized just how much he meant to me, but it was too late. He went to fight in the war and never came back. I wrote to him and told him I missed him and that I would wait for him to return and we would marry. I don't even know if he received my letter." "Oh, grandmother, that is terrible," Fleur comforted as she stood and put her arm around the emotional woman. "I eventually married your grandfather, but I never forgot Pierre, never stopped wondering if he read my words. Even now I feel his loss and I do not want the same for you, little flower. We Vila are passionate creatures, we bond with those we care for and we carry those bonds with us forever. Perhaps it is that we are seldom understood or that it is simply our nature, but it will not be often you feel strongly for one outside of your own blood. When you do, it will always be there some way and will stay with you as Pierre has with me. That is why you must know your feelings, Fleur. I do not wish to see you make the same mistakes." Fleur nodded. "Do you mean like a magical bond?" Her grandmother frowned and shook her head. "Non, it is purely emotional, how they make you feel." "Oh, it's just that with Ari, it felt like magic, almost like it was my magic that drew me to him." Her grandmother smiled. "That could just mean your magic is compatible or that your magic is comfortable with his and his yours. Magic does not force people together or create magical bonds. It can feel that way, but non, whatever you feel comes from here," she explained, placing the flat of her hand in the middle of her chest. "Think about what I have said before you make any decisions, little flower." She left the room then and Fleur was certain she saw the woman wipe away a tear. End flashback. She finished dressing as Marie and Phi arrived, both giving her a questioning look as they entered the room, evidently unsure of what to say to her. "How are you?" Marie asked. Fleur shrugged. She didn't know how she felt. The guilt was still there as were the words of her grandmother and even some anger. "How has it been here?" "Not good," Phi answered honestly. "There's so many rumors about you and Ari." Fleur sighed and nodded. "Well, I have to face it some time. Better now than delaying it any longer." She exited the carriage as she braced herself with the two girls following. She was not expecting a warm welcome from any in the castle, but she hoped that they would leave her be at the very least. As she had expected, all eyes turned to her as she entered the great hall, though they were not as accusing or damning as she had prepared for. Frowning lightly, she took her usual seat at the Ravenclaw table and a newspaper was slid in front of her, causing her stomach to sink. She looked up towards who had put it there to find Terry smiling at her encouragingly, his cheeks as pink as they always were when she was in his presence. He nodded towards the paper and she picked it up to read. The Boy Who Lived responds. By Barnabas Cuff. Dear readers, it is likely that you will remember the Boxing Day edition of the Daily Prophet where it was claimed that our very own Harry Potter had been unduly bewitched by the Beauxbatons Triwizard champion, Miss Fleur Delacour, using her Vila magic. This has in fact been proven false by the boy himself, who sought me out personally upon his return to the country this very evening to set the record straight. He had this to say. Any who believe that I have been influenced or ensnared by the Beauxbatons champion is a fool. The students at Hogwarts have seen me interact with her regularly and I am mostly unaffected by any unintentional magic she may exude. To suggest that she has bewitched me is ridiculous and serves only to fuel the disgusting stereotype that Vila are creatures that seek to do such. Perhaps the idiots who believe this should educate themselves about them instead of listening to the drivel that even our own ministry spouts about them. There is a book written by a Madame Giselle, a Vila, that is readily available in all bookstores. Give it a read and stop being a bunch of prejudiced bigots. And as for any that wish to question my own ability to resist such magics, I would remind them that I am the only one who managed to resist the effects of the Imperious Curse and am a registered occlumens. It is no secret that information has been registered with the Ministry for a very long time now. Having shared a conversation with Mr. Potter, it has undoubtedly been proven beyond doubt that the report printed in the Prophet has been proven false, and we extend our unreserved apologies to Mr. Potter and Miss Delacour for what has occurred. Further to this, Miss Rita Skeeter, the journalist responsible for the article, has been suspended for 1 year from her position but will remain under contract with ourselves. She will issue a formal and public apology for the aspersions cast on the character of Miss Delacour and for intruding upon the privacy of herself and Mr. Potter. It is certainly not within the remit of the Daily Prophet to report on the personal lives of students, and again, we apologize unreservedly for this, and I offer my personal assurances that this will not happen again. Along with our apologies, all profits made from the Boxing Day edition have been donated to the Lycanthropy Research Center at the behest of Mr. Potter as a gesture of goodwill on our part. Well, he didn't, old back, Fi commented, having read the article from the seat next to her. How did he manage this? Fleur questioned. I might have tipped him off, Terry answered. I waited for him to come back and showed him. I thought he'd want to do something about it. Fleur gave him a grateful smile before she was nudged by Marie, who nodded towards the door where Harry was entering with a very pale Rita Skeeter. Without pause, he led her to the front of the room and spoke a few words to Dumbledore before gesturing for her to speak, the students having fallen silent when her presence was noted. She cleared her throat and addressed the room. I'm here to offer my apologies to all of you for the article one had printed. I wrote it without thought for the harm it could cause, and I apologize. I jumped to the wrong conclusion without proof, and I am sorry, especially to Miss Delacour, for any damage done to her reputation. When she had finished, she looked towards Harry, who simply nodded at her dismissively, and she took her leave as quickly as she could, followed by the boy, who said not a word to another person. Fleur raced to catch up to him and found him climbing the stairs leading to the first floor. Ari, she called as she followed the steps towards him. Thank you, for whatever you did. You didn't, Avenue, to do that. He gave her a sad smile as he shook his head. I won't have your name dragged through the dirt. You did nothing of what she accused you of. Fleur nodded as she met his eyes and quickly looked away. It was a dangerous thing to do for her, as already proven. Ari, I want to apologize. Harry cut her off with a wave of his hand. Let's just put it down to the heat of the moment, he said, offering her an unconvincing smile, the same as we did before. Fleur swallowed deeply, feeling her heart sink into her stomach at his words, but nodded, nonetheless. If that was what he wanted, who was she to deny him? Okay, she agreed. It's probably best if we keep our distance. We don't need to give any reason for people to actually believe the crap Skeeter wrote. Again, she nodded, unable to find anything to say. Good luck in the tournament, Fleur, he offered, the smile he gave as forced as the one she felt grace her own lips. You too, Ari, she whispered as he walked away. With her appetite all but gone, she left the castle with her stomach tied in knots and the words of her grandmother playing over in her mind. I do not want you to make the same mistake I made. The first tear escaped as she laid on her bed and clutched her pillow close to her chest to soothe what she was feeling. It's too late, grandmother, she choked. Sirius. Get in here, you'll want to see this, Remus called from the kitchen. His childhood friend had been fuming for over a week after the article had appeared. He had spent much of the time swearing vengeance against Skeeter and the Prophet. Any attempt to contact Harry had been unsuccessful, and he'd had to stop the man storming up to the school and making things worse several times. Unless it is an announcement of the death of that bloody woman, I'm not interested, Sirius growled as he entered the room. Remus handed him the newspaper and the man's visage brightened considerably before he broke down in a fit of laughter. He gave the gold too. I know, Remus chuckled. Sirius breathed a sigh of relief, this being the first time in a week his face had not been marred with a scowl. Sebastian Delacour arrived in Diagon Alley intent on some retribution for his daughter and family name. He had conferred with his lawyer, had explored all available avenues to him, and had been left frustrated. As the Prophet was a foreign paper, there was little he could do, but that didn't mean they wouldn't get a piece of his mind at the very least. A threat from someone of the ICW would certainly get their attention. He was loath to use his position for personal reasons, but for his daughter, he would. The paper needed to understand that his family were not to be taken lightly and he would do whatever was necessary to protect his daughters. It was when he was passing a newspaper vendor on the way to the offices that he read the blown-up headline of the day displayed on the stand. Frowning, he paid for a copy and began to peruse the article and shook his head. How Harry had done it, he did not know, but he could not deny that he appreciated it more than he could put into words. The boy was proving to be quite the young man both magically and in matters of apparent diplomacy. Returning to the apparition point, feeling considerably lighter, he vanished and reappeared at Hogsmeade, determined to talk to him and thank him personally for the efforts he had made on behalf of Fleur. Upon his arrival to the school, he found the gates to be locked and tapped them with his wand. This would undoubtedly alert whoever monitored the wards, most likely the headmaster in this case. He waited for several moments until the tall figure of Madame Maxime could be seen approaching along with Dumbledore by her side. "Sebastian," the man greeted him warmly, "what can we do for you today?" The two were of course familiar and on reasonable terms from their years working together as part of the ICW. "Albus, Olympe," he returned, "I was hoping to speak to Harry Potter. I believe has earned my gratitude." "Ah yes," Dumbledore replied knowingly as he opened the gates with a flick of his wand, "we have just been discussing him ourselves. Come, join us in my office and I will send for him." Sebastian nodded and followed the duo into the castle. After walking for a few moments, they arrived at an odd statue of a gargoyle. "Wine gums," Dumbledore said, and the statue sprung aside to allow them entry to a hidden staircase. "Still enjoying the Muggle sweets, Albus?" Sebastian questioned. "Indeed. I find them much more palatable than our own. At my age, it is more challenging to subdue a chocolate frog to eat. It becomes rather tiresome." Sebastian laughed as he was offered a seat in the large office. Dumbledore stroked the plumage of his phoenix as he scribbled a note on a piece of parchment. "Could you take this to Mr. Potter, please?" The bird trilled and vanished in a flash of fire, returning a moment later to its perch, grooming itself. "I imagine he will be along shortly." True to his word, a knock on the door sounded a few minutes later and Harry entered and took in those in the room with a look before taking a seat between himself and Madame Maxime. "You have my apologies for the disturbance, Harry, but both Madame Maxime and Mr. Delacour would like a word with you." The boy nodded and turned his attention to him first. "I wanted to thank you, Harry, for whatever you did to Fleur with the Daily Prophet. I was going to take action myself, but you, Avenue made that unnecessary, so, thank you. I am grateful that she is you, heir." Harry looked decidedly uncomfortable as he shook his head. "It is me that should be apologizing. If she hadn't been around me, it wouldn't have happened in the first place." "Non, Harry, it would, Avenue, happened either way," Sebastian denied, noticing the undercurrent of sadness that plagued the boy more than ever. Harry shrugged. "Well, it has been dealt with. That's all that matters." Sebastian nodded, watching him closely. The sadness was not such an undercurrent as it usually was. It was rather obvious to see now. "I wanted to thank you also, Mr. Potter," Olympe broke in, garnering Harry's attention. "What you did was very selfless and you, Avenue my appreciation. I do, Avenue my concerns about your relationship with my student." "Whatever relationship they, Avenue is none of your concern," Sebastian interjected irritably. Before Madame Maxime could respond, Harry spoke. "It is not something you have to worry about. I have told her that it is best that we keep our distance to avoid anything like this happening again." Madame Maxime nodded as Sebastian shook his head. "Why would you do that, Harry?" he asked. The boy looked guilty and far from happy with what he had done. "Because if she associates with me, it will only happen again eventually. It's not fair for her to have to deal with what I have too. I'm sorry, but it is the right thing to do." "And what about what Fleur wants? Did she agree to this?" Harry nodded. "She did," he confirmed. "I do not want to see her get hurt because of me," he said ominously before heading towards the door and hesitating briefly as he took his leave. Sebastian turned in shock towards Dumbledore who was staring at the door, his eyes bereft of the usual twinkle that adorned them. "What is going on, Albus?" he demanded. The old man sighed. "Harry has much to deal with in his life. I believe that he is under the impression that he must do it alone." "The tournament?" Sebastian asked disbelievingly. Dumbledore shook his head as he released a deep breath. He worries me greatly with how independent he is. I suppose an explanation is due. What we discuss must be kept between ourselves and off the record. The ICW will refuse to aid us as they did before, but you at the very least should be aware. Well, what is it? Sebastian questioned irritably. The night Harry's parents were murdered, and he survived, Voldemort did also, in some capacity. Madame Maxime scoffed. Impossible, she denied. Since Harry has arrived at Hogwarts, he has survived 2 further encounters with him. In his first year, he was possessing our defense against the dark arts professor. Were Harry not so gifted, he would have been killed in this very castle by him. I arrived in time to prevent that. Sebastian felt his chest tighten at the thought. Dumbledore was not one to spin fantastical tales, and certainly not with something so serious. And the next. During his second year, the Chamber of Secrets was opened and several students were injured. With the help of another student, Harry discovered where the chamber was and led me and other staff members there to rescue a student that had been taken in. Were it not for him, it is likely we would have all been killed in the attempt. The Chamber of Secrets, Madame Maxime probed, a hidden chamber in the castle created by Salazar Slytherin himself. It is said to house his monster that would be unleashed on the students it deemed unworthy. But it was Voldemort attacking the students. How? The girl that was taken was also possessed through a series of unfortunate events. She worked under the will of the man and is still recovering from the trauma she experienced. And the monster? Have you taken note of the armor that Harry wore during the first task? Miss Delacour claims that it is basilisk skin, Maxime replied, her eyes widening in realization. Surely not. It is unfortunately true, Dumbledore confirmed. Were it not for Harry's Parseltongue ability, she would have gotten loose and it is unlikely we would have survived to tell the tale. I believe he still visits her and keeps her company from time to time, he finished with a smile. There's a basilisk in the school. Not in the school itself, no, but somewhere that no other person other than Harry can reach. She is quite safe and enjoys having her nose petted. Madame Maxime balked as Sebastian released a deep breath. The snake must be more than 1,000 years old, he muttered. How big is it? I would hazard a guess at around 70 feet judging by the skin we found, Dumbledore answered thoughtfully. Sebastian leaned back in his chair. Harry would be a formidable foe with a beast like that at his disposal. How the boy was, however, began to fall into place. He was preparing himself for another attempt by the Dark Lord. Everything he did, everything he worked towards was fueled by the thought of that monster coming back to finish what he had started. Sebastian felt for him more than he had any other. No wonder he was so closed off and had done what he'd done. He did not want his daughter to be caught up in any plot concocted by Voldemort. And you think he will return? Dumbledore nodded. As much as I wish it were not so, it is inevitable. Voldemort is a resourceful and exceedingly excellent wizard. He will find a way. Merde. He will come for Ari, Sebastian sighed. Indeed. That is why Harry works as hard as he does. Not only is he himself exceptionally gifted, he is determined and dedicated. And what are you doing about this? How are you preparing him? I am taking necessary steps to prevent his return as much as possible. When the time is right, I will ensure Harry has all that he needs to survive. Sebastian shook his head in disbelief. Would it not be safer for I am to be away from air? Merlin, Albus, I will take the boy, he would be safe. I have no doubt that he would, but Harry will refuse. He will not put your family in danger. Already he is separating himself from your daughter because he feels that just associating with him is more than enough to attract unwanted attention. Well, should he not attend a different school? Madame Maxime huffed. It has already been proven that he is not safe, heir. The topic has already been raised by his godfather, Dumbledore sighed. If I am to be frank with you, it is unlikely he will require schooling beyond next year. I know both Minerva and Phileas are intent on him sitting his newts for charms and transfiguration this year, and Alistair believes he will have no issues in obtaining an OWL and newt in defense against the dark arts. I am yet to discuss his other subjects with his professors, but it is unlikely there will be any objections to him sitting his owls at the very least and newts next year for some. And then what? Sebastian pressed. He will likely be offered an apprenticeship under myself and Minerva for transfiguration. She has expressed an interest in him, as has Phileas. He is already demonstrating the capability to achieve his mastery in both subjects. He could remain in the castle for the duration or perhaps stay with his godfather. The house is very secure. Sebastian nodded, though he was unconvinced. The castle was not safe. Very well, he replied as he stood. You, Avenue given me much to consider, Albus, and I thank you for being candid. Dumbledore offered him a bow. I cannot express the need for discretion as much as I already have. It is paramount that none become aware of this. I understand, Sebastian replied, not that anyone would believe him if he were to speak of it. He did not doubt what he had heard, as far-fetched as it sounded. The years of Voldemort had been dark in Britain and would likely become so once more. His concern, however, was not the Dark Lord, but laid with Harry. It was unfair for the boy to be in his position, and for what? He had been but a babe when the man had come for him. What could he have done to incite such a need to see an end to him? It mattered not. What did matter was that Harry was kept safe, and Sebastian would do all he could to ensure it, for Harry and for his daughter, who would undoubtedly be distraught if anything were to happen to him. He left the castle vowing to have a conversation with Harry in the near future, when he had perhaps had time to think about things and how to approach this new problem. He needed to consider all possibilities, and it was likely that Harry too needed time to realize that he did not need to do this alone. Merde, he huffed as he left the grounds and began the return journey home. Harry watched as Fleur dispatched of a Durmstrang student with ease, the boy in question having to be tended to by Madame Pomfrey for the various injuries he had sustained. As she stepped off the platform, she gave him a blank look before turning sharply away and stalking off the field. Bloody hell, that was tough, Terry exclaimed. It was, Harry agreed. That fire charm was not needed. She had been much more reticent in the preliminary rounds. Now, however, she was seemingly not holding back and had announced herself with quite the statement in the group stages. Harry was to be pitted against Victor Krum, Lee Jordan of Gryffindor and Cassius Warrington of Slytherin. He had yet to see Krum duel, but Warrington and Jordan had proven their worth with their previous performances. Not that, Terry huffed, I meant the look she gave you. What's happened? Harry did not have an answer for the boy and gave a shrug instead. He hadn't spoken to her since the morning the Daily Prophet printed the retraction. Do you not think that is the problem? Tom broke in. We agreed. No, you put her on the spot and didn't give her a choice in the matter. Just leave it. He had tried not to think of the girl, had tried to put her to the back of his mind so he could focus on what needed his attention. Tom was certainly no help when he would lapse, and the voice would point out he was thinking of her. It was difficult not to. The night they had spent by the lake was something he couldn't forget, and he knew that a part of him didn't want to. Tom knew it too, and it had become a point of heated debate between them. Tom questioned why he refused to allow himself some happiness, and Harry was insistent it had been a mistake for them to allow it to happen. Tom would not accept that answer, and Harry would discuss it no further. How do you think you'll do? Harry questioned. I will be fine. They didn't look all that in their first matches, Terry replied. He had been placed in a group with 2 Beauxbatons students and Dean Thomas from Gryffindor. Terry had one of the easier groups in Harry's opinion. Don't get cocky, Terry. If you don't advance, I will never let you live it down, he warned. I'll use that as motivation, Terry returned as his name was announced for his bout against the 4th-year Gryffindor. He opened the duel by conjuring a flock of yellow birds that flew towards his opponent. What he hoped to achieve from this, Harry did not know. Nevertheless, they were immolated by a ball of fire from Thomas, who returned with a disarming charm and quite the impressive blasting curse that buckled Terry's hastily erected shield. Harry nodded appreciatively at the effort. Undeterred, Terry's rebuttal came in the form of a stunner and a hex that Thomas did not see following. As such, as he avoided the first, he was hit with the second and doubled over by the kicking hex that caught him between the legs. Instinctively, he dropped his wand and Terry summoned it before rushing over to apologize. Surprisingly, Thomas took it in his stride and even laughed as he waved the apology off. It certainly could have been worse than a kick to the groin. Terry could have used a fire spell and the conversation being had would not be so amicable. Really, Terry? Harry asked, an eyebrow raised at the boy. It wasn't intentional, Terry defended. I was aiming for his knee. You'd better work on your aim then, Harry returned dryly. Terry shook his head and Harry turned his focus back to the ongoing duels. Thankfully, he wouldn't have to wait around so much this time around, as the number of competitors had been reduced by half. Another two, rather lackluster performances later. He was called forward to face off against Warrington, the seventh-year Slytherin. The boy leered at him as he took his stance and immediately sent a pair of cutting curses his way the very second the duel was started. Harry leapt over them and swatted away what would have been a very painful searing curse that had been aimed to hit him whilst he was midair. Landing on the balls of his feet, he twirled his wand and sent a torrent of water towards his foe, who raised a shield, deflecting the considerable stream either side of him. Harry had anticipated this and focused on the displaced water, animating it into a sizable golem that formed behind Warrington. Panicking, the boy hit it with a blasting curse and breathed an audible sigh of relief as the construct dissipated into droplets that were carried off in the January breeze, or so he thought. With a flick of his wand, Harry froze the water, and with another, transfigured the now tiny balls of ice into spikes and sent them towards the back of Warrington, who had turned his attention back to him, a smug grin adorning his features in light of his apparent success. The grin formed into a look of shock and then a scream of agony as he fell forward with several of the projectiles protruding from his back. None would cause him permanent damage, but it would not be pleasant few days for him whilst he recovered. "Winner, Potter," Maxime declared, shaking her head at Harry as he left the platform and returned to Terry. "You're a terrifying bloke, you know that, right?" Harry snorted. "Don't worry, Terry. If I face you, I'll aim elsewhere. You just better hope mine is more accurate than yours." Terry paled and said nothing. He didn't want to even consider the prospect of facing Harry in a duel, though he knew Harry wouldn't hurt him. Well, he hoped so. "Are you going to tell us what that was all about?" Marie asked, having watched Fleur dispatch her opponent in an unusually tough fashion. "I am here to win. I held back too much last time. And the cold look you gave too." "Ari, I did no such thing," Fleur denied. "You did, and you have been in a bad mood since you came back." "What happened between the two of you?" Phi questioned. "Nothing. He said it was a bad idea for us to be seen together after the article, and that was it." "And you were fine with that?" "Of course, why wouldn't I be?" Marie and Phi shared a knowing look and the former shook her head. "Oh, so you won't mind if I go and speak to him?" Phi asked as she stood. She was pulled back into her seat and received a similar glare to what Harry had. "You will stay away from him. Fleur, if you don't talk to us, how can we help you?" Marie almost pleaded. "There is nothing you can do. Ari has made up his mind." "Well, I am getting sick of this. You will either tell us what happened, or I will ask him." Fleur deflated and shook her head, knowing that Phi would follow through with her threat. Since Harry was no longer speaking to her and would unlikely do so, she saw no reason to keep the pair in the dark any longer to what happened. She cast a glance around to ensure they would not be overheard before speaking in a low voice. "What was printed in the article was not everything. When we finished dancing, Ari walked me back to the carriage and I keyed him." Phi's eyes widened comically as Marie grinned. "I knew you liked him," the latter declared. "I do not," Fleur denied. "Why did you key him then?" Fleur shrugged. "I don't know. It must be as Ari said. We just got caught up in the moment. So, he keyed you back." Phi pressed. Fleur nodded. "Yes, and then he was gone. He left and I didn't see him until he told me he didn't want to see me again." "There has to be more to it than that," Phi broke in. "It's obvious you both like each other, do not deny it," she added, preventing any protest. "Why would he do that?" "Maybe he doesn't want a villa," Fleur responded morosely, "not that it would go anywhere. We will go back to France and he would be here." "Wow, it's not like we can be in a different country in less than a few seconds," Phi huffed sarcastically. "He is only 14. Something that won't matter in a few years," Marie pointed out. Fleur giggled unwittingly. "My grandmother said the same thing," she explained. "Fleur, I'm no expert, but isn't it really difficult for you to meet someone like him?" "I don't mean Harry Potter, but someone who can like you for you," Marie asked gently. Fleur could only shrug. What did it matter when he had already shown he wasn't interested in her? He had rejected her, and she needed to move on, though it was difficult. Her grandmother had been right when she said about her kind bonding with someone. She had ignored it, but it had begun the very night she had arrived, something she had difficulty admitting to herself. For some reason, she had been drawn to him like a moth to a flame, and time was worrying how much she thought about him and what he was doing, more so why he had turned her away. She didn't understand it. If he had his regrets, she could accept that, but she at the very least deserved to hear it from him, something she had thus far refused to broach. Hearing it would extinguish what small hope she had that he would come for her. In her weaker moments, she imagined him finding her and admitting he had been wrong, that he had made a mistake. Those moments happened more often than she would like, and she quashed them as best she could. She didn't want to lament on what had happened, no matter how good the memories were. Even remembering the odd time they would bump into one another brought her comfort she tried to dismiss. It really doesn't matter, she muttered. You could always talk to him, Fi offered. Make him listen to you the way you do. Everyone else. I do not do that, Fleur replied hotly, watching as Harry took to the dueling platform. Yes, you do, Fi returned. Where's that Vila spirit? You've always gone after what you want, why not now? Because I've never wanted anyone who doesn't want me before, she answered honestly. Fi offered her a sympathetic smile as a scream rent the air. Harry had disposed of his opponent quickly and left the platform, not even gracing her with a look as she had him. There was little that could be seen in the murky depths of the lake. Even though the sun had yet to rise, the lack of light from the surface had little to do with it. It was dark here and would always be so. Harry conjured a bright ball of light that sent a nearby shoal of fish scattering in panic at the intrusion. With his vision only slightly improved, he swam further into the abyss, his senses on high alert. He knew not what creatures lurked here. He of course knew of the giant squid, and judging by the thickets of weed below him, he could only assume there would be grindylows also. He remembered learning about them from Remus the previous year, and the lake was the perfect habitat for the tricky little beasts. Whatever else could be found other than those and the mere people, he couldn't be certain. Simply learning that they existed beyond Muggle movies and literature had been quite the surprise. Flashback. Harry ended his stream of fire as he glowered at the egg that sat on the sand innocently, as though it was not the cause of his irritation. For hours he had been trying to decipher the clue within and had yet to yield anything, a pounding headache being his only result thus far. Finally giving in to his already fraying temper, he banished the egg into the waves and took some calming breaths, irritated with himself that he allowed something so innocuous irk him so. Tom's mocking laughter was not helping. You have no idea how close you are to solving it. Although I do not approve of allowing an inanimate object to provoke you so much, you are finally on the right track. Harry ignored the voice and narrowed his eyes. He had tried everything he could think of. He had burned it, blasted it, and cast every translation charm he could think of on it, and yet, it continued to screech at him like a banshee, though it was not the sound of one. Something he had managed to deduce early in the process. By banishing it, Tom remained silent as he had any other time Harry had tried to question him. With a sigh, he approached the ocean whilst casting a bubblehead charm on himself. It would no do to lose the egg before solving the conundrum it presented. Thankfully, the water was calm, so it was likely it hadn't been carried far. He submerged himself into the shallows, frowning as an unexpected sound could be heard from nearby. He was certainly no expert on the seas, but even he knew that singing was not a regular occurrence. He swam, following the eerily beautiful voices until he came upon the egg nestled in a bed of small rocks, opened and emitting the song. He listened to the words that made little sense to him. Come seek us where our voices sound. We cannot sing above the ground. And while you're searching, ponder this. We've taken what you'll sorely miss. An hour long you'll have to look. And to recover what we took. But past an hour the prospect's black. Too late, it's gone, it won't come back. He listened to it in its entirety several times to memorize the odd verse before grabbing the egg and making his way back to the shore. They've taken what I'll sorely miss. Not bloody likely, he grumbled. Anything I'd miss, I have with me at all times. It could be symbolic. Harry shook his head. No, they will take something, and I'll have an hour to find it. Since this thing only opens in water, I'm guessing they will put it in the lake, he mused aloud. It's the only place at Hogwarts big enough to host a task that has enough water. I would agree. The only question is, who does that voice belong to? End flashback. Again, Tom had not been forthcoming with an answer, and Harry had been left to his own devices to discover the origins of the voice, something that had taken only a few moments by perusing his copy of Hogwarts, a history and reading the section on the lake. Though the passage was not very informative, it did mention that a colony of mere people resided there, and it had been as simple as cross-referencing that tidbit of information with a book on aquatic creatures in the library to confirm his suspicions. Thus, he found himself exploring the depths, both to familiarize himself with the body of water and locate where the mere people settlement was. Assuming that he would likely find what he sought in the deepest part of the lake, he pressed on, swimming high enough above the weeds so that any creatures hidden there could not take him by surprise or stage an ambush. For several minutes, all remained peaceful, with only the occasional fish intruding upon his space, their curiosity getting the better of them as they approached him cautiously before being spooked away by one of his flailing limbs. It was strangely serene, though he could not shake off the thought that he was being watched by many pairs of eyes. Such a thing was likely, and he remained vigilant. Just because he couldn't see much further than a few feet in front of him, it didn't mean what dwelled here couldn't see him. He was at a significant disadvantage down here, something he was very aware of. Feeling something brush against his leg, he turned sharply, his wand held aloft only to find the prevailing darkness. Feeling decidedly more uncomfortable, he conjured a few more balls of light at the hope it would deter anything else from approaching him. It seemed to have the desired effect as he descended deeper with no further intrusions. It wasn't until he came upon the village that he realized how far he had come. His arrival, however, had not gone unnoticed. Floating in front of a stone arch was a dozen mere people clutching tridents, following his movements. They were certainly a far cry from the way Muggles depicted them. Their skin was green and eyes wild and yellow, their scaly tails trailing behind them in the gentle current. He kept a respectful distance and observed them for a few moments before heading back towards the surface. He didn't know what kind of reception he would receive from them during the task, but they did not seem to be very welcoming to outsiders. I would exercise caution throughout the entirety of the task. There are things in the lake that may take an interest in you beyond curiosity. Harry could only nod as he broke the surface and removed his bubble with a wave of his wand. That too would be something he would have to address. Though useful for a peaceful swim, it would be unlikely to survive any conflict. He would not risk drowning because he settled on using an inferior charm. The sun had risen during his time in the lake, and as he suspected, it had made no difference to the visibility and doubted anything would other than the conjured lights he himself had employed. What approach the other champions would take, he neither knew nor was interested, but having seen what awaited him, he needed to ponder his own further. That, however, was for another day. Today he would dueling twice, having only faced off with Warrington the previous day, and that was what he needed to focus on. With that in mind, he swam ashore and returned to the castle to prepare. He knew that Lee Jordan would likely favor hexes during their bout, his time spent with Fred and George over the years having given him much knowledge on the subject. With Warrington sent to the hospital wing, his duel with Crumb had been postponed and he had missed when the Bulgarian and Jordan had crossed wands. According to Terry, the Gryffindor had put up quite the fight but had eventually been overwhelmed by a powerful onslaught of curses, his shield having collapsed under a particularly strong blasting curse. Such a thing did not concern Harry. Shielding was always a last resort and he was confident his speed would negate the need to raise one. How Crumb would adapt to that, he did not know. After showering and dressing, he exited his room to meet Terry in the entrance hall, the other boy only having one more duel to complete today against having defeated one of the Beauxbatons students in a closely fought contest after his victory over Dean Thomas. "Are you ready for Crumb today?" Terry questioned as they headed towards the Quidditch stadium. "If he can duel half as well as he can fly, it will be interesting," Harry replied with a shrug. "He's not bad," Terry offered. "I don't think he'll beat you, but you can bet Karkaroff will do whatever he can to make sure he wins." Harry nodded as he frowned. It wouldn't surprise him if Karkaroff took Polyjuice Potion and posed as the Durmstrang champion to make that happen. The duo was among the first to arrive and took their seats in the stand. Slowly but surely, the other seats around them filled over the next hour and the festivities got underway. "Malfoy is doing better than I thought he would," Terry huffed as the fourth-year Slytherin took down a very game Durmstrang student. "I suppose being the son of a Death Eater with endless amounts of money can pay off," Harry snorted as Draco swaggered back to his seat. He was by no means an excellent duelist, but he was holding his own and winning so far. "I'm still hoping he comes up against you. He won't be so smug then." Harry hoped so also. He had no time for bigots in his life. He would relish the opportunity to take the boy down a peg or two and even rub the fact that he was a half-blood in his face. Not that such a thing counted for much. Tom was one as was Dumbledore, and despite any personal feeling towards the two, it could not be denied that they stood above most when it came to magical power and ability. Next up, we have Lee Jordan of Hogwarts taking on Harry Potter, also of Hogwarts, Professor Flitwick announced. "I'm betting it lasts less than a minute," Terry predicted. Harry ignored him and approached the platform, his opponent appearing quite nervous but offering a smile and bow, nonetheless. Harry returned the latter as he took his position. As expected, Jordan opened with a salvo of hexes that may have caught him off guard were they not such elementary spells. His technique and form were very good, but his repertoire was lacking, as was his knowledge of spells more useful for dueling evidently. He batted away a hair-growing charm and fired a shield breaker. Jordan, not recognizing the spell, erected a shield, his eyes widening as it collapsed, and he was hit by 3 others before he could react. His hair lengthened, covering his eyes before it turned orange, and his feet were grown by several shoe sizes. Being unable to see and unsteady on his new appendages, he tripped and found himself sprawled across the deck, absent his wand a few seconds later when he was hit with a disarming charm. "Winner, Potter," Flitwick announced. Being a good sport, Harry approached his down opponent and undid his work before helping him to his feet. "There's a book in the restricted section named 101 Spells for Dueling. Avoid using hexes and learn some of those. You have really good technique and movement," he said, offering his hand. Jordan shook it and nodded. "Thanks for not impaling me with ice," he returned with a grin. "I've got a bet with the twins that you'll win this. Don't cost me 10 galleons. Harry simply shook his head as he walked away and rejoined Terry, who gave him a thumbs up. "So, how much have you bet on me?" he asked. Terry flushed at the question but knew better than to deny it. 20 galleons, he mumbled. "I might lose on purpose to teach you not to gamble." "You wouldn't do that." "No, I wouldn't," Harry agreed. The dueling continued in earnest as Harry watched on eagerly. The standard of it was not what he had become accustomed to during his excursions into the Hag of a summer's evening, but there was some potential on show. Fleur had proven again she was one with much potential. Once more, her duel had been fast, ruthless, and leaving no question to the threat she posed to anyone she may cross wands with. To Harry, it was like watching an entirely different witch to the one he had seen in the first rounds. This was a side to her he had not expected. It was as though she had a point to prove, and she was doing so at the expense of those placed in front of her. In a way, he supposed she did. She was a tournament champion after all, and proving herself to the world is exactly why she had come here. "She's not holding back, is she?" Terry asked as she left the platform. Harry ignored the tightness in his chest as he shook his head. "No, she isn't," he agreed. "You could win this." "Not against you," Terry countered. "Do you even know how easy you make all of this look?" Harry snorted. "It only takes one mistake to lose a fight, Terry, and those happen to everyone eventually, no matter how good they think they are. I could even lose to someone like Malfoy if I mess things up." "For the love of Merlin, don't do that," the other boy pleaded. "He will become even more unbearable." Harry chuckled. "What if you end up facing him? Then I will happily lose in the next round so long as I get a go at him first," Terry answered, his demeanor unusually grim. Malfoy really must have annoyed the boy to provoke such a response from the easy-going Ravenclaw. Harry had never even heard a negative word from Terry's mouth about anyone else. Up next, W.E. Avenue Philippe Laurent of Beauxbatons taking on Terry Boot of Hogwarts, Madame Maxime announced. Harry clapped along with the rest of the crowd as Terry took up his position to face off with his French opponent. Thus far, Terry had done very well. His casting could be labored at times, but he was light on his feet and had good reactions. The French student began the duel with a flurry of bludgeoning curses and a suspiciously aimed bone breaker that whizzed past Terry's head. "Warning, Laurent, Snape," the second referee declared with scowl. Not wanting to be on the back foot, Terry offered a reply in the form of a tripping jinx to serve as a distraction before sending a blasting curse towards his opponent, who raised a shield to block it. Whilst he was doing so, Terry soaked the platform around the feet of the Beauxbatons representative and froze it with another spell, limiting his movement significantly. Harry nodded appreciatively as he realized the method behind the move. As expected, Terry began firing spell after spell towards his foe, who attempted to dodge and lost his footing. Somehow, he managed to recover only to have to shield the next chain of spells heading towards him. From his position, he had two choices. He could either risk dropping his shield and slipping on the, leaving him vulnerable, or he could drop his shield and risk removing the ice, again, a move that would not leave him in a vulnerable position. The one thing he could not do was hide behind his shield. He would tire much sooner than Terry would, and his protections would fail sooner or later. Unfortunately for the French boy, he chose the latter of the three and fell victim to a stunning spell as soon as his shield fell. "Winner, Boot," Madame Maxime declared, unable to hide the disappointment she felt in her student. Terry left the platform amidst a round of applause and retook his seat. "Not bad," Harry praised. "The ice idea was a stroke of genius. I might have stolen that from you," Terry admitted unashamedly. "When you took out Warrington, I thought that's what you were going to do with the water before he diverted it with his shield." Harry shook his head. "I anticipated that he would do that. If he didn't, he would have been soaked and I would more likely have frozen him. Your idea was very good. You put your opponent in a position where any choice he made was a risk." Terry nodded gratefully. "What do you mean you anticipated what Warrington would do?" he asked with a frown. "Dueling is like a game of chess. As much as possible, you want to be several moves ahead of whom you're facing. That doesn't sound easy. It's not, but you can get an idea of how someone will react to certain moves based on their stance and their strengths. Warrington wasn't going to transfigure the water, so his only option was to shield. The power behind the water meant that the stream would be diverted, and I could use the energy to form the golem. The most difficult part of what I did was reversing the energy that was carrying the water away when he blasted it. I needed to halt it and then make it change directions. The transfiguration and charms were the least taxing part." Terry shook his head. "So, you knew he would react that way." "I had my suspicions." Terry snorted. He had not thought about dueling so deeply nor considered the wider implications the same way Harry had. Then again, Harry took everything he did seriously, so he wasn't surprised. Next up, Victor Crumb from Durmstrang will take on Harry Potter of Hogwarts. The announcement was made by Igor Karkaroff, Harry's name said with more than a hint of loathing. He was not pleased that the man would be refereeing the duel. Harry certainly didn't trust him to be impartial, but he relaxed as Dumbledore stepped forward as the second official, seemingly giving the High Master of Durmstrang a stern glare. Karkaroff did not appear to be happy with Dumbledore's insistence of officiating the match alongside himself, but he did not vocalize any protest and Harry approached the platform, the crowd oddly quiet in anticipation for this bout. It was the first time two of the champions would be in direct competition with one another and the atmosphere had turned serious to reflect that. "Who do you think will win?" Neville Longbottom questioned Hermione. The girl worried her lip nervously. Her and Victor had grown close since he had arrived, much to her surprise. He was not the grumpy or unapproachable person people believed him to be. He was quietly brilliant, determined to make his way in the world from his own hard work and kind along with it. She, however, had her doubts that he could defeat Harry. From his showing in the first task and the dueling so far, he appeared to be far beyond most within the school. The Gryffindors and Ravenclaws shared very few lessons together. During first and second year, only flying lessons and astronomy, and in third year, the electives. She knew that Harry was quite brilliant in both runes and arithmancy but had never known how much so in other subjects. It wasn't until she had questioned the other professors out of curiosity about this. Flashback. Having watched the magic that Harry had displayed whilst facing the dragon, she had been in awe at his ability. She had been concerned for the boy when his name had come out of the goblet initially and had even considered offering her help. Harry, however, all but vanished from that night and the opportunity to do so never presented itself. Her musings about the magic had naturally led her to the library to seek out the answers to the many questions she had, but to no avail. She could find no books that would explain what it was he had done. Frustrated, she sought out her head of house who had always proven to be a well of knowledge when it came to magic. Arriving at the door to the office, she knocked and was bid to enter. "Miss Granger, what can I do for you today?" Professor McGonagall greeted as she gestured for her to take a seat. "I'm sorry to disturb you, Professor, but I had some questions about what Harry did during the task." McGonagall gave the girl a rare smile. She was a curious girl, one that hungered for knowledge, something the older woman could certainly respect. How she ended up in her house, she did not know. "What is it you would like to know?" "What was it?" Hermione asked. "Well, that is a complex question to answer, Miss Granger. What Mr. Potter did was employ a combination of magics, primarily practical runes and elemental magic." "I thought so, but we don't have any books on elemental magic in the library. And you will find none within the school. Elemental magic is very dangerous to practice. It takes flawless levels of control to perfect and should not be attempted lightly. And Harry can do that." McGonagall nodded and sighed. "Mr. Potter has proven to be a very exceptional wizard, Miss Granger. There are those of us that have the potential to be brilliant, and there are those that can excel beyond it and seemingly do things that we see as impossible. I have met 4 wizards in my life who possess such talent, and 2 of them reside within this castle. Professor Dumbledore and Harry." "Indeed. Who were the other 2? "Gellert Grindelwald and Lord Voldemort," McGonagall answered darkly. Hermione's eyes widened and the professor held up a hand to prevent the impending retort. "Just because they were not good people, the level of their brilliance cannot be denied. We are fortunate to have equals to stand against people like them, and Mr. Potter will undoubtedly be that person of your generation. I never knew he was so good." "Why would you? You are focused on your own spectacular performance. You will go far in this world, Miss Granger, and will make such a marked difference in whatever career you pursue, of that, I have no doubt. Mr. Potter will likely become what Professor Dumbledore is. People will look to him to solve their problems, to lead the fight against prospective Dark Lords and shoulder burdens they should not have to bear. Already, his legacy is exceptional and will only continue to grow." Hermione nodded her agreement. Harry Potter was one of the first names she had heard when entering the wizarding world. "I've not really seen much of him. We speak and he lets me use his owl to write home. He's always been nice to me." "Is he really that good?" "In all my years of teaching, I have never taught a student with such a gift for transfiguration. Before him, that title belonged to his father, who was just as brilliant, just not as focused. I'm sure the James Potter I knew would be proud that his son was the one knock him off his pedestal." "What was he like, Harry's dad?" McGonagall smirked. "James Potter was the biggest thorn in my side for the first 6 years he was in this castle. The boy was as exceptional as he was a nuisance, but the school was not the same when he left. I had high hopes that he would one day accept my offer of an apprenticeship in return. Had he done so, it is likely you would be having this conversation with had he not been murdered in cold blood." Hermione nodded somberly. She had read how the man had fought the Dark Lord to give his wife a chance to escape with their son. "What about his mother?" "Very much like yourself," the professor answered. "She too was brilliant, had an astounding talent for charms and potions, and was an enormous loss." Hermione noticed that speaking of them was difficult for the woman. Her voice had softened considerably, and she had begun to get lost in her own thoughts. "Thank you, Professor," she offered as she stood. McGonagall merely offered her a nod as she took her leave, pondering what she had heard. End flashback. "Victor is good, but he's not as good as Harry," Hermione answered, the words of the professor ringing in her ears. Neville nodded. He had never spoken to the boy, but he had proven himself to be an excellent duelist. Fleur looked on in interest as Krum and Harry took up their positions, the former scowling, his eyes focused on his opponent. It was strange to see the Bulgarian so tense and upright. His propensity for slouching had been forgotten as he waited for the command to commence to be given. "Begin," Karkaroff barked. Neither moved, waiting for the other to strike, and they did so at the same time, their first offerings colliding in midair and dissipating to nothingness. Harry nodded respectfully at the spell that had been sent his way, and Krum flicked his wand, producing a long and hissing whip of fire. "Merde, that isn't good," Marie commented. Fleur nodded, but Harry seemed unfazed by the action and deftly avoided the first strike along with the next 2 before he tapped his offhand with his wand. The next stroke of the whip came, heading for his chest, and Harry remained where he stood, causing her to cover her eyes. She was angry and hurt by his actions, but she did not want to see him painfully wounded, not unless it was her doing it. "Impossible," Phi declared, and Fleur opened her eyes just enough to see what had happened. Harry had snatched the whip from the air, and it was now wrapped around his wandless hand with steam pouring from it. Krum's eyes had widened at the move, and he ended the spell as Harry created a whip of his own, this one appearing to be made of thick, black smoke. What is that? Marie asked. Fleur shrugged, her eyes not leaving the fight. She had never seen or heard of a spell like it. Crumb ended his own spell as Harry drew his wand back and returned with stroke of his own. Whatever he had created crackled as it flew towards the Bulgarian, who hastily conjured a powerful, silver shield. Fortunately, it withstood the impact, though a loud bang sounded like a sudden explosion of thunder and he fell to his knees under the power of the spell. Small sparks of electricity bounced off the shield as Harry held it there, the whip ramrod straight, defying all logic. The flame whip did not act in such a way and took confident physical control to wield. Harry's, however, seemed to cater to his whim as he flicked his wrist and a gentle wave rippled up the length of it. Another deafening crack sounded as the tip snapped once more and struck the shield with another flurry of electrical sparks. Crumb's shield buckled but held, nonetheless. Finding himself in a bind, he dropped it and rolled to his side to avoid being struck. Whilst doing so, he fired a bone-splintering curse as he sprung to his feet, followed by a strangulation jinx and a cleaving charm below the waist. In an unexpected display of skillful agility, Harry batted aside the first and jumped between the third and fourth, twisting almost horizontally, and landed on his feet to avoid them. How can he do that? Fi questioned. No one answered as the duel continued, with Crumb sending a trio of bludgeoners towards Harry, who seemingly conjured a large, bronze shield adorned with snakes from nowhere and intercepted them, each strike emitting a gong-like ring. As the final one hit, he threw the shield towards his fellow champion as though it were a muggle frisbee and flicked his wand towards it. The shield split into a half-dozen bronze arrows and impacted against a hastily conjured wall of granite, courtesy of Crumb, who hit his own creation with a blasting curse and banished the debris towards Harry with a grunt. The chunks of stone never reached the intended target. With a wave of Harry's wand, they stilled and sped towards Crumb, surrounding him and setting him on edge. He followed them warily with his eyes as best he could, any spell he fired missing as they floated easily out of their path. With another grunt, he tried to banish them once more, only for the speed in which they moved to increase. He continued to watch them, at a loss at what could be done, and yelped as a piece of the floor beside him cracked and a wooden spike shot upwards, grazing his shoulder. Several others followed, and though he managed to avoid further injury, they pinned him into place. Unable to move, he could only watch as the pile of granite was dumped unceremoniously on top of him. "Winner, Potter," Dumbledore declared, shooting Harry a questioning look. Without a word, he left the platform and returned to his seat, pointedly ignoring the furious glare of the Durmstrang High Master. "He just gets better and better," Marie sighed, awestruck by what she had witnessed. Fi nodded as Fleur narrowed her eyes. She was determined to beat him if the opportunity arose. He must have a weakness. There had to be something that he would not be able to handle. "Merlin," Neville whispered as the duel came to an end. Hermione had stood and gripped the back of the chair in front of her, pale-skinned and whitened knuckles from how tight she held it. Dumbledore and Karkaroff were carefully levitating the chunks of granite from the heap and eventually freed Crumb from his tomb, no worse for wear but quite shaken. He had been out of his depth from the beginning but had fought well despite this. The crowd showed their appreciation with a resounding round of applause as he waved, showing that he was okay. He joined them a few moments later after being tended to by Madame Pomfrey and offered a shrug in his usual manner. "Are you okay, Victor?" Hermione asked as she took his hand. He gave her a rare smile as he nodded. "There is no shame in losing to him. He was the better man today," he replied. "Besides, it means I can focus on the tournament now." Hermione nodded as he pulled her into his arms. He was lucky not to be hurt by some of the spells Harry had used, though she acknowledged Victor had started the exchange with his fire whip. He had evidently got more than he bargained for with Harry. "He will win this, but I will get him when it truly matters," the Bulgarian vowed. "I don't even know what to say anymore," Terry huffed. "What other tricks do you have up your sleeve?" "Much more than I would show here. Public displays of all your abilities is foolish. Remember that, Terry, and you will always have something to fall back on when you need it." Terry shook his head. "And where did you get that pearl of wisdom?" "From a Christmas cracker." Harry snorted. "It sounds like it," he agreed. "It is wise advice," Tom grumbled. "I shall not give you any more if you are going to mock it." "Stop, Mo Ning. I always listen to what you have to say and use it." Tom hummed in response as the duels were ended for the day. Warrington and Crumb would still face one another in what could only be considered a token duel, as Harry had defeated both and Lee Jordan to advance in the quarter-finals that would take place between the second and third task along with the semi-finals and final. He left the stadium with Terry and was making his way up to the castle to finalize his preparations for the second task that would take place in only a few weeks when his musings were interrupted by a heavily accented voice speaking his name. He turned to find himself faced with one of Fleur's friends, the quieter of the two. "Could I, Avenue, a word with you?" she asked politely. Harry frowned but nodded and gestured for Terry to continue without him as he led the girl away. "What can I do for you?" he questioned when they were out of earshot of others. "I am worried about Fleur," she replied without preamble. "I know what happened between you and I want to know why you pushed her away." Harry released a deep sigh. "Please," the girl pressed. "Avenue not seen her like this since our 4th year. She is hurt and angry and I don't like seeing her like that. When she was talking to you, it is the happiest Avenue seen her. What happened between us was a mistake. It shouldn't have happened." "Liar," Tom muttered. Harry ignored the voice and continued. "I never meant to upset her. Someone has entered me in this tournament and if she is close to me, she really could get hurt. I will not have that on my conscience." The girl offered him a sad smile. "So, you did it because you care about her." Harry felt uncomfortable at the question and certainly did not want to discuss it with a stranger. "Whatever happened between us is best left alone," he responded. "I do not believe that is what you want," the girl replied. "And what about Fleur and what she wants? She should get to decide if the risk is worth it, non." "She's got you there, Harry," Tom interjected smugly. "Why do you care so much?" He bit back. "Because it is hard for Fleur to make friends. She is beautiful inside and out and she deserves it, and now, you, Avenue made her cold and sad. She deserves better than you if you will not even try to make her feel better." With her parting jab given, the girl walked away leaving a rather melancholic Harry in her wake. "Bloody hell, are all girls difficult? Only when you give them a reason to be," Tom offered. "I stand by what I've already said." "As do I," Harry returned sadly as he headed towards the castle once more. He felt bad enough for what had happened. He didn't need others constantly reminding him of it. Despite how he came across to most, he wasn't heartless, nor did he want any to suffer because of him, and Fleur would likely do so. If anything were to happen to her because of him, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. For Harry, it was a no-win situation and he chose the one that would keep her alive long enough to maybe find some happiness in the future rather than squander her life to a limited amount of time with him. Sharing a dinner table once more with her family had somewhat lifted the gloom that had befallen her since Christmas. They had arrived this very evening after her father had tended to his duties to the ICW with an assortment of dishes her mother had prepared. She hadn't known she'd needed this. She'd been working each day towards the impending second task and how she would approach it, and before she knew it, the eve of the undertaking had arrived. The bouillabaisse she was spooning into her mouth warned her, was as delicious as it always had been but ultimately failed to lift her spirits. Not much had been able to, in truth. It wasn't as though she had not tried. She had enough self-awareness to know that she was hurt and angry, had done all she could to come through those emotions and emerge from the other side feeling better. She jeweled furiously hoping that it would alleviate what was bringing her down, had thrown herself into the solving of the clue and then the preparations for the task to distract herself. Nothing had worked and she cursed her grandmother for being right. As much as she tried, nothing could stop her thinking of him. Begrudgingly, she'd accepted that feeling this way had very little to do with his control around her. It was the person he was. From the rare smile to that hidden, caring nature she had seen within him, had felt when he held her in his arms when they had danced. Even the intensity of his eyes that would unnerve most but had drawn her in. She missed it all. "Are you ready for tomorrow, Fleur?" her father asked, watching her speculatively. She nodded as she relaxed the grip around her spoon. I have prepared as best I can." Her father continued to watch her knowingly as he nodded and offered an almost sympathetic smile. "I do not doubt you, little flower," he offered almost nervously. "What is wrong? What are you not telling me?" Sebastian sighed as he shook his head. "I cannot say, but you must be at your best for tomorrow," he replied cryptically. Although he had been assured of the safety of his youngest daughter, he was as apprehensive as any parent would. Had it not been Albus personally advocating, he would have denied his consent. He had all the faith in the world in his eldest daughter, and what she felt now would only drive her forward. Once the task was done with, he would have a much-needed discussion with her, and one with Harry if the boy would allow it. For almost 2 months he had been preparing, had been making discreet inquiries that had amounted to nothing. Still, he trusted Dumbledore enough to know there was truth in which he had spoken. As such, he had prepared his home so that his family would be safe for when Voldemort returned. Having seen the ineptitude the British government had demonstrated under Cornelius Fudge, he could not trust them to contain what was coming. Voldemort would sooner or later turn his attention towards the continent, and his country would be first in sight. Monsters like him always had ambition, some that could be seen and others beyond. Grindelwald had been similar and much more successful. War had spilled across France as it had the rest of Europe, and Sebastian refused to wait for such a thing to occur as it possibly could. His thoughts switched to the boy that the rest of Britain would undoubtedly turn to in their hour of need. Harry could well be the difference between victory or failure, and Sebastian had no indication which. He could very well refuse to help, could flee and seek sanctuary. As bright and gifted as he was, he could likely live out his days in hiding. Sebastian did not believe this would be the chosen course of action. Even from the very little he knew about him, Harry was bright, but even the smartest of people could be blinded by vengeance. He doubted there would be any that could dissuade him from whatever he decided to do, and as he had been preparing so determinedly, Sebastian could only conclude that he would fight. He shot his daughter a final glance before placing his napkin on the table. Already, she was struggling to come to terms with the boy and with what she felt about him. Knowing that he would one day be in more danger than any person should be, would not sit well with her, and it worried the man. She was a passionate girl, so very similar to her mother, and she would walk to the ends of the earth to keep those safe that she held dear. Such a thought relaxed him for what was coming the following day, though it offered little comfort for what was to come further into the future. He loved his daughter dearly, loved her nature and all that she was. He had vowed from the day she was born, when he had first cradled her in his arms, that he would do all he could to make her happy and keep her safe. It was in this moment that he realized that both do not necessarily go hand in hand. Her happiness could well see her in danger, and her misery, safe. What was a father to do when faced with such choices? Harry had been pondering his approach to the task for the past days, his mind flitting between the many options he had to complete it. On the one hand, he had devised several ways he could potentially retrieve something from the lake, and on the other, he was aware that many of these could have detrimental repercussions to the creatures that dwelled within, himself and possibly the other champions. Although he had been entered against his will, he did not want to cause permanent harm to anything. He had been considering using elemental magic once more, but a vivid memory from his Muggle schooling had resurfaced, and did so because it had taken place the very same day he had turned his teacher's hair blue, as unwittingly as that had been. It had been during a lesson that they had been studying ecosystems, and a point had been made as to how sensitive to change they were. From what he remembered, even the slightest rise or fall in temperature could upset the balance and cause irreparable damage, and he certainly did not want to be responsible for that. According to Hogwarts, a history, the lake had been there longer than the castle itself, and unless the need arose, he wouldn't act in a way that could compromise it. You have come to know the lake well. It is perhaps best to continue on as you have, Tom suggested. Harry nodded his agreement. He had spent many hours under the surface to identify the creatures there, with little luck. He had spotted the squid, a few Grindylows, and even the mere people, who continued to watch him vigilantly any time he came close to their home, though they did not attack. Whether or not their passivity would remain during the task, he knew not. He couldn't help but think his excursions thus far had been too easy. There was always the chance that additional creatures and obstacles could be added for the event. He sighed as he pulled on his swimming shorts, his armor proving to be more cumbersome in the water than beneficial. He also had no intention of engaging anything if it could be avoided. He was fortunate enough to be well versed in non-verbal magic, but his movement and casting were far from being as sharp as they were on land. His job was to get in and out as fast as possible with whatever the judges believed to be what he'd sorely miss, something that eluded him. He had kept all his items of any value, both monetary and sentimental, with him since he had deciphered the clue, and all was accounted for. I still believe it will be a hostage, Tom broke in, repeating his thoughts once more. There isn't anyone I care enough for who they could use. Sirius, Remus, Boot, oh, and the Vila girl, Tom reeled off, the last uttered irritably. Shut up, Harry grumbled, ignoring the voice and exiting the room. He would break his fast in the kitchens to avoid the other students as was his usual practice. Although Tom didn't mention her often, when he did, it was to either mock or speculate as to how much Harry cared for Fleur, a conversation that would always leave the boy in a sour mood. He didn't want to dwell on the French girl. Doing so only encouraged him to reminisce their time together, and she was something that would remain out of reach. It was easier to avoid her now than continue as they had. It could only ever end badly for him. Reaching the kitchens, he was all but set upon by the gathering of now familiar elves. The first time he had ventured here, he had almost turned hell and sprinted away, his experience with the one house elf he had met previously not warming him to the creatures. That elf, however, proved to be one of a kind. The ones at Hogwarts were respectful, polite, and took joy in bringing him food. He had grown fond of the strange creatures and they him. Whenever he entered the kitchen, they were all pleased and excited to see him, bowing and offering platters of food. Today was no different, and he helped himself to a veritable feast of eggs and toast, knowing that he would need the energy for the efforts ahead. Finishing his meal, he checked his watch and realized he had only 20 minutes before the task was due to begin. Thanking the elves, he took his leave and made his way towards the lake, the nervousness of the unknown starting to seep in. When he arrived at the edge of the lake, it was to find that several stands had been erected overnight to seat the crowd that would gather to spectate, though he doubted there would be much to see. Among those in attendance were journalists and others whom Harry did not recognize but were likely ministry officials or other important guests. He snorted at them as he joined the other 3 champions and judges that had arrived before him, ignoring the flashes of cameras and the talking that had ensued now that he had been spotted. "Ah, Mr. Potter, excellent," Bagman greeted him with a look of childlike wonder. "Shall we begin?" Harry frowned as his gaze switched between the 3 other champions, all appearing to be in various states of nervousness. Crumb was tense, more so than usual, but offered him a nod of acknowledgement which he returned. Diggory already held his wand in his hand, his grip around it tight as he stared out across the lake. Fleur was the worst of all. Somehow, her skin had paled further than her usual milky complexion, her eyes scanning the crowd furtively, with her becoming tetchier the longer that passed without spotting what she was looking for. "As you will have gathered from your clue, you have 1 hour to retrieve the hostage we have taken, 1 for each of you," Bagman explained. Fleur's eyes widened in realization, the fear she felt evident for all to see. "Gabrielle?" she questioned. "Your sister, yes," Crouch cut in irritably. "You will have an hour only. Prepare yourselves whilst the task is announced to the crowd." Madame Maxime gave Fleur a nod of encouragement as she followed the entourage of judges away and towards where they would be seated. Crumb immediately removed his robes along with Cedric, the former sporting red shorts and the latter the yellow of his house. Harry followed suit, his own black, as he ignored the frown gave as he nodded questioningly towards the litany of scars across his back. Harry merely shrugged in response and flicked his wand into his hand. His scars were not something he paid much mind to anymore. He remembered them, particularly in the cold when the skin would pull tight, but they no longer meant anything more than being a distant memory of when Vernon had been able to get the better of him. There were 3 in all, where a particularly ridged belt buckle had torn his back to shreds. He pushed those thoughts aside, not wanting to be reminded of the time he had been weak and helpless. He was no longer that, far from it. Any who dared attempt such a thing now would find it to be much less pleasant for them than it would be for Harry. Taking up his position, he felt a burst of familiar magic wash over him from his left, much stronger than it usually was. "You need to be calm. If you panic, you will make mistakes," he offered, his eye firmly on the surface of the water before him. "Some of us actually care about others," Fleur snapped. He felt her eyes boring into the side of his head, and it took much of his own control not to shiver. She was quite the force when she was angry. Any response he may have had was cut off when Bagman's amplified voice sounded. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second task of the Triwizard Tournament." A cacophony of cheering and clapping sounded at his greeting, the crowd working themselves into a fever. Today, the task for our champions is to retrieve a hostage from the bottom of the lake which is wrought with many dangers. To do so, they will be required to breathe underwater for prolonged periods of time, defend themselves against all manner of creatures and navigate to where the hostages are being held. Should they fail to retrieve their hostage within 1 hour, they will be lost to them. The crowd had fallen much quieter, muttered conversations beginning to take place at the explanation. The task will begin at the sound of the klaxon. We wish each of the champions the best of luck. Harry readied himself for the beginning, keen to get this over with, as were the other champions. He did not know who would have been taken from them other than Gabrielle for Fleur, but it mattered not. He would retrieve his own and put another one of the tasks behind him, and he had every intention of finishing before the others. The klaxon finally rung out and the 3 other champions surged towards the water, both Fleur and Cedric casting bubblehead charms on themselves whilst Crumb opted for a rather rudimentary transfiguration, turning the top half of his body into that of a shark. Giving each no more than a cursory glance, he closed his eyes and began muttering under his breath whilst waving his wand about himself in intricate but purposeful motions. From what he could gather, he had managed to achieve was something yet to be done with this spell. It was one he had discovered whilst erecting the wards at his home and was combination of a ward and an enchantment designed to repel water. It was something usually imbued into a ward scheme to protect certain parts of properties like outdoor swimming pools and ponds. The purpose was to repel water, thus ensuring such things did not flood. Harry had experimented with it and gave his own little twist so that it could be used on a person, something much preferable to the weakness of a bubblehead charm or a dangerous transfiguration that would fail if one was to become unconscious. Once he had finished his work, an unpleasant cool sensation washed over him and he took a step into the lake, the water parting away from his foot. With a satisfied nod, he stepped in until he was submerged but just as dry as he was before he entered. He had found that he didn't like swimming much. Not only was it more taxing on the body, he did not relish the vulnerability he felt whilst doing it. He simply could not abide his movement being compromised, and with this approach, he need not endure it. He was not fond of swimming, but running he knew well. He had spent much of his youth doing it and his experience would finally prove to be fruitful. Her arms and legs were pushing her forward as quickly as possible, her thoughts solely on reaching her younger sister. She was a strong swimmer, had spent her childhood amongst the waves in the south of France when her family would stay at the beach house they used as a holiday home. The current of the lake had nothing on the ocean. What she didn't consider was the heavy, labored breaths she took within her bubble, her lungs working overtime to fuel the efforts of her limbs. Also, she was used to navigating clear water, not the murky depths she found herself in. She knew not if she was even heading in the right direction. Taking another deep breath, she stilled, trying to calm her whirring thoughts and pounding heart. Gabrielle was relying on her and she could not let her down. The tip of her wand shifted sharply as she felt something brush against her foot. Lighting the tip, she breathed a sigh of relief when she realized that it had only been a flailing reed. Gathering herself for another push, she kicked her legs once more, only for something to seize her around one of her ankles. Turning to the reeds once more, she was met with the murderous, yellow gaze of the strangest of creatures that had wrapped its spindly fingers around her. Its tentacle-like hair flowed behind it and the almost reptilian face opened to reveal a set of sharp teeth that were quickly sunk into her leg. With an inaudible scream, she banished it away with a flick of her wand and kicked her legs desperately, an odd ribbon of crimson trailing behind her. She made it only a few strokes before the creature returned, this time joined by several others, her eyes widening as she became aware of her disadvantageous position. In earnest, she cast all she could to keep them at bay and it worked for a short period, though each time one was removed it was replaced by another waiting to take its place. Eventually, the fatigue began to set in, and her spells slowed and weakened, being underwater making her work doubly difficult. She, however, would not concede. Even when several hands closed around various parts of her body, she fought on with all she had, casting until her wand was ripped from her grasp and something tightened around her throat, blackening her vision. He paused as the merfolk village came into view, his presence seemingly not being welcome each time he had visited before. This time, however, there was no heavily armed retinue of guards waiting for him, the entrance eerily bereft of the usually vigilant creatures. Carefully, he pressed on, spotting the occasional, curious stare of one of them as he passed through the remarkable habitat, though none attempted to prevent him progressing. When he arrived at what was seemingly the center that was surrounded by roughly hewn houses, he came upon a large statue of a merman, his visage grim, stood proudly and wielding an enormous trident. Tied to the base of the statue were the 4 hostages, all of whom he recognized. Cho Chang had been selected for Diggory as the person he would miss most. If that were the case, Harry could not help but think that the boy was a terrible judge of character. Next to Chang was Gabrielle, her silvery hair swaying in the current, her appearance being that of one who was merely enjoying a peaceful sleep. Hermione had been placed next to her for Crumb to retrieve, and for himself, Terry Boot. The boy's already pale skin appearing more so against the dark stone he had been lashed to. With a shake of his head, Harry released him from the others with a simple cutting curse to his bindings and watched as he rose away from the statue slightly, though he remained unmoving and unconscious. Having not planned to transport a person through the depths, he did what he felt was best and tied Terry to his back before leaving the merfolk village behind with no plans to visit in the future. Although it was beautiful in its own way, he did not belong there, nor did any creature that walked on land. It was their kingdom, and from what he had seen, they had begrudgingly hosted this part of the task. He would not intrude upon them further. Carrying the weight of his housemates slowed him, but so much so that the task was difficult. The spells he had cast on himself helped, pushing Terry away from him with the water, lightening his load considerably as he made his way back towards the shore. It was when he reached around the halfway mark that a disturbance ahead of him caught his attention, something he had not seen during any of his excursions here. A dozen or so Grindylows had congregated and were seemingly focused on a single target that he could not see due to the sheer amount of bubbles and movement. As he drew closer, it was a glimpse of familiar, silvery hair that spurred him into action. With a flick of his wand, 6 lengths of black magic extended from the tip and struck at the creatures, eliciting a screech from them as they fled. He repeated his actions, careful not to strike the girl. It was an unpleasant spell, one that Tom had taught him. It was like a whip but also had the effect of searing the flesh it met. It proved its worth here as he managed to scatter the tricky little beasts, relieving Fleur of her burden. Immediately, he rushed to her. Blood was trickling upwards from various small wounds, none of which were deeply concerning. What did bother him, however, was the marks around her throat where she had been strangled. Miraculously, her charm had held during the attack and she was still breathing. She must not have been paying attention to her surroundings, Tom deduced. Harry nodded his agreement, pushing aside the sinking feeling at seeing her in such a state. Reapplying her charm for good measure, he held her to him as he undid his own spells and applied a bubble of his own before he continued, this time pushing himself towards the surface. The additional weight hindered him more so. She was by no means heavy, but her and Terry combined was more than cumbersome, even with the assistance of magic. Carrying both as he had would be difficult, and he hoped that the boy would wake once he was clear of the water. Though heavy, he persevered, nonetheless, and slowly but surely, the water began to clear around him. When he did break the surface, it was to the sound of himself and another taking a deep breath. Feeling movement coming from behind him, he released Terry from his bindings. "Can you swim?" he asked. "Yeah," Terry answered, somewhat confused by the situation he found himself in. "Good. You need to get her back to land. Her sister is still down there, and she will be panicking when she wakes." "What the bloody hell happened?" Terry groaned. "Why am I in the lake? You should feel privileged, Boot. Apparently, you're the thing I'd sorely miss." Terry shook his head, still not understanding what was going on. "Just get her to the shore," Harry instructed. "I need to get her sister and her wand," he added with a frown, noticing the girl was missing it. From the weighing of the wands, he knew how much hers meant to her, and she would never forgive herself were it to be lost. "All right, I'll take her," Terry agreed, taking the girl from Harry's arms. "I'll be back soon." With that, Harry submerged himself once more into depths. Adjusting the weight he now carried, Terry began heading towards the land he could see in the distance, his mind foggy from what he was experiencing. He vividly remembered being summoned to Flitwick's office, but nothing beyond that. The next thing he knew, he was tied to Harry's back and had the girl thrust upon him without any further details. Choosing to worry about his lack of knowledge later, he turned to the job at hand and reached the shallows after several minutes of difficult swimming. When he did reach to where he could stand, he was greeted by a man speaking French, likely questioning why he held the girl. From what Terry could tell, it was quite the unexpected development. "What happened? Where is Gabrielle? Where is my other daughter?" the man asked, switching to English. "Harry has gone to get her and Fleur's wand," Terry explained breathlessly. "I don't know what happened to her. I woke up and Harry had us both with him." The man nodded as Madame Pomfrey approached and immediately set to work on the French champion. "She will be fine," the matron assured the man, who breathed a sigh of relief. "I would hazard a guess that she fell victim to a swarm of grindylows. She will need rest but should wake soon." The man nodded once more as the healer wrapped a thick blanket around Fleur. "Sebastian, what is happening?" Apolline asked as she hurried towards him. "Grindylows," he muttered. "Ari is gone back in to get Gabrielle. I am surprised you have not gone after him." Sebastian snorted. "I do not know these waters. Is it strange that I trust him so much?" Apolline shook her head. "He would not allow anything to happen to her. Whatever people may think, he is a good boy. No, and Albus has assured me she will be okay even if Fleur was not successful." He switched his focus to look over the water, one of his free hands stroking his eldest daughter's hair as Madame Pomfrey continued her work. "Gabby?" a weak voice questioned. Sebastian glanced at his eldest, her eyes widening when the fog started to shift. "Where is Gabby?" she demanded. "It is all right, little flower," Apolline placated, "she will be fine. Ari has gone to get her." "Ari?" Fleur questioned, a deep frown marring her features. "He pulled you out of the lake," Terry interjected. "Well, I did, but he rescued you from whatever happened." Fleur deflated. "The grindylows," she sighed, rubbing her neck where she had been choked. "I don't know. I was out of it until we were out of the water." "So, you are what he would miss the most." Terry shrugged. "I doubt that," he chuckled. "Doesn't mean I won't mention it to him though." Fleur ignored the boy, her thoughts occupied by her sister. The lake was no place for a little girl. Thankfully, he had surfaced almost directly above where he had found Fleur, so had no difficulty in returning to the spot. Finding her wand, however, would not be easy. Visibility was particularly poor this far down and there was an enormous patch of reeds for him to search. "Feel for her magic, Harry. You are familiar with it," Tom urged. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and did so, being surrounded by water and possible threat making such a thing much more daunting. He could feel the remnants of his own magic from the spell he had used to drive the grindylows away and even that of Fleur's desperate efforts. She was always going to be at a disadvantage down here. Her own magic is attuned to air and fire elements. It is likely the creature sensed that as her equal opposite and felt her to be either easy prey or the greatest threat to them. Harry nodded. Despite being a witch, her magic was very different to that of a regular one. It would make sense that she would stand out in the water. Having no luck in feeling beyond the spell's cast, he cautiously sunk further towards the reeds in hope that being closer to her wand would reveal its location. Evidently, any other creatures here seemed unwilling to impede his search, either having seen what he had done to the grindylows or had fled with them. Not that he was complaining. He certainly had no desire to fight off an ambush. He stilled as a new presence was felt, one so very similar to Fleur's but also different. With a frown, he carefully cut through the thicket of plant life and breathed a sigh of relief as he managed to find her wand amongst them. "Very well done, Harry. Locating another's wand just by feel is an exceptional feat. They are known to actively hide from those they do not belong to. I didn't know that you were an expert on wand lore." "I am not, but how often do you hear of people losing their wand, let alone finding one that does not belong to them?" Harry conceded the point with a shrug as he picked up the wand, surprised by the warmth he felt emanating from it. He slid it into his holster and began the journey back to where he had vowed to avoid, his promise lasting all of 15 minutes. When he arrived back at the statue, it was to find only Gabrielle remaining with Diggory and Crumb having managed to retrieve their own hostages. He couldn't blame them for leaving the little girl behind as he had done the same, but seeing her alone and in such a helpless position angered him. He had no doubt that measures had been put in place so that no permanent harm would come to the hostages, though it offered him no comfort in this moment. The bottom line was that a girl not even old enough or able enough to defend herself should they unthinkable had been left here defenseless. With that thought permeating, he approached and found himself faced with a trio of mermen before he could reach Herm, each brandishing a trident and shaking their heads. The one at the front held up a single finger, the message that he would only be allowed to take his own clear. With his patience being tested, he held his wand aloft and sent up a small spark of electricity, not powerful enough to cause harm but to show that he could if he chose to. The jolt scattered the creatures and he was left to retrieve the girl. After cutting away the ropes that secured her to the base of the statue, he took her in his arms and kicked towards the surface, aware that he had likely missed the deadline for his return. He cared not. Fleur had been in trouble and he did not want the girl he cradled to his chest to be here longer than necessary. If the judges were to penalize him, so be it. With how small and light Gabrielle was, he managed to surface much quicker than he had with Fleur and Terry, and she woke with a gasp as the latter had. "Where am I?" she garbled in French. Not understanding what she had said, Harry soothed her. "It's all right. I'm taking you back to your parents." Gabrielle faced him, her eyes widening. "Ari," she questioned, "where is Fleur?" "She ran into a bit of trouble, but she's okay," he assured the girl. "Can you swim?" "Not very well," she answered, blushing at the position she found herself in. "Then you'd better hold on tight," he advised as he pointed his wand behind him. Focusing, he used a powerful burst of wind to propel them both towards the shore, the girl shrieking in a mixture of fright and excitement at the ride she was receiving. When they arrived, they were greeted by a loud round of applause and cheering as he carried her from the water towards the waiting Delacours and Madame Pomfrey. "Is she okay? Is she hurt?" Fleur questioned frantically, trying to escape the grasp of her father, who offered him a respectful nod. "She's fine," Harry assured her as Madame Pomfrey fell upon him and he released the girl into the waiting arms of her mother. "And yourself, Mr. Potter? Are you any worse for wear?" the matron asked. Harry shook his head. "I'm fine," he answered. "Not a scratch." The woman pursed her lips and narrowed her eyes before accepting his word and taking her leave. "Well, I don't know if I should be flattered or worried that I would be the person you missed the most," Terry broke in with a chuckle. "Either way, thanks for getting me out." "Shut up, Terry," Harry grumbled. "I wish I bloody left you down there now. You wound me." "Harry, how is a boy supposed to know where he stands with such mixed messages?" Terry questioned, clutching his chest dramatically. "I'll put you back in the lake if you don't shut up," Harry warned. Terry grinned before nodding at something over his shoulder and walking away to do whatever he did when he was irritating him. "Why did you help me?" Fleur's voice broke into his thoughts. He turned to face the girl who wore a look of confusion. "I was hardly going to watch you be killed, was I?" He returned. "Non, but you got your hostage. Why did you go back for Gabrielle?" "Because I didn't want her left down there longer than she needed to be, and I knew that you would be worried about her," he added quietly. Fleur nodded as she raised an eyebrow at him. "So, you do care. Why have you been such an idiot? Why have you ignored me all these weeks, Harry Potter?" she demanded, prodding him in the chest. Harry's mouth fell agape at the furious onslaught as Fleur's eyes took on a distinctively avian quality about them. He understood nothing of what said other than his name. "Fleur." Sebastian intervened, chastising his daughter with a glare. "Now is not the time. We will talk this evening, now go to your sister." Fleur deflated, her eyes returning to normal as she nodded and turned away from the boy. "Fleur," Harry called. She turned towards him once more and he flicked her wand into his hand before offering it to her. "You got my wand too?" she whispered. Harry nodded and she gave him a sad smile with what could only be described as a look of longing. "Thank you," she said as she left. "You, avenue my thanks also, Ari, for helping Fleur and bringing back Gabrielle," Sebastian added. Any dismissal Harry may have given was cut off by the booming voice of Ludo Bagman addressing the crowd. "Having deliberated amongst ourselves and with the Merchief Mercus, the champions will be scored as follows," he began, garnering the attention of the crowd. Having failed to retrieve her hostage and falling victim to a swarm of grindylous, Fleur Delacour receives 25 points. Fleur accepted the decision with no protest, just a nod of acknowledgement. Mr. Crumb, WHO arrived and successfully retrieved his hostage second using an incomplete but effective transfiguration, will receive 40 points. The crowd clapped for the Durmstrang champion, none louder than Karkaroff. Mr. Diggory used the bubblehead charm to great success but arrived 2 minutes after the allotted time. He has been given a score of 30 points. Once more, the crowd clapped politely for the Hogwarts champion. Finally, Mr. Potter was the first to arrive and retrieve his hostage using a series of spells we are unsure of. Having retrieved his hostage, he then rescued a fellow champion and returned to retrieve her hostage also. Although he arrived almost 15 minutes after the limit, we have been assured he would have been first had he not acted in the noble way he did. Most are in agreement that his actions should be rewarded with a maximum score, however, Mr. Potter shall receive 45 points. The crowd erupted once more in loud cheers, certainly louder than they had during the first task, and he grimaced. He didn't care much for their approval. The final task will take place in June. Champions will be given more information closer to the time, Bagman finished. Congratulations, Ari, once again, your score is well deserved, Sebastian offered. Harry nodded gratefully. Would you be able to meet with me later? There are some things that I would like to discuss with you, Sebastian questioned. I can, Harry agreed, doing his utmost to hide his reluctance. It had now seemingly become a regular thing for the man to want to converse with him. He didn't dislike him, he just questioned why he was so interested. Thank you, Sebastian returned with a smile. Come to the carriage at 8 and we can talk there. Harry vowed to bring his map to ensure he was not overheard. Just because Skeeter had been temporarily banned from writing, it did not mean she wouldn't seek opportunities for her return. Ari. Another voice called before he could turn to leave. He found himself staring into the relieved face of Apolline Delacour, who closed the distance between them and placed a key on his cheek. Thank you, for everything, she said. Harry could only nod dumbly at the gesture, the warmth and magic washing over him causing a blush to form on his cheek. As he walked away, however, he could only think about how very different it was from Fleur's. Hers too had been warm and her magic had invaded his senses, but it had held so much more. Will Ari not be joining us for lunch this time? Gabrielle questioned as they headed towards the carriage with the task having been completed. Not today, Gabby, Sebastian answered. How are you feeling? Gabrielle bounced on her feet excitedly as she walked. I was saved by Ari Potter. Everyone will be really jealous. Sebastian chuckled, his younger daughter showing no trauma from her experience in the lake, not that she remembered anything. The same could not be said for his eldest. She had been silent since Harry had returned her wand and it had not left her hand. As she remained in step, her eyes did not wander from it. Do not be hard on yourself, little flower. What happened to you could have happened to any other. Fleur was shaken from her thoughts as she nodded. I panicked. I took the clue too seriously and was ambushed, she sighed, annoyed by her own naivety but accepting her loss, nonetheless. I did not deserve any points. You deserved what you were scored, Sebastian countered. Do not think on it too much. I am still very proud that you did all you could to get to your sister. Fleur offered her father a wry smile. She had almost died to save Gabrielle and would have if necessary. The little girl was a nuisance at times, but she meant the world to Fleur. Anyway, your mother has packed more than enough food for us so we can stay in the carriage for lunch. Do you feel up to it? It will be nice to have another meal with you before you leave, Fleur answered. It was difficult being away from her family so much, especially that there was no one else here she felt she could really talk to anymore. Marie and Phi were fine day to day, but they didn't fully understand her, not like her parents and sister did. Lunch turned out to be a quiet affair. Fleur was simply content to have her family around her for a while longer before she was once more left on her own. When they were finished, her father released a deep sigh, appearing to be more tired than usual. Gabrielle, would you like to go to the village with your mother? Perhaps you can pick out a birthday present for your grandmother. The girl said excitedly as she practically pulled Apolline from the room. Fleur watched her father intently as his face flittered between several emotions before settling into one of worry. We need to talk, little flower, about Ari, he declared almost apologetically. There is nothing to say, Fleur returned heatedly. Non, there is much to say, he countered firmly. It wasn't often he needed to take this approach with his children, not unless they were being particularly stubborn. She was upset by the situation, and as a father, he was not blind to it. She, however, needed to understand many things. His priority was making sure she was okay, whether she wanted to discuss the matter or not. As things were, it was clear that she wasn't, and he could not leave the subject any longer. Ari has made it perfectly clear that he wants nothing to do with me. Today was the first time he has spoken to me in weeks, and it was only to give my wand back. Sebastian shook his head. Have you ever wondered why he is the way he is? He asked gently. There is much about him you do not understand, little flower. I know that he is an orphan and that his family did not like him, she huffed. Non, there is much more to it than that. His childhood cannot have been a happy one. Did you see the scars on his back? Fleur nodded. To scar so deeply, it must have been terrible for his magic not to fix it. Muggle injuries do not scar a wizard like that, not unless his magic was weak when he got them, or they were very bad. I think we can both agree that he is not weak, Non. He is not weak, she agreed. For reasons I will explain, I have been making discreet inquiries about his childhood. Do you want to know what I found? Fleur frowned, wondering why her father was taking such an interest in Harry. Not a thing, Sebastian declared irritably. In the Muggle world, Harry Potter has never visited a doctor, a dentist or an optician. It is as though he did not exist. The injuries from those scars would have needed medical attention. Maybe he was taken to a healer. Sebastian shook his head. He has not been to a healer since he was a year old, not even after surviving the attack that killed his parents. It is as though he vanished entirely. Maybe he was hidden to keep him safe. He could have been given a fake name, Fleur replied. It is a possibility, Sebastian conceded, but I think not. It would partly explain he is the way he is, just not all of it. It doesn't matter, Papa. It matters to me and to you whether you admit it or not. Sebastian cut her off before taking a breath to compose himself. You cannot discuss with anyone what I am about to tell you. It will cause panic and the wrong people must not hear of it. Do you understand? Fleur nodded, concerned by the severity in which her father spoke. It was not like him at all. I believe the reason Ari pushes people away is because he knows that Voldemort is not dead. Fleur snorted. He died the night he attacked Ari, Fleur pointed out. Non, he did not, little flower. Twice more he has tried to kill Ari since he came to this school. He has been lucky to survive. Fleur stared at her father in disbelief, trying to determine if this was his idea of a poor joke. Judging by his grim demeanor, he truly believed what he had said. How did you learn this? Dumbledore told me and Madame Maxime. I came to thank him for dealing with the Prophet for what they printed about you, and he told me he had advised against you seeing each other anymore. I wanted to know why, and Dumbledore explained. Why would he do that? Fleur questioned. I think he fought so hard to have the tournament reinstated to build allies for when Voldemort manages to return. Not that he will get help from the Bulgarians Norris unless it becomes necessary. And he is still after Ari. Fleur questioned. It makes sense that he would want to deal with the person that was his downfall, Sebastian mused aloud. What I don't understand, however, is why he went after him in the first place. Fleur shrugged, a deep well of fear forming in her stomach at the revelation. So, he is scared. I believe so, and he has never had anyone care for him before. He does not know how to handle it. I think he is preparing for him to come back. I don't know if he wants to kill him or just be able to keep him away, but he is waiting for it to happen. My guess is he does not want anyone to get hurt by being around him. Poor Ari, Fleur mumbled. It is not fair, has he not suffered enough? Sebastian nodded. He has, little flower. He has spent his life alone with all this hanging over him. Do you understand why he is the way he is now? Fleur nodded sadly. It doesn't mean he should have to do it alone, she huffed irritably. It is not me that needs convincing. Is there nothing we can do to help him? Sebastian smiled, having expected nothing less from his daughter. I have already told Dumbledore I can keep him safe in France if Ari wishes. I hope that he will accept eventually. Fleur shook her head. He will not, she sighed, he is stubborn. More than you. Fleur scowled at the man but nodded. Will you try to convince him? I will, Sebastian confirmed. He should not have to deal with him. It should be the ministry's job. Won't that make us a target? Sebastian shook his head. It is not as though I will advertise that he is with us. I just want to give him the opportunity to be safe, something that he has never had. Fleur offered her father a warm smile. He was the best man she knew, his heart always open to those in need. So, what are you going to do? We will speak to him this evening. I have invited him here. For now, get some rest. I will catch up with your mother and sister, he explained before pressing his lips to her head and taking his leave. Oh, Ari, Fleur muttered sadly. He had endured so much at such a young age, and yet, there was more to come. She wondered how he managed to keep everything together with what he faced. Now that she knew why, it was no surprise he was the way he was. Harry arrived at the Beauxbatons' carriage at the appointed time, pondering why he had agreed to speak to Sebastian. He didn't have anything against him, but he was curious to see why the man had taken such an interest in him. Yes, he'd had dinner with him and his family, but they hadn't conversed much beyond that. Knocking on the door, he was greeted by the man in question a moment later. "Hello, Ari, please, come in," Sebastian offered, stepping aside. Harry did so and found himself inside a large building, the enchantments concealing what was within very well. "Madame Maxime, as allowed us use of her office," Sebastian explained as he led him down a long corridor. "It would not do for us to be over it, non." Harry frowned and nodded. He had consulted the map before he had left the castle and had not seen any people in the area to give him pause. Pausing at one of the doors and unlocking it with a tap of his wand, Sebastian gestured for him to enter and take a seat. "I do not believe you are on to respect stalling tactics, so I will get to the point, Ari. I know that Voldemort is still alive, and I know that you know it too." He opened the conversation without preamble and took a seat a short distance away. Harry had not known what to expect from this conversation, but this certainly was not it. "You do not avenue to say anything. Dumbledore is said all that needs to be. I would, like to hear it from your side, Ari." Harry released a deep breath as he shook his head. "Why? It isn't going to make any difference. He's out there and he wants me dead. What more is there to say? Is that why you told Fleur that you should not spend time together?" "Yes," Tom answered for him. Reluctantly, Harry nodded. "I don't want to see her in danger, and that's what will happen if she spends time around me," he answered honestly. "I can respect that," Sebastian returned with a nod, "but do you not think that it should be her decision also?" Harry frowned at the man. "I would have thought you would not have wanted her near me." Sebastian deflated. "Most fathers would not, Ari, but for me, it is different. My little flower is not at it easy, much like yourself. When she came, Erin told me of you. I was pleased that she had found someone other than family to speak to without heritage being a problem. She spoke of you fondly in her letters, and I knew that she would come to care for you. When Avila cares for you, Ari, it comes with responsibility. They are creatures of love and passion, and neither is easy to earn from them. You were not to know of this, of course, why would you? But it is true. I do not believe Fleur understood it either, and since you avenue not spoken, she has been very unhappy. As a father, it is difficult to see her this way. I did it to keep her safe," Harry defended. I know, but I would like to see her happy and safe, Ari. You can say that I am selfish, but it is all I avenue ever wanted for both my daughters. That is why I want to make you an offer, one that I hope you will consider carefully." Harry waited for the man to continue. "I would like you to stop this foolishness, stop pushing her away. I think that you both deserve better than this," Sebastian began. "I would also like you to consider allowing me to shelter you from the end of the school year. I could keep you safe and away from I am. For once, Ari, you do not avenue to worry about I am coming for you." Harry released a deep breath, as a strange warmth spread throughout him. "I appreciate the offer, Mr. Delacour, but I think you are mistaken. I don't want to hide from him when he comes back. I want to personally put an end to him. After what he has done to me, no one has more right to that." Quote. Sebastian was taken aback by the anger in his eyes, the green almost glowing with the desire in which he spoke. "As for Fleur, what good would it do for her if I was to die? Let's face it, there's a strong chance that could happen. I don't want to see her hurt in any way because of me, but I will take the lesser of the two evils. It can't be any other way. I'm not worth that." "Do not say that," Sebastian shouted as he banged his fist on the desk. Harry flinched at the suddenly raised voice, and Sebastian took several breaths to calm himself. "I'm sorry, Ari. I should not," Avenue shouted. He sighed. "But why would you think that?" Harry shrugged. "When you spend most of your life hearing it, it's hard to think otherwise." Sebastian nodded. "I know. I was made to feel the same when I was a boy. It was not until I met my wife that I felt worthy of anything. I was like you once, Ari, not the same, of course, but similar in many ways. That is why I care about what happens to you, not just because of Fleur, but it hurts me to see you think so little of yourself. Avenue, you never thought about a family of your own or what you will do when you defeat I am. Harry shook his head. No, I won't allow myself to, not until it is within reach. You should, Sebastian advised. It is much better to Avenue something to fight for. As a father I am asking you to reconsider, and as a man who has felt what you are feeling, let me help you. As little or as much as you need. As you, Avenue said to me, everything is not about you, Ari, a voice broke in from the doorway. Harry turned to find himself faced with a half-angry half-upset Vila, her blue eyes staring pleadingly into his own. If you can tell me that you do not care for me, I will accept it, but if you cannot, I will hound you until the end of your days, Ari Potter, she vowed. Sebastian fought a smirk as Harry stared at his daughter. She's got you there, Tom chuckled. Tell her, Harry. Tell her that you do not care for her at all and watch her crumble, he mocked, knowing that Harry could not do such a thing. Harry shook his head. I can't do that, he admitted. Merlin, you are an idiot, Fleur huffed, I do not know why I put up with it. You will start by apologizing to me and you will not ignore me anymore. She became so worked up that Say began rambling in French after, and Harry could only stare in shock as she laid into him in a language he did not understand. Do I make myself clear? She asked, breathing heavily. I think so, Harry replied. My French still isn't very good. Fleur muttered under her breath. He understood the word, pig, but little else. My offer will stay open to you. Ari. I do, hope you think about it. A word of advice, although Vila are very caring and warm creatures, they are also a massive pain to deal with when you upset them. I wouldn't make an habit of it. Fleur is the worst of the three I live with, he added before patting him on the shoulder and leaving the room. Harry turned and faced the girl who continued to stare at him expectantly. Well, she questioned. I am waiting for an apology. Harry could only shake his head in disbelief. He was expected to be able to defeat Voldemort, and yet, the glare of a girl not much older than himself had him stilled. But then again, Fleur Delacour was not just any girl, something he was beginning to learn all too well. To say that Harry had been humbled by his conversation with Fleur and Sebastian would be an understatement. Not since he had been a young boy had he been so thoroughly chastised and left speechless the way the girl had managed, though albeit in a very different way. The Dursleys had shouted, had even beaten him when they believed the occasion called for it, but Fleur Delacour had done neither. She had simply put across her point in a tone that left no room for argument. Did he respect her for it? Yes, but he did not like how easily she had chided him and made him feel a fool. That is what a strong woman will do, Tom had commented gleefully. Perhaps it was something he needed, or perhaps he had not been prepared to counter what she had said. Regardless, he had apologized, and she had merely given him a smile and a nod before taking her leave. He too had left shortly afterwards, confused as to what had transpired. He had replayed the event over in his mind several times and had yet to come up with any argument to the contrary of them spending time together, not any that she would accept at least. What he had learnt was that Fleur Delacour was a girl that had no issues with speaking her mind and was stubborn to a fault, something he certainly admired and something her father was seemingly proud of. Sebastian had escorted him to the carriage door and offered him nothing but a knowing shrug as he was sent on his way. Throughout his years at Hogwarts, he had avoided dating or spending time with the opposite say beyond academic pursuits or to check on Luna to ensure she was okay. It seemed now his inexperience of such encounters was coming back to haunt him in the form of the determined French Vila. He shook his head as he exited his room. Had anyone told him before this school year that he would be somehow involved with her or any other of her kind, he would have scoffed despite the unpredictable and unlikely events that had befallen him. If only it had been Fleur, he had to deal. Shortly after the second task, he had received a letter from Madame Giselle thanking him for his kind words in The Prophet and for pointing people in the direction of her book on Vila. According to the woman, the weeks that had followed the publishing of the article had seen the sale of her work increase dramatically in Britain. The public had apparently taken his advice, albeit given in a less than friendly manner, and decided to educate themselves. Now, however, he was heading towards Professor Flitwick's office, having been summoned there for an appointment. Knocking, He waited to be bid to enter. "Come in," the voice of his head of house instructed. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by the sight of both Professors Flitwick and McGonagall. "You wanted to see me?" he asked curiously. "Indeed," the Transfiguration Mistress answered, gesturing for him to take a seat. "We along with Professor Dumbledore have requested the presence of an examinations officer from the Ministry for this week. We thought that you should take this opportunity to complete some more of ULs and even some newts, should you feel ready, of course." Harry frowned. "Don't all exams take place at the end of the year?" "Ordinarily, yes," Flitwick answered. "However, given your current position as a champion in the tournament, it has been agreed that certain caveats can be made to the usual practice as not to interfere with your preparations." The boy nodded thoughtfully. He was confident he could pass his ULs without too much difficulty. The newts, however, he was uncertain of. "What exams will I be sitting?" "Well, as you have completed your ULs in both our subjects, we believe you more than able to complete the newts. As for the others, Professors Babbling and Vector are happy for you to sit your ULs in Ancient Runes and Arithmancy, as is Professor Sprout and Professor Moody in Herbology and Defense Against the Dark Arts. Professor Snape has reluctantly agreed for you to take your UL but has been clear that you will not sit your newt exam this year," Flitwick explained with a sigh. "So, 2 newts and the other ULs." "Correct. It seems that the time is right for you to sit the remainder of your ULs. As a school, we would only be holding you back if we were to delay them any longer. It is clear to all of us that you are beyond ordinary wizarding level and we would hate for you to stagnate unnecessarily," McGonagall answered candidly. "What will happen next year? That depends entirely on your results. Should you prove to be as competent as we believe, we will discuss what options are available to you." Harry released a deep breath. "It's going to be a long week, isn't it?" "Indeed, Mr. Potter. Are you up to the challenge?" He had opted to complete the theory aspect of the exams first and had come to regret the decision by the 3rd day of scratching away with a quill. Not only did his wrist ache, but he was mentally drained from the exertion of drawing out the information he had accumulated over his years of schooling. By the time he had sat to take his History of Magic OWL, he was exhausted from his efforts. He wanted to succeed more than anything and he had never lost sight of his aim to give him as many options as possible he could pursue when his time at the castle came to an end. It was this need that saw him through, gave him the last burst of needed focus to complete the dull writing for the one subject he had been revising for all week. He didn't despise history per se, but Professor Binns' droning voice made it difficult to engage with the subject. "What kind of name is Bogrod anyway?" he grumbled internally as he left the Great Hall. He had an hour to rest before the practical portion of his subjects would commence, pleased overall with how he had done on the written. "Not one you will likely have need of remembering in the future. It is not your knowledge they are looking at, Harry, but the skills it takes to be a historian." "I don't think I'll be taking that road." "No, but the skills acquired can be used for many other things," Tom countered. Harry nodded as sat by the edge of the lake. He would sooner sit 5 more newts in Transfiguration or Charms than. He would one more History OWL and they had proven difficult enough. For the first time in as long as he could remember, he was challenged by the theory work for both. He snorted at the memory of sitting the former. Flashback. He arrived at Professor McGonagall's office to find herself and Madame Marchbanks waiting for him to present himself, both appearing more formal than they had been the previous time he had found himself in this situation. Saying nothing, the examiner gestured for him to take a seat and placed a thick stack of parchment before him along with a quill and some ink. "This is the theory portion of your Transfiguration OWL. It is my understanding that you have decided to sit the theory for all subjects before taking the practicals." Madame Marchbanks questioned. Harry nodded and the woman hummed approvingly. "For this paper, you will have 4 hours to complete it. Should you require anything, myself and Professor McGonagall will be present. However, before you begin, you must be checked to ensure that you have not consumed any banned potions or have any items on you that are not allowed in sanctioned examinations. Please stand." Harry did so with a frown and the woman waved her wand about him, muttering under her breath. When she was seemingly satisfied, she offered him a nod and he resumed his seat. "Your time begins, now." Harry opened the parchment to find a series of questions, each one more complex than the one that preceded it, all what he would consider to be very niche topics within the subject. If this truly was Newt-level Transfiguration, the exams had earned their name. How does the disease known as lycanthropy relate to transfiguration? Use a minimum of 3 sources as references throughout your work. The difficulty of transfiguration has certainly increased since I took the exam, Tom commented. Harry frowned and pondered the question, ignoring the voice. He had read up on lycanthropy when he realized that Remus suffered from it, though each author of the work didn't seem to have a clue as to what branch of magic it related to. At the time, he had felt that it closely resembled transfiguration more than curses, as each book had surmised, all 7 he had read having concluded similarly. With a shrug, he began to note down his thoughts, ones that were not so complimentary of the writers he knew of, none of which having spent much time with werewolves nor understanding just how the disease worked. Harry did. As with anything he studied, he had ingested as much information as he could lay his hands on until he knew enough to satisfy his curiosity. End flashback. The paper for charms had proven to be as difficult also, and he had left both surprised at how much he had known about the intricate details of the branches of magic. He had studied them meticulously, being his favorite subjects, but he hadn't realized just how much he understood them until he was confronted with such in-depth questioning. It is a testament to your efforts, Harry, Tom praised. You have truly devoted yourself to the study of magic since you were 7. Albeit for me to say, but you are an exceptional talent. Thanks to you. No, Harry. Thanks to all the work you have put in. I have merely guided you when needed. At what point did I have to remind you to practice or study? At what point during your exams have you asked for my assistance? Not that you would have given it, Harry pointed out. I would not have, Tom confirmed. I wish for you to succeed on your own merit. You are intelligent and gifted enough to do so. Would you have been satisfied with my help? Harry shook his head. He would have felt like a fraud were Tom to help him during his academic endeavors. Take pride in what you achieved. I couldn't be prouder of you than I am. Harry smiled as a sense of warmth filled him. It was not often Tom would bestow such praise. He would only do so when he was exceptionally pleased with what Harry had done. He was a harsh critic for the most part and expected unwavering effort in the pursuit of what he deemed to be worthy of acknowledgement. Knowing that his respite was at an end, he stood and headed back towards the castle to begin the final leg of his assessments, pleased that he would no longer need to be seated for hours at a time. Having passed through the great hall, he entered the antechamber where Madame Marchbanks was waiting for him. Since he had left, the furniture in the room had been swept aside, leaving only a desk between himself and the woman who beckoned for him to join her. Today, you will complete your practical assessments in defense against the dark arts, potions and astronomy later this evening, she explained as she reached into a bag that hung from her shoulder and began withdrawing items. Placing them on the desk, she drew her wand and pointed it towards a glass container filled with what could only be a quart of blood. She hesitated for a moment before lowering it and nodding thoughtfully. It is usual practice for me to cast a curse and have you counter it. This time, however, I would lie you to cast it. I am curious to see just how seriously you are dedicating yourself to your studies, Mr. Potter. I would like you to cast a blood-boiling curse and then the counter. Isn't that heavily frowned upon? Madame Marchbanks snorted. Most things are frowned upon these days. If the ministry had their way, you would be taught nothing of magic beyond the most mundane of spells. Humor me, Mr. Potter. Prove to me that you are as dedicated as I believe. Warily, Harry drew his wand and began casting diagnostic and identity spells to ensure that nothing else was afoot, and the woman nodded satisfactorily and began taking notes on his approach. It's pig's blood contained in glass, he confirmed. There are no hidden curses and the container has not been conjured. How can you tell? Marchbanks asked with a slight frown marring her features. Magic always leaves a trace, Harry answered simply. The only magic on here is ambient and from whatever else has been in that bag. It has been in contact with a compulsion charm that was not cast directly onto it, and a curse that induces fever and one that causes an outbreak of boils. Madame Marchbanks smiled at him, her eyes gleaming with surprise. Those curses were all removed at the end of last year's examinations. You have quite the keen sense for magic if you are able to still identify them after so long, especially as you so rightly pointed out that they were not placed on this at all. Proceed when you are ready. Harry cast a cleansing charm to remove all traces of the curses. It was not likely that they would affect his own magic, but he was not taking any chances. When he was satisfied, he pointed his wand at the blood once more and unleashed his spell, causing the viscous liquid to begin gently bubbling. Madame Marchbanks held up a hand to prevent him from countering it so that she could inspect his work. Excellently done, she praised. You cast with finesse and efficiency, using only the needed amount of magic. It takes a skilled practitioner to be able to do so. Far too many people throw magic around pointlessly believing that it will solve any shortcomings they have when it comes to skill. Harry shook his head. Only a fool would do so, he agreed. If you practice enough, there is no need to waste energy. It will only tire you quicker, especially during combat. Marchbanks grinned as she nodded. Unfortunately, Mr. Potter, our world is plagued with them. It makes a change to meet one as sensible as yourself. Now, do be a dear and show me the counter. With a flick of his wand, Harry complied, his light blue spell ceasing the heating of the liquid. As expected, very well done, Marchbanks offered as she scribbled a few more notes onto her piece of parchment. Next, I would like you to identify the curses that have been placed on this coin, she instructed, pointing towards a galleon she had placed on the table. Identifying different types of magic was something Tom had been teaching Harry since he had arrived for his first year. The magical world could be a very dangerous place and he wanted Harry to take no chances if her were to be around things that could potentially cause him harm, which was almost anything he could come across according to the voice. Harry had at first felt that he was being overprotective but had come to respect the vigilance. Though he had yet to encounter much need for it, it certainly made him feel safer, and his increased sensitivity to magic since his final ritual had certainly made tasks like this easier. He slid his wand into his holster, having no need of it. If anything, he felt the magic better without it. He hovered his hand a few inches above the coin and closed his eyes, feeling for what presences could be identified. After a few moments, he nodded. There is a searing curse, a blindness curse, and a well-hidden hair-pulling hex. The coin is also fake but has been enchanted to deceive people into believing it is real. It is a sickle that has been enlarged and transfigured. Whoever did it went to the length of coating it in a thin layer gold. Madame Marchbanks shook her head and chuckled. Given your performance thus far, I should have expected nothing less from you. Enchantments are notoriously difficult to detect. There is a reason that it takes years of practice to master. It is amongst the most difficult branches of magic to become competent in. Tell me, Mr. Potter, what is it you plan on doing when you finish your schooling? Harry shrugged. I have no idea, he answered honestly. For now, I want to make sure I have options available to me. Marchbanks nodded. I believe that there is very little you could do, she returned seriously. Now, for your final test, I have heard from a very reliable source that you have developed your own way to defend yourself against Dementors. I would like for you to demonstrate that. Harry slid his wand into his hand before giving it a flick and releasing one of the orbs of dark energy. Madame Marchbanks shivered as an unpleasant chill filled the room. Fascinating, she muttered as she walked around the hanging ball of energy. It is both an offensive and defensive spell. It acts as a barrier but also a driving force. That is quite the feat of magic, Mr. Potter, but I must ask, why not the Patronus charm? I doubt that you do not have the capability. I wasn't able to master it until recently, Harry sighed. I was able to conjure a shield for a while but not a corporeal one. And you can now. Harry nodded somewhat shyly. Perhaps you will be able to demonstrate that for me during your charms exam, the woman responded thoughtfully. Now, we will move on to your potions assessment. I would like for you to brew a strengthening solution for me, she instructed as she removed a plethora of ingredients from her bag along with a cauldron. Minerva McGonagall took a sip of her tea as Griselda bit into one of the ginger newts from the tin that sat between them on her desk. Over the decades she had taught, the two had cultivated a close friendship. Both were very busy in their roles and it was not often they had the opportunity to spend time together like this, but they made sure to stay in touch regularly and get together when they could. He truly is something else, Griselda commented. It is one thing to have exceptional talent in one or two branches of magic, but Mr. Potter has proven himself in everything I have seen thus far. Not only is his practical magic excellent, he has a very keen mind. His newt paper for transfiguration was incredible. I must say, I did not expect such depth in his work. Minerva nodded her agreement. Griselda had shown her the exam and how Harry had completed it. His citations were above what she had expected but his counter to each was far beyond newt level. He truly was proving to be a prodigy in the art. Is it selfish of me that I want him to take my place? She asked. No, Griselda denied, but whether he will or not remains to be seen. He would be an excellent teacher, an excellent duelist or orar. Hell, the boy could be our minister within 10 years if that was what he decided to do. Minerva smiled proudly. If Griselda Marchbanks believed in him so much, he must have truly impressed her. I am at a loss of what to do with him for the remainder of his years here, she sighed. I fear that he will become bored when his exams are finished and no longer have anything to work towards within these walls. Then apprentice him, Griselda advised. If he proves himself during his practical, then I will sign it off without question myself. I would advise Phileas to do the same. I would love to, but it will attract a lot of attention to him. He will not want people around him trying to curry favor more than they already do, Minerva replied. You know better than any what viper's nest awaits him from those that would wish to exploit him. I do, Griselda mumbled, however, I'm sure that it would not take much effort on my part to keep it under my hat. Fudge may be the minister, but it is me that oversees the Hogwarts exams and curriculum. It is me that signs off apprenticeships. So long as we keep it quiet, Potter should face no issues until he reaches his 7th year. That is if he chooses to remain here, Minerva said with a shrug. Already his godfather wants him out of the castle, and I can't blame him. Harry has faced danger here more times than any should. It is something that should be discussed with the boy. Ultimately, it is his decision, Griselda replied. It is a conversation I would have with him sooner rather than later. Minerva nodded her agreement. It would be a shame if Harry Potter were to be lost to them. Even if he decided that he did not want to teach, Wizarding Britain would be worse off without him. With only his Newt practicals to complete in Transfiguration and Charms, Harry was granted another respite in the form of the announcement of the next round of duels that would begin the following week. So far, combatants had not known whom they would face until it was time to do so. Now, they would be granted time to prepare for their opponent. To Harry, it mattered not, but it could prove to be beneficial for the others who would have time to reflect on the style of the person they would be paired against. He found himself seated at the Ravenclaw table in the Great Hall with Terry, who had also managed to earn his place in the final 32, the only other in his house to do so. Fleur sat opposite them with her 2 friends and she gave him a bright smile, causing him to shake his head. She had been rather smug since he had apologized and still a little irritated with him. Who do you think you will get? Terry questioned. Well, if it isn't you, I wouldn't mind if it was her, Harry said loud enough to be heard as he nodded towards Fleur. She raised an eyebrow at him, unimpressed with his statement. Do not be silly, Ari. It would be a shame if you were eliminated so early. In your dreams, Harry returned, crossing his arms. Maybe, Fleur replied with a wink, causing him to huff. She had worked out that when she openly flirted, he didn't know how to react. His inexperience with girls really shone through in these moments. Shut up, Terry, he grumbled when the boy had the audacity to laugh. You never know, you might get her. No thanks, Terry replied. And what would be wrong with facing me, Terry? Fleur questioned the quickly reddening boy. Yeah, Terry, Harry probed. Don't drag me into whatever is going on between you two, Terry bit back. Fleur giggled. There is nothing going on between us. Isn't that right, Ari? Harry sighed as Dumbledore stood at the front of the hall. Even though Fleur said she forgave him, he wasn't convinced. There was something bothering her, and he had an inkling as to what that was. He had purposely avoided talking about what had happened the night of the Yule Ball and had even steered conversations away from it when it was close to being brought up. Truly, he knew not what to say. He may have apologized for distancing himself, but it was not a conversation he was ready for, not that it would lead to anywhere good. For both, it was better left as it was. He liked the girl and cared for her, that he could admit. If he didn't, he would not be reticent despite how little free time he had. No, he cared for her and had started to deeper than he would voice. He simply could not fathom her returning what he felt nor putting her in the position where she would undoubtedly decide to step away from him. He needed only to survive until June and then she would be gone. She would soon realize that being around him was not a good idea and they could both move on, anything they may have shared the night of the ball fading to what would become nothing but a distant memory. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Dumbledore greeted them. You have been gathered here today so that the duels for the next round can be decided. The format of such will remain as it has been thus far. Without further ado, would you kindly begin the draw, Mr. Bagman? Ludo nodded the same way an excitable toddler would as he tapped the sorting hat with his wand. 2 pieces of parchment flew from the hat and Dumbledore snatched them out of the air before passing them to Bagman. Our first duel will be between Carlos Smolka of Durmstrang and Victor Krum, also of Durmstrang, the former beater announced. No guessing who will win that, Terry muttered from next to Harry. Up next will be Draco Malfoy of Hogwarts taking on Terry Boot of Hogwarts, Bagman announced when he had retrieved the next pieces of parchment. Terry glared balefully at his opponent who returned the gesture in kind. Fleur Delacour of Beauxbatons will face off against George Weasley of Hogwarts. The Gryffindors clapped loudly for the redhead who stood and offered his housemates an elaborate bow. Harry Potter of Hogwarts will take on Stephen Laurent of Beauxbatons, Bagman announced next, eliciting a grin from Fleur. The boy who would seemingly be his opponent frowned and mumbled under his breath in French as he stared at Harry, who shrugged. To him, it did not matter who he would face. The announcements continued until there were no other competitors left to draw and Harry left the Great Hall with Terry. He needed to prepare for his final assessments and the students were keen to leave, meaning he found himself amongst a sea of robes of varying color. Boot will be easy work, an arrogant voice declared to his left, causing Terry to still. Personally, I would have preferred the chance to put the Vila whore in her place. Never mind, there is always the next round. Malfoy shot Terry a smug grin as he pushed his way through a group of first years with his usual lackeys in tow. Harry felt his own anger begin to simmer as he caught Terry by the back of his robes to prevent him attacking the Slytherin. Come on, he instructed as he pulled the boy away. Why did you stop me? Terry grumbled as he gave up the struggle. Because little shits like that always get the last laugh if you attack them first. Save it for the duel. Come off it, Harry. I know I'm getting better, but I can't beat him. You can and you will because I'm going to help you. You're going to help me? Terry questioned disbelievingly. I am, Harry confirmed. Because if I get him in the next round, I can't promise I won't kill him. Terry's eyes widened as Harry led him away, both being watched by a pair of blue eyes that had dimmed at the comments of the Malfoy boy. Now, they were full of gratitude and Fleur Delacour reveled in the warmth she felt that Harry was going out of his way to make sure the boy would get what he deserves. That was very well done, Mr. Potter, Madame Marchbanks praised as the suit of armor she had provided danced an Irish jig around the room. Now, I would like to see your Patronus charm. Harry had hoped she had forgotten that little detail and that he would not be asked to demonstrate. As much as he was happy that he had managed it, the circumstances of which both irked and teased him so. Flashback. Why'd I even have to try? What will it prove? It will prove that you are capable of conjuring it and that you are lying to yourself, Harry, Tom answered candidly. If it does not work, I will never mention it again, but I want you to really try. I will know if you are not. Promise me that you won't mention it, Harry demanded. You have my word. Harry huffed as he drew his wand. Closing his eyes, he revisited the memory he had been pointedly ignoring since the event had occurred. Unwittingly, he swayed on the spot in time with music that had never played as he held the French girl in his arms by the lake. In only a few moments, he had once again danced the night away, remembering the way she felt against him, her unforgettable scent and the warmth of her breath on his neck. It was as intoxicating as it had been as he'd experienced it, and he released a slow breath as he pointed his wand, lost in something he would unlikely never experience again. Expecto Patronum, he whispered. Everything he felt rushed from his body and through his wand, leaving him shaking and mournful at the loss. Opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a feathered creature of which he knew not. What is that? He asked. I do not know, Harry, Tom answered softly. End flashback. Releasing his wand into his hand, he conjured the memory with practiced ease as he had done so a dozen or so times since the first time. To his detriment, it had drawn him in, and this memory was the only one he had that could bring the creature forth. He had tried others, but to no avail. Expecto Patronum. As he already knew, the human-like body adorned with white feathers emerged from his wand, the smile on the familiar lips and gentle crinkle around the eyes greeting him as she always did, her appearance equally warming as it was a burden. Madame Marchbanks stared at the creature wide-eyed, her mouth moving in questions she could not vocalize. She is a Gamayan, Harry spoke quietly. She is a mythical creature said to be what Vila are descended from. The room had provided a book with that information. It had been quite the revelation for the teen and Tom, who had kept his promise. He had not mentioned Fleur since. Not that there was any need to. Anytime he cast his spell, it was her he saw, her face not one he could ever forget. Madame Marchbanks could only nod. I would really appreciate it if this could be kept between us, Harry added as he took his leave. Of course, Madame Marchbanks muttered as the creature faded from view. Are you sure about this? Terry asked nervously. Don't you think it's going too far? Doesn't the little git deserve it? Harry returned. Terry swallowed deeply as he nodded and took to the dueling platform where Malfoy was waiting for him with a smirk tugging at his lips. The expression irritated Terry. Malfoy had spent the past few years of school throwing his weight around, bullying students who dare not defend themselves against him and being an all-round annoyance to anyone he could get away with it with. He never picked on anyone he didn't know he could get the better of. He was the definition of a bully personified and Terry despised him for it. However, were it not for the opportunity to duel him, to his shame, he would have continued to ignore the boy. It just wouldn't be worth the trouble his father could bring down upon him. He shot a final look of questioning towards Harry, who nodded encouragingly. Begin, Karkaroff instructed. For the first minute or so, Terry found himself on the defensive as Malfoy unleashed several streams of curses to finish the duel quickly. His work, however, was sloppy. To his credit, he was fast, but his accuracy was found to be lacking. Many of the spells he cast easily avoided or not a threat to him at all. As such, it gave him time to look for the opening he needed. When he noticed that Draco overreached when implementing impact spells, he watched for a pattern. Harry had insisted people like Malfoy would have one. Again, it did not take him long to identify it. Curse, Hex, Jinx and Impact, he reeled off internally as each spell was sent towards him. As Malfoy drew his arm back to cast the final spell in the chain, Terry struck, his own spell not wanting for accuracy as it collided with his opponent's off arm. Draco stilled, a frown forming as he tried to move his arm, only for his own hand to ball into a fist and be driven into his own face. A loud crunch sounded as his nose was broken and blood began to pour from his nostrils. Still, he tried to regain control of his limb, with little success. Another punch, this time to his eye, causing him to curse loudly before he wheezed and fell to his knees as he seemingly pounded himself in the groin repeatedly. The wheezing turned to whimpering as the assault continued until his wand dropped from his hand and Terry summoned it, bringing the bout to an end. Winner, Boot, Karkaroff announced, surprised by what had happened. Terry offered a bow to his downed competitor before taking his leave and joining Harry once more, who was highly amused by what he had seen. I couldn't have done it better myself. Terry grinned, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction at taking the boy down a few pegs, though he could not help but wonder what the repercussions would be. He hoped Harry was right and that Draco would be too ashamed to act, but he had his doubts. The idiot did not know when to quit. Watch out, your lady is up next, he commented to Harry, who merely scowled in reply as Fleur stepped onto the platform to face off with one of the Weasley twins. Fleur found herself in good spirits as she stood opposite her red-headed opponent. The Malfoy boy being humiliated had been a joy to witness. He was a bigot and she'd had enough of those in her life. She reminded herself to thank Terry for what he'd done, and Harry for helping him. She smiled at the thought of the green-eyed boy. She was still mad at him for his stupidity, but he was always there for her when she needed, even if he didn't know how much that was. Begin. Fleur immediately dodged a pair of bright orange hexes that would have changed the color of her hair and sent a stream of doves with razor-sharp beaks and claws towards the boy, who put an end to them with a stream of fire. Without pause, he unleashed a torrent of what appeared to be slime in her direction, though it fell short and covered the platform between them. Ensuring she kept an eye on it, she avoided the next 3 spells that were sent in quick succession. Ducking under 2 and twirling away from the third as she fired a rebuttal in the form of a concussion hex that was intercepted by a shield. Unwilling to allow him to gain any further momentum, her onslaught continued with a trio of cutting curses that were avoided and a bludgeoning curse that hit its mark, crashing into the boy's stomach. He doubled over in pain as he flicked his wand at the jelly-like substance still clinging to the platform, and it immediately began to move, folding over itself as it headed in her direction. The stream of fire she sent did nothing to slow its progress, nor did any other spell she attacked with. Slowly but steadily, it continued heading towards her. Distracted by the descending slime, she was lucky to avoid another attack, the spell whistling past her ear as she continued her efforts to rid herself of the gunge still intent on reaching her. She had never seen anything like it and had no idea what it would do to her. What she did know, however, was that she was not keen on finding out. Thinking quickly, she conjured a stone wall between herself and it, if anything to give her enough time to finish the duel before it could get too close for comfort. Turning her attention back towards the redhead, she fired a plethora of pink sparks that whizzed towards him, a few managing to reach him before his shield halted the rest, though the damage was already done. His hair lengthened, pooling around his feet in a matter of seconds before it attacked him, wrapping itself around his body as though he was being mummified. He fought back, but it only made the struggle worse as his hair doubled in the effort to smother him. Eventually, he succumbed to the spell and found himself wriggling about the platform, unable to offer any further offense or defense as his arms were pinned to his side and swallowed up by his hair. "Winner, Delacour," Professor Snape declared. Fleur gave a final look towards the slime that was attempting to scale over her wall before she took her leave and headed towards where Harry and Terry were looking on. "What was that?" she asked. Terry shook his head amusedly. "With the Weasleys, you never know," he replied, nodding towards the platform. Fleur turned to see the other twin and their friend whom Harry had defeated attempting to physically wrestle the slime into submission, the former pummeling it with his fists whilst the other held it in what would be a headlock if the thing had one to speak of. "Bloody hell, George, get over here," the punching twin demanded. Having been freed from his hairy prison, her opponent sprinted across the platform and dived on top of the slime, much to the joy of the crowd who cheered them on and laughed. Fleur giggled also as she faced Terry once more. "I wanted to thank you, for what you did to that pig." Terry flushed as he waved her off. "It was Harry that showed me how to do it." The other boy shot him a look of irritation as Fleur nodded knowingly. "I know. I was there when he said what he did," she answered, "but thank you anyway." She wrapped her arms around the boy who stiffened, the redness of his cheeks deepening considerably. When she released him, he was nearly catatonic, his mouth opening and closing as he looked towards the floor to try to compose himself. "And thank you, Ari," she added quietly. "You should watch out for Stefan. He is a pig also, but he is much better with his wand." Having said what she wanted to, she gave him a final smile as she headed back towards her own seat, chastising herself under her breath. More than anything, she wanted to hug him too but had lost her nerve when the moment had come. She missed him and cursed herself for what had happened at the ball. Had it not, she would not be in the predicament she found herself in. As much as she wished it hadn't, she did not regret it. For once in her life she had felt more than just a villa, more than just a trophy that would be paraded around like a prize. She had felt normal, had experienced what it would be to be held by someone other than her father and by one that cared not what she was. She wanted that feeling back, and though she would only admit it to herself, the person she wanted to make her feel that way was Harry Potter. He turned his head and watched as a bright blue spell passed him, close enough that he could feel the warmth radiating from it. This opponent was different from any other he had faced. Laurent was very well trained, his casting precise and purposeful and his movement crisp but fluid. Within the next 5 years, he would be a true contender, likely amongst the best his country had to offer. Now, however, he was still learning, and Harry had figured out his conventional style. Though trained well, he had no flair, no personal touch of which to speak, very much like the training dummies he faced off with within his room. With this in mind, he flicked his wand and a sound like a gunshot sounded as an enormous bird of fire erupted from the end. With an audible screech, it took to the sky above them and flew in circles, an ominous yet threatening trail of fire left in its wake. Laurent watched the bird cautiously for a moment before focusing once more on Harry, who had not been idle in the interim. Whilst his opponent had been distracted, he had created 2 more creatures, a wolf made of water and a bear he had carved from the ground and animated. With a roar, the latter bounded forward, his feet thudding heavily against the wooden platform. Though his eyes widened, Laurent did not panic as he pushed it back with a powerful banisher, sending the beast sprawling. Undeterred, the bear rolled to its feet and charged once more, followed by the wolf that quickly overtook its ally in only a few powerful thrusts of its legs. Again, Laurent sent a banishing charm, knocking the wolf out of his path. He readied himself to do the same to the bear only to turn away as it exploded, leaving him covered in a layer of dirt. With only one beast left attacking him, he dispatched it quickly with a stream of fire, the ice melting into a pool of water. His eyes met those of his opponent, who seemed unperturbed by the destruction of his creations. In truth, he seemed to be entertained and relaxed as his wand hung limply at his side. Seeing an opportunity to strike, Laurent aimed his wand, only to pause as another screech sounded and the bird dived towards him. With his eyes widening, he created a wall of water in front of him, hoping it would fend the flames off. Harry nodded in satisfaction as his avian conjuration barreled towards the boy, the flames fading as it transformed from fire to wind, becoming a barely visible streak until it burst through the water and slammed into his opponent's chest, knocking him to the ground. Before he could stand, the dirt that covered him burst into flames and he rolled to put them out. So distracted by the fire that was spreading, he rolled off the platform. The flames doused only a moment later when a large wolf, made of water, plowed into his prone form. He shook himself as he stood, the pool of water left behind on the platform no longer there, and he snorted at the genius of the attack. Though he was unhappy, he had not been prepared for such a series of events. "Winner, Potter," Madame Maxime declared. Harry offered Stefan a nod of acknowledgement as he left the platform to a thunderous round of applause. The boy was a very good duelist, but he lacked experience against people like him, and if he was as much as a git as he had shown himself, he deserved to be humbled. Terry merely shook his head at him as he retook his seat, relaxing but in anticipation of whom he would face the next day. Fleur's arms bucked as another blasting curse smashed against her shield. Crumb was proving to be much more powerful and ruthless than any other she had faced thus far. Not that she could blame him. She too wanted to prove herself above her competition in the tournament in all things. She had been excited by the prospect of facing him when their bout had been announced. For a moment, she had thought Harry had been chosen when Bagman had said that it would be contested between two of the champions. She was not ashamed to admit that she had been relieved that it hadn't. She of course would have given it her all, but she was under no assumption that she would revel in facing off against him. Their relationship was already frail and tentative. She did not want anything to jeopardize that further, though if she were to beat Crumb, being pit against Harry would only become more likely. Much to his amusement, he had been drawn to battle Terry in this round, who had paled at the announcement. Avoiding a strangulation curse, she produced a thick cloud of white fog that drifted towards Victor. Even through the mist, she could see his thick brows settle into a frown as he pondered what his next move would be. Fleur grinned as he tried to clear it with a gust of wind, only for the speed it moved towards him to increase. Out of sheer desperation, Crumb conjured a silver, opaque shield around himself just before it reached him. Fleur's spell work continued as she began layering more spells on the fog. It was a difficult thing to do, needing both balance patience to achieve. So long as Crumb took refuge, the outcome of the duel would remain in her favor. After a few moments of further work, she cheered internally as she added her final spell to the fog and the shield around Crumb began to crack, deep fissures forming as her freezing charm took effect. With a final groan, the shield gave way, revealing a heavily panting and sodden Bulgarian who pushed himself to his feet just as the cloud surrounded him. After a few moments of confusion from the crowd, Fleur cleared it with a wave of her wand and they were greeted by the sight of a dry and gently snoring Victor Crumb, her sleeping charm having taken the desired effect. "Winner, Delacour," Flitwick announced, impressed by what he had seen. Fleur offered a respectful bow, exhausted from the efforts it had taken to defeat Victor. He had been a worthy opponent, much more powerful than she had expected. Had any of his spells broken through her shield, she would have been left in a bad way. "That was impressive," Harry commented as he clapped politely for the girl. "How would you have countered it?" Terry asked curiously. "Well, the cloud was a variant of the obscuring charm. You can tell that it was a variant by the wand movement. Instead of a swish at the end, she circled it, protecting it from the natural defense which, as Crumb demonstrated, would be a gust of wind." Terry snorted. "Only you would notice a difference in wand movements. Only a competent duelist would notice it," Harry corrected. "I don't think Crumb even considered Fleur had that type of skill. She's bloody brilliant at charms." Terry nodded his agreement. "I suppose we'd best get this over with," he grumbled as his name was called. "Terry," Harry called as the boy began to walk towards the platform. He turned and gave him a questioning look. "Give it your all. If I think you've given up too soon, I will kick your ass around this stadium." Terry chuckled as he nodded. Harry knew that the boy would not present much of a problem for him, but that didn't mean he wanted to humiliate him. Terry was one of the very few people he had ever met that he could tolerate being around. He would go as far to say that his housemate had grown on him somewhat. He took his place opposite the boy and returned the bow offered with one of his own. "Begin," Karkaroff growled, likely annoyed that Crumb had been eliminated. Terry opened the proceedings with a salvo of bludgeoning curses and even a bone breaker aimed at his wand hand. Harry batted them aside and grinned. Terry's form was excellent, and his casting had improved tenfold since the opening round a few months prior. For someone who had not seemingly invested much time in the practice, he was good, likely better than most at Hogwarts already. Taking the boy a little more seriously, Harry set fire to the center of the platform and ripped it away before launching the searing wood towards his foe. "Bloody hell," Terry huffed as he threw himself to the ground to avoid it. "All right, Potter, I've got something for you." Harry's eyes widened as a very questionable slicing curse was sent his way. Were it to hit, he would be saying goodbye to a limb, permanently, though it splashed harmlessly against a luminescent, green shield he conjured. Nodding appreciatively at the advanced curse, he delved into a branch of magic he had recently been practicing under the tutelage of Tom. It wasn't necromancy per se, but it was related to a degree that most would be uncomfortable with. Ensuring that he was safe behind his shield, he began muttering under his breath in a tongue that would take him considerable effort to master. Luckily for him, it was seemingly made for people who spoke Parseltongue. The rhythm of the speech being similar and some phonics also. He dropped his shield and raised his arms in an upwards motion as Terry looked on in confusion. As he did so, a dozen ghostly figures emerged from the ground, clad in armor and wielding an array of weapons. They gave an almighty battle cry as one approached Harry and took a knee in front of him. "How may I serve you, my lord?" "Surround him only. There will be no need to attack. You may block any spells he fires." "Very good, my lord," the man complied, smashing his fist against his mailed chest. Harry watched in amusement as the silver-eyed man led the rest and surrounded a dumbfounded Terry. It was certainly not something that Harry would implement in any fight, but he wanted to put on a show. Not only did it take time, it was a draining spell, one that was difficult to cast let alone maintain. Shaking himself from the incredulity of what he had witnessed, Terry did his utmost to ignore the intimidating spectacle that was the gathering of ghosts around him and fired a stunning spell towards Harry. To his surprise, one of the specters dived in front of it and fell limp to the ground. His comrades gave a collective shout of displeasure as they took a threatening step forward, their weapons pointed in his direction. Baffled, but undeterred, he fired of a bludgeoning curse next that was once more intercepted by one of the figures who grunted as he was sent crashing to the ground. Much to his surprise, this one got up and retook his position, shaking his head in discomfort. He did not get another chance to fire another spell, however. As the formation was again whole, other than the one unconscious being, he was forced to erect a shield as several spells were sent his way. He managed to endure 3 of them before his defense collapsed and he was sent sprawling from the platform, feeling as though he had been kicked by a horse. "Merlin, that hurt," he grumbled, coughing from the tightness that had formed. "Winner, Potter," Karkaroff snarled before he stomped away. "What the hell was that?" Terry groaned as Harry pulled him to his feet. "Just something I've been working on," Harry replied cryptically. Terry shook his head. "Well, thanks for not making it worse," he offered. "Those things could have killed me, couldn't they?" Harry nodded. "They could have torn you limb from limb if I wanted them to. Believe me, it was quite tempting." "You don't mean that," Terry denied with a chuckle. "Now, help me to Pomfrey. I think my ribs are broken." Harry huffed as he pointed his wand at the boy and hissed gently. The throbbing of his torso ceased, and Terry released a deep breath, no longer wincing in pain. "Ah, you do care," he mocked. "Shut up, Terry," Harry muttered as he led the way back towards their seats. "So, what happens now?" Harry shrugged. "I suppose they will do another draw to see who we will face next." His guess proved to be right as Dumbledore took to the platform, his questioning, concerned eyes meeting Harry's briefly before he placed his wand to his throat. "Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause for those that have reached this stage of the competition." The crowd clapped accordingly with a few whistles ringing out across the stadium in recognition of the competitors. "Now, it is time once more to draw names for the next round. Only 8 duelists remain. Mr. Bagman, if you please. Bagman stepped on the platform clutching the sorting hat that had seemingly had the name of the victors recently added. Our first duel will see Cedric Diggory of Hogwarts taking on Albrecht Duval of Durmstrang. Diggory would have his work cut out for him against Duval. He was exceptional with curses and elusive. Cedric would need to find a way to pin the other boy down if he wanted any chance of winning. Oh ho, our next bout will consist of the remaining champions as Fleur Delacour of Beauxbatons will take on Harry Potter of Hogwarts. Harry felt his stomach sink at the announcement. He knew that it could be a possibility that he would face her, but he hadn't expected the feeling of dread that was settling in his stomach. He certainly didn't fear her but more what could happen. He blocked out the voice of Bagman as he pondered his predicament. He couldn't simply let her win. It was not in his nature to lose and she would see through it immediately. Yet, he couldn't comprehend doing anything that would harm her. Such a thought made him feel sick to his stomach. Bloody hell, he groaned internally. He was pulled from his musings by someone nudging his shoulder. He looked up to see Terry giving him a look of sympathy as he nodded in front of them. He turned to see a rather subdued Fleur in front of him. He stood automatically, not knowing what to say. We both knew this could happen, she sighed sadly. Harry nodded. It doesn't mean I don't want you to give me your best, he replied with a tight smile. I'll tell you the same as I told him. If I think you are holding back or give up too easily, I will kick your ass all over this stadium. Fleur raised an eyebrow at him before turning her nose up. Not if I do it to you first. Harry chuckled at the girl. Good luck, Fleur, he offered in French. Her eyes widened. You have been learning. Little, he responded. You did tell me I should expand on my linguistic abilities. Fleur huffed. You are a silly boy, she sniffed as she pulled him into her arms. Good luck, Ari, she returned before keying his cheek and taking her leave. A familiar warmth spread throughout him and he reached up unwittingly to touch where her lips had been, cherishing the feeling she had left him with. TBR. The sinking feeling he felt at the mere thought of facing her paled in comparison to standing opposite her on the dueling platform. Although he had all but demanded she give him her best and that he would do the same, already, he knew he would not be able to harm her. He had no doubt in his skill but his reluctance to delve into his usual practices could cost him dearly. She too did not appear to be relishing the moment either. Her eyes were on anything but him, as though she was trying to fool herself into believing that it was not he that she would be locked in combat with. As such, Harry followed suit, his own eyes staring directly over her shoulder, ignoring the glint of her silvery hair as it reflected the early afternoon sun. For what he could only assume to be a dramatic finale to the round, he and Fleur had been placed last to duel, with Diggory and Duval preceding them. The contest between those two had been very entertaining with Cedric taking a hard-fought win, demonstrating his own capability in transfiguration. Duval, however, had not fallen lightly. At every turn, he had presented problems and proven himself a threat with his brilliance in curses. What he had lacked, that had likely costed him the victory, was defense against a competent practitioner of transfiguration. Not that it could truly be held against him. Those confident enough to implement the branch in conflict were few and far between. Cedric was one of these few and Harry had felt his respect for the boy grow considerably. The remaining 6 duels had been rather lackluster in comparison and he had little doubt that whoever would emerge victorious between himself and Fleur would eventually face off against Cedric. Whether or not it would be in the final, it was too early to tell. The way that the names were drawn for each round made it impossible to determine. Still, before he could even consider future duels, he had to focus on the one at hand. As Karkaroff stepped up to officiate, their eyes finally met across the distance between them and his stomach sunk once more. In truth, he could not think of a worse scenario than the one he was being confronted with, but he was determined not to lose. Fleur seemingly was of a similar mind as her own eyes, though saddened, held an equal look of determination and Harry knew in that moment that there would be no holding back from her. Defeat her, Harry. Fight as though it was any other in front of you. If your relationship means as much to you both as I believe, a lost duel will not come between you. We do not have a relationship, Harry bit back. Then there is no reason to be reticent. Harry ignored the voice as he readied himself, his grip tightening around his wand as Fleur also took up her stance. Begin. He found himself on the defensive immediately as Fleur unleashed a wave of spells, a pair of bludgeoning curses, a cutter and a dislocation hex aimed towards his wand arm. He spun away from the first two, ducked beneath the third and shielded the fourth, only for the need to arise for him to avoid a trio of, at best, questionable curses consisting of a rupturing curse, a searing curse and one that would burst his eardrums in a rather painful manner. The last three got his attention and he looked up to be greeted by an unexpected sight. Fleur's eyes, though still saddened, were alight with fury and full of tears as she stared at him, her wand moving in a blur as she continued her onslaught. Once more, he had to defend himself, frowning as to what had provoked such a reaction from her. Stepping onto the platform, she had experienced a myriad of emotions. For weeks and months, he had ignored her, and yet, she had told him he was forgiven when he had seemingly seen sense. Looking at him standing but a short distance away had caused those repressed feelings to surface. She had been furious with him, but more than that, she had been hurt. She didn't want to hurt him, not the way he had her, but she wanted him to feel something resembling what she had. When the command to begin was given, the dam overflowed and she unleashed what had plagued her upon him, her wand working much quicker than her mind. Before she could comprehend what she was doing, it was unfolding in front of her, the spells she sent his ways ones she would seldom use. Strangely, Karkaroff offered no warning nor chastisement for her actions and looked on almost gleefully at her actions. Turning back towards Harry, she saw the deep frown marring his features, his eyes questioning until he offered a nod of recognition. She felt victorious in that she had provoked something within him, his seemingly forever calm exterior beginning to show cracks, exposing what it was that lied beneath. Their irritation and a little anger, but what prevailed was the sadness she had seen hints of during their time together. Harry was not one to wear his heart on his sleeve, but his eyes showed all when he wavered as he was, though the sadness was different to what she had expected. It was not a sadness born of neglect or suffering but one of longing, one that craved what he felt he couldn't have. Seeing that hurt more than his ignorance ever could, but she was in too deep to stop. She needed him to know just how much he had hurt her, and her words would fall on deaf ears. He would offer the same tired excuses as to why she should not be around him, and ones yet spoken as to why what happened the night of the ball had been a mistake. To her, it was not, and she would hear no differently from him. His eyes spoke all the words he would not, and it both warmed and renewed her anger. She, however, found herself having to defend the rebuttal of the boy. Returning the favor, Harry fired a string of curses she did not recognize in her direction and she raised a shield to intercept them, each spell smashing against it with a dull thud. She replied immediately and the two began to switch between attacking and defending. She managed to match him spell for some time, though the need to shield more often began to take its toll. He was faster than her, his movement better and his casting crisper. She scarcely recognized what was coming her way, but her defense had thankfully held thus far. Peering through the haze of brightly colored jets of light, his visage remained the same, that sadness he allowed himself to endure still prevailing. Again, it angered her, and her efforts doubled with renewed vigor as her vision sharpened, bringing his misery into clearer focus. With an inhuman screech, a bright ball of blue flame careened from her wand and her heart sunk as Harry lowered his own purposely, what he felt not even flickering as her fire scorched his left arm. "Non, Ari," she called as she fell to her knees, the expenditure of energy finally overwhelming her. "What the hell is she doing?" Harry huffed internally as he did enough to keep her occupied, his wand working to deflect her attack before sending his own. "Hell hath no fury, Harry. I haven't scorned her. No, what you did is much worse. You have not addressed anything that has happened between you. You already know my thoughts. You reap what you sow." The voice fell silent and Harry continued the duel in earnest, doing his utmost to ignore the pained glare of the girl opposing him, a feat that was not possible. He was transfixed by her gaze, the hurt and anger within them only increasing the more he nullified her offense. He could put an end to it if he so wished. Her form was becoming sloppy, her movements labored and spells weaker, though her will remained strong. For all he had or hadn't done, she wanted to hurt him, the magic she employed leaving him in no doubt. What he learned was that he had severely underestimated just how much his actions had affected the girl, and it was something that did not sit well with him. He had already felt guilty, still carried the burden of loss of something he had never considered a possibility for himself. And yet, what he had endured seemingly paled in comparison to what she had. In this moment, he felt like a monster for depriving her of whatever it was she sought, though he did not know exactly what that was. It mattered not. He watched as her eyes yellowed and took on a more avian shape as she screeched. Seeing her lose control this way was the final straw for him, and he allowed his wand to fall to his side as the ball of flame headed towards him. If causing him pain would end hers, he would endure it, if only to see her misery fade. She deserved that from him. It hurt, much more than the time Petunia had, accidentally, burned him with the iron. His robes where the fire hit had been reduced to ash and the skin bubbled, eliciting a hiss of agony from him as his nose filled with the sweet sickly smell of burnt flesh. Quickly, he cast a numbing charm on the area and doused it in icy water before he turned his attention back to the girl who was doubled over on the platform, breathing heavily. Her wand was still held, though loosely, and it took nothing more than a disarming charm to relieve her of it. He ignored the call of Karkaroff naming him the victor and crossed the distance between himself and Fleur. Kneeling next to her, he took her hand in his own and her once more cerulean eyes found his. "I'm sorry, Ari." Harry shook his head. "You have nothing to be sorry for. Come on, let's get away from here," he suggested, noting that every pair of eyes in the stadium were on them. Whatever Fleur had experienced had left some of her own clothing singed. He conjured a large blanket before wrapping it around her shoulders and helping her to her feet. He began to lead her away when a voice stopped them short. "Mr. Potter, your arm will need to be tended to immediately," Madame Pomfrey called. "That is if you want to avoid permanent damage." Harry glanced at his limb and grimaced. Much of the flesh had been burnt in places and it was oozing an unpleasant pus. He would not be able to move it without exacerbating his injuries further. Nodding his agreement, he turned towards a stricken Fleur and offered her what he believed to be a comforting smile. "Ari, He held up a hand to silence her. "I probably deserved it," he snorted. "Can you meet me at the lake at 9? Fleur nodded. "You will leave my care when I deem you fit to do so," Madame Pomfrey interjected. "I will be there at 9, Harry reiterated firmly as he followed the matron. Fleur watched him leave, feeling both better and worse for having vented. She no longer felt the weight of what had plagued her but felt guilty, nonetheless. She hadn't wanted to hurt him, not truly. Now that she had, it didn't feel right. She wanted nothing more than to be by his side and ensure that he was okay. "What was that?" the voice of Phi demanded as her and Marie arrived. Fleur shook her head, not wanting or able to explain her actions. "Madame Maxime is not happy. She is coming this way," Marie explained. Fleur took note of the enormous woman stalking towards her. "Would you care to explain just what on earth you were doing?" The woman growled. The smell of the salve that had been liberally applied to his arm was much worse than the smell of the burning skin. So thickly had it been smeared, that his arm was no longer visible. "This will need to be cleaned and reapplied daily for the next 2 weeks at least," Madame Pomfrey explained. "You are lucky that you will only be left with some scarring." 2 weeks? Harry asked, surprised she felt it would take so long to heal. It was very unlikely that it would. The time spent completing his rituals would see to that. "You were burned with magical fire, Mr. Potter. It will take time for your body to purge the remnants of foreign magic left behind before it can begin to heal. The burn salve can only do so much for a magical wound." "Is it something I can do myself?" Pomfrey nodded. "It is, but you will come to me once every few days so I can check on the wound," she instructed. "I will inform the judges that you will be unable to proceed further in the dueling competition." "Why?" "Because I will not medically clear you. Were any further harm to be done to that wound, it will likely be permanent," she returned matter-of-factly. "I will not have your foolishness on my conscience." He wanted to protest, to argue that he would be fine, but he knew his pleas would be for naught. "You should be focused on the third task," Madame Pomfrey advised. "If you heal well enough, I will have no reservations in clearing you for it." Harry could only nod as she left the medical tent. "I would have won," he grumbled. "Yes, but at what cost?" Tom returned irritably. "What you did was foolish, and she is right. Oh, should consider yourself lucky you have not been wounded further." "I know," Harry agreed. "I just wanted to make it stop for her." Tom sighed. "It is unbelievable how dense you are in some things, Harry. Clearly, I should have spent more time teaching you about the world outside of magic than I have." "What will you do?" Harry shook his head. "I should be asking you that. I have no idea what I'm doing when it comes to her. I thought I was doing the right thing by keeping her away, but that didn't work. Although my own experience is limited, I can tell you this. Girls like Fleur Delacour are not damsels who wish to be protected, Harry. They are protectors and are big enough to make their own decisions for themselves. You need to allow her to do that. Harry nodded, feeling thoroughly chastised by Tom. It's hard, Harry sighed. I don't know what it feels like to care for anyone else, not like this. I've never had anyone that really meant anything to me. I know, Harry. Maybe that is what you should start by telling her. Madame Maxime had been very unhappy with how she had comported herself and had certainly vocalized her displeasure. Fleur could understand. Since she had begun at Beauxbatons, the woman had spent much time with her, teaching her how to not be the way others would already perceive. From her own experiences, she had learnt and had tried to instill some of those lessons within the young Vila, but today, it was as though she had thrown them back in her face. She had lost control of herself, had lost the composure she had spent years mastering and maintaining. Fleur was not sorry, however. There was always going to be a time when that mask would slip, when her nature would show itself, and it had only taken one boy for that to happen, though it could prove to be a blessing in disguise, well, she hoped. Having been thoroughly chastised by her headmistress, she had decided to shower and then spend some time alone in the hope that the evening would come quickly and that Harry was not going to be dismissive of today as he had with others thus far. They needed to talk, for both. A conversation must be had were they to avoid widening the rift that had started to form between them since the night of the ball. She busied herself by repairing her damaged robes from the duel and brushing her hair into a long ponytail before the time to meet Harry arrived. She stepped out of the carriage into the cool evening air. It was now a far cry from the coldness of the months prior, yet still chilly for one accustomed to the warmer nights of the south of France. Taking a seat on one of the many rocks that lined the edge of the lake, she waited. It was several minutes later that the sound of footprints could be heard approaching, and she suddenly felt nervous, her mouth drying as they drew nearer. She turned to be greeted by the boy, his arm heavily bandaged, reminding her of what she'd done, and the nervousness gave way to guilt. "I'm sorry, Ari," she offered sincerely. He offered her a weak smile as he shrugged. "It's all right," he assured her as he took a seat and looked across the water. "I won't be able to duel, but there's no permanent damage other than a few scars to remind me not to upset Avila." "Non, it was wrong of me to lose control like that," she countered. "True, but I've obviously given you reason to," he returned. Fleur huffed as she stared at him. "I've never had trouble with boys, not like this. You, Avenue more than made up for it since I met you." "It's the same for me," he sighed. "I've never had to deal with anything like this. I've always been alone, at first because that's the way it was. Then it was what I was used to, what I was comfortable with. Because people would only see Harry Potter, the boy who defeated I am." Harry frowned thoughtfully. "In a way, yes, but mostly because of the life I've lived. When I came into the wizarding world, I read some of the books that had been written about me, none even close to how it had been. I wasn't raised in a castle, and I didn't spend my childhood fighting vampires, dragons, or anything else. I didn't even know they existed. I grew up in a Muggle village in Surrey and lived in a cupboard." He snorted derisively before continuing. "Imagine the surprise of the world. Their hero who defeated the Dark Lord living in a cupboard. Not quite the romantic tales written." "You lived in a cupboard?" Fleur questioned angrily. "There's no need to bring your feathers out, it's something I dealt with a long time ago," he chuckled. Fleur narrowed her eyes at him. "All I mean is that I am far from what anyone expected. When they realized that, they kept their distance, and I was content with that. For the past few years of being here, I can count on my fingers how many people I have spoken to willingly. It's not that I think that I am above them, it's more that I don't know how to talk to others. I spent my whole life until I came to Hogwarts alone. I didn't have friends at Muggle school, and I've never gotten close enough to anyone to really care about them. And then you came along." "I did," Fleur agreed. "I still don't know what I'm doing," he said honestly, turning to face her. "I thought I was doing the right thing by pushing you away. You know what has happened to me since I came here and what is waiting for me. I've never had to think about someone else's feelings before, but the thought of anything happening to you terrifies me. That is normal, Ari. How do you think I feel knowing what has happened to you and what could in the future?" Harry nodded. "A part of me wanted you to not care. I was comfortable being alone, I still am. But I don't want to hurt you or be the reason for you to lose control like you did earlier. What can I do to make that not happen again? I need you to tell me because I have no idea. Just don't push me away, Ari, she answered. Let us be there for each other. I don't know what this is, she sighed, gesturing between them, but I, Avenue never, had anything like it. The only people I, Avenue, Avenue been my family. I know it is not the same as you, but I know what it is like to be lonely too. Now that I know what it is like, I do not want to be lonely anymore. What about Voldemort? What about, I am? Fleur questioned dismissively. If he does come back, then we will deal with it then. My papa can keep you safe, Ari. I don't want to be kept safe, Harry replied. I want him dead and I want to be the one to do it. I don't expect you to understand, but I can't live my life hiding from him. One way or the other, it will happen. I need you to know that. Fleur nodded resignedly. But not until you are ready. I will not, Avenue you charging into a fight with, I am like an idiot, she said sternly. I do understand, Ari, and I know that if there is anyone that can beat, I am, it is you. Just, don't do something silly. It is not just you that you, Avenue to think about. It would break my heart if anything happened to you. I can't promise that it won't, he said honestly, her words warming and filling him with dread equally, but I can promise that I won't just walk into a fight with him unprepared. I'm smarter than that. And you, Avenue me to make sure of it. I will not, Avenue you gallivanting around, Ari Potter, she warned. I won't, he assured her. So, what do we do now? We do not, Avenue to do anything. We, Avenue to get through the rest of the tournament and then, I don't know, she finished lamely. Just, talk to me, Ari. Do not push me away. He nodded his agreement. He didn't know what there was between them, but there was something about having her in his life that just felt right. He'd missed her, that he could admit. Whatever the future held, he did not know. What he was certain of, however, was that the girl sat beside him deserved better than what he had given so far, and a small part of him started believed that he deserved it too. You would have beaten them both, Terry commented as he watched Cedric face off with a Durmstrang student. Harry agreed. Though both were not inept, the holes they had in their game was glaring and something he would have taken advantage of with little problem. They should have at least let you stand in for Harry, Terry added to Fleur. Madame Maxime would not allow it, the girl replied. She is still angry about what happened during our duel. Yeah, but we've all been tempted to set fire to him. He's just got one of those faces. Fleur giggled as Harry shot Terry a glare. How's the arm? Terry asked before Harry could offer a rebuttal. Not too sore that I won't give you a slap, Harry replied. That was not entirely true, but he did not need to know that. His arm was still sore, the skin tight and it pulled uncomfortably any time he moved it. He had kept up the required healing regimen and it was getting better, though slower than he would have liked. Madame Pomfrey, however, was quite astounded at how quickly he was healing. The blackened flesh was all but gone and had been replaced with a very sensitive pink layer that burned uncomfortably whenever he showered or cleaned away the salve. What he had achieved in 3 days should have taken at least a week according to the woman. Well, I won't inquire to your health anymore, Terry returned. This is the thanks you get from looking out for him. He is ungrateful, Fleur agreed, offering him a sweet smile. How has this turned into you ganging up on me? He grumbled. I knew I shouldn't have taken it easy on you. If you call that easy, I have no interest in seeing the other. Well, I do know a curse that will choke you on your own balls, Harry mused aloud. Fleur grimaced as Terry cringed. You can teach me that one, Phi interjected. What? It could be useful, she added when Fleur and Marie gave her a look of disgust. Do not teach her that, Fleur warned. She will use it on anyone that upsets her. I would not. The two began debating in French and Harry turned his attention back to the duel. As expected, Cedric was employing transfiguration and his opponent seemed to favor a mixture of charms and curses. Currently, they were at a stalemate and the duel had devolved into something that held little entertainment, certainly not on the level of those that frequented the hag of an evening. Diggory is tiring, Terry commented. He is. He won't last much longer, Harry predicted. His words rang true only a few moments later when a spell from his opponent slipped through before a shield could be raised and Cedric was sent spinning from the platform. The Hogwarts students groaned in disappointment, but he stood seemingly without injury, sporting a smile. Winner, and your dueling champion, Casimir Nemkov of Durmstrang, Dumbledore announced. Harry clapped politely with the rest of the crowd, those clad in red much more enthusiastically than the rest. Bullshit, Terry grumbled. Everyone knows he isn't the champion. It should be you up there. But it isn't, Harry pointed out, and it isn't his fault. He did what he had to, and he won. Terry frowned but nodded. I would kindly ask that the Triwizard champions remain behind once the rest of the students have left the stadium. Looks like we will finally find out what the final task is, Harry mused aloud. Well, good luck with that, Terry offered as he left with Marie and Phi. Soon after, the stadium was empty and only Harry, Fleur, Cedric and Victor remained along with the judges. Come, join us, Bagman invited. The champions gathered as the man bounced on his toes excitedly. Thankfully, it was Dumbledore as the hosting headmaster that spoke to them. The time has come for you to learn what the third task will entail, he began as he drew his wand and vanished the dueling platform. The third task is seemingly quite simple but is fraught with much danger. Your task will be to navigate the maze and retrieve the Triwizard Cup from the center. The first to do so will be crowned the victor. Harry watched as he twirled his wand in a series of intricate motions and what appeared to be small hedgerows emerged from the ground. Each one barely stood a few feet in height. I can assure you, these will tower over you when it is time to enter. Within the maze will be an assortment of tasks and challenges for you to complete, many of which should not be taken lightly. If there are no questions, we will leave you to your preparations. When none were asked, the headmaster dismissed them with a gentle nod and Harry headed towards the exit with Fleur. I almost forgot about the third task, she sighed. Harry nodded, but he hadn't. The tournament is what had been occupying his mind for the better part of the year, and now that the end was in sight, he could almost feel the relief washing over him, though he knew that now was not the time for complacency. Still, the thought that someone had entered him for a purpose plagued his mind and that had yet to act. The third task would be the final chance to do so. I can't wait until it is all over, he replied. Me either, but that just means I will have to go home, she said sadly. Harry snorted. You hate it here, he pointed out. You don't like the food or the cold. Non, but you are, Ari. I will miss not seeing you every day. His stomach sunk at the thought of her leaving. It would be odd not seeing her so often and he couldn't help but think of how much he would miss having her around. Mr. Potter, could we have a word, please? Harry nodded and followed Professor Flitwick and the deputy headmistress to her office from the Great Hall. Once they reached it, he was beckoned inside, and the woman gestured for him to take seat. Both appeared to be nervous and shared an unknowing look before Professor McGonagall reached into one of her desk drawers and retrieved a thick envelope. She placed it on the desk in front. I believe these are your results. They arrived this morning, but you were not at breakfast to receive them. I can assure you that it has remained unopened until you could be found. Harry nodded gratefully as he read his name on the front of the missive, the ministry embossed on one of the corners. He had been preparing this morning and had been reading up on previous tournament tasks for any further indication of what this one would include. Although it had been enlightening and gave him an idea of the danger he faced, there was seemingly no consensus of what to expect. He would essentially be blind and that did not sit well with him. You do not have to open it here, if you do not wish to, Flitwick comforted, noticing he was lost in thought. Harry nodded but began to break the seal. He hadn't thought much on the exams since they had been completed, his focus having been on dueling, the third task and his arm healing, which thankfully had. All that remained since the burn occurred 3 weeks ago was a few scars that did not inhibit his movement in the arm. A few more scars to add to his collection was not something to worry about, certainly not compared to what could happen to him in the future. Once the seal broke, he removed the sheaves of parchment within and began to read. Dear Mr. Potter, please find enclosed the results of your recently completed ordinary wizarding level and nastily exhausting wizarding test assessments conducted by me at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Classification is as follows. O, outstanding. E, exceeds expectations. A, acceptable. P, poor. D, dreadful. T, troll. Should you wish to make an appeal for any of the given grades, you must write to the Department of Magical Education within 30 days of receiving them. Your results are as follows. Owls. Ancient runes, O. Arithmancy, O. Astronomy, E. Defense against the dark arts, O. Herbology, O. History of magic, E. Potions, O. Newts. Charms, O. Transfiguration, O. Congratulations, you have obtained 9 owls and 2 newts. Best wishes. Madame Griselda Marchbanks, Senior Examiner. He breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't care about history nor astronomy. He had no desire to pursue either beyond owl level and certainly not as careers. He needed to sit and think about what subjects he wanted to continue with from next year and begin deciding what it was he wanted to do when he left school. Seeing his exam results made that reality settle in much more than he thought it would. "May I?" McGonagall asked. Harry nodded for her to read. Perhaps she would be able to assist him somewhat with his latest quandary. Once she had finished reading, she handed the parchment to Flitwick and leaned back in her chair. "I must say, Mr. Potter, though I did not expect anything less from you, I am very impressed. You should be very proud of your achievement," the woman offered warmly. "Thank you, Professor," Harry replied, "but what will it mean for next year? Professor Flitwick and I have been discussing that very topic these past few weeks. We are both very keen for you to continue with whatever newts you choose and spend more time with each of us in our own fields. Should you choose to accept, we would like to offer you an apprenticeship in both charms and transfiguration. Having a mastery in both subjects would give you endless opportunities in whatever career you decide upon. Is it something you have been considering?" Harry nodded. "I'm not sure what I want to do," he answered honestly. "What would be the best topics to continue with? What ones would open more doors for me? Well, each subject will open different doors and different combinations of them more so. If, for example, you wished to be an Auror, you would need charms, transfiguration, defense and potions at the very least. With how difficult it is to be accepted into the academy, I would also recommend additional subjects to bolster your achievements. I don't plan on working in an office, I don't think it would suit me," he replied thoughtfully. "I don't enjoy stargazing so much and I'm no gardener. I think I'd like to do something practical. I thought about dueling and even curse breaking." "It is not something you have to decide now," McGonagall said dismissively. "You are still only 14 after all. However, should you choose to accept our offer, an apprenticeship will last between 3 and 5 years, depending on how quickly you progress. If you are uncertain still on what you wish to do, I would urge you to accept. It is not an opportunity earned by many and you are extraordinarily talented in both subjects. Having 2 masteries will almost guarantee you whatever opportunities you would seek next." Harry nodded thoughtfully. "It would be a shame for you to not fully utilize your talent, Harry," Tom added. "One day, Voldemort will be gone. I do not wish for you to reflect on missed opportunities because you were so consumed by him. You said that my father was gifted in transfiguration. Did you offer him an apprenticeship?" he asked curiously. McGonagall nodded as she gave him a sad smile. "I did, and he proved to be the young man I always believed he was. He turned down my offer so that he could contribute to the war efforts. He truly was a pain in the backside, Mr. Potter, but one of the most genuinely kind people you would ever meet. And you're not just offering this because of him." McGonagall was struck by the question and her visage quickly shifted into that of the stern professor she usually was. "I can assure you, Potter, that you have earned this opportunity on your own merit. I respected your father, but I certainly would not seek validation through you by desecrating my field of expertise with a subpar practitioner." "Neither would I," Flitwick added firmly. "Then I would like to accept," Harry returned. The 2 professors smiled, though they were evidently surprised he had done so as readily as he had. "Well, I will submit the required paperwork to the Department of Education and begin planning for your next years," McGonagall announced, shaking her head. "And congratulations, Harry. You should feel very privileged to receive this opportunity from one of us, let alone both." "Indeed," Professor Flitwick agreed. "Nevertheless, I am honored that you have. It has been a joy to see you develop from your first day to where you are now, and I look forward to continue watching you grow." Harry smiled at the pair genuinely. Although the woman was a no-nonsense sort, she had proven to be an excellent teacher as had the diminutive man next to her. Although he had the talent and he had Tom, they had both nurtured him over the years, had continuously pushed him and made him work for what he had earned in their subjects. Now, it appeared that they would do it. More so, and the feeling of relief he felt was unquestionable. For the next few years at least, he knew what direction his life would be heading in. "You don't seem that nervous about tonight," Terry pointed out whilst they ate their breakfast the morning of the third task. Why would I be? You've seen the caliber of people I'm up against, Harry returned with a grin. Fleur narrowed her eyes at him from across the table and began muttering in French. She's already burnt you once. I wouldn't tempt it again, Terry suggested. No, it wasn't a pleasant experience, Harry sighed. Maybe I should just let her win. You will do no such thing, Fleur bit back. I do not need you to let me win. I will beat you. Harry chuckled as he helped himself to more eggs. He had no desire to lose to any in the tournament, though the thought of something occurring during the task played on his mind. Tom had also urged him to be cautious. Well, he had urged not competing altogether, and the pair had quite the heated discussion about it. Flashback. For weeks, he had been preparing for any fathomable interference in the task, and the conclusion he reached for any scenario was very much the same. Keep his cloak with him, keep a portkey handy, and do whatever was needed to ensure he survived. I implore you to reconsider, Harry. You need only enter the maze and wait for one of the others to retrieve the cup. And what if that person is Fleur? What happens if there is a trap intended for me and it is her that falls into it? I can't do that, Tom. Then discuss it with her. She will understand. Harry sighed. She would understand and would likely go along with anything he suggested, but what if whomever was targeting him had accounted for this? What alternative plans could there be in place? Both Tom and Dumbledore had said numerous times that Voldemort was resourceful and always found a way to get what he wants. The death of his parents was proof of that, and the fact the bastard still lived also. No matter what he chose, Voldemort would likely get what he wanted, one way or another. I think the best thing I can do is reach the cup first. It all began with the bloody thing and likely will end with it. It's been proven that it is not uncompromisable. Perhaps you are right, Tom conceded unhappily. I just wish we weren't so left in the dark. Harry nodded his agreement. There had to be someone working against him within the school, but he could not figure out who. For hours, he had perused the map, looking for any potential person that would work for Voldemort, and only two names had stood out: Karkaroff and Snape. Tom assured him that Karkaroff would be a fool to return to the service of Voldemort, or even attempt to. After having condemned much of his most loyal followers to Azkaban, he would not be forgiven and would certainly not be alive now had he attempted to locate his former master. Snape being a Death Eater had been quite the revelation, but again, Tom was adamant he was not the man. He may have served the Dark Lord at one time, but people like Severus Snape served only himself. It would not be to his benefit for Voldemort to return in any way, not unless he'd become a fanatic over the years, which did not add up. Although he was quite unpleasant to most students, he was no pureblood supremacist. He himself was a half-blood. There must be something we are missing, Tom sighed. I can think of no other knot in Azkaban that would take such a risk other than Wormtail. He's probably with him, Harry huffed internally, but there has to be others. The rat wouldn't be able to orchestrate this alone. No, he would not even be capable of the spells required to trick the goblet, but I am at a loss. Lucius is a possibility, but would only do so if success was promised. He would not risk his position. Harry rubbed his eyes tiredly. The more they pondered the identity of who was working with Voldemort, the more confused he became. If you can't figure it out, I doubt anyone can. I think we should continue as we have and deal with the fallout. Voldemort will not necessarily expect me to be prepared to face him, and there's little that I could escape from. I know, Harry, but it is a risk that I would rather you not take. And I would rather not take it, but I don't see any other way. Besides, I'm still determined to win this thing. And you will. I just do not wish it to cost more than you would be willing to give. End flashback. Don't worry, I still plan on winning, he responded. She nodded satisfactorily. She wanted to win just as much if not more than him, but she would not accept it gifted to her. Her determination was one of the things he admired about her. Despite a less than desirable performance in the second task, she still believed she could win. Ladies and gentlemen, I beg just a moment of your time, Dumbledore called as he stood from his place at the top table. Today, the Triwizard Tournament will be concluded, and I would like to wish all 4 champions luck. His words were met with a polite round of applause. However, before the task begins this evening, I would kindly ask that the champions join myself and the other judges in the antechamber when breakfast has been concluded. What do you think that is about? Terry asked. Harry shrugged. Our families, Avenue come to spend the day with us, Fleur explained. It is tradition on the day of the final task. Harry nodded. It made sense that something like that would happen. As he had no family, however, it became one of those bitter moments in life that he was reminded that he had no such thing. The Dursleys certainly wouldn't be here, and even if they dared to, he would ensure they were gone in a matter of moments. He was not inclined to ever lay eyes on them again. When Fleur finished, she stood and beckoned for him to do the same. He shook his head. The only family I have, or one I have no intention of spending time with. Then you will spend it with mine, she insisted. No, Harry disagreed. This is your time with them. I have a few things I need to do anyway. Fleur stared at him for a moment before sighing and nodding her understanding. Perhaps he should spend some time with Serana. She was almost like family in a strange way. Where do you think you're going, Mr. Potter? Professor McGonagall asked as he stood and began exiting the hall. There are people waiting to greet you. He felt his stomach sink as he changed direction and headed towards the antechamber. Had the Dursleys come, he entered the room to be greeted by the sight of the Delacours, who appeared to be Cedric's mother and father, and a thickly built man who could only be Crumb's father. He was accompanied by a rather squat woman who was apparently his mother. In the corner, however, was quite the surprise. There stood Remus and Sirius, the latter receiving looks of suspicion from the others in the room. What are you two doing here? Harry asked as he reached them. You're right, Moony, he's definitely a charmer, Sirius said brightly as he ruffled his hair. Where else would we be? Well, known werewolf and ex-prisoner, Harry reminded them. Sirius shrugged. If people want to be bigoted about werewolves, they can take it up with me, he declared loudly enough to be heard. The man who was seemingly Cedric's father blushed and turned away at the statement. Besides, being stuck in that house is bloody boring. It's been too long since I sheathed my wand, he added quietly, looking in the direction of Apolline Delacour. Remus shook his head in exasperation. And if you tried with her, I would castrate you myself, let alone what Sebastian would do to you, Harry warned. I was joking, Sirius assured him, taken aback by his protectiveness towards the woman. Bloody hell, she's married. That never stopped you before, Remus broke in. Well, I was young and stupid, Sirius defended. You're still stupid, Remus muttered. Any further conversation was interrupted by the approaching Sebastian, who eyed both men suspiciously. Might I ask who you are? You wouldn't happen to be Harry's relatives, would you? I'm his godfather, Sirius answered with a frown. Sebastian relaxed. You have my apologies, I thought. Wrongly, Apolline broke in, glaring at her husband. My U.S. band is too presumptuous for his own good. It's okay, Remus assured the woman. You must be Mrs. Delacour. Harry speaks very fondly of you, and yourself, he added to the man. You must be Mr. Lupin and Sirius Black, Apolline replied warmly. Ari has been complimentary of you both also. Ah, you do care, Sirius exclaimed, ruffling Harry's hair once more. Harry wrestled himself from the man's grip and grumbled under his breath, narrowing his eyes at Fleur, who giggled at him. Sirius, you know what happened the last time you pushed him too far, Remus sighed. Sirius grimaced at the memory. On one of the few nights Harry had stayed with them, he had attempted to prank him, only for it to backfire. He hadn't been able to sit down properly for a week when the fanged frisbee had lodged itself in one of his beaks. He unconsciously rubbed his posterior. Sorry, Harry. I'm just excited to see you. We've not spent much time together. Harry felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He had been busy and had not visited as often as he would have liked. Between the tournament, schoolwork, dueling and his house, he hadn't made much time for his father's friends. Sorry, Sirius, it won't be like this next year. The man gave him a bright smile, the words meaning more than Harry could have anticipated. It's all right, I understand, Sirius answered. You can make it up to me by taking us round the castle. It will be nice to visit some of our old haunts. Harry readily agreed. Would you mind if we joined you? Sebastian asked. I have not seen much of the castle myself. The more the merrier, Sirius replied happily. Come Fleur, Gabrielle, Ari is going to show us around, Sebastian announced. You'd better not frighten, Fleur warned as he led them from the room. No, it in ghosts, Ari Potter. Harry smirked at the memory of the French student's encounter with Myrtle whilst Sirius looked at him questioningly. I might have sent the French students into the bathroom on the second floor their first night here, he explained. Sirius guffawed and wiped away an imaginary tear. See, he does have it in him, he declared, elbowing Remus in the side. He had been prepared to walk them around the castle. What he had not been prepared for was Sirius announcing each location he had gotten lucky in during his years here. It got to the point where Harry, Remus and Apolline had to tell him to shut up, if only for the sake of Gabrielle, who thankfully understood very little of what was being said. Much to his relief, they left the castle a short while later and entered the grounds. If you are about to say you have done it out here, then don't. Harry huffed, seeing that Sirius was about to speak once more. I wasn't, the man denied. Of course not, Harry sighed. Maybe we should get some lunch. You can join us, if you like. Apolline offered. Avenue brought food from home. There is more than enough. Sirius rubbed his hands together gleefully. It's been a while since I had something French. Apolline ignored him as she led the way towards the edge of the lake before removing and resizing a trunk she had concealed within her robes. She meticulously placed boxes of food on a conjured blanket and cast duplicating charms on the plate and cutlery. Gesturing for them to sit, she handed Harry a plate first with a smile. Once they all had a plate of food, they ate and shared some light conversation before the topic inevitably shifted to the final task that would take place this evening. Harry, not wanting to discuss it any more than he had over the past weeks, took note of Gabrielle. The girl had been much more subdued than usual as they had toward the castle. He had at first thought she was merely shy with the presence of the two other men, but he noticed her eyeing the lake warily. You're not frightened of the water, are you? He asked. The girl nodded as Apolline huffed. It is almost impossible to get in the bath now, she said, shooting her husband a look of irritation. Ah, that's what that smell is, Harry mused aloud. I do not smell, Gabrielle exclaimed. Harry gave the girl a dramatic sniff and wrinkled his nose. It's definitely you, he confirmed. The girl narrowed her eye at him the same way her sister did when she was irritated. She even folded her arms for good measure. Come with me, he urged as he stood and offered her his hand. She hesitated for a moment before taking it and allowing herself to be pulled to her feet. Keeping hold of her, Harry led her towards the edge of the lake where the girl all but froze a dozen or so feet away. I was the one that pulled you out of there, remember? She nodded uncertainly. Do you think I would let anything happen to you? She shook her head as she tentatively began to follow him once. When they were only a few feet away, he released her hand and took off his shoes, socks and rolled up his trouser legs. Stepping into the lake, he gave a shrug. See, there's not anything to worry about. I know you had a bad experience, but that shouldn't ruin it for you. Don't you enjoy baths? Don't you like all the bubbles? The girl smiled and nodded before her face fell. I had a bad dream about being stuck in there, she explained, pointing to the water. You're scared. I do not like it. Harry offered her a look of sympathy as he stepped out of the water and stood next to her. We are all scared of something. The hardest thing to do is face it, but sometimes we must. You don't want to spend the rest of your life being scared, do you? Gabrielle shook her head emphatically. I don't think your parents would let anything happen to you, and neither will I whilst you're with me, he assured her. What are you scared of? She asked. Harry gave a conspiratorial look around before leaning in. Do you promise not to tell? I promise, she answered immediately. Well, I am a little scared of your sister. Gabrielle giggled. Fleur is not scary, she denied. Shish, Harry chided, looking to make sure he had not been overheard. Not to you, but she terrifies me. Why? Maybe I will tell you one day, he replied, but this isn't about me, this about you fearing the water. I can't, it, she whispered. I know, Harry comforted. We can fix it though. Do you trust me? Of course, you're Harry Potter. You shouldn't trust anyone just because of their name, he returned seriously. You should trust people because of what they do. Even though I am Harry Potter, you should trust me because I already helped you get out of the lake. I trust you, Ari. Good, then you know I will not let anything happen to you. Come, he instructed, offering her his hand once more. She took it and he again led her closer to the lake. He could feel her shaking and gave her an encouraging smile as he stepped in up to his ankles. See, nothing bad will happen. She nodded as she slowly removed her own shoes and held out her hand for him to take, a look of determination etched into her features. With a chuckle, he held it and she slowly and shakily stepped in the water next to him. "Well done," he praised gently. "Now, how about we go and visit the mere people?" Gabrielle looked horrified by the idea until he burst out laughing and she scowled at him. "That is not funny, Ari," she growled before reaching down and splashing him with a handful of water. Shocked by her actions, he raised an eyebrow at her. "So, that's how it is it?" "Non, Ari," she yelped as he returned the gesture. Once more she narrowed her eyes and launched herself at him, sending them both sprawling in the shallow water. Not convinced that he was soaked enough, she began splashing him, giggling and shouting in French as he attempted to fend her off. Sebastian laughed heartily as his youngest attacked Harry, his heart warming at the sight of the boy helping his daughter conquer her fear of the water. Had he known she would have developed such, he would never have agreed for her to be placed in the lake. His eyes drifted to his eldest and a smile pulled at his lips. She too was watching the pair, her eyes sparkling with fondness as she giggled at the antics on display. "Well, if I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't have believed it," Sirius sighed, his own eyes not reflecting happiness but relief. "What do you mean?" Sebastian asked. Sirius deflated as he watched his godson. "He worries me," he answered with a shrug. "I know I've not been around but what I've seen of him has not been encouraging. I don't know, maybe I expected him to be like them, but he isn't not even close." "His parents, what were they like?" Sirius smiled. "James and Lily were the nicest people you could ever meet, different but both incredible." Remus nodded his agreement as Sirius seemed to become lost in thought. "When James found out I was a werewolf, he taught the others how to become animagi just so I wouldn't have to go through my transformations alone," he explained. "That's the James that we knew, and Lily was an amazing witch and mother. When Harry was born, you could see how much he meant to her. Do you remember how protective she was over him?" Sirius snorted. "She wouldn't let me hold him until she'd cast a dozen charms on me to prove I was clean and hadn't been drinking," he chuckled, "and when I brought him that broom. Merlin, that woman could curse you. And, Ari is not like them." Sebastian pressed. "Not from what I have seen. James was a bugger, don't get me wrong, but not like Harry. Did you know he's been sneaking into bars to watch illegal duels since he was 11? Sebastian shook his head and cursed under his breath in French. Illegal duels were dangerous, and not just because of the activity. If he was caught there, he would not get away with a light sentence and his reputation would be in tatters. "It is understandable," he sighed. Is not, added easy." Sirius nodded his agreement, smiling at the laughter he could hear from his godson. When he smiled, it was Lily he saw, but almost everything else was James other than the eyes. They too belonged to his mother. "Seeing him like this gives me hope that he hasn't been jaded by the world. Not a day goes by that I do not regret what I did. If I had been there, maybe he would have turned out differently." "Ari has turned out just fine," Fleur broke in. "E might not show it, but E is the kindest and sweetest person Avenue ever met." Sebastian hid his grin at the outburst of his daughter. He agreed with her. He may have had a poor start in life, but Harry Potter had turned into a fine young man despite his experiences. Looking at how he interacted with Gabrielle, one would never know the burden he carried nor what his intentions were. Seeing his eyes filled with care had him doubting momentarily if Harry could indeed end a life, but then he remembered the cold look he also possessed, and he sobered. Here, Harry appeared as though the weight of the world was not on his shoulders, as though a simple dip in the lake was deepest of his concerns. However, Sebastian knew better. He had seen the hurt and the anger the boy held within, and for a moment, he felt sorry for any that crossed his path until he reminded himself of just who these people were. They were the scum of Wizarding Britain, the ones that had brought misery to many, the very same that had robbed the boy of his family. Sebastian did not feel sorry for them, but he pitied them. If the Dark Lord did return, it would be to greet whatever it was that Harry would unleash upon them. Still, he would much rather the boy allowed himself to be sheltered, though he knew such thoughts were folly. As Harry had said himself, he had been preparing for what he believed to be the inevitable for years, and Sebastian, as much as he wished he could, would not be the one to deny him his justice. He only hoped that Harry could see through his desires towards those who cared for him. Fleur would be inconsolable were anything to happen to him. He chanced a final glance at the girl who continued to watch the boy. It was plain to see just how much he meant to her. She was very much like her mother in that way, or perhaps it was a Vila thing. As much as they liked to think they were good at hiding their thoughts and feelings, they weren't, not from what he had seen, and Fleur's was an open book in this moment. He had seen that very same look from her mother when he would greet her at breakfast time or return home from a day at the office. That warmth, that care and that compassion was all too familiar. He eyed the entrance to the maze in front of him, unnerved by how calm he felt. Again, the feeling that something impending was plaguing him and had been since he'd arrived at the stadium. His glance shifted to the judge's table where Percy Weasley sat in the seat usually occupied by Barty Crouch. The man had been taken ill and his assistant was filling in for him, the first turn of events that caused him concern. Were Crouch not so straight-laced, the concern he felt would be much deeper. So dedicated and loyal was he to the ministry that he'd even sentenced his own son to life in prison before promptly resigning from his position as head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and taken the reins in his current role. Harry had learned of such when he had investigated Igor Karkaroff, the man that had openly declared the younger Crouch a Death Eater. No, it merely had to be a coincidence that he had taken ill. The map had corroborated this, and that Percy Weasley was who he claimed to be. Harry had paid close attention to the redhead and had seen nothing to cause him suspicion. However, he was on high alert, remaining vigilant to anything that could pose a threat to him for the duration of the task, though he could not see how one could interfere without being detected. In the maze, he would be alone with the other champions and whatever had been placed there under the supervision of the judges, none of whom he suspected of foul play. Truly, he was at a loss and vowed to continue as he had planned. He would reach the cup first and proceed from there with caution. To what end? He knew not. He would cross that bridge when he came to it with all the care he could. Finally, the klaxon sounded and he entered the maze after giving a reassuring nod to Fleur, who had been rather subdued. Because of her score, she would be the last to enter and had the lesser chance of emerging victorious. As far as he was concerned, the further away from the cup she was, the better. Remember, Harry, calmly and carefully, Tom reminded him. He nodded his understanding. Tom appeared to be much more nervous than he, or perhaps that he was finding it difficult to believe that he would be foolish enough to fall into any trap that may have been set for him. The words Tom had spoken to him made themselves known once more, however. Voldemort tends to get exactly what he wants, Harry. He is as resourceful and as cunning as they come. Never, ever forget that. The words gave him pause as he lit the end of his wand and proceeded down the first row of the maze, his senses sharpened to the world around him that had fallen ominously silent. It mattered not to him. He had endured years of silence and darkness, so this was nothing disconcerting to him. Rounding the first corner came to, he found himself facing two diverting paths, one to the left and one to the right. "Point me," he muttered, utilizing the useful spell Tom had taught him. The wand spun in his hand before indicating the path on the right was the direction in which he would find the cup. Though it was not foolproof, it was better than guessing his way to the center of the maze. Carefully traversing the path in front of him, he frowned as the sound of scuttling could be heard from ahead. Only a moment later, an enormous armored creature came into view. It appeared mostly to be a scorpion, but there was something else mixed in with it. Before he could ponder the species further, it turned to face him and was propelled in his direction with a loud bang, a jet of flame exploding from its posterior. His eyes widened as he deftly rolled to his right to avoid the large claws and clicking mandible. Whatever the beast was, it was determined to kill him, of that he had no doubt. Pushing himself to his feet, he fired a cutting curse and frowned as it bounced off the armor. Once again, he had to take evasive action as it turned to face him and shot towards him. "Bloody hell," he growled as he stood. No longer willing to take any chances on a spell that could be useless, he fired another curse, this one aimed for a spot that was a weakness for all creatures, other than perhaps a basilisk. A shriek of agony could be heard as it began to flail, now bereft of its eyes, the organs having been eviscerated by his efforts. Seizing the advantage, he sent forth a stream of fire that engulfed the behemoth. The pained screeching increased and the unpleasant stench of burning filled his nose before silence reigned once more. Ending his spell, all that remained was a smoking husk and he could only shake his head. He took no pleasure in what he'd done, but in this situation, it was him or his foe. What on earth was that? "I do not know, Harry." It is not a creature I have seen nor heard of. Remain vigilant. We do not wish to be caught off guard by the unknown." Harry nodded as he pressed forward, stepping around the smoldering remains and continuing on his path. He had heard no klaxon but was aware that one or two other champions were now likely in the maze also after the distraction he had faced. After a few moments of walking, he rounded another corner where two statues were seemingly standing guard. Knowing the danger such things posed, he kept his distance and assessed them. Both were large, clad in armor of stone. One held a shield and sword, the other, a flail, the dangerous end resting on the floor. He had experimented with such things during his own studies and knew them to be a threat. Only someone adept in transfiguration and charms would create something like this. He deduced that this was likely the work of either McGonagall or Flitwick, and the thought did little to calm his nerves at facing them. Both were excellent and meticulous in animation. Without the need of testing, he knew they would be resistant to magic, so blasting curses would do nothing, nor would any other curse for that matter. This was why they were an exceptionally useful tool for battle. Very little could break the magical combination imbued into them. There was, however, always a flaw, and he grinned as he realized the one that was apparent. Trying to pass them would be difficult in such a narrow space. He would likely be cleaved in two, or at the very least, be quite injured in the attempt. Thankfully, such a thing was not needed, and he began waving his wand and muttering under his breath. As the effects of his spell began to show, the statues that had been dormant sprung into life and attempted to resist what it was he had done, but to no avail. Slowly but surely, they began to sink into the ground, the resistance they put up, futile against the pull of the mud beneath their feet. Still, they fought until they were submerged to the neck, and Harry ended the spell, the ground solidifying around them, leaving only the stone heads visible. "That was very well done, Harry," Tom praised. Harry released a deep breath. That could have proven to be truly dangerous had he not had the knowledge he did in Transfiguration. Animated warriors were not something he wished to face in circumstances beyond this. They were notoriously difficult to dispatch of, but were equally an excellent weapon should one have the time to create them. He had a few of his own guarding his house that were the labor of many days of trial and error on his part, so he understood the boon they could offer. Shaking his head of thoughts of the creations, he switched his focus back to the task at hand and proceeded, the need to reach the cup before the others starting to become more desperate with each hindrance. Though his vigilance remained, his pace quickened as the path before him opened out once more into two diverting ones. Taking the left this time, he rounded another corner, only to be faced with an odd sight. It was him, only younger. He was thin and sickly looking, his green eyes dull and devoid of happiness. The image caused a shiver to run down his spine as his younger self looked at him pitifully. He was cradling what was obviously a broken arm, and the clothing he wore was oversized and torn, his t-shirt ripped in several places. He swallowed deeply as his younger self turned away from him, revealing a bloodied back where he had evidently been struck repeatedly. Harry remembered this well, remembered the way that Vernon's belt buckle tore into his flesh until he blacked out. He remembered waking up and being stuck to his mattress by the congealed blood and the Velcro-like sound it made when he pulled himself free. It was the lowest point of his life, the time he had been powerless to do anything. "It is a boggart, Harry," Tom interrupted gently. "It is no longer real. That is not what you are." Harry nodded and wiped away the tears that had unwittingly formed before turning his wand on the creature. "Ridiculous," he muttered. He watched as the apparition shifted to resemble what he did now. Stood before him was a much healthier Harry, one that was not plagued with hopelessness but with determination and resolve. With another flick of his wand, the boggart was banished through the opposite hedge, and he glanced around to ensure none had witnessed what had transpired. Lupin had been mistaken during his third year in the belief that Voldemort would appear were he to face the creature. Undoubtedly, it would have been what he just saw. He did not fear Voldemort, nor the Dementors. What he feared was what he had once been, a lonely and helpless child with no means of escape from his misery. Pushing the fear aside, he pressed on, the knowledge that the others were inside the maze spurring him forward with haste. One of the champions was the next thing he was confronted with as he neared another path that split in two directions. As he approached, Victor Crumb walked past in what appeared to be a dreamlike state, his wand held loosely at his side. Harry frowned as he passed and paid him no heed. The older boy could not have possibly missed his presence. Curiously, He followed and still Crumb showed no awareness of him being close by. His seemingly leisured walk continued. It was when the boy turned to head down another path that Harry caught a glimpse of the vacancy in his eyes and his chest tightened. Crumb had either encountered something in the maze that had messed with his mind or he was under the imperious curse. Either one was not good for the Bulgarian or any other in the maze. Thinking quickly, Harry leveled his wand at him before firing a stunning spell. Crumb collapsed to the ground limply, having offered no defense, and Harry relieved him of his wand before firing off a stream of red sparks in the air with it. Taking no chances, he pocketed to foreign wand and cast a repelling ward around the unconscious boy, hoping it would be enough to deter any wandering creatures away from him until help arrived. He was not one to jump to conclusions, but all evidence suggested that he had been placed under the curse and that it was not the product of something that would be found within the maze. Very few witches or wizards were sufficiently versed in the mind arts to justify such a thing. They were a sacred branch of magic and practitioners would not use them lightly, not for something so trivial. I do not know what was hoped to be achieved by controlling him. I can only assume whomever it was would look to eliminate any competition you faced if their wish is for you to reach the cup first. Should I proceed as planned? Yes, Tom agreed reluctantly. It is too late to deviate from our plan. Harry nodded as he made his way down the path that Victor had chosen, his steps pausing as he heard a male scream sounding from another path nearby. He hesitated for a moment, torn between helping and putting an end to the task as quickly as possible. They are close, Harry. You must get to the cup. An illumination of spell fire to his left made up his mind and he ran forward and away from the conflict. Cedric was fighting. That meant his situation was not so desperate that Harry needed to intervene. If anything, it was exactly what he needed so that he could reach his goal knowing there was one less champion to worry about. Rounding another corner, he broke into a sprint, his heart leaping as he spotted the glowing cup on a plinth ahead of him. His run, however, was not without issue. With each step he took, the hedges on either side of him attempted to seize him around the ankles as they closed in on him, leaving the only way to go being forward. Pushing himself, his pace increased until he was clear of them, the final few feet needing a roll to avoid being swallowed up by the incessant plant. He released a deep breath before he approached the plinth, his wand ready. Carefully, Harry. You do not want to trigger any potential traps. Feel what is present but do not touch the cup. He nodded as he closed his eyes and began reaching out for the magic on the cup, ignoring the overwhelming urge he felt to grab it. It was a powerful presence unto itself, imbued with very old magic that was not familiar to him, though it did not feel threatening. It was only when he delved deeper into the magics that he began to feel spells that were more modern. Preservation charms, cleaning charms, dust-repelling charms, he reeled off as he became aware of them. A confundus charm. I suspect it was used to trick the cup into accepting your name. Harry nodded as he continued his investigation. He found toe portkey charms, one expertly layered on top of the other, and the expected compulsion he had felt the effects of as he'd entered the clearing. Undoing the work would take time and it was not something he wished to do. He had no experience dealing with artifacts like this and he could not be certain what could happen were he to interfere with it. Something powerful enough to create a magical contract was certainly not something to be taken lightly. Instead, he fired off a wave of green sparks and waited, only for his summoning to be answered much sooner than he'd expected as he could hear a disturbance coming from one of the hedgerows beside him. His eyes widened as a streak of silver caught his attention and headed straight for the cup. "No, Fleur!" he shouted, snatching hold of her robes as her hand closed around the goblet. Immediately, he felt as though he had been hooked through his navel as the world around him spun away. Alistair Moody prodded the unmoving form of Victor Crumb with his foot, questioning how the boy had sent up the sparks if he was unconscious. With a frown, he aimed his wand, and with a muttered incantation, Crumb began to stir, his eyes widening as he looked around confused. "You're all right, lad," Moody assured him. "Veer am I. That happened. What do you remember?" Crumb frowned in thought. "I remember leaving the ship this morning and nothing else," he answered. Moody grabbed the boy under the chin and looked in his eyes, his own narrowing as the final vestiges of what appeared to be the imperious curse faded. "You do not remember anything that happened in here?" he pressed. Crumb shook his head and Moody cursed under his breath, his gaze shifting upwards as a fountain of green sparks illuminated the sky ahead of him. "Come with me, lad, and keep your wand handy. Something is not right. I do not have my wand, Crumb explained, checking his pockets. Then stay close, Moody instructed as he rushed forward, his wooden leg hitting the ground with a thud with every other step. It took several moments, but eventually the pair reached the center of the maze, where they came upon a bleeding and disheartened Cedric Diggory. Did you send up the sparks, boy? Moody questioned. No, Potter and Delacour must have. I got here in time to see them vanish with the cup. Moody nodded. Right, then it is time for us to leave. It should have transported them outside the maze. Don't take it harshly, lad. You've done well. You too, Crumb. There's no shame in losing in a tournament like this. Cedric offered a dismissive shrug as Victor scowled. Professor, could you do something about my leg? I was bitten by an acromantula. Moody noted the 2 puncture wounds and bandaged them tightly with a wave of his wand. Diggory would need anti-venom, and despite his own paranoia, it wasn't something he kept about his person. That will have to do until you get to Pomfrey. Cedric nodded gratefully and hobbled along after the ex-Auror and Quidditch star as they headed towards the exit. He was disappointed he had not won, but both Potter and Delacour had proven themselves worthy. When it came to who had reached the cup, he had no idea. He had only just managed to identify the 2 as they vanished. Exiting the maze proved to be as difficult as navigating the way to the center. With his injured leg and Moody's missing one, it took almost 20 minutes for them to emerge on the outskirts, though it was to a resounding cheer and round of applause. The grizzled man ignored the crowd as his magical eye spun in the socket, evidently seeking out the wayward champions. The concern of the man showed as he stalked towards the judges' table where Dumbledore was stood, a look of questioning marring his features. Did Delacour and Potter arrive? Moody questioned. No, Dumbledore answered worriedly. Moody cursed. Something has happened, Albus, I can feel it. Diggory saw them both take the cup. Wasn't it supposed to bring them here? Indeed, Dumbledore answered gravely as the crowd began to fall silent, a wave of confusion washing over those in attendance. Someone put Crumb under the imperious curse and his wand is missing. I don't know what the hell is happening, Albus, but I don't like it. The benevolent visage of the headmaster was absent as he drew his wand and closed his eyes. With a burst of fire his phoenix appeared and perched upon his shoulder. My friend, I need you to locate Harry and Miss Delacour, Dumbledore requested of his familiar. With a screech the bird vanished in another burst of flame. Albus, what is happening? Madame Maxime questioned. I do not know, but 2 of our champions are missing, he answered candidly. Did anything happen today to suggest that Miss Delacour was acting out of the ordinary? She spent the day with her parents and Mr. Potter, Maxime answered as the Delacours arrived. What is happening? Sebastian demanded, noting the look of worry on the face of the judges. Karkaroff suddenly fell from his chair, groaning in agony, drawing the attention of those nearby to him. What is it, Igor? Dumbledore demanded as he knelt next to the man. Karkaroff trembled, his eyes wide with fear as he lifted his sleeve to reveal a blackened skull with a snake protruding from its mouth. Dumbledore felt his heart sink as he stood and searched for the potion's professor. He found the man staring at him with a look of disbelief, his already sallow skin much paler than usual. Severus gave only a nod, confirming what he feared. The situation is now desperate, the headmaster announced as he flicked his wand several times, releasing wave after wave of silvery spells that headed in different directions. Minerva, he called, ensure that none leave the grounds. Alistair, I need you to wait for the arrival of Madame Bones. It must be her I speak with. The rest of you, I need you to control the crowd. And me, headmaster? Snape questioned. Are you ready, my boy? Snape swallowed nervously before nodding. Then you know what to do. Snape said nothing as he turned and rushed towards the gate in the distance. Albus, what is happening? Sirius demanded breathlessly, evidently having run to reach him with Remus Lupin in tow. As yet, I do not know, but it seems as though the unthinkable has happened. My priority is ensuring that Miss Delacour and Mr. Potter are safely returned. Before Sirius could reply, Dumbledore felt a disturbance in the wards of the school and the sounds of horrified screaming started only a moment later. The old man rushed towards where the screaming continued with the judges and concerned families in tow, his heart sinking further at what they came upon. A disorientated Harry slammed hard into the ground with the wind being knocked out of him, the sickness and landing indicating that the person who created the portkey was not well versed in the art. It was as he attempted to stand that he felt a series of wards wash over him, and he tried to take in his surroundings through the haze of nausea, his wand at the ready. "You need to get out, Harry," Tom urged frantically. His words, however, were for naught as sporadic swishing sounds heralded the arrival of a dozen cloaked figures, their faces obscured by bone-white masks. "You must escape. Whatever it takes, Harry." "Drop the wand, Potter," a gruff voice commanded. "Who is that?" "Walden McNair," Tom answered questioningly. "Now, why would I do that, McNair?" Harry returned. "I'd much rather die on my feet than cowering before you shits." He was buying time, his vision beginning to clear from the effects of his arrival. He had no such sense of belief that he could defeat 12 Death Eaters, but he was not going to allow them to do as they wished. They would only kill him anyway. His eyes shifted to the stirring Fleur, his only thoughts being to get her out of here. "Stay down," he whispered. "Whatever you do, do not get involved. If you get the chance, find the cup." Giving a quick glance around, the glowing goblet could not be seen anywhere. Not that it would be much use with the wards still up. The magic in them was strong, that he could feel with only a cursory examination. Whoever had put them together had taken their time to do so. Breaking them would not be easy and impossible during a fight. The odds were heavily stacked against him escaping this alive. McNair looked towards his comrades, and though Harry could not see his face, he was evidently confused as to how Harry knew his name. "If you drop your wand, neither you nor the girl will be harmed," the calm voice of Lucius Malfoy assured him. Harry chuckled. "I should have known you'd be here, Lucius," he greeted the man, drawing the S of his name out longer than necessary in a gentle hiss. The slight hint of Parseltongue worked to unsettle the gathered men, and Harry sprung into action. A thick plume of black fog escaped his wand, obscuring him from view, and he did the only thing he could think of in that moment. Withdrawing his cloak and ignoring the shouts of the Death Eaters, he wrapped it around Fleur before casting a cushioning charm, a useful binding charm he had found in the book Dumbledore had gifted him at the end of his first year, and a banishing charm that stuck her to the back of a large tombstone a short distance away. "Non, Ari," was all he heard before he silenced her with a flick of his wand. It was not perfect, but it was the best he could do to keep her safe. The binding charm would hold for 30 minutes or until he died, and the cloak would conceal her sufficiently. There was not room for them both beneath it, and he would see her away from this place. He would do all he could to ensure that. "There he is," a voice shouted. Harry turned in time to avoid a stunning spell and swept his wand across his body, destroying several stone statues before banishing them towards his foes. What he hoped to achieve, he did not know, but if he was to die, he would do so with his wand in hand. "Where is the girl?" "Forget the girl, it is Potter our Lord needs. Avada Kedavra." The sickly jet of green light that had haunted his dreams as a child passed him by, closer than he was comfortable with. "You fool, he must not be killed," Malfoy chastised. Harry's nostrils flared as he returned fire. They may have given him the boon of not trying to kill him, but he was not feeling so munificent. He would kill them all before surrendering. His own offering rocketed towards one of the cloaked men who tried to intercept it with a shield. The spell tore through it as though it were made of paper and sent the man soaring through the air with a scream. Even when he landed, the screaming continued as he was boiled alive inside his own skin, the spell he had been on the receiving end of courtesy of the Blacks. Seizing the advantage, he conjured a ball of green flames into his hand before blowing into it. The fire erupted into an enormous serpent that scorched the ground as it headed towards his foes, one having enough wit about them to divert it away with a guttural roar and a slash of his wand. It was Harry's turn to go on the defensive as several spells were sent his way and his serpent faded as he lost concentration, the need to defend himself taking precedence over maintaining his creation. Having thrown himself to the ground to avoid the onslaught, he rolled behind one of the gravestones as he prepared for his next move. He couldn't avoid so many spells for a prolonged period. One would get through eventually. "Use your surroundings more, Harry," Tom offered. He nodded as began hastily transfiguring small stones and blades of grass into metal spikes before firing them blindly towards where he knew the Death Eaters were waiting for him to emerge. Another scream indicated that another had fallen as he stood and arced his wand over his shoulder. A loud crack sounded as he released his spell and a blinding bolt of lighting was sent forth, scattering the Death Eaters who were not keen to meet such an end. "Will someone bloody get him?" Remaining as composed as he could, He took aim once more and fired a series of bone-splintering curses that had them ducking for cover, buying him some much-needed time for what he hoped would not only put an end to them, but would bring down the wards also. Fiendfire. No. He heard a voice reply as the summoned basilisk roared into life. Harry, however, did not get to enjoy the intended devastation wrought as something heavy collided with the back of his head and he slipped into darkness. It took the combined effort of the 10 remaining Death Eaters to extinguish the hellish fire. What the hell was Potter thinking throwing that spell around? Could he even control it? And if so, how did one so young achieve such capabilities? Had the rat not finally proven his worth and put the boy down with the blow, Merlin knows what would have happened. Likely, they would have all been killed. Lucius shook his head as he watched Pettigrew secure the boy to a large tombstone. Make sure you get his wand, he commanded. The squat man flinched as he relieved Potter of any defense he had and scuttled away to fetch their master. It had been quite the surprise when Wormtail had arrived at his home a few months prior, but not as surprising as what he had brought with him. A shiver made its way down his spine at the memory. Flashback. He arrived home much later than usual, having spent the evening stroking the ego of the minister. The man was a buffoon but currently held the lofty position, so Lucius had to pander to his needs to an extent. Besides, he was not one to turn down a fine meal with excellent wine. Still, Lucius could not abide idiots and he had tolerated Fudge for almost 14 years, though his foolishness often proved to be to his benefit. Often enough, he was able to manipulate the man into getting exactly what he wanted. Some gold donated here or a whispering there was enough. Fudge may have the title of minister, but Lucius was the one pulling the strings. He was pulled from his thoughts by the arrival of his wife. She appeared to be worried and it unsettled him greatly. He may have cared for her little, but she was an astute woman, had been raised by a great house and was not one easily reduced to her current state. We have guests, Lucius, she informed him. At this hour? He returned irritably. Tell them to leave and I will make time when it is convenient. I do not think that is wise, Narcissa replied. They are in the second parlor. Lucius frowned. The second parlor was where he would meet with his less than savory contacts, all of whom knew not to intrude upon him without prior arrangement. With a growl, he stalked towards the room, intent on chewing out whichever fools had defied his wishes. Opening the door, he was greeted by a sight that sickened him but also caused his stomach to sink. Pettigrew would not emerge without cause, not without his safety being assured. I should have known it was too good to be true that you had perished, he spat, his nose wrinkling at the man. You should be grateful that he did not, Lucius, a wheezy voice replied. It was then that he noticed a cloaked figure cradling what appeared to be a bundle of robes to his chest seated in a chair next to the fire. What unsettled him most, however, was the gentle hiss the voice spoke with. Though it did not sound familiar, the lilt was unmistakable. My lord, he stammered. He could almost feel the smile gracing the lips of whatever his master was now before it addressed him once more. It is I, Lucius. Were I in any fit state, you would be punished for denouncing me so readily. Instinctively, Lucius fell to his knees as he always had when the Dark Lord was displeased with him. My lord, I can assure you that had I heard but a whisper. Silence, Voldemort ordered. There have been many whispers, my slippery friend. You chose to ignore them. But I am a merciful lord and I offer you the chance of redemption. Barty will explain what needs to be done. Lucius frowned as the cloaked man removed his hood, revealing the face of another he believed to be long dead. Crouch. It's been a long time, Lucius, the man replied. He barely resembled the youthful boy the Malfoy patriarch remembered. 15 years ago, he had been young, the *owned haired and blue-eyed, looking to prove his worth. It hadn't been long after he joined that their lord had fallen and Barty had been sent to Azkaban where he had allegedly died. How? My father granted my mother her dying wish of seeing me free. For years I was held under his control with no wand and no escape. That was until my master came for me. Now, it is my father that is at my mercy. Lucius could not ignore the glint of insanity in the eyes of the now graying, aged man. His time in Azkaban had ravaged his body and it did not seem his mind had survived the ordeal either. What is it you would have me do? He asked, knowing he had no other choice. End flashback. In the following days and weeks, he had resorted to his former subterfuge to bring the others back into the fold so that they could be gathered here tonight for the resurrection of their master. He had been informed that Potter would need to be subdued, but he had not expected the fight that was put up. As far as he was concerned, the sooner their master was given a body, the better. He himself was not keen on dealing with the Potter boy again, not with the type of magic he had proven to be adept in. Much to his relief and worry, Pettigrew arrived, clutching the bundle of robes that concealed the Dark Lord, and he set to work, retrieving a vial of blood from Potter, who started to stir as his flesh was cut into. It was to the smell of burning and a sharp pain in his arm that he woke to. The gentle crackle of several fires could be heard as he opened his eyes and took in the destruction around him. Someone had managed to snuff out his fire, but not before it had reduced much of the area to ash. Panicking, his eyes shifted to the stone he had hidden Fleur behind, and he breathed a sigh of relief to see that it was intact. His head was throbbing, and he had been gagged and tied to a rough stone that dug uncomfortably in his back. Worst of all, he was bereft of his wand, and the Death Eaters he had fought back against were gathered in front of him around a large cauldron, the contents bubbling away gently within. He growled into his gag as he took note of the pudgy, short man that was tending to the potion. Pettigrew was someone he intended on dealing with, though he wished his opportunity had come when he found himself at an advantage and not of the mercy of those that would see him dead. Be patient, Harry. Your chance to escape will come. Voldemort will not wish you dead immediately. Here, he feels in control, you will need to exploit his ego, Tom advised. Though little showed in his voice, he was worried, concerned by the situation Harry found himself in. As was the boy himself, but currently, he had eyes only for the rat. He wanted him dead just as much as he did Voldemort for what he had done. Wormtail pointedly ignored him, trembling as he carried out his work. Picking up a bundle of robes, he dropped whatever it contained into the cauldron, and the Death Eaters fell to their knees as Pettigrew began circling, speaking aloud. Bone of the father, unknowingly given. You will renew your son. What the hell is he doing? I believe that Voldemort has concocted a ritual to give himself a body, Tom answered defeatedly. Harry watched as Pettigrew placed a bone into the cauldron before withdrawing a large dagger from within his robes. Flesh, of the servant, willingly given, you will revive, your master. He proceeded to lop off his own hand with a single stroke of the blade and began whimpering in pain as he added it to the illicit brew. Harry cringed at the sight. Although he took much satisfaction in seeing the rat in pain, self-mutilation was not easy to watch. After spending a moment composing himself, Pettigrew withdrew a vial of blood from his robes and continued, his words now pained and frantic. Be blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe. Once he managed to empty the vial of blood into the cauldron with a shaking hand, he collapsed to the floor, clutching his stump. The gentle bubbling of the concoction increased rapidly, began emitting an array of colored sparks and enough steam to obscure it from view. Harry was riveted by the display, his eyes unblinkingly focused on the spectacle as he prayed that something had gone amiss. His prayers, however, were unanswered as an eerily, high-pitched voice sounded from within the fog. Robe me, it commanded. Pettigrew scrambled to his feet to carry out the order. Once done, he again crumbled to the floor and the mist began to clear, revealing a tall, cloaked figure. Whatever Voldemort had become was not a sight Harry would ever forget. His skin was waxen, pulled obscenely tight over the bones in his face that were far from appearing human. His nose consisted of nothing more than two crude slits, and his eyes were those of a serpent, red in color and narrowed dangerously towards him. For a moment, the two of them stared balefully at one another before the Dark Lord, content that Harry wasn't going anywhere, turned his attention towards the still kneeling Death Eaters. Rise, he instructed calmly. The followers did so, none brash nor cocky as they had been before the return of their master. Silence reigned as Voldemort walked amongst them, pausing sporadically to stare into the eyes of seemingly random masked men. Would anyone care to tell me what it is I sense from each of you? He questioned dangerously. When none deigned him with an answer, he sighed disappointedly. Guilt and fear are what I feel. You all carry guilt and yet you are fearful, but of what? Is it me? Or is it that you no longer believe in our vision, that you are here tonight knowing that you cannot hide from Lord Voldemort? That, the vows you took so many years ago truly meant for life. The mark you carry, the words spoken were not done so in the moment and were a dedication of a declaration to make the needed changes happen. I have not forgotten our mission, have you? No, my lord, the collection of voices rang out as one. I am pleased to hear it. I do not wish for friends to become foes. We have enough of those that would see our dreams trampled beneath the heels of the mudbloods and filth that continue to plague our world. Is it not our duty as sons and daughters of our families to ensure our continuation without need of sullying our blood with those lesser? Yes, my lord. Voldemort nodded as he walked on, pausing and shaking his head as he came to a gap. There should be others amongst us, those that did not denounce me when they were captured. We will liberate them, and they shall be rewarded for their loyalty, as shall you, Barty, he added as he stopped before another cloaked figure. Tell me, how fares your father? Very much in control, my lord, the cloaked man answered with a bow. Now that his usefulness has outlived itself, I shall take great pleasure in killing him. A reward well earned, Voldemort replied. For those of you that do not know, Barty has worked his way into my good graces. His loyalty never wavered, even when he was held in Azkaban. Thanks to fortune and willingness to serve me, I have risen once more to continue with our endeavors. Barty Crouch Jr., Tom explained. I know not how he managed to escape the prison, but it would be he, I suspect, that is responsible for your name being placed in the goblet. His father's position would offer him the needed advantage. I'm sorry, Harry. Once again I have failed to protect you. How were you to know? All evidence pointed to him dying. It is his father that is to blame. What we need to do is get out of here. You must wait until the time is right. If you fail, then you will die. Harry nodded as he bit down on the rag in his mouth and tested the bindings holding him. They were tight and he could scarcely move, let alone attempt an escape. And that brings us to our guest, Voldemort continued, his gaze shifting once more towards Harry, who stilled. 13 years ago, I overlooked something, and it cost me dearly. My error became the legacy of the boy before me, a legacy built on the lie that it was he who defeated me. The Death Eaters muttered unhappily amongst themselves. You see, it was not Harry Potter that defeated me but a moment of my own foolishness. I did not account for the repercussions of neglecting the ways of old magic. Before me is not a boy of great power but one of luck, one that benefited due to my own ignorance. He slowly walked towards Harry, whose head began to throb once more, though this had nothing to do with the blow that had felled him. Because of the actions of his mudblood mother, I could not bring harm upon. Now, however, her protection is no more and there is nothing that I cannot do to the boy, he added in a whisper as he pressed his forefinger to the lightning bolt scar on Harry's head. The pounding within his skull increased exponentially and he bit down hard on the gag to prevent himself from crying out. The voice of Tom screamed in protest within his mind and Harry slumped forward when the finger was removed. What was that? I felt myself being drawn to him. Remember, Harry, soul shards will look to reconnect with their host. I thought that you were part of me. I am, Harry. Physically and by my own wish, I am part of you, but I am also a part of him. He created me, and though I have changed, he remains a monster that I will always share a connection with. Before Harry could respond, Voldemort spoke once more. You may find yourself wondering why I would go to the trouble to ensure the boy was brought here tonight. Well, the magic protecting him was in his blood, and now, it is in mine also. Perhaps a further demonstration of my superiority is needed. I feel the doubt radiating from each of you. I can assure you, such a thing is unwarranted. His wand snapped upwards in a blur, aimed at the bound teen. Crucio, he intoned gleefully. The pain he had felt at Voldemort's touch paled in comparison to what was coursing through him now. The beating with the belt buckle was a playful punch, and the burning of the iron but a gentle tickle as the feeling of 1,000 scorching knives ravaged his body. After what felt like an eternity but was likely only a moment under the curse, Voldemort relented and Harry released a staggered breath, the taste of iron filling his mouth from where he had evidently bitten through his own tongue in the throes of agony. I don't suppose you would like me to do that again, would you, Harry? His reply was muffled by the bloody rag forced between his lips. It is rude to speak back to your betters, Voldemort chided before his wand was once more leveled at Harry. Crucio. Again, he ended his spell after only a moment, reveling in the pained thrashing of the teen. My apologies, Harry. I was not aware that you could not speak. Allow me, he offered as the gag was removed with a wave of his wand. Now, you may answer. You do not wish for me to do that again, do you? His words were forceful, his callousness on show for all to see as he took pleasure in the pain of the boy. The Death Eaters too took merriment in the sickening approach he had adopted, laughing heartily at the cruel jape. Breathing heavily and attempting to compose himself, Harry met the stare of the man before he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Coward," he gasped, much to the surprise of the Dark Lord and the Death Eaters who fell silent. Voldemort looked at him speculatively for a moment before nodding. "I will forgive your transgression this once. Being raised by little better than dogs has failed to teach you the manners that your parents perhaps would have, had they lived," he returned with a smirk. "I will ask you once more, Harry, and I urge you to choose your words carefully. You do not wish to experience such pain again, do you?" At the mention of his parents, his blood began to boil. Having the man that murdered them mock them ignited a rage within him of the like he had never felt. He had always been quick to anger, had quite the volatile temper, but what he felt was new. It spurred him in a direction that caused him to speak without reverting to intellect. "You're a effing coward," he seethed. "You claim to be the greatest wizard to have ever lived, and yet, you have me tied up and wandless because you fear me." Voldemort narrowed his eyes. "You are a fool if you do not lie to me," Harry roared. The Dark Lord recoiled slightly as he pushed away the unexpected legilimency probe he felt. "You are truly full of surprises," he muttered, "but you mistake caution with fear." Once again, Harry found himself straining against his bindings as another wave of agony overwhelmed him, courtesy of the Cruciatus curse. "Then prove it," Harry wheezed. Voldemort tilted his head before smirking. "And why would I do that? I have already won. Because if you don't, the world will know that you are a coward that could not defeat a mere boy without resorting to having him defenseless. The doubt of your followers will continue, and you will not be able to look at yourself in the mirror knowing you did not truly conquer your demons. You have won nothing yet, Riddle," he finished in a whisper. The Dark Lord's eyes widened at the use of the name before the narrowed once more, glowing with fury. "Untie him and return his wand," he growled. "My lord, I do not believe that is wise. Do as I bid, Lucius." Malfoy flinched before he hurried forward and began fumbling with the ropes that held Harry. "I'm going to kill you, Malfoy, but not before I kill your wife and son. If it is the last thing I do, I will put an end to your line." The man growled and struck him across the face with a gloved hand, only to collapse to the ground a second later, screaming in agony as Voldemort turned his ire on his own follower. "You dare interfere in my affairs?" Voldemort questioned dangerously. "He threatened my family, my lord," Lucius defended. "He is in no position to carry out such," the Dark Lord reminded him. "You forget yourself, Lucius. See that it does not happen again." "Why yes, my lord," Malfoy answered before finishing his task, hesitating for a moment before handing over the wand and retreating amongst the ranks. "I would have been merciful, Harry, and granted you an almost painless death. All you had to do was comply, and yet, you foolishly defy me. For that, you must suffer, but first, etiquette dictates that we must bow before we engage in a duel. I am not one of your followers and I have no respect for cowards. I will not bow to one. You will bow. Imperio." He was fast, that, Harry could not deny, and his weakened state made it impossible to avoid the spell. As such, a familiar sense of calm washed over him, the pain he had felt all but gone as a voice not his own tempted him. "You need only bow to me, Harry. I will make it quick and you can join your parents knowing you died on your feet. Bow to me, Harry, and it will all be over." With a growl, he forced the presence from his mind and fired of a series of curses that he had not delved into against a live opponent. Were any to land, the death one would face would be most unpleasant. The first was one he had learned from the Black Library that would reduce the brain to a jelly. The second would rip the spine away from the other bones that held it in place, and the third would cause the sternum to turn 90 degrees, crushing the heart it protected. Voldemort shielded the three with a golden construct before offering a nod of appreciation. "That is very dangerous magic, Harry, but you must do better if you wish to stand against me. Allow me to demonstrate the correct way to truly eviscerate your foes." Immediately Harry found himself having to defend against spells that flew towards him faster than he had ever faced from a single opponent. His own wand was a blur as he flicked them aside and his shields buckled under the force they were hit with when the need arose to erect them. Voldemort proved to be exactly what he had been taught to expect. His casting was efficient, his own movement fluid and the magic he sent forth as deadly as any could face. For the first time in his life, he felt truly out of his depth as the Dark Lord attempted to overwhelm him. Unbeknownst to the man, however, it was he that had taught him what he would face, and as he continued to defend himself, it was as though he was tangling with a monster he had slayed 1,000 times before. You must fight back, Harry. Do not allow him to become comfortable. The teen gritted his teeth as he spun away, twirling his wand in his hand as he did so, chanting under his breath. A loud bang echoed throughout the graveyard and the ground beneath their feet cracked in several places. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed as the corpses of his Muggle ancestors began clambering from their final resting place and headed towards him and his Death Eaters, intent of tearing them limb from limb. It was the distraction Harry needed as he began focusing his energy on the first thing he needed to do to escape. The Dark Lord, though surprised by his crude grasp on necromancy, reduced the animated corpses to ash before they could cause harm and quickly turned his attention back to the teen as he slashed his wand in a downwards motion. A sense of foreboding washed over him as a deep rumble of thunder was heard from above, that being the only warning he received before the need to move became apparent. He rolled deftly to his side as a bright blue fork of lightning scorched the spot he had been occupying. Were that to hit him, he was unlikely to survive. By the time he recovered from the shock and had pushed himself to his feet, a heavy wind had picked up and he cast a repelling charm on his own face to keep the sweeping dust and ash from his eyes. He was surprised once more by Potter's ability as the swirling debris began forming into shadowy figures that broke away from the vortex and began heading towards his followers who scattered, likely never having faced such constructs before. It angered the man to see those that were supposed to be the best that Wizarding Britain had to offer, fleeing from a mere boy. With a shriek of fury and sharp jab of his wand, the wind ceased, though the ashen animations remained. His followers would have to deal with them, he decided as he turned his head to avoid a searing curse sent his way and shielded two cutting curses that would have cleaved through his newly acquired body. He knew not where Potter had obtained the knowledge of these. He had not come across them until he had been in his 20s. He growled as he returned the gesture with some of the more obscure spells he had in his arsenal, his anger surfacing once more as the boy expertly shielded himself from them. There were but two that could endure these spells and Potter immediately cast one of them as though he was aware of it. Impossible, he thought. His luck simply continues. Having destroyed the wards with his magical lightning, he began pondering just how he would locate the cup, not that Voldemort seemed to be aware the wards keeping him here were no more. He had made it appear that he had cast an elemental spell that would create the blue bolt. Had he done, the wards would have remained intact, unaffected by his efforts. In truth, he had only created the thunder, the lightning coming courtesy of a spell he had learnt to dismantle temporary wards. Although they had been woven together expertly, he suspected they had not been anchored to the Muggle property for longevity. Fortunately, he had been proven correct as the scheme collapsed and he continued his onslaught, hoping to keep the Dark Lord busy enough so that he could proceed with his escape, though he knew not how he would do so, yet. He didn't know what state Fleur was in and he had never sidelong apparated anyone. In his own weakened position, it was not something he was willing to risk. Both could die or be irreparably damaged were his efforts to go awry. He needed the cup, but first, he needed to locate it. He smiled as he fired a trio of blasting curses towards the Dark Lord. "Point me," he muttered. His wand spun in his palm and settled, pointing almost directly behind him. With a plan, albeit one he was not certain of forming, his duel with the Dark Lord continued in earnest as he slowly but surely began his retreat. She had struggled against whatever it was holding her in place, but to no avail. The spell Harry had cast on her held firm and she was forced to listen to the events unfolding around her, unable to do anything. Though she could not see, she had felt the heat radiating from the fiendfire that Harry had summoned along with the trickle of fear that settled within her. How did he know of such a spell? Could he even control it? Of course, he could. He would not be foolish enough to bring forth something he could not. The next moments had been fraught with worry as a dull thud sounded and the shouting of men could be heard as they wrestled with the cursed flames, eventually bringing them under control. Though the eerie silence that followed unsettled her more than the conflict. The silence meant that Harry was no longer fighting back against those that he had been opposing. Again, she fought against the magic holding her, needing to see that he was okay. All that could be heard was the crackling of flames until she heard a voice ring out through the din. "Make sure you get his wand." Her heart sunk as her fears were confirmed. Somehow, they had gotten the better of Harry. She couldn't comprehend how things could worsen, but hearing the voice of one claiming to be the risen Dark Lord after the some seemingly nonsense words had been spoken, chilled her to the core. Even that, however, could not compare to the sounds of Harry being tortured by the dreaded curse. Her struggling became desperate as she had to endure hearing it happen time and again, her eyes brimming with tears that fell freely at the thought of the suffering that had befallen him. The words spoken by the others became muffled through her efforts and choking sobs until Harry's voice broke through, strong and defiant as he had always proven to be. "Do not lie to me." She swelled with pride as she equally cursed him for his impudence when faced with such danger. He was outnumbered, had no wand, and yet, he refused to cower. Hearing the order for him to be untied and handed back his wand both confused and instilled hope within her. Did Voldemort not know how capable was? Could Harry hope to stand against him? She had read of the last war, had read of the devastation the man could wrought with but a flick of his wand. People that had witnessed his power described him as a demon, the same way those that followed him did a god. Harry was undoubtedly cut from the same cloth, but was he ready to face him? Once more, she was subject to listening only to the sounds of combat around her, flinching at the sounds of destruction. Though they terrified her without any means of defense, they meant that Harry stood, that he yet lived. She instinctively covered her ears. A loud explosion sounded closer than she was comfortable with. The stone she was hidden behind was peppered with debris, but she could finally move. Cautiously, she rounded the side of the stone, her eyes widening at what she witnessed. The entire graveyard was in disarray. What had once been tombstones like the one she had been behind had been broken and now stuck out of the ground like broken teeth. Much of the ground had been scorched and cloaked men were scrambling away from what appeared to be large, smoky creatures that pursued them amongst the carnage. Her attention, however, was drawn to the battle occurring between Harry and another whose visage would haunt her for the remainder of her days. The one that claimed to be Voldemort was simply hideous. He appeared to be more snake than human, in features at least, of which were twisted in fury as his wand slashed and parried spells away from him. For a moment, she was entranced by the back and forth between the two, her own abilities feeling inferior in comparison to what was on display. The grace and speed with which both fought was humbling, and the spells, varied and unrecognizable for the most part. Shaking herself, she was at a loss on what to do. She did not want to risk involving herself in the ensuing duel between Harry and Voldemort. She would likely be killed or get Harry hurt. No, he was handling himself. She could simply wait and watch to ensure no other interfered, which was likely if Harry were to be at an advantage. Again, she shook her head as the final words Harry had said to her replayed in her mind. Find the cup. She did not know where Harry had gotten an invisibility cloak, but it proved to be a boon as she scrambled around looking for any sign of the glowing cup. Surely, it could not have gone far from where they arrived. The issue was, she couldn't be sure as to the exact spot. She had been disorientated and had been moved before she had been able to take in their surroundings. Still, she couldn't search in vain whilst the fighting continued a short distance away. Steadily, he was covering ground with his retreat, the ache in his body from the curses he had been subject to before being untied starting to take their toll on him. Unwaveringly, he fought back with all he had left, his focus shifting briefly to a crawling figure illuminated by the fire still crackling beneath the cauldron used to resurrect the Dark Lord. He was sickened once again by the sight of the man that had betrayed his parents, and his wand was pointed towards him without thought. No! Tom screamed within his mind as he released his spell, only for a sharp pain to shoot down the length of his arm as the bone was snapped by a rebuttal from Voldemort. His wand slipped from his grasp as he spun to the ground, clutching his throbbing, limp arm. Something dug uncomfortably into his thigh as he rolled to be greeted by the sight of the approaching Dark Lord. A foolish mistake, Harry, he chided almost disappointedly. Your inexperience shows. You were blinded by the need of vengeance when your focus should have never shifted from the true threat. You may have gotten Wormtail, but now I have you. His eyes shifted briefly to the retching Animagus, trembling as he vomited blood. He would be dead within a minute, and he could not help but feel satisfied that he would be taking the traitor with him. His satisfaction gave way to fear, however, as Voldemort took aim with his wand. Pushing himself backwards, whatever was in his pocket again prodded him, and his heart soared when he remembered what it was. Ari, non. A familiar voice sounded, proving to be the distraction he needed. The Dark Lord looked towards where the voice had come from and Harry retrieved Krumm's wand from his pocket. Uncertain if it would respond to him, he gave it a flick, wanting nothing more than to put some distance between himself and Voldemort in his moment of panic and vulnerability. With how close the man stood, his offering was impossible for him to dodge, but he managed to produce a hasty shield. It was not, however, enough to negate the full effect of the blasting curse and he was sent flying through the air with a roar of pain and rage. After searching for much longer than she would have liked, she managed to locate the cup that had rolled under a bush considerably further away than she had expected. Triumphantly, she levitated it as she turned to find Harry on the ground with Voldemort bearing down on him. "Ari! Non!" she screamed. The eyes of the Dark Lord met hers and her stomach sank for the brief second they stared at one another. Harry quickly seized the opportunity and banished the man away from him before standing on shaky legs and grabbing something from the floor nearby. "Quickly, Ari," she urged as the Dark Lord stood, his wand pointing quickly towards where she stood. "Avada Kedavra," he shouted, the sickly green spell illuminating his features as it left his wand. At the same time, Harry vanished from where he had been and appeared next to her, the relief in his eyes giving way to a fear she had never expected to see within them. Unceremoniously, she was pulled towards him and turned away. Instinctively, she snatched the cup from the air as the spell collided with Harry and he fell into her arms as they were swept away from this place. They arrived with a thud, to where, she knew not. An anguished scream escaped her as she turned him, only to be faced by a pair of emerald eyes devoid of life. "Non, Ari," she pleaded, shaking his limp form. Tears spilled as she continued in her efforts to rouse him, but he remained unmoving. "Ari, please," she choked. "Ari." Realizing that her efforts were for nothing, she fell across his chest and did all she could in that moment, and sobbed for her loss, her heart irreparably broken. Each memory she had shared with the boy played vividly over again in a cruel loop as she clutched a handful of his robes, willing him with all she had to come back to her. Yet, he remained unmoving, unable to hear or fulfill her pleas. She lamented on what they had shared and the things they never had, her heart aching with regret and mind full of questions. He had taken the curse for her without hesitation, had chosen death over seeing her perish. What did that mean? Did it mean he cared for her much more than she believed? Did he care for as much as she did him? Though she never voiced her own feelings, didn't truly understand them until it was too late, the need to know was overwhelming. He had died for her, and had she the chance, she would have done the same for him, undoubtedly, if only to save herself the pain of losing him. She sobbed once more as she realized he would never smile in her direction again or offer a sarcastic quip. Worse yet, she would never again hear his voice or meet his eyes, let alone feel the warmth of his embrace. She knew not how long she was draped across his chest. It wasn't until a gentle hand was placed on her shoulder that she was even aware of any other being close by. "Fleur, come, my little flower, you must let him go." It was her father, the sadness in his own voice urging her only to cling tighter to the boy. She felt him take a knee next to her and begin rubbing circles into her back, trying to offer some comfort. The gesture fell flat. "I'm sorry. I cannot imagine what it is you are feeling, and I wish I could take it all away for you. But I need you to let him go, the Aurors are coming and I need you to tell me what has happened. It does not look good that you have returned with Ari's body with no explanation. He would want to keep you safe and away from trouble." She snorted. Her father had no idea the lengths Harry would go to protect her. It was Voldemort. "He is back, Papa," she revealed, finally lifting her head from Harry's chest and looking towards the man. He nodded his acceptance, his own teary eyes eliciting another choked sob from her. "He saved me, Papa. The curse was coming, and he put himself in the way of it to save me." Desperate to feel something, anything other than the utter misery plaguing her, she fell into his arms and they immediately wrapped around her. It was not the embrace she craved, but it was something. "He was one of the good ones, my little flower," Sebastian whispered. She nodded against his chest. For her, there would never be another Harry Potter. He had saved her in more ways than he would ever know. Not only had he gone, he had taken her heart with him. "Non, what are they doing?" she asked when she spotted Professors McGonagall and Flitwick covering Harry's body with a white sheet before levitating him between themselves, both crying openly. "They must take him, Fleur. Wizarding Britain will demand a proper burial for one of their heroes." "Non, Ari would not want that. Where are they taking him? I do not know. I am going with him, please, Papa. Sebastian offered her a sympathetic smile as he conjured a vial. I need the memory of what happened, Fleur. I need to ensure your safety. Without thought, she placed her wand against her temple and drew it before placing it in the container. With a pleading look, her father nodded, and she raced after the professors, passing a following Sirius Black who was seemingly catatonic as he was led towards the castle by Remus Lupin. She did not know what she hoped to achieve by being with him, but she was not ready to say her goodbyes. She was not ready to be away from him, even if he was no longer with her. She caught up to the professors as they had begun ascending the stairs. I do not think it is a good idea for you to be here, Miss Delacour, Professor McGonagall said. Please, Professor, I just need to sit with I.M. for a while. The woman took pity on her, and nodded, offering a look of sympathy through her own grief. She did all she could in that moment and followed, her eyes unable to leave the white sheet as they made their way through the corridors of the school. They entered the hospital wing a moment later where his body was laid upon a bed and the curtains pulled around them. She took a seat as the others stood, silently staring. It wasn't until Professor McGonagall pulled herself from her thoughts that another word was spoken between them. I know that this is very raw, but I need to know what happened, Miss Delacour. Not for any other reason than I cared for him. For my own closure, I need to know. The Transfiguration Mistress had always been strict, her stern visage unwavering, no matter what she faced. In this moment, however, Fleur could see the need to know what had happened to Harry, just as much as she felt the need to be with him. Voldemort, she answered, her voice hoarse. I do not know, but he is back. When Ari realized we had been trapped, he covered me in his cloak and hid me from his followers. I could not move or see what happened, but he fought them. East must Avenue been overwhelmed because they tied I.M. to a gravestone. She choked at the memory of Harry being tortured. Someo, Voldemort came back. He tortured Ari with that horrible curse. He was so brave, she added as a fresh wave of tears rolled down her cheeks. He convinced I.M. to fight I.M. Even though he was hurt, he was not losing. I managed to break free of the spell Ari put on me and found the cup. He told me to, he said it would bring us back. She took a deep breath. Voldemort saw me and Ari got I.M. but he got back up and tried to kill me. I do not know what happened, but Ari was there and the curse, I.M. instead of me. He thought a lot of you, Remus broke in, seemingly having arrived with Sirius during her retelling of what had happened. She could only nod in response. She did not know what to say to the werewolf or Harry's godfather. The group once more descended into silence until Madame Pomfrey arrived. I'm sorry, but I need to prepare him, she explained to Sirius. He gestured for her to proceed before turning to leave, the grief he felt overwhelming. He was followed by Remus who wrapped an arm around him. Come, Miss Delacour. Poppy needs the space to work. You can spend more time with him when she is finished, Professor Flitwick promised. Reluctantly, she left her seat to allow the woman to carry out her duties. They had been standing on the other side of the curtain for only a few minutes when the curtain was ripped back, and a wide-eyed matron emerged. Minerva, fetch the headmaster, she instructed, her skin visibly paling. Why? What is happening, Poppy? I do not know how, but Mr. Potter is not dead, not yet at least. Fleur's gaze snapped towards the woman, her chest tightening as the words sunk in. She shook her head. It was impossible. She had felt him die in her arms, had seen his eyes devoid of life. As much as she wished it was not true, Harry was dead. The woman must have made a mistake. Still, her heart filled with hope. He found himself in a strange, yet somewhat familiar place, though it seemed grander in comparison to its counterpart. Here, the floor and arches were constructed of smooth, white marble instead of brick and roughly hewn stone. The walls were clean, devoid of the usual advertisements that would be largely overlooked by passers-by. Without them, their absence was glaring, giving an almost clinical feel to the place. As he pressed forward, the sound of his footsteps echoed throughout the vast emptiness. For the most part, silence was never prevalent here. Announcements, rushing commuters and chatting would fill the void, creating an impenetrable din where one could barely hear their own thoughts, let alone steps. Though, Harry was not alone. A figure was seated on a bench a short distance away, seemingly waiting for him to approach. He could not profess to know the man who was much older than he, his once dark locks liberally peppered with gray. It wasn't until he drew closer that a sad smile was sent his way. "Hello, Harry," the man greeted. He faltered in his steps. He knew that voice better and more intimately than any other. It had resided within him for almost 8 years. Taking in the features sobered him. Aside for a few differences, it felt as though he was looking at himself in the mirror if he were to be a half-dozen decades older. If one were to disregard the wrinkles and slightly poutier lips, the visage was almost his very own down to the green eyes he possessed. "Tom." The man nodded as he stood and opened his arms, the gesture causing Harry's world to crumble around him as he remembered just how it was he came to be here. Without thought, he threw himself into the embrace and reveled in the warmth and comfort of the one constant he'd had in life. "I'm sorry, Tom," he choked. "Shish, I will not have you apologize for doing nothing less than I expected from you." But nothing, Harry. You proved the kind of man you are growing to be." Harry extricated himself from where he was pulled against the chest of the man and met his eyes once more. "We died." Tom nodded as he wiped away the tears of the boy with the pad of his thumb and gestured for him to take a seat on the bench. Joining him, he released a deep breath. "Perhaps," he returned cryptically, a slight frown marring his features as he took in their surroundings. "Perhaps. It matters not, for now," Tom replied dismissively. "We are here and there is nothing to be done." "Where is here?" "It looks like King's Cross." "It does," Tom agreed. "Maybe it is our journey coming full circle. Ours truly started here on the day you went to Hogwarts. I suppose my own was the same when I was a boy." Harry frowned thoughtfully. "So, what do we do? What do people do when they are at King's Cross?" "Wait for a train." Tom nodded, a slight smile tugging at his lips as a comfortable silence fell over them for a moment or two. "Where will the train take us, Tom?" "Now, that is a question I do not know the answer to. Perhaps it will take us to where our final resting place is, maybe to where those we carry in here," he added, his hand resting over his heart, "or waiting for us." He frowned and swallowed audibly before shaking his head. "Who would be waiting for you?" Harry asked curiously. The man released a deep sigh, his eyes dulling considerably. "I do not think there will be any there. I lived a very selfish life, Harry, and cared for none. But myself. I expect my penance will be an eternity of loneliness." "That's not true, I will be there with you," Harry corrected. Tom shook his head. "Think of those that will be waiting for you, Harry. I do not believe they would be pleased to see me. Anyway, we cannot be certain of what will happen. We are speaking of the hypothetical." "Well, I don't like the thought of you being alone." Tom offered him a smile as he ruffled his hair. "If I am right in my belief, I shall be alone for some time at least," he replied. "What do you mean?" Tom deflated slightly, though the smile remained. "I do not believe that this is the end of your journey, Harry. If it were, I would not be here with you." "I don't understand," Harry returned. "Being quite the expert in the use of the killing curse, I have long supported the theory that it is something that directly affects the soul of the user and victim. To create a Horcrux, the use of the curse is a necessity. It does not work if a life is taken with any other spell," he explained. "Here, we are 2 souls and I believe that magic will be content with only one of us moving on. There would be an imbalance, and if I have learnt anything from my errors in life, it is that magic requires balance." Harry felt his stomach tighten at what was being suggested. "Then I would go back," Tom finished, his smile widening as his eyes sparkled with tears. Harry shook his head. "He will kill me again. I can't win without you. I don't want to go back without you." Tom gave him a look of sympathy. "You have all you need to win, Harry. You know of his Horcruxes and you are more than capable of defeating him. It may take you some time, but I believe in you, I always have," he offered. "Tell me, when was the last time you truly needed me?" "Every day since I was 7. Tom closed his eyes and swallowed. When he opened them, a tear broke free as he looked at the boy. "I can't even put into words how much that means to me," he whispered. "It's the truth. I believe you, Harry, but have you considered what the rest of your life would be like having me with you?" "I have, and one day, despite what you think, there will be no place for me. We are alike in many ways, perhaps it is my influence that has shaped you, but you are so different also. Your actions tonight proved that beyond doubt." "How?" Because you have shown that you can care enough for others to die for them if the need arises. That is where our similarities end. Never have I cared for anyone that I would do what you did. It makes you a better man than I could ever be. I am selfish by nature and have taken steps most others would not in aid of my need of self-preservation. What I did was stupid, Harry sighed. Why? Because it is what I would deem it. Consider the alternative, Harry, how would you feel if you hadn't taken the curse for her? He watched as the boy's eyes widened fearfully. You did what you did because you care for her more than even you believe. I do not fault you for it. In a way, I admire you for your courage. I would not have done the same in your position. Call it stupid if you will, but there is a fine line between bravery and stupidity, and throughout your life, you have demonstrated the former. As much as it irked me at times, your bravery cannot be questioned. It got us killed, Harry reminded him. No, it did not. It has set you free, Tom corrected, nodding towards a ghostly steam train, as it approached and came to a halt at the platform. Harry grabbed the man's wrist as he turned to leave. What will I do without you? You will live, Harry. That is all I have ever wanted for you. That, and for you to find some happiness in the miserable world you were born into. Be happy, Harry, that is my final wish. He gently removed his wrist and began walking towards the awaiting train. You were wrong, Tom, Harry called. The man turned with a questioning look in his eyes, his heart sinking as tears flowed freely down the cheeks of the teen. How so? If I got on that train, you would probably go back to my body. He nodded his agreement, confused as to the point Harry was trying to make. You said that you would not die for anyone else. Isn't that what you're doing for me? Tom smiled, accepting the words and the fate he had chosen. You are the exception, Harry, but I am merely doing what any man would for one he sees as his son. I never had any desire to have children, but if I did, I couldn't be any prouder if they had turned out like you. With that, he was gone, and Harry could only watch as the train departed before the world around him began to fade, obscured by a thick, white fog that rolled in. Merde, Sebastian cursed as he was deposited from the pensive. What happened? Apolline questioned, her already milky skin paler from the events of the evening. Gabrielle was cradled in her mother's arms, having cried herself to sleep after learning of what had happened to Harry. He shook his head, his own turmoil threatening to get the better of him. Although he had seen little, as thankfully had Fleur, listening to what Harry had endured had him experiencing a maelstrom of emotions. The boy had proved himself beyond what most men could ever hope to be, magically and in spirit. Anyone lesser would have crumbled, but not Harry. He had risen, had fought valiantly and ultimately, saved the life of his daughter. It did not bear thinking about the alternative. Had Harry not been the boy he was, it would be Fleur he was mourning. I will not speak of it, he replied. It will do you no good knowing. All that needs to be said is that he saved her life at the expense of his own. Truly. Sebastian nodded, swallowing a lump that formed in his throat. He had grown fond of the boy over the months he had gotten to know him. He was selfless to a fault and brought a smile to his daughter's face. There was little more that a father could ask for. I must go to her. The British cannot be trusted with the current administration. I need you to pack and be ready to leave as soon as I can convince her to do so. She will not, Apolline returned knowingly. Then I must ensure that Fudge and his ilk do not present a problem. So, help me, I will kill him myself should he try. Sebastian, non, Apolline pleaded. It was not often her husband could be provoked into a rage. But when it happened, it never ended well for others. Though he was a gentle man for the most part, he was ruthless when needed, and she did not doubt that he would carry out his threat if he felt that Fleur was in danger. Then let us hope he does not prove to be as foolish as I believe. He retrieved the memory from the pensieve and placed it back into the vial before keying his wife on the cheek and taking his leave. The castle grounds were swarming with figures in red cloaks, though none attempted to impede him as he entered the castle and made his way towards where Harry's body had likely been taken. The boy had taken them to the hospital wing earlier in the day. Sebastian would never have believed he would be returning so soon after, let alone to pay his respects to the one that had been so full of life only that very afternoon. He had expected to find the room mostly empty with perhaps only his daughter, Sirius, Remus and the matron present. What he entered to see was a flurry of activity as the woman in charge bustled around almost aimlessly. Sirius and Remus were stood to one side, each wearing a look of disbelief as Dumbledore waved his wand frantically over what could only be Harry's body that had been placed on a bed. Fleur was nearby, her own expression pleading as she fiddled with an odd cloak she held in her hands. "What is happening?" he questioned as he reached the girl. "He is not dead, Papa," she answered as she clung to him. "Impossible," Sebastian whispered. "I saw what he did, Fleur." "Non, Dumbledore is certain." Her eyes shifted back to the prone form of the boy who was as unmoving as he had been since he arrived. Sebastian followed suit, his head shaking in denial. Harry was dead and the dead do not come back, not even Harry Potter. After a few moments, Dumbledore ceased what efforts he was seemingly making to bring the boy round, his wand falling limply to his side. "What is it, Albus?" Sirius questioned. The headmaster sighed. "He is not gone, not completely, but he is not quite here either," he answered with a frown. "I find myself at a loss and can only deduce that it is up to Harry to make his way back to us." His demeanor was one not often seen. He had always been the paragon of positivity for many. Even during the darkest days of the war, such had not wavered, but now, the facade was fracturing before their very eyes. The door swinging open to admit Cornelius Fudge and an entourage of Aurors caused the frown to deepen. An irate Professor McGonagall followed, and she shot a glare at the man before addressing Dumbledore. "I told him you were not ready, Albus, but he would not listen. He insisted. I did tell you I would meet you in my office, Cornelius," Dumbledore chastised, his irritation with the man showing. Undeterred, the minister stood at his full height. "I have heard some disturbing rumors, Dumbledore. I have heard that Harry Potter is dead, murdered in fact. As Minister of Magic, it is my duty to verify such." Sebastian squeezed Fleur's hand, a gesture warning her to keep her composure. Sirius had no such qualms, however, as he growled. "F*** off, Fudge," he seethed, drawing his wand threateningly. Remus took him by the wrist and shook his head. "Calm down. Not here, not with Harry." The man trembled in rage as he attempted to compose himself. He was torn between striking down the minister where he stood and sitting vigil by his godson's side. "You made a similar mistake before, Padfoot. Look where that got you." Sirius flared his nostrils but slid his wand back up his sleeve. Were Harry to come back, he did not want it to be to him once again being in Azkaban. Fudge signaled for the Aurors with him to lower their own wands. "So, it is true. How did it happen?" "Voldemort," Sebastian answered on behalf of his daughter. Fudge flinched before he burst into peals of laughter, followed by those that had accompanied him. "Is that what your daughter told you? Perhaps she is merely trying to cover her own actions. I was quite interested to learn of the animosity between the two. Did she not burn the boy with her unnatural fire during a duel? It is not such a stretch that she would use the final task to finish what she started." Sebastian felt his temper beginning to flare as those within the room watched him warily. Fudge had demonstrated his foolishness. Not only had he insulted the man's daughter, he had questioned a member of the ICW, a man that could make life very difficult for him. Dumbledore shook his head as he watched the Frenchman closely. "I do hope that you are not calling my daughter a liar," Sebastian returned, his fingers twitching to reach for his own wand. "You forget yourself, Minister." "No, it is you that forgets, Delacour. This is Wizarding Britain, not the ICW or any other entity that has no say here. I have been telling you for years, Cornelius. The signs have been there and yet, you have chosen to ignore them at every turn. Lord Voldemort has returned, that I have no doubt of," Dumbledore interjected, the situation between Fudge and Sebastian likely soon to descend into violence, something he wished to avoid. "Now is not the time for denial, but for action. Should you refuse to acknowledge the truth, we have already lost." "He is not back," Fudge denied, purpling. "He is dead, Albus. I am tired of your theories and of your suspicions. Then the blood of every death will be on your hands, Fudge," a voice sounded, garnering the attention of every person in the room. "Ari," Fleur breathed, breaking the hold her father had on her and throwing herself into his arms. "I see the rumors of your death are as exaggerated as the events surrounding it," Fudge snarled as he withdrew a small bag and dropped it on the ground. "Your winnings," he explained as he turned to leave. "Burying your head in the sand will not help. I'll even give you my memory of what happened. Maybe you won't be such a coward and do something about it instead of living in denial. He is back, Minister. The sooner you accept it, the more lives you can save." Fudge's lips curled as he faced the boy. I've been told all about you, Potter. A Parselmouth who courts 4½ breeds. I wouldn't trust a word or memory from you. Harry's eyes narrowed dangerously at the man. Nor I you. Now I suggest you piss off. You dare talk to me that way, boy. The minister hissed. Cornelius. Dumbledore chastised. Emotions are running high. We do not wish for this to deteriorate further. You have made your beliefs clear and I can only hope that the damage done is not irreparable before you see the error of your ways. I will not be harangued into swallowing your delusions. Whatever happened this evening is at a close as far as I am concerned. The boy yet lives and you have provided no irrefutable evidence, he finished dismissively before once more heading for the door. Then you should check on Barty Crouch, Harry advised. You will either find him dead or under the imperious of his own son. His son died in Azkaban, Fudge despaired. See, delusion upon delusion. You should consider yourselves fortunate that I am not arresting you for wasting the time of the Aurors. Unwilling to see the truth, the man finally took his leave and the rest of the room turned their attention to Harry who was being checked over by Madame Pomfrey. I do not know where to begin, my boy, Dumbledore addressed him. Yet again, you have demonstrated your resilience in the face of the impossible. Harry could only nod morosely, seemingly lost in thought as he held an emotional Fleur in his arms. How are you feeling, Harry? Sirius asked warily as he approached. I've been better but tired mostly. Sirius nodded and offered him an encouraging smile. What happened? How are you not dead? Harry shrugged. It's all a bit hazy now, he answered honestly. If it helps, why don't you take my memory and see for yourself? He is back, that's all I know. Everything else is confusing. I just need some time alone. Of course, Dumbledore replied as he conjured a vial and shot a questioning look at the matron. His arm is broken in 4 places and his magic is very unsettled. By some miracle, other than that, he appears to be as expected, she explained disbelievingly. Then you should rest. Allow us to begin what needs to be done. Without the support of the minister, we must act quickly, Dumbledore offered as he held out the vial. Harry placed his wand to his temple and drew the memory. Placing it in the container, he sunk back into his pillows, exhausted. I'll be fine, Sirius, he said seeing that his godfather was uncertain of what to do. I will be back in the morning, he promised before following the headmaster, Remus and a shocked Professor McGonagall from the room. Are you coming, Sebastian? Non. I am sorry but it is no affair of mine. Your minister has made himself very clear that he will not act. My priority is getting my family home where they cannot be armed. Haven't you seen what happened and do not wish to again. Sirius appeared to be almost offended by the words of the Frenchman but nodded his understanding before exiting, not without a final glance at his godson. When the door closed, Sebastian turned to Harry. I may not be willing to help your country, Ari, but I will help you any way I can. I owe you a debt that I will never be able to repay. What you did for I can never show how grateful I am for you. You are the bravest man I know, Harry Potter. Harry could only offer the man a nod as Madame Pomfrey returned with a tray of potions. Come, my little flower. We must allow him to rest, Sebastian urged. Fleur raised her head before shaking it, her eyes filling with tears once more. Non, I will not leave, I am. Please, Papa, I need to be here. Sebastian smiled as he looked between the two. He had all but witnessed a miracle and he could not be happier for Fleur. She had experienced the worst thing she likely ever would, but it had been turned around by the boy she clung to. Somehow, he had come back, and though he would never understand how, he felt nothing but relief that his daughter would no longer have to mourn for him. It's okay, Harry spoke softly, his eyes drooping as he neared the point of sleep. I will come and find you as soon as I can. Fleur looked as though the last thing she wanted to do was leave but she conceded with a nod. She was as exhausted as Harry appeared, and though she was loath to be away from him, it would do her little good being here. I will be back in the morning, she promised. Well, I'm not going anywhere, Harry quipped through a forced smile. Do not joke about it, she chided irritably. I lost you, Ari, and I don't know what I would have you done if you did not come back. I don't know what I would have done if it had been you, he whispered in return. She smiled at him, her eyes watering as she squeezed his hand. I will remember that, Ari, so the next time you decide to be silly, I can remind you. He returned the gesture, the smile adorning his features less forced. I look forward to it. She shook her head exasperatedly as she stood. Why did you do it? Harry swallowed, his eyes shifting between Sebastian and Madame Pomfrey as he pondered his answer. He needn't have, not really. He knew why he did it, but voicing it was something else entirely. Because I would not want to live my life without you in it. Fleur's mouth fell agape at the words. Never had he been so candid. He had done all he could to avoid talking about anything that there might be between them. It was a shock, but not an unwelcome one, not how the rest of the evening had been. You really mean it, don't you? He nodded as he met her gaze. If I had to, I would do it again. Fleur could only shake her head in disbelief before her father intervened. Come, Fleur. I believe the matron wishes to tend to her patient. Fleur nodded dumbly as she was led away, her eyes not leaving the boy until she was out of sight. Harry released a deep breath as Madame Pomfrey approached. I will need to set the arm first before you take your potions. It will be quite uncomfortable. He nodded mutely, barely a grunt escaping him as his bones were manipulated back into place. It hurt but was no Cruciatus curse. The potions will help mend the breaks and give you a dreamless sleep. I don't expect you wish to relive the memories of this evening so soon. He swallowed down the unpleasant concoctions and handed the vials back to the woman, who gave him an uncertain smile before taking her leave, closing the curtain around him. When he was alone, he turned on his side feeling numb, despite the prickling feeling in his arm. He knew he must face what he had to alone, but it did not prevent him from reaching out a final time to the one that had been there for him through everything. Tom. His plea was met with silence. Although he knew no answer would come, his heart sunk as the final vestige of hope he had clung to was ripped away. Unashamedly, he cried, feeling almost as lost as he had when he had been but a weak boy. Though the sleep he had would be dreamless, it would be fitful. Those he had left behind no longer had reason to mourn, but it was not the same for him. His loss would be one he would carry with him for the rest of his days. Having exited the pensieve, Dumbledore, Minerva, Remus and Sirius sat in utter silence, each attempting to digest and comprehend what they had just witnessed. It was the headmaster that composed himself first, though he was shaken by what he had seen. This raises many more questions than it does answer those I had, he mused aloud. Bloody hell, Sirius huffed, releasing a staggered breath. How did he manage to survive that? Did you see what he did? Remus placed a comforting hand on his shoulder and simply shook his head in disbelief. I knew he was gifted, we all knew that, but Merlin, where did he learn it? Minerva asked. I do not believe that is something we can answer. Only Mr. Potter has that knowledge, and it is unlikely that he will share such, Dumbledore replied. He killed 3 of those men, Albus. That is not something so easily dismissed. How will that affect him? Dumbledore sighed. I had long hoped that I could protect him from the necessity of it for as long as possible. I will ensure he has all the help he needs to deal with it. What we can take away from this is that Harry is more than capable of defending himself should the need arise, as it undoubtedly will. The others nodded their agreement. Sirius, have you noticed anything about Harry that may shine some light on just how he knows such magic? The man shrugged. Whenever he has been at Grimmauld Place, he's spent a lot of time in the library. He could have found anything in there. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully, trying to ignore the concerns welling within him. He knew the dueling style he had witnessed well, had faced it on many occasions during the last war. He hoped it was merely a coincidence, but he could not dismiss it. The similarities were uncanny. Minerva. I do not know what to say, Albus. I am flabbergasted he survived, let alone kept up with him. But he was killed, Sirius pointed out. We all saw what happened. How did he survive it again? Alas, I do not know, Dumbledore answered sincerely. It is something I must ponder. For now, I do not believe what we have seen should leave this room. It will attract attention to Harry that he will not relish. Agreed, Sirius returned, followed immediately by the others. So, what do we do now? Minerva asked. Before an answer could be given, a knock sounded at the door and Dumbledore relaxed, relief etched into his features. Come in, Severus, he called. The door opened to reveal a pale potions master who took a seat next to his colleague, pointedly ignoring the other 2 men. What have you learned, my boy? Very little. The Dark Lord has suffered minor injuries and believe that Potter is dead, though that will not last long. I suspect when he learns he yet lives, his need for you-know-what will increase." Dumbledore nodded his agreement. Barty Crouch Jr. is responsible for Potter's name being placed in the cup. He orchestrated everything through his father whom he placed under the Imperious Curse. I know no more other than he has ordered McNair to the continent to begin negotiating with the Giants. "Very well, as always, your information is invaluable," Dumbledore offered. Snape merely nodded before taking his leave. "I will begin contacting the old crowd. It is imperative that the order is readied. Cornelius will be of no help until he can no longer deny what has happened. Sirius, would it be possible to use your home as a temporary headquarters?" The man nodded somewhat reluctantly, to which Dumbledore smiled. "Remus, there will be a job for you soon enough. For now, I'd like you to listen out for any whispers in the werewolf community. If they are approached, I would like to know about it." "Of course," Remus confirmed. "What about Harry?" Dumbledore released a deep breath. "We will give him some time to come to terms with what has happened. I see no reason to make him relive his experience of this evening. He has accepted the offer of apprenticeship under Phileas and Minerva, so we can be assured he will return next year." "No," Sirius denied. "I do not want him in the castle. If I can, I will convince him to go elsewhere. Not that he needs school anymore, not really." "Sirius, do you not think that it should be Harry's decision?" Remus asked. "He has an opportunity here that he won't get anywhere else. He won't be safer anywhere else." The man deflated as he shook his head. He knew if Harry chose to come back there was nothing he could do to stop him. "How can we keep him safe if he is here?" "I will be reviewing the security of the castle," Dumbledore informed them. "If there are any further steps that can be taken, they will be." "At least he knows the castle," Remus added. Sirius nodded unconvincingly. He would still discuss it with Harry, but he hoped he would agree to stay away. "If that is all, then you should all rest. I fear that there will be little of that to be had for the foreseeable future," Dumbledore suggested. The two men and his deputy bid their farewells and exited, leaving behind a thoughtful headmaster. There was much he was missing, of that he was certain. Harry's ability had always been beyond his peers, but this was something else entirely. He could feel that there was more to it, though he could not fathom what that was. "Perhaps some discreet inquiries will be needed," he muttered as he stroked the plumage of his familiar. The coming months were shaping up to be dark indeed, and Albus Dumbledore felt every year he had lived. Knowing that there was much to be done, he decided to turn in himself. When he woke, his work to put an end to Tom would begin once more, though ultimately, it would not be down to him. Having seen what he had this evening, he was filled with hope that Harry could do what all others had failed and finally bring an end to the man that had plagued magical Britain for so long. Harry woke feeling empty, somehow less than what he had been the previous day. Although he felt the burden of loss, he felt somewhat lighter in a way he could not describe. His arms still tingled, courtesy of the potions that had been administered to him, but he could move it once more with little difficulty. It ached but nothing more and would likely be healed by the next morning. With a sigh, he turned to be greeted by the sight of Sirius asleep in the chair next to his bed, snoring lightly and his brow creased from the frown he wore. His wand hung from his hand. Evidently, he had tried to stay awake and act as a guard of sorts. The thought warmed the boy as he reached out and shook the man awake. "Was that?" Sirius asked, startled, his eyes wide and searching. "Just me, Sirius." The man smiled as he stood and wrapped his arms around the boy. "I know you don't like it, but I don't care," he mumbled. It took several moments for his godfather to loosen his grip. When he did so, he simply stared at Harry, shaking his head. "I thought I'd bloody lost you, you prat," he chided. "I'm all right," Harry assured him. He was, physically at least. He was not ready to confront the whirling thoughts of his mind, not yet. Sirius nodded as he retook his seat. "What the hell am I going to do with you?" he huffed. "There's nothing that can be done. He will keep coming for me until one of us is dead. I may not be able to kill him yet, but one day I will. Your parents would kill me if I didn't try and talk you into hiding. There's no shame in it, Harry. They did that and look at what happened. It won't be the same," Sirius dismissed. "I won't run from him, Sirius. I want him dead more than he wants the same for me. I haven't spent all this time preparing to hide from him. You're just as stubborn as your mother. Who else has more right than me to kill him? Him and the rat were top of my list and one of them is gone." I saw that, Sirius replied with a grin, but he is not Wormtail, Harry. You saw for yourself how dangerous he is. And I will be even better than him. It may not be today or even in a year, but I will be. I don't doubt you, Harry. I just don't want to have to bury you next to them. You won't. I'm not stupid enough to walk into a fight with him when I know I am not ready. Last night happened, he conceded with a shrug. I won't allow it to again. Sirius sighed defeatedly. Let's not think about that now. What we do need to talk about is school. There's nothing to talk about. I will finish the rest of my newts next year and will be starting my apprenticeships in September. So, you still wish to be here? Harry nodded. I will not upend my life because of him. I am not afraid, Sirius. Besides, he will have a much more difficult time getting to me here than he will anywhere else. I know this castle just as well as you did. All right, but if anything happens, you get out and come to me, promise. Harry rolled his eyes. I promise. Good. Now, what are you doing for the summer? I haven't thought that far ahead, Harry answered honestly. I will go home for a while. I think some time to myself will do me good. Sirius frowned deeply. I suppose Dumbledore will be pleased to hear it. Harry was about to correct the man but chose not to. If they believed he was staying with the Dursleys, they would be less likely to contact him. I will come to Grimmauld Place, so don't worry. I promised I'd make up for not seeing you much this year. Sirius smiled brightly. Well, I will look forward to that. Besides, if you're intent on fighting the bastard, I have a few things that will be useful for you, he added unhappily, losing himself in his thoughts. How do you feel about killing those men last night? He asked eventually. Harry shrugged. It was either them or me or Fleur. I won't lose sleep over a few Death Eaters. Sirius nodded skeptically but grinned, nonetheless. Should I even ask what is going on there? Harry released a deep breath. I don't know, he answered with a shrug. If she was smart, she'd run a mile now. Sirius shook his head. She won't do that. If you saw the sat of her last night when she thought you were dead, I would guess she won't want you out of her sight. Bloody hell, Harry, that was heartbreaking to see. He felt his own heart sink at the words. We haven't really spoken about anything. It's like there's something there, I don't know. I don't know any of this stuff. Sirius offered him a sympathetic smile. I could give you all the advice in the world, but this is something you should figure out for yourself. The only thing I will say is be honest with her, no matter what that is. Harry nodded his understanding as the curtains were pulled back revealing Madame Pomfrey. Excellent, you're awake, Mr. Potter, she greeted him as she drew her wand and began casting spells on him, frowning before nodding thoughtfully. Your arm is healing well but your magic is still unsettled. I would prefer you to remain in my care for a few more days but I have no doubt you will ignore my wishes. More than likely, he agreed, eliciting a laugh from his godfather. As I thought, the woman muttered. Under the circumstances, you are doing remarkably well. If you insist on it, you may leave when you are ready but not before eating some breakfast. He nodded, not having thought about food but he was hungry. Well, I imagine you have a lot to do, Sirius said as he stood. I will try to keep everyone off your back for a while, but please, stay in touch, Harry. Don't make me come and lock you up so I know where you are. I will, he promised. Sirius left and the matron brought him a tray of food. When he was finished and allowed to leave, he immediately headed for the 7th floor, unusually without his cloak that he hoped Fleur still had. He would be devastated were it to be lost. Still, the odd feeling he had felt continued to plague him as he completed his ablutions. He showered and even removed the small amount of scruff from his chin using a barbering spell that Tom had taught him. He paused at the thought of the absent voice, wondering just what had happened to him before shaking his head of the thoughts. That was a rabbit hole he was not ready to face yet. There were other things he needed to deal with before that. First on the list was returning Crumb's wand to him. The boy would never know just how it had saved his life when he needed it most. Had it not cooperated with him, he would have been killed where he had fallen. Ensuring his trunk was packed, he shrunk it before placing it in his pocket and taking his leave. He had initially planned to see Serana, but again, there were too many uncertainties around that. Would she know that Tom was no longer with him? Could he even communicate with her anymore? It was one of the many things he would have to investigate during his time away. When he arrived at the Durmstrang ship, it was to an atmosphere of confusion. The students on board were packing things into boxes and paid him no mind, not until he accosted one of them at least. "Is Victor here?" he asked. The boy mumbled in a language he did not understand and left, returning a few moments later with a scowling crumb. "I just wanted to return this to you," he explained, offering the wand to the older boy. Victor's eyes widened as he all but snatched it from him and inspected it closely. "I did not think I would see it again," he said in broken English. "Thank you. It's yours," Harry returned with a shrug. "Are you leaving already?" Crumb nodded, scowling once more. "Duh, Karkaroff is gone. He took his things and ran," he responded. "They can get the ship back to the school. We did all the rowing here anyway." Harry was not surprised that Karkaroff fled. The man was a coward and would be high on Voldemort's list of people he wanted dead. "Well, good luck, Victor. It was nice meeting you," he replied, holding out a hand which Crumb took. "You too, Harry Potter. Thank you for what you did last night. I do not know what happened, but you likely stopped me doing something I bold regret." Harry nodded as he released his grip. "Take care, Victor." The boy returned the gesture. Before continuing with his work, he hadn't spent much time with the Bulgarian, but he wasn't so bad as far as people went. Taking a deep breath, he turned his attention to the Bobatons' carriage a short distance away and began heading towards it. He didn't know what to say to Fleur or what he was doing, but he took Sirius's advice to heart, and as he knocked, he knew that honesty was all he had. The door opened a few moments later, revealing a rather tired-looking Madame Maxime who stepped aside and allowed him entry. "I am pleased to see you well, Mr. Potter," she said sincerely, "and on a personal note, I wanted to thank you for being there for this year. School life has not been easy." Harry nodded as the woman led him to a door and knocked. It was answered a moment later by Apolline, who immediately swept him into her arms and planted a key on each of his cheeks. "You had me so worried, you silly boy. When Fleur came back last night and told me you were alive, She choked on her words as she shook her head at him. "I'm okay, Mrs. Delacour," he assured. The woman nodded and gave him a watery smile. "She will be pleased you, Avenue come. She has been fretting about you all night. We all, Avenue." He gave her an understanding nod before stepping past her, only to be plowed into by a silvery blur that almost sent him flying. He chuckled as the little girl turned red with the effort of chastising him in French, her temper seemingly too far gone to do so in English. "Gabrielle," Sebastian called. "Ari has endured enough, non." Unabashed, the little Vila narrowed her eyes at him. "You made me cry, Ari." "I'm sorry," he replied, at a loss as to what else he was to do. She nodded and walked to her father, jabbering on in her native tongue once more. "I did tell you," Sebastian sighed. "You do not want to upset Avila." "No, I've learnt that by now." Sebastian snorted. "I won't ask how you are. I imagine you have had enough of that. I am pleased to see you doing so well, considering the alternative." It was a close thing, Harry agreed, reminded that there was only one reason he had survived. "Is she busy?" "She is very slowly packing her things. She is adamant on staying until she knows that you're okay." "I will speak to her," he offered. The man nodded gratefully and pointed to the door behind him. He took a deep breath, bracing himself before he knocked. The response he received was muffled French, words he did not understand. "It's me," he replied. The running of feet was suddenly heard before the door was thrown open. Wide-eyed, she stared at him as she slowly began to blush, evidently uncertain of what to say. "Ari," she breathed. "Can we talk?" She frowned and nodded as she stepped aside to allow him entry. They simply looked at one another for a few moments before she broke the silence, her guard seemingly up. "You said you wanted to talk." He nodded. "I don't know what to say now I'm here," he said in just a whisper, "but I'm sorry." "You're sorry for making you feel the way that you did last night," he explained. "It wasn't until I thought about how I'd feel if I hadn't got there that I realized. It would have broken me. That's twice you've been very open since last night. What happened? If anything, it taught me that life can come to an end at any time. If I didn't come back, I would have gone with everything between us left as it is. I couldn't do that to you." Fleur swallowed deeply before responding. "What is there between us, Ari? I wish I knew. What I do know is that I meant what I said last night. If it came to it, I would die for you all over again." She shook her head as a tear broke free. I do not want you to die for me, Ari. I want you to live. For me. He felt a tear roll down his cheek, but a hint of the maelstrom of emotions he was experiencing. I want that too, he returned sincerely, but I need some time. I need time to heal and to come to terms with everything that happened last night. She nodded her understanding. When will I see you again? He could only shrug. Soon. If you take Hedwig, you can write to me. She's the only owl that can make it through my wards. You promise that this isn't goodbye. She pressed, taking his hands in her own. I promise. You will be the first person I come to see when I'm ready. I'd better be, Ari Potter, she choked. Not knowing what else to do, he wrapped his arms around her and reveled in the radiating warmth. Now, he felt so wrong, but holding her in his arms was the contrary, and he hoped beyond hope that he was strong enough to move forward with her. Write to me, he all but demanded. She looked up as she nodded, and they once again settled into the comfort of looking into the eyes of the other. Daringly, she closed the distance between them and pressed her lips to his. For a moment, he allowed himself to indulge in such, allow the same warmth to spread through him that had the night of the ball. When they broke apart, his mind was not plagued with doubt nor questioning, only the desire to experience that feeling over and over again. I will, she whispered. With nothing more to be said, he took his leave, bidding farewell to the remaining Delacours as he did so. 3 days later, he had found a beautiful grove of apple trees whilst exploring the forest surrounding his property. Only a short distance away, a gentle stream passed through that fed into the river at the bottom of the mountain, adding to the ambience. He hadn't considered doing what he'd done until he had happened upon this place. When he had, it simply felt right, a passing idea that had come to fruition. He had meant what he said to Fleur. He did have need of healing and he hadn't a clue on where to begin, but this was it. He took a knee as he admired his work, a large intricate stone adorned with a serpent statue on either side. Voldemort yet lived, but what Tom once was had passed on, and it was fitting to give him a tribute, even if he was the only person that would mourn or even visit. He sighed as he ran his fingers across the words he had lovingly carved, the burden of loss lessening considerably now that his work was complete. There was something quite wholesome about chopping his own wood. It had begun to distract him from all the burdens that weighed him down, from the monumental trials that were to come. Now, it was something he had incorporated into his routine. Not only did it serve to distract him, but was also a way that he could release some of the pent-up emotions he felt. He wasn't to know that it would be so therapeutic and had initially only implemented the practice from necessity. His magic had taken time to settle, something that became apparent when he felled his first tree with it. Instead of cleaving through the trunk, the thing had been reduced to splinters. He had decided then that using his magic for the time being could be dangerous and had purchased his axe the very same day. Thankfully, the issues with his magic no longer plagued him and he had finally recovered from whatever had happened to him the night of the third task. Still, working with the axe was satisfying and served to strengthen his body also, something he had been working on when using magic was out of the question. He wiped the sweat from his brow, taking note to get a haircut. In the month he had been here, he hadn't given it a thought, his mind having been focused on the plethora of other things that demanded his attention. The absence of Tom was something he was still getting used to. Often, he would find himself seeking advice from the voice, only to stop when he remembered that an answer would not come. Having his mind to himself was the biggest adjustment he needed to come to terms with, and even making his own decisions without the benefit of a second opinion, but he was learning. It would take time. He had not visited the grove since the day he had finished his work there. It was not out of disrespect for the man that had all but saved him, but for his own benefit. He needed to adapt to life without Tom, and visiting felt as though he was reliant on him. He was, in truth, and it was this that needed to change. He missed him and always would, however, Tom was gone. He had wallowed in that misery until he realized the man would be furious with him for doing so. He wouldn't want that and would urge him to use what he was feeling in a productive way. As such, he had thrown himself into the work that needed to be completed in his studies. This year would be different, after all. Once he had finished stacking the fruits of his labor onto the growing pile of logs he had accumulated, he entered the house, the coolness a welcome feeling from his hours in the sun. "Hello, girl," he greeted Hedwig, who had decided she liked the kitchen very much when she was here. She barked in response, reveling in his touch as he stroked the feathers on the back of her neck. I know, he sighed. I will write back to her today. She gave him what he deemed to be a look of disbelief as he left the room and entered the downstairs shower room. There was a bathroom upstairs with a rather exquisite tub that he had not used yet. It was hot here, much hotter than he was used to, and it held little appeal, for now. Stripping off his clothes, he caught sight of himself in the mirror and shook his head. He truly did need to trim his hair. It had begun to resemble a bird's nest and did nothing but made him sweat all the more. Flicking his wand into his hand, he begun the laborious process of shearing it off, a frown marring his features as he realized that his scar was missing. He leaned in closer, only to see that it yet remained, only it had faded considerably. A fine, no longer puckered line was what he had been left with. He shrugged, not lamenting the loss of the thing that had brought him much unwanted attention over the years as he continued with the task at hand. When he was finished, he vanished the sizable amount of hair he had removed before turning on the shower and relishing the feeling of the cool water as it ran down his back, washing away the filth of the day. Reluctantly, he left the shower when he felt the first pangs of hunger, and having dried and dressed in fresh clothing, he made his way back to the kitchen. Much to his relief, he had found another service in which meals would be delivered to him via a box system, like the one he had used during his final years with his relatives. He blamed them for this habit. He loathed cooking because of the hours he spent at the stove preparing their meals whilst he could only enjoy what scraps they left. He pushed those thoughts aside. Such things were now a distant memory for him, and he sat down to enjoy his ample meal of pasta in tomato sauce with Mediterranean vegetables. The fare here was far from what he was used to eating at Hogwarts, not that he disliked the food there. The Sicilian cuisine, however, was focused much on local produce, fish, vegetables and pasta for the most part, much lighter food than he was accustomed to, and he was enjoying the change. When his meal was finished, he cleaned his plate and cutlery with a wave of his wand before returning them to the box he kept on the counter, his eyes catching sight of the sheet of parchment filled with the writing of a now familiar hand. It was only the second letter he had received from Fleur, the first having arrived around a week after he had come here. That one had been little more than her explaining that she was home and asking after him. This one, however, had added to his own thoughts over the past few days since Hedwig had brought it. He picked it up, knowing that he couldn't nor wanted to ignore it. Dear Harry, I know I promised that I would not write too often whilst you are handling what you need to, but being home has given me much time to think about what has happened between us over the past months. I don't know what to say other than I am sorry for how I have acted at times. Before I met you, I had gotten used to how my life had been, had gotten used to being shunned by strangers and looked on as though I was not fit to breathe the same air as them, and then you came along and were nothing like that. You treated me better than anyone else ever has. You didn't see a Vila that wanted to seduce every boy she came across. Maybe I could put it down to your ignorance of us, but I know that is not it. You are a good person and I treated you horribly. I won't make any excuses other than I was confused and frustrated. Confused because of how easily you made me feel comfortable around you, and even more that you were not much affected by me, and frustrated because I did not know what to do about it. I didn't want to force you into talking about things after the ball, but I was hurt. It felt as though I had done something wrong to make you turn away from me, and I did something stupid. Instead of waiting for when you were ready, I allowed what I felt to get the better of me when we dueled, and I hurt you. I will always feel guilty about that. I was selfish and unfair to you without thinking about it from your perspective when I should have. I sometimes forget that you have had it worse than I have. I suppose it is because I know the kind of person you were and find it hard to believe that no one else has been lucky to see it. Anyway, I wanted you to know that I am sorry. Maman says it's because we are young and stupid, that we have both made mistakes, but we will learn from them. She says the only way we can move forward is to talk about it, but only when you are ready. Right now, I want you to get better. Despite anything that has or might happen, I will never forget that you saved my life. Maman asks about you every day, as does Gabrielle and Papa. They all miss you. I miss you, Harry Potter. He sighed as he put the parchment back on the counter. He hadn't given much thought about how things had played out between them, but having read her words, he could see the truth in them. She had been honest about how poorly each of them had handled things, and he could not help but agree. Since the night of the ball, things went wrong, and he knew it was largely down to him that they did so. He could blame his desire to keep her at bay, to protect from what was coming, but he knew he would be lying to himself. Of course, he wanted to keep her safe, however, it was his own inability to confront what he was feeling that was the cause. It had been strange to think about another as much as he had her. It had only ever been him he'd needed to focus on, and the alien thoughts he had only served to distract him from his purpose. He had done all he could to ignore what was budding between them, even his own desire that he'd spent months denying was there. It had taken his own death to acknowledge it, to even begin to accept it, and then this letter had arrived and made him consider it all over again. She was right. Things had not been great, and it was because they communicated poorly, much of which he blamed himself for. She was by no means innocent in this, but it had been him that had tried to ignore it, tried to deny what was happening, and actively avoided discussing it. She had allowed her emotions to get the better of her, and looking back, he couldn't blame her. Vila are passionate creatures, they like to think they are in control of their emotions, but they are not. The echoing words of Sebastian caused him to snort and sobered him somewhat. He had no experience with females whatsoever, and it was just his luck that he would develop feelings for one much more complex than he could have imagined. Vila were not entirely human, were considered magical creatures, though that could be due to the amount of prejudice that existed towards them. Regardless, they had a very different side to them, and it usually manifested when they were experiencing things that were emotionally draining, such as what had happened between the two of them. There was no excuse for her allowing her control to slip the way she had, but he understood. Having read how it had affected her, he could not be angry. Partly, it was her allowing it to get the better of her, partly it was him for not dealing with what had happened, and partly, it was simply her nature. Having thought about everything over the past days, he couldn't disagree that things had been turbulent at best, but what prevailed above all else was the thought that he missed her too. Despite it all, he missed her. Perhaps conversations would need to be had, and maybe it would result in nothing, but the thought of not confronting and resolving it if he could did not sit well with him. "I'm doing it now," he chuckled, catching sight of Hedwig, who was staring almost expectantly at him. Her studying was interrupted by a tapping, and she stood immediately to admit the owl. At first, she had thought that it might have been a response to one of the many jobs and internships she had been applying for, but the white feathers and amber eyes were unmistakable. Quickening her pace, she threw the window open and allowed the bird to land on her shoulder. "Hello, Hedwig," she greeted. "Has he been taking care of himself?" The owl chirped, eliciting a giggle from the girl as she returned to her desk and fed her a treat. "So, shall we see what he has said?" Hedwig ignored her as she removed the missive that had been tied to her leg and unfurled it, her heart soaring as she took in the contents. Startling the owl as she shot to her feet, she all but sprinted to the kitchen, any intentions of further study forgotten. "Fleur, what are you doing?" Apolline asked when she entered the room, breathing heavily from her efforts. "Ari wants to come and visit." Apolline rolled her eyes before giving the girl a smile. "Of course, he can come," she replied, amusedly. "Write and tell him to meet me at our ministry the day after tomorrow. He will need me to let him through the new wards," Sebastian explained. He had been securing the home further since they had returned from Britain. It hadn't been unsecure before, but now it was a veritable fortress. There was nothing that could get to those inside without considerable effort. Even if they could, his family would be long gone by the time they even got close to the house itself. It had cost him a small fortune, but he would rather his family were safe than regret inaction later. Fleur nodded excitedly before rushing from the room, her father shaking his head at her enthusiasm. "Were you that excited when you knew I was coming to visit?" "Only in your dreams, my love. I had to endure you and my mother together. It was not easy for me." "She started it," Sebastian defended. "And I had to put an end to it. Honestly, you are both as bad as each other. Even after all these years of marriage, you have to wind each other up. She is too easy. As are you. Now be quiet and give me a key, you idiot. You have been home for 20 minutes and I have been neglected." Sebastian grinned as he did as he was bid. Still, after more than 20 years together, he couldn't be happier. Even if he did have to endure the antics of his mother-in-law occasionally. It could not be said that, for the past month, Albus Dumbledore had been idle in his efforts. Recruitment for the Order had been going well, and Grimmauld Place was now secure from any possible attack that may occur. The Dark Lord had been quiet, much to his relief and chagrin in equal measure. Albus was no fool, he knew that his former student was merely biding his time, working in the shadows towards his own goals. He was building and consolidating power so that it might equal his standing before he had fallen on Halloween, 1981. Only when he was ready, he would resurface. For now, however, he was using Cornelius's denial as the most effective tool to remain hidden, to re-establish himself amongst his followers and likely gain others. As much as he wished it were not so, the same prejudices that allowed Voldemort's rise to power yet existed, thus, it was inevitable that he would be successful in his current endeavors to add to his numbers. The headmaster looked upon those gathered at the kitchen table, those willing and brave enough to take up the responsibility for preventing such, the sight filling him with pride. Clearing his throat, the chatter around him ceased. "Do we have anything to report?" "The Dark Lord continues to recruit," Severus answered. "McNair sent word that he has reached the giant encampments. He has, however, been instructed to do nothing that will draw unwanted attention." Dumbledore nodded gratefully. Hagrid and Madame Maxime were also there, putting forward his own case to the Gurg. Both could handle themselves, but it was a relief to know that no attempt on them from the Death Eaters would be made. "Thank you, Severus. Anything else?" "It is quiet, Albus. The Dementors continue to be in a breeding frenzy, but nothing else," Kingsley Shacklebolt answered. He was proving to be one of their most useful assets. As a veteran Auror, he was able to pass on information on disappearances and strange incidents the public would not usually be privy to. He acknowledged the offering with a slight bow. "Is there anything to report from guard duty?" "Nothing, Albus," Arthur Weasley confirmed. "There has been no sign of anyone." The headmaster nodded thoughtfully, though it was only a matter of time before an attempt to retrieve the prophecy would be made. "Very well, if there is nothing else." When none spoke, he stood to take his leave, only to be halted by the arrival of a Patronus, its form a small jackrabbit. He frowned as it spoke, his heart sinking into his stomach. "Albus, I think you need to be here. I just had to fight off 2 Dementors and there is still no sign of Harry." Sirius immediately jumped to his feet. "I'm coming," he announced. Dumbledore nodded his agreement. "Alistair, Bill, your assistance would be much appreciated also." The 2 men stood, and Dumbledore held out an arm for each of them to take. With little more than a gentle pop, the 4 of them vanished. They reappeared in a Muggle park, the grass beneath their feet dried by the blistering summer sun, though a distinct chill lingered where it shouldn't in July. "It's this way," the headmaster announced, drawing his wand leading the others from through a gate a short distance away. "What were they doing here?" Bill questioned as they entered Privet Drive via an underpass. "I cannot be certain," Dumbledore answered, a frown marring his features. "Neither explanation I have fills me with hope." No further words were exchanged until they reached the home of Harry's relatives and they were approached by a shaken woman with bright pink hair, her own wand in hand. "What happened, Nymphadora?" The woman narrowed her eyes at the much older man but quelled any retort she had had in favor of answering his question. "I was keeping a lookout for Harry when they arrived out of nowhere. There were 2 of them and it looked like they were searching for someone. They came right to the house. And you haven't seen Harry?" Sirius broke in. "None of us have," the woman answered, her hair shifting between various colors as she spoke. "Not a single sighting. This is most concerning," Dumbledore muttered as he approached the front door and knocked loudly. "Who the bloody hell is it at this time?" A male voice grumbled loudly before the door was opened just enough for a woman to appear at him from within. Upon seeing him, her eyes widened, and she hurriedly slammed the door with a whimper. "It is no use hiding, Petunia," Dumbledore sighed. Another moment passed before the door opened once more a little wider this time. "Go away. Why can't you just leave us alone?" "You know why, Petunia, so do open the door and we will soon be on our way." The woman released a deep breath as she pulled it open. "Get in here quickly," she instructed, giving a furtive glance to ensure the neighbors had not seen her conversing with this strange ensemble of people. Once the door had closed behind them and without preamble, Dumbledore looked at the woman with a penetrating stare. "Where is Harry?" Before an answer could be given, the same male voice that had spoken earlier did so again as it drew nearer. "Who the hell is it, Petunia?" The obese man paused as he took in the sight of them, his head shaking and his skin purpling rapidly. "Oh, no, I won't have any more of this nonsense. We finally got rid of the ungrateful little bastard, I won't have more of your lot in my house." Dumbledore ignored the man. He was all bluster for the most part and posed no threat to them. "Where is Harry?" he pressed. "We haven't seen the boy in 3 years." Vernon growled. Another wave of panic washed over the aged man and he quashed it before speaking once more. "Would you kindly explain why?" Petunia became suddenly uncomfortable as she looked between her husband and the seemingly calm, oddly dressed man. "He left of his own accord. We woke up one morning and he was gone," she answered. Dumbledore frowned. Something felt very wrong with the explanation. Did anything happen that led to his decision? Petunia shook her head frantically and Dumbledore sighed. He was certain they were keeping necessary information from him. Meeting her eyes with his own, he caught a glimpse of a concerning image. A much younger Harry was stood over a trembling, prone Vernon Dursley. "I warned him I would make it hurt." A tightness filled his chest as he took in the words of the boy, the reminder of another of his students too glaring to ignore. What happened when Harry was younger? In the kitchen, both Dursleys paled as Moody, Bill, Sirius and Tonks looked at him questioningly. He somehow found out what he was. We never told him, and he was angry. The woman swallowed deeply before continuing. He just came in and lost it. I don't know what happened, but Vernon was not right for weeks after what he did. Again, Dumbledore felt that things were being kept from him. Harry was not the type of child to act out for no reason. No, there was much more to it. The other prevailing question was just how he had discovered exactly what he was if he hadn't been told by them. Had someone else found him? What happened, Albus? Sirius cut in irritably. Something that gives me reason to investigate further. I would appreciate if this was not mentioned to any other. With but a look, he had frozen the Muggles in place. It was not an action he relished, but it had proven to be necessary. They had no intentions of giving what he needed to truly understand the situation. Fixing his stare on the woman, he delved into her thoughts with ease. Muggles had no defense against the mind arts and the intrusion was effortless on his part. Any guilt he felt for what he was doing vanished immediately when he pulled forward any memories pertaining to her nephew. His heart wrenched as he became privy to the treatment the boy had received at the hands of his relatives. He never expected them to treat him as their own, but common decency should not have been a stretch for two reasonably wealthy people. Outright abuse, however, was not what he had been expecting, not like this. The guilt he had experienced shifted towards Harry as he watched him, barely a toddler, being hit forcefully with a pan and Petunia scolding him as she dragged him to a cupboard under the stairs by his unkempt hair. Having seen enough, he exited her mind and immediately switched his attention to the man, expecting worse but not prepared for what he saw. He prided himself on being a man of control, but his usually genial countenance slipped as he witnessed the atrocities Vernon had exacted upon a young Harry. The sound of breaking bones, a belt buckle thudding against his back and the desperate pleading of a helpless boy rung in his ears as he pulled himself from the man's mind, a tear rolling into his beard, fighting down the anger pumping through his veins. A reprieve of sorts came in the form of an owl arriving, seemingly through an open window. It deposited an envelope on the floor between the wizards and Muggles before taking its leave. Dumbledore picked it up with a trembling hand, breaking the seal immediately. He had expected little more than a warning for perceived use of underage magic from the undeniably flawed Misuse of Magic office. What he read, however, caused him to release a deep sigh. Dear Mr. Potter, it has come to our attention that, at 2115, a Patronus charm was used at your address. As such, we request that you submit yourself for questioning to the Ministry of Magic regarding this incident at 9 a.m. on July 31st. Should any further incidences occur between now and then, appropriate action may be taken against you. Yours sincerely, Mafalda Hopkirk, head of the Department of Misuse of Magic. He shook his head, recognizing immediately what this was. It had Cornelius written all over it and his earlier suspicions only strengthened. Someone had sent the Dementors here and the minister or someone close to him were responsible. All summer, his own name had been dragged through the proverbial mud regularly in the Daily Prophet, though there had been no mention of Harry, likely only due to whatever action he took against Cuff and Rita Skeeter the previous year. What he had done, Albus couldn't be certain, but it had saved him from the same or worse aspersions being cast on him that he was currently being subjected to. He needed to inform Harry of this development and he needed to consider everything that had transpired this evening. He had learnt much and many questions were forming, questions he was not certain he would like the answer to. When he had viewed the memory of Harry and the Dark Lord in the graveyard, he had been rather dismissive of what he had seen the boy accomplish, but the memories of his relatives, his demeanor and actions had left no further excuses for his own ignorance. The many things did not add up and he needed to get to the bottom of them. There was much to consider and, for now, he needed time to do so. He fixed his stern glare on the Dursleys once more. Should Harry choose to pursue this, I will ensure that you are both punished to the full extent of my abilities, he whispered, his voice shaking as he released them from their frozen state. Both shook their heads to clear whatever remained of his presence before Vernon once more purpled. The boy was a-effing waste. He was cut off as a fist was plowed into his jaw courtesy of Sirius Black, who managed to kick the downed man a few times before Moody and Bill attempted to restrain him. You do not talk about him that way, he seethed, fighting against the ex-Auror and Redhead, ignoring the screams of the man's wife. Dumbledore did nothing to intervene. Each deserved much worse and would likely get it if Sirius were to learn the full extent of what they had done. There would be nothing that could stop him exacting what he deemed to be suitable vengeance upon the two. Now, however, was not the time for such. Now was the time to confront inclinations he had dismissed and to locate Harry. The boy was safe, of that he had no doubt. Time and again, he had proven to be incredibly adept at taking care of himself, even if he did not agree with what he had done. Paris was very different from any other city he had visited. London had always proven to be fast-moving, a place where one was surrounded by many but could feel alone at the same time. People existed there in their own bubbles, a place where greeting a stranger was an alien concept. Paris seemed to be much more sedate, the center streets of which were lined with boutiques, cafes and a variety of other shops to entice the locals and tourists alike. Harry, however, was not here for the frivolities of France. Perhaps he would get the chance to experience those one day, but he was here to meet with Sebastian. The letter he had received from Fleur seemed to have been hurriedly scrawled and sent almost immediately after she had received his. Hedwig had returned only the next day, bringing him instructions of where he would need to go. He had taken an international portkey to France but was reluctant to do so. Much to his chagrin, he was quite recognizable, and even in the village close to his home, he wore glamours to conceal his identity. He certainly wouldn't let the habit slip when venturing to where there was a higher chance of being spotted. He was not keen on anyone knowing of his movements or whereabouts, especially not where he lived. That was a secret none would know. Easing his way through the crowds, he checked the piece of parchment for the address he needed to find. He had managed to locate the street, but not the building. Frowning, he approached another that appeared to be dilapidated, feeling a wave of magic wash over him as he neared. The wards were not what he would expect of a government building that held such importance, but when he rang a buzzer by the door and was admitted, he could understand why. He found himself in a large circular hall, the walls adorned with solid, oak doors and each guarded by a witch or wizard in blue robes. The wards on the outside may have been rather elementary, those within, however, were strong and pressed against him as he approached the single desk in the center of the room. Welcome to the Ministry of Magic, the B***-owned woman sat behind greeted him pleasantly. How may I help you? I'm here to meet with Sebastian Delacour. He is expecting me. The woman nodded and tapped the desk with her wand. Immediately, one of the cloaked figures snapped to attention before entering the door he was guarding. Please, take a seat. Monsieur Delacour will be with you momentarily. Turning to locate the seating area, he found that a single chair had appeared behind him where one hadn't been only a moment ago. Thinking little of it, he sat and noticed the woman continuing to look at him. You are not French. He shook his head in response. I came from Italy, he answered, not dishonestly. She nodded thoughtfully and returned to her work, her curiosity sated. Harry continued to wait, something that did not last long as the same door the guard entered opened only a moment later, revealing the blue-robed man and Sebastian, who headed towards him. His eyes narrowed before they widened in recognition. Hello, my friend, I apologize for keeping you waiting, he greeted him, gesturing for him to follow. He did so and soon found himself outside once more amongst the hustle and bustle of the French capital. I'm sorry, Ari, Avenue expected that you would come in disguise. I forget how famous you are. I wish everyone else would. Sebastian nodded his understanding. I will apparate you to the ward line of our own. You will, Avenue, no need of a glamour there. Harry nodded appreciatively and took the proffered arm. He had never been side-apparated before and he didn't care for it after the experience. The sensation was much worse than normal, and it was harder to stay balanced when landing. Much to his relief, he managed to steady himself. That was not fun, he grumbled. Non, it is not, Sebastian agreed as he withdrew his wand and began twirling it in intricate patterns. Harry's eyebrows rose, recognizing the level of security the man had around his property. It would take an army to break in, if they could find the house in the first place. I will need a little of your blood. He nodded appreciatively as he drew his own wand across the tip of his finger, relinquishing a single drop. Are blood wards legal here? Sebastian shook his head. Non, very illegal, but who will know if my ohm is unplottable? Harry snorted. Blood wards were exceptionally powerful if cast and maintained correctly. He too had implemented them on his own property, though he didn't know what use they would be since Voldemort had used his blood in his resurrection. It was unlikely that it was Harry's blood that flowed through his veins, however, so it was not a pressing matter. He frowned at the thought. He would need to ponder it further, even if there was only one other option and he was loath to use it, it may be needed. Aha! Sebastian exclaimed, interrupting his thoughts. You may want to remove your disguise. I do not think Fleur would be happy to see a stranger with me. Harry did so and his features reverted natural form, the brown hair to black, the blue eyes to green and his skin tone darkening from his weeks in the sun. You look healthy. It is good to see, Sebastian commented before leading him over the ward line and bringing the property into view. He knew that the Delacours were a well-known and respected family in France, but he had never considered their wealth and had certainly not expected what was before him. The grounds were enormous, rolling hills that led towards what had likely once been a castle on a hill, though it now resembled a large and modern stately home. It was at least double the size of his own and his villa was not a small home by any stretch. It took only 5 minutes of walking before they reached an iron gate that towered above them, and once more, Sebastian went to work with his wand. It popped open after a moment and the man sealed it shut with a few muttered words before turning to him. You will not, Avenue to do this anymore. You are now keyed into the wards. You can come and go. As you please. He nodded appreciatively as the front door opened and Fleur ran towards them, pausing only a few feet away as though torn on what she should do. Sebastian looked between them briefly before shaking his head. I will see you in the house, he chuckled as he left them. You've grown, Fleur said nervously, looking up at him. It was not something he had noticed. The two of them had been the same height the night of the ball. He remembered it vividly, he had not had to lean down to key her. Now, he would. He was a few inches taller than her at least. I've not paid attention to it, he replied. She nodded and began fidgeting with her hands. Ari, I'm sorry, about everything. We both could have handled things better, he interrupted. I didn't exactly make it easy for you. Non, you did not, she sighed, but I should, Avenue been more understanding. And I should have remembered not to upset Avila. He grinned and she laughed, breaking the awkwardness between them with a single gesture. I did warn you, the first night we met, she reminded him. You did. She offered him a sad smile before she threw her arms around his neck. I am sorry, she whispered. I've missed you. He held her closer as he nodded his agreement. He had been busy trying to right the wrongs he felt within himself, but he had thought of her. However, he hadn't realized just how much he'd missed her until he had her in his arms. It was still an alien feeling to experience, but he did not want to shy away from it. It made him happy and that had been the last thing had wished for him, it was what he wanted for himself. I missed you. They stayed that way for a few moments, simply enjoying the comfort of one another before Fleur reluctantly broke away. Maman and Gabrielle will want to see you. Well, your sister already has. She's hiding behind the front door, Harry replied. Fleur narrowed her eyes as she stalked towards the house and pushed open the front door, shouting in French at the younger girl who merely giggled and ran to greet him. Hello, Ari, she said with an innocent smile adorning her lips. Hello, Gabrielle. Have you been upsetting your sister? The girl shook her head. Non, but she hasn't shut up about you. Gabby. It is true, the little Vila replied. I wish I had never taught you English, Fleur muttered, beckoning for Harry to follow her into the house. Gabrielle bounced happily alongside him and he shot her a grin of amusement. She was a precocious child but very sweet with it. He found her to be very amusing and wondered if he could convince her to go to Hogwarts, if only to keep Terry in line. He shook his head at that thought. He wanted to keep her away from Wizarding Britain. He too was occasionally plagued by thoughts of simply running away, but it was not in his nature to do so. He had his apprenticeship starting this year and there was work to be done in the country. Perhaps one day he would leave, though, not until he had done what was necessary and if he lived, of course. The inside of the home was neutrally decorated with several family portraits spanning the years lining the walls. There were pictures of only Fleur and her parents and then with Gabrielle included when she had been added to the mix. What was the same in each of them was the happiness each exuded, the bright smiles that he had missed out on growing up with his own parents. If this is what a normal family was, he couldn't help but feel that he missed out on more than just the absence of James and Lily Potter. It was not something he was truly bitter about any longer, but there would always be those lingering questions that could never be answered. What would his life have been like? How would he have turned out? No matter the question, he knew things would be very different. He would be very different. "It is good to see you, Ari," Apolline greeted him warmly, smiling as she closed the distance between them and pulled him into an embrace. The feeling was still one he was not used to, but he no longer stiffened when it happened and the discomfort of being in such proximity to another lasted but a fleeting second. "It's good to see you, Mrs. Delacour." She pushed him away from her, looking him over with a critical eye before nodding satisfactorily. "Haven't you been eating, Non? Been taking care of yourself?" He nodded as another odd feeling came over him. Never in his life had anyone inquired about his health. "Good. I know what you men can be like when you are alone. I went to visit my mother when I was pregnant with Fleur for a while, and when I came back, it was as though a bomb had gone off. I found Sebastian in his underwear singing loudly. Had not shaved for days," she explained, shooting a look of disapproval towards her husband. "In my defense, you came home early. If you had come back when planned, you never would, haven't you known?" "I would, haven't you known, Sebastian Delacour. You cannot keep secrets from me." The man grinned and nodded almost mockingly, provoking a glare from his wife. Harry found the resemblance between her and her daughter to be almost uncanny. Both in fact took after the woman in looks, though Gabby seemed to have a little more of a mischievous side which likely came from her father. "Do take a seat, Ari, and ignore Sebastian. He seems to think that now there is another male heir, someone will, how do they say, stick up for, I am." He chuckled as he sat, shrugging at the man. "We would still be outnumbered," he pointed out. It is true," Sebastian sighed. "Let me tell you, Ari, there could be 20 of us, and we would not win. I am used to not winning, not at home. You speak as though your life is a difficult one, my love," Apolline broke in as she began placing plates of food on the table. "Non, I am very blessed with what I avenue, but living with 3 Vila is not easy at times. When Gabby reaches her maturity, I do not doubt it will become harder." "Oh, shush, you would not avenue it any other way." The man smiled unwittingly as he nodded. To Harry, eating dinner at a table with others in such an intimate setting was not something he had done much in his life, only with the Delacours in truth. He would admit that it was a pleasant thing, even if he did feel out of place, though it started to feel as if he was experiencing one of the many things he had been missing out on. Dinner turned out to be quite a subdued affair in all. Apolline ensured that he ate his fill and Gabrielle continued to ask probing questions, only stopping when Sebastian intervened, albeit reluctantly. He found the antics of his daughter amusing, despite the chastisement of his wife he would receive for laughing. Harry found the relationship between the two rather endearing. The girl had her father wrapped around her finger. A single pout from her and he would succumb to the seemingly innocent nature of the girl. No other was fooled by the act, but Sebastian was. According to both Fleur and Apolline, he never learned and remained ignorant of the less than angelic side of his youngest. "Fleur, why don't you show Ari too his room? I'm sure he could do with a good night's sleep, Non." The girl nodded and stood, gesturing for him to follow. "Sleep well, Ari," Sebastian offered with a smile. "If there is anything you need, you only have to ask." "Thank you," he replied gratefully, ignoring the stab of awkwardness he felt once more. He had never been welcomed in the home of another, not even by his own family who had barely tolerated his presence. With Sirius, it was different. He did not see Grimmauld Place as his home, and the place was so neglected that it did not feel like one. With the Delacours, it felt that they wanted him there. He shook his head of the thought as Fleur paused at a door and opened it with a tap of her wand. "This one is yours," she announced. "You, Avenue, your own bathroom, and the door at the back leads to the grounds. My room is 3 doors down, so I'm there if you need me." He nodded gratefully and offered her a smile. "I'm glad you came, Ari. I really missed you," she said shyly as she tentatively wrapped her arms around him. He held her close as he had upon his arrival. The lack of experience both had in such things had only become more apparent now that he had acknowledged just what was happening between them. Before, it had been easy to dismiss the awkwardness by insisting that they were simply both socially inept in their own way. Now, with what was beginning to blossom, he could no longer ignore the fact that they were clueless. It was something they would have to learn and explore together. "I missed you." She broke away and planted a key on his cheek before taking her leave. Lost in thought, Harry went about setting up his trunk before taking a shower, wondering what advice Tom would give him were he still here. He knew not, but the man would be happy for him, of that, he was certain. Sebastian watched the boy as he ate his breakfast, a smile tugging at his lips as he noticed how relaxed he was. When he had first met Harry, he was on edge, ready to either flee or defend himself at a moment's notice. It was not easy to see one so young carry himself such. When he had learned of why, he understood, and he couldn't pretend that it hadn't bothered him. Here was a young boy that had endured so much, and yet, there was none willing to be there for him. It was almost as if the world had forgotten about Harry Potter. He too had been forgotten once, and though he didn't face what Harry had, he remembered those days well. If he could help him see that there was some good in the world and that he didn't have to face the rest alone, he would feel like he had helped in some way. In only a second, the relaxed demeanor of the boy gave way to the familiar vigilance as he flicked his wand into his hand and conjured a golden dome over the table, a burst of fire heralding an unexpected visitor to the meal as the spell encompassed them all. To say that he was surprised by the speed in which he responded would be an understatement. The spell itself was of an ability that very few could ever hope to replicate, but it was how he knew to act that had the man flummoxed. The wards were keyed to him and he had felt no disturbance. The phoenix that arrived looked upon them and simply waited to be greeted. "I did not account for phoenixes when pacing the wards," he grumbled. "Neither did I with mine," Harry replied, frowning at his wand for a moment before turning his attention to the bird and dropping the shield. "Hello, Fox." The phoenix squawked and landed on his shoulder, depositing a thick envelope into his hand. Without further preamble, it took to the air and vanished in another plume of fire. None spoke as Harry opened and read 2 separate missives, a snort of derision escaping him when he had finished. "Is everything okay?" Sebastian asked. "Just the Ministry being prats and Dumbledore being an interfering git," Harry replied, handing him the letters. The first was an odd one, courtesy of the former summoning him for questioning pertaining to an incident that had happened at his relative's home. "I can safely assume that it was not you." "No, but I'm guessing someone sent the Dementors thinking I was there, and that same person is responsible for that letter. It does make me wonder why someone who could cast a Patronus was there," he finished with a frown. Sebastian was pondering the very same and he muttered under his breath. "Well, I do not wish to jump to conclusions, but since Albus had this in his possession, I am guessing he was on the scene very quickly. That would mean as the house being watched." Harry nodded his agreement, a deep frown marring his features. "I suppose it would be Fudge who is responsible for the Dementors. A ploy to wrest you under his control. You saw how he reacted to being told of the return of Voldemort." Again, Harry could find nothing disagreeable about what had been said. "This is quite serious, Ari," Sebastian sighed. "No, it isn't," Harry sighed. "The worst they can do is expel me. Non, that is not what you want. Despite how well you are doing, you will need your qualifications. Very few jobs are available without them. I already have all my owls and 2 newts," Harry explained. "I only need to get the rest and I could do those anytime. Madame Marchbanks would probably do them for me if I asked her." "Wait, you already Avenue 2 newts. Why are you going back to Hogwarts? Did you know about this?" he asked, aiming the last question at his daughter who shook her head, her expression one of surprise. "Non, I knew, did, is owls in charms and transfiguration at the end of his third year. I did the rest this year. Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall have offered me an apprenticeship under them for their subjects. Sebastian's eyes widened as he shook his head. Why did you not mention it? This is something that should be celebrated, Ari. I didn't think it was important. Sebastian sighed, his heart sinking. Evidently, no one had taken much interest in his schooling other than the two professors. What he had achieved was astounding and he needed to know just how exceptional it was. Well, we will celebrate it tonight. What you have done is spectacular, Ari. I am very proud of you. As am I, Apolline added, her own smile filled with the same pride he felt. The boy appeared to be confused by the praise and nodded uncertainly. You may think we are making a big deal out of this, but that's because it is, Sebastian explained. I cannot think of anyone who has done the same. So, we will celebrate tonight and worry about this tomorrow, non. He suggested, gesturing to the pieces of parchment. Being the center of attention had never been something he was comfortable with, likely because whenever he had found himself in such a position, it was due to something negative. Throughout his life with the Dursleys, attention had only been paid to him when he had committed a perceived slight against them. Usually, he would be beaten or verbally dressed down. At school, it had been the revelation that he was a Parselmouth that had resulted in him being spoken of as though he were a budding Dark Lord, and then his entry into the tournament the previous year. Last night had been a new experience. For once, he was praised for something he had done, praised for the hard work and diligence he had shown towards his pursuits. To him, it had been but normality, but to the Delacours, he had gone above and beyond what any could hope to expect from him, though no one had ever expressed expectations to him when it came to his learning. Apolline had gone out of her way to prepare a veritable banquet for the 5 of them, and Sebastian had presented him with 2 apprentice trunks that were filled with all he would need over the next years of studying. He had received gifts since he started Hogwarts, but none so thoughtful and none that struck a nerve with him in such a way. For the first time in his life, people were taking an interest in him for what appeared to be no other reason than they seemed to care for him. That in itself was an odd concept, and a part of him was awaiting the punchline of a poorly constructed joke at his expense, though he could not imagine that coming. Nothing the Delacours had done seemed to have any ulterior motive, nor had he any reason to suspect them of anything. It was indeed an unfamiliar but not unwelcome feeling. Are you sure you do not wish for me to accompany you? Sebastian asked, breaking into his thoughts. As a member of the ICW, I could make quite the difference. Harry appreciated the offer but shook his head, nonetheless. No, I appreciate the offer, but the less people know about what connections I have, the less likely they will come looking here. I know your wards are powerful, but Voldemort will find a way in here if he decides he wants to. Besides, Fudge has nothing on me. He's posturing because he wants to live in denial for as long as he can. No doubt Malfoy is whispering in his ear. Sebastian frowned as he nodded. Very well, he sighed, conceding the point, but I want you to take a portkey that will bring you back, ere when you are finished. There is no reason for you to be there longer than necessary. That was not entirely true. Harry could think of 6 reasons he needed to be there. Not that he was ready to share that information with any, yet. I will come back, he reassured the man, who let out a deep breath, relieved he had agreed. In truth, he wanted to come back. He had been here less than 48 hours and had spent very little time with Fleur overall, who had opted to take her final exams despite being pardoned of them with her selection as a champion. Having learned that he had his nude in Transfiguration, she had all but begged him to help her with the subject that she was not so confident in. She was not bad by any stretch, but her magic was much more inclined towards charms, something she needed no help with. And you will return tomorrow, non? I will, Harry replied, accepting the fork that Sebastian had turned into the portkey he had insisted he took. How will you be getting to England? I have an international portkey that goes between my house and Hogsmeade, Harry answered. You were granted that? Not exactly. Sebastian chuckled amusedly. Well, the wards will unlikely make that work, Ari. I'm sure I will not, hear the end of it if Fleur does not get to walk with you alone. The girl narrowed her eyes at her father as she nodded. Be safe, Ari, and send for us if you need, Apolline offered as she gave him a hug. I will, he promised. And do not get into any more trouble if you can, she added. I don't try to get into trouble. It usually finds me. I know, but try to avoid it, Non. He nodded before following Fleur from the front door and the pair began walking across the grounds towards the boundary of the wards. I cannot believe what they are doing, she growled irritably. Fudge is a coward and is trying to discredit me, Harry replied with a shrug. He would sooner do that than admit he is back. I know, but I don't like it, Ari. Do you really, Avenue, to go back? Only for a day and then I will be back here tomorrow. She nodded, a slight pout forming on her lips. It just feels we, Avenue, not seen each other. We haven't, not really, he sighed. We can make up for it. I will still have a month before I go back to school. Do you feel safe at Hogwarts? He shook his head. I've never been safe there, but I wouldn't be safer anywhere else. I know the castle better than anyone, so it makes no sense for me to go elsewhere. I know you don't like it, but if it comes to it, I can leave once I have done my newts and make arrangements with McGonagall and Flitwick about my apprenticeship. I know. I just worry about you, Ari. He took her hands in his own as they reached the edge of the property and gave as reassuring a smile as he could muster. I can't promise everything will be okay. I would only be lying, but if it gets to a stage where things are getting out of control, I will leave Britain. She returned the smile and nodded. For now, I have to deal with Fudge and whatever scheme the idiot has come up with. What do you think will happen? Nothing, if I can help it. I'm not going to let him bully or coerce me into anything. If he doesn't like it, him and the rest of Britain can piss off. I certainly won't go out of my way when they come crying because Voldemort surfaces and is killing them. So, you would not fight? She asked hopefully. I didn't say that, he sighed, a twinge of guilt tugging at him as her face fell, but I wouldn't do any favors for them. The fight is mine, I can't run away from that, but I don't have to do anything for any of them. When I've done what I need to, there's no reason for me to be there anymore. Maybe then I will get some peace from the staring and rumors. Fleur squeezed his hands. They do not deserve you, Harry Potter, she whispered before placing a chaste key on his lips. When they broke apart, the somewhat rashness of his words started to ring true. There was no reason for him to stay once Voldemort had been dealt with. He could visit Sirius and any other as though he lived only a short distance away, as was the gift of magic. Within him, he found another goal to work towards. He would still work on rebuilding the family fortune and pursuing his yet-to-be-determined career, but the idea of doing so away from Britain began to appeal to him more as he considered it further. A life where none bothered him, and he could be free from all the constraints that being Harry Potter had brought. I will see you tomorrow, he promised. Oui, she replied breathily. If you are not back by evening, I will come looking for you. He laughed at her words knowing that she had spoken them only half-jokingly. Releasing her, he stepped over the wards and waved before activating his own portkey that deposited him near the Shrieking Shack. Having no reason to be here, he cast a series of glamours and apparated to Diagon Alley to confront another issue that had been plaguing him since the night of the third task. At first, he had blamed his magic for being unsettled for his wand no longer working as it had been prior to the event, but his magic had been fine for some time now, and yet, the same issue was recurring. Having navigated the crowd one would find on any summer's day, he entered Ollivander's, the bell above the door chiming merrily announcing his arrival. Much to his relief, he found the shop empty other than the eerily gray-eyed man stood behind the counter stacking wands onto already impossibly high piles of thin boxes. Hello, how may I help you today? Ollivander greeted him. Harry flicked his wand into his hand and offered it to the man whose eyes widened as he recognized it. With a flick of his own, the door locked, and the windows were obscured by closing blinds. There is something wrong with my wand, he answered. Ever since something happened, it has not been working as it was. Ollivander nodded thoughtfully before speaking. It was quite something the first time you visited, Mr. Potter, he began. The combination of your wand raised questions that were not my place to ask. I had my suspicions, but I chose not to dwell on them. What suspicions? The man released a deep sigh, looking at him with curiosity. The first I presented to you was one of Holly and Phoenix Feather, that being a partial match. The second was of you and Dragon Heartstring, another partial match. The two were fused together to create the wand you hold now. Harry nodded, remembering it well. What I found to be curious was that the phoenix whose core resides in your wand gave one other feather, a feather that was placed inside a wand of you. Now, Mr. Potter, who do you think claimed that one? The answer came to him immediately and he felt his stomach sink. Voldemort. Ollivander nodded. Indeed. Quite the curious coincidence, however, I kept any suspicion I had to myself. As I said, it was not my place to question such a thing, though it does leave me to question as to why you no longer have a connection to certain parts of your wand. So, that's what you think it is. I do. A wand does not simply stop working or break a connection with a wizard. Such things only happen if the allegiance is won by another. From when I inspected yours during the weighing ceremony, such a thing would not be possible. The bond you shared with your wand was exceptional. I don't quite get it. Wand lore is a very complex branch of magic, Mr. Potter. Tell me, has anything significant happened to you that could explain the reason a part of your wand would no longer be connected to you? His heart sunk once more as he nodded reluctantly. Rumors are abound, Mr. Potter. One need only look at the world around us to see the coming changes. Voldemort came back, Harry answered. I have heard such rumors. I mean on a more personal level, not that I am asking you to divulge such. Harry released a deep breath as he nodded, dropping his glamour. My scar is gone. It's all that was left over from the night he tried to kill me. Ollivander hummed, his eyes flicking to the faded lightning bolt on his brow. I expect the scar carried some residual magic from that night and influenced what wand would fully bond with you. Now the magic is no longer there, the connection to those elements has broken. Allow me, he requested, I believe I know what will fix your problem. Harry handed over the wand and watched as the man went into the workshop at the rear of the shop. Learning that he and Voldemort had shared wand cores had been quite the revelation and the thought repulsed him. However, it was not Voldemort's influence that had chosen those part of his wand, it was Tom's. Despite what he became, it was Tom Riddle that had purchased the Wand of You with a phoenix feather core and not Voldemort. His thoughts were broken when the man returned a few minutes later and handed him a brown wand, identical to very first that had partially bonded with him 4 years ago. A rush of warmth spread throughout his body, stronger than even the two combined had given him when he first held the fused pair. Whatever the wandmaker had done had undoubtedly fixed any issues he was having. 11 3/4 inches, Holly with a dragon heartstring core, the wand you were destined to carry, Ollivander explained. Harry nodded, having expected it when the man had somewhat identified the connection between himself and Voldemort. What about the yew and phoenix feather? It is not your wand, Mr. Potter, however, if you wish, I can decommission it and you may keep it. I'm sure that although the connection shared is unpleasant, it served you well whilst in your possession. He could only nod gratefully in response, his thoughts occupied. Once more, the man left him and returned after a slightly longer absence than before with a box. The wand will no longer work, but it will serve as a reminder that we can change as we grow, Mr. Potter. The very boy that purchased one that shares a core. Didn't I expect you will do the same, though in a different way? Thank you, Mr. Ollivander, he replied, heeding the words spoken. What do I owe you? You owe me nothing, Mr. Potter. Your wand has already been paid for. Harry accepted the box and slid his own wand into the holster before exiting the shop. It was a bittersweet feeling learning the truth of his wand's origins. On one hand, he was sad that the final connection he had to Tom was all but gone, but on the other, he felt liberated. He still mourned for the loss of the one that had guided him over the years, but now, he truly felt like his own person. There was no longer a Tom and Harry. It was just him, and for the first time since Tom had been taken, he felt that everything could be okay without him. It was evening when he reached Grimmauld Place. His conversation with Ollivander and the loss of his wand as he'd known it had compelled him to seek some personal solace away from everyone. He needed time to ponder this latest loss, time to familiarize himself with his somewhat new wand, and time to accept that the final vestige of Tom that he carried was gone. It had been an odd afternoon, his emotions ranging between hurt when his wand now responded better than it ever had, and a strange relief that settled over him. It was as though he was breathing on his own volition for the first time, walking without a crutch to steady him should he stumble, and thinking clearly without the intrusion of a voice that questioned his every decision. As terrifying as the prospect was, it liberated him. Without Tom, all of him, he felt freer than he ever had, felt that he could grow into whatever he wanted to be. A part of him felt guilty for such thoughts. Tom had helped him when no other had had guided and taught him more than any ever could and had ultimately shaped him into what he was. He shook his head of the thoughts. Tom would be proud of him, of that he had no doubt. Entering the Black family home, he was surprised to see that it no longer resembled a hovel that had been left to rot. Evidently, his godfather had been busy in his absence. Where a layer of dust and grime had adorned the fixings and house elf heads lining the walls, had been cleaned and the hallway now resembled something of the stately home it once was. He approached the kitchen only to find the door closed and a series of powerful charms having been cast around it. Frowning, he drew his wand, but his attention was caught by a whistle coming from above him. Looking up, he saw 4 redheads peering down at him, all of whom he recognized. "You can't get in there, they're having a meeting," one of the twins whispered. "A meeting? The Order of the Phoenix. A group of people that are fighting against you know who," Ron answered. "We've tried to listen in, but they found out. We can't even get near the door without them knowing now." Harry shook his head. "Why are you here?" "Our parents are in the Order," the other twin replied. "They don't trust us enough to leave us at home." Harry snorted. From the chaos he had seen courtesy of the twins, he wouldn't trust them alone either. It would be only a matter of time before something were to go amiss. "How long did they meet for?" "Depends," Ron answered with a shrug. "They've only been in there for 10 minutes, so you'll be waiting a while." He cursed under his breath as he aimed his wand at the door. He had no intention of waiting for an inordinate amount of time. He had other things he needed to attend to whilst he was here. "Bloody hell," one of twins exclaimed as an unpleasant screeching filled the hallway followed by a sharp crack as the spells around the door collapsed. "You dare defile the House of Black with your filthy blood." The portrait of Walburga Black shrieked. "Shut up, you old bat," Harry replied, flicking his wand and silencing the abhorrent woman. She continued to mouth her profanities at him as he closed the curtains around her, fighting the desire set the portrait ablaze. "Bye. He grumbled as he turned to be faced by several people staring at him from the kitchen door with their wands drawn. "Ah, Harry, I see you received my missive," Dumbledore greeted, eyeing him speculatively. "Well, when I'm accused of casting magic somewhere I haven't been for 3 years, it does raise a lot of questions," he replied irritably. "Indeed. We shall discuss that shortly, however, I must ask that you wait until our meeting is concluded. I shall not keep you long." The door closed once more, and Harry shook his head as he ascended the stairs. If he had to wait, he would do something productive with the time. "You'll be in trouble for using magic outside of school," Ron said knowingly. "And how will they know it is me?" The redhead frowned as he looked towards his older brothers questioningly. "The trace." Harry shrugged. "I've been using magic every summer since I started Hogwarts. I've never been caught, not until someone else used it near my relative's home." Ron's eyes widened as the twins sported matching, mischievous grins. "Well, George, it seems that we have been lied to and we only find this out now that we have come of age." "'Tis a disgrace," George agreed. "No matter. We have work to be getting on with." "Shall we?" "We shall," the other replied. "It was nice seeing you, Harry. Come along, Ronald. Do you not have a mountain of homework to finish?" The younger sibling groaned as he followed, reluctantly leaving Harry with the only female of the many Weasley children. He had not spoken to her since the night he had helped retrieve her from the chamber, but she appeared to be doing well considering she had been possessed by an unpleasant soul shard. I never got the chance to thank you for what you did," she said shyly. He waved the girl off. He didn't do what he had for plaudits. "How are you doing?" he asked politely. "Much better. I'm still seeing the mind healer, but the bad dreams have stopped." Harry knew how much dreams could haunt someone. He too had spent years dreaming of the unpleasant things that had befallen him when he was but a babe. "I'm pleased to hear it," he offered. "If you'll excuse me, I have a few things to do." She nodded and allowed him to pass. Having had to take down more charms around the door to the library, he entered and checked that no one was lurking amongst the stacks. "Creature," he called. With a crack, the aged elf appeared and offered a mocking bow as he glared maliciously at him. "The half-blood calls for creature." Harry ignored the barb as he looked upon the pitiful elf. Without preamble, he decided to get down to business, should Dumbledore decide to intrude upon him. "Master Regulus betrayed the Dark Lord. Was he successful in retrieving the locket you helped hide?" The elf's eyes widened in fear. Tom had been forthcoming about where the Horcruxes had been hidden, however, he had never investigated Regulus's deception after he killed the traitor. The elf would have the information he was missing. If Regulus had managed to get it, he would know. Master Regulus did. Did he destroy it? The elf shook his head as he pulled his ears. He couldn't and Creature couldn't either, the elf choked. Do you still have it? The elf nodded reluctantly. They tried to take it but Creature took it back. A wave of relief flooded throughout him. With the locket away from its protections, it could have been anywhere, and he did not relish the task of searching for it. He shuddered at the thought of the dozens of Inferi in the cave. If you hand it to me, I will ensure that it is destroyed, he offered. Creature eyed him skeptically. Why would you do this? Because I want the same thing that Master Regulus wanted. I want him gone, Creature. The elf stared at him for a moment, pondering his words before he nodded, his ears flapping almost comically. Creature will give it to you, for Master Regulus. With a crack, the elf disappeared and reappeared a moment later clutching an ornate, golden locket adorned with a snake shaped by emeralds. Hesitantly, Creature relinquished it to Harry, who shuddered at the touch. The magic he felt was familiar, a magic he had carried with him up until recently, though this offered no comfort. It was cold and menacing, whereas Tom had been different, though it was undoubtedly a part of him that resided within. I will destroy it, he promised once more before casting a series of charms to keep the unpleasant magic at bay. Thank you, Half-Blood. Master Regulus can rest easy when it is done. With what Harry assumed was a smile, Creature vanished once more, the burden he carried no longer upon him. He pocketed the necklace as the door opened and Dumbledore entered. I suppose I will have to put the defenses back on this door, he muttered amusedly. Ah, Harry, if you would kindly join us, we are ready for you now. With a shrug, he followed the headmaster through the house and into the kitchen where an assortment of witches and wizards were waiting for him, most of whom were unfamiliar. He recognized Professors McGonagall and Snape, the former greeting him with a warm smile. He, of course, knew Sirius, Remus and Moody and had even come across the dark-skinned Auror with them. The Weasley parents were also present with another redhead that could only be one of their older children, but the others, he had never seen. Where have you been, Potter? Moody growled irritably. Harry frowned at the man, irked by the insistence in his tone. I don't believe that is your concern, Professor, he returned, emphasizing his title. It is when there are Aurors supposedly keeping an eye on you and you're not where you're supposed to be. And at what point did I ask for Aurors to be watching over me? He bit back. Himself and Sebastian had suspected that the home of the Dursleys was being watched, but he had no proof until now. You guard is there to keep you safe. How can we do that when you're not there? Moody returned. Harry chuckled darkly. I have not lived there since the end of my first year because it wasn't safe for me, he bit back. Funny how you are so concerned now when not a single one of you were when I was growing up. Had I known what your life was like, I would have intervened, Dumbledore broke in. Well, you didn't. It was down to me to handle them, so with all due respect, I don't trust anyone to look out for me. Dumbledore sighed, not having expected such hostility. How did you come to learn that you are a wizard, Harry? I have seen the memory of what you did to them. They deserved more than that, Harry growled. I found out because I dreamt of what happened to my parents. I somehow managed to turn one of my teacher's hair blue, I even apparated when I was 7. Oh, and it doesn't help that I had people like him, he added, pointing to a familiar man, bowing at me in the streets and thanking me for getting rid of Voldemort. The man looked sheepish as those in the room turned to him. That still does not explain how it is you found Diagon Alley at that age. And you won't get an explanation. My secrets are my own. I don't suppose you're going to share everything that you were speaking about before I came in. When he got no response, he shrugged. I believe we should move on, Dumbledore declared. I had assumed that you were frequenting Diagon Alley this summer, but you have been unreachable. It was not until Fawkes was sent that I was able to deliver your missive. I was at home, somewhere very far from here, he answered. I can't be reached by owls and won't be able to by Fawkes when I return. There is no reason that I should be disturbed by anyone when I am not at school. And what if he comes for you? How will we help? Mrs. Weasley asked. I don't want your help. No offense, but most of you don't look like you're up to much. Do any of you really want to fight him? None volunteered to do so, and he sighed. Chances are, he will find me one day and I'm fine with that. What I'm not fine with is people sticking their noses into my life when it is not wanted, so, with the best of intentions, piss off and leave me alone. Sirius snorted. I told you he wouldn't be happy. It is about keeping Harry safe, Sirius, Dumbledore replied. Bloody hell, look at him. I've never seen him healthier or happier. For the love of Merlin, he's spent his whole life looking after himself. As I've said several times, he doesn't need you lot on his case. After what I saw him do that night, he doesn't need protecting, he needs his space. Harry offered his godfather a grateful nod. At least someone was showing a modicum of understanding. Perhaps we should discuss the events that has led to your summoning tomorrow, Dumbledore suggested, having evidently tired of discussing what they currently were. I'd like to know who the hell cast a Patronus near the house and why. Harry questioned. That would be me, the young female Auror answered. 2 Dementors arrived there and I thought you were in trouble. So, who is behind that? It is yet to be established, Dumbledore sighed. From what we have gathered from our own intelligence, the Dementors are still very much under employ of the Ministry, though it is possible some have gone rogue and joined the Dark Lord. Great. What do I do about tomorrow? Cornelius will seek to have you punished as much as the law will allow. I imagine he shall attempt to have you expelled, but he will likely fail. It is a first offense, after all. So, it is him seeking petty revenge for me saying Voldemort's back. No, Dumbledore disagreed. He is simply trying to smear your reputation, likely under the instruction of Lucius. I myself have had my character defamed throughout the summer. Worry not, Harry, the Daily Prophet has made no mention of you. They won't, he replied confidently. I have enough on them to keep them quiet. Which I believe is the reason someone went to much effort to ensure something negative could be attributed to you. Without the ability to implicate you in the unpleasantness of the newspaper, someone took drastic action. That could have gotten me killed, Harry pointed out. Indeed, Dumbledore concurred with a frown. What is important is that tomorrow is dealt with in the correct manner. I will attend the meeting with you to ensure nothing underhand is attempted. Harry was not comfortable with the thought. Dumbledore had given him no reason to distrust him so, but he felt that it was something he should deal with personally. If he was expected to deal with Voldemort, he should be able to handle a trivial meeting such as this. All will be well, Harry, the headmaster offered with a smile. Harry merely nodded as he looked towards the clock. Your room is ready for you, Sirius said, seeing that Harry was keen to take his leave. Is there anything else? Only this, Professor McGonagall answered, offering a thick envelope to him. Details of your upcoming school year. I tried to send them last week, but the owl was returned. He took the parchment from the woman and gave her a grateful smile. Everything you will need is listed in there, Potter. I am expecting exemplary work and dedication from you, as is Phileas. He nodded his understanding before he turned to leave the room. Kingsley and Tonks will escort you to the Ministry in the morning. Harry and I will meet you there, Dumbledore explained, gesturing to the 2 Aurors. He shrugged as he exited, his irritation with the group irking him further. Instead of heading to his room, he entered the library once more. He didn't think Dumbledore would allow him to be expelled, but he did not want to take his chances. There were books in the library on wizarding law and it certainly wouldn't hurt to arm himself with at least a basic knowledge of what he faced. It was what Tom would have him do. The books he needed were tucked away in one of the corners of the vast library. He had been here only once when he had been perusing but saw no need to explore the area any further at the time. No, however, he had that need. It was when he was thumbing through a volume on the misuse of magic that he was interrupted by the clearing of a throat. Having legal issues, boy. He looked up to be met with the steely, gray eyes of an old man who was staring at him from within a portrait above the bookshelf. He had taken note of him on his previous visit, but he had been unmoving at the time. Something like that. The man hummed as he eyed him speculatively. It's really off-putting with you staring at me. I was simply wondering who you are, the man replied, unfazed by the glare he was receiving. You're not one of my grandchildren, so you must be one of theirs. No, I'm not a black. Then who the hell are you? What the F*** are you doing in our library? He was taken aback by the brash response and crude language. I'm Harry Potter. Sirius is my godfather. Sirius. That useless shit is still alive. As far as I know, he's the only one left of your lot, Harry explained. The man deflated in his portrait. I did not suspect it would go well, not with the bloody Dark Lord those idiots decided to follow. Tell me, what happened to my granddaughters? Granddaughters. Bellatrix and Narcissa. I know Andromeda fled and married a mudblood. What of the others? Narcissa is married to Lucius Malfoy and Bellatrix is in Azkaban. Effing hell, the man grumbled, shaking his head. Did you say you were a Potter? Harry nodded. I suppose that if Sirius is your godfather, you must be James's boy. How is he? Dead, Harry answered candidly. Him and my mum were murdered by Voldemort when I was a baby. You have my condolences, the man answered sadly. I did not know your father well, but your grandfather was a dear friend. My grandfather. Charles. Do not tell me you know nothing of him. I don't know anything about my family, I was raised by Muggles. I'm the last Potter so there wasn't anyone around to tell me about them. The man in the portrait frowned deeply as he shook his head. Did my idiot grandson not tell you anything? Sirius was in Azkaban and I was raised by my Muggle relatives, if you can call it that. What the F happened when I died? The man, Arcturus Orion Black according to the inscription at the bottom of the portrait, was furious, his eyes narrowed as he trembled. Well, I don't know when you died but Voldemort killed my parents. Sirius went after the person that betrayed them and he ended up in prison because everyone thought it was him. So, instead of doing his duty, the moron went after whoever it was. Tell me he at least killed the bastard. Harry shook his head. I did just over a month ago. Arcturus took a deep breath. That explains your legal issues. No, I've been accused of using underage magic. It wasn't me, he defended. Someone cast magic near my Muggle relative's home, and I'm being blamed for it. How old are you, boy? The man asked, peering at him as closely as he could from within the confines of his frame. I'll be 15 tomorrow. Only 15, he grumbled. What the bloody hell is going on for you to be in so much shit? Voldemort came back, Harry answered with a shrug. Everyone thought he died the night he attacked me, but he didn't. The minister is refusing to believe me and apparently wants to put me in my place. Arcturus Black's jaw was clenched as he looked upon Harry speculatively. Put the books down, boy. I will teach you all you need to deal with the shits in the ministry. You can do that. It was a glaring gap in his knowledge and experience. Tom had only explained to him how the Wizengamot worked and little else. He, evidently, did not expect Harry to have to deal with them in the future or not at least until he was older. I am the former Lord Black, Arcturus declared proudly. I spent much of my life kicking their asses and I will teach you to do the same. Harry eyed the man skeptically as he placed the books he had retrieved back onto the shelf. Why would you help me? The Blacks were notorious for their less than savory disposition. He wasn't going to accept help from them so readily, not unless it was given with good cause. Your grandfather was a brother to me. The blood that flows through your veins is as much black as it is Potter. When we are done here, look at the family tree in the drawing room. I have no doubt you will find yourself on there. We're related. He was taken aback by the revelation, not that he shouldn't be surprised. He very vividly remembered Tom explaining that most pureblood families were connected in some way. We are, young Potter. Perhaps in another life, had I lived, you would have been raised by me if things happened as they did for you, he added thoughtfully. Anyway, there's no need to dwell on what never was, we must prepare you for what is to come. Take a seat, boy, this could take some time. Over the next few hours, the man proved to be a wealth of knowledge when it came to the workings of the Ministry of Magic and the Wizengamot. Harry didn't know how much of what he was told would be useful, but he appreciated the effort the man went to, even if some of his approaches appeared to be rather questionable. He couldn't foresee himself calling whoever would interview him a steaming pile of inept shit, but he was grateful for what advice he was given. Now, more than anything, do not allow any bastard to talk down to you. The name Potter is one of respect and you should carry yourself as such. With the blood of the Blacks flowing through your veins, there is none that has that right, no other lord and certainly no cowardly minister. The worst they can do is expel you. If they do, you can get another wand. I can point you in the right direction for that. Harry chuckled unwittingly. Despite his cantankerous personality, Arcturus Black was entertaining to talk to. Thank you, he said sincerely. I thought I'd have to rely on Dumbledore to get me out of this. Effing goat, the man muttered. You rely on no one, Potter. In less than 2 years, you will be a man. Start acting like it now. I will, Lord Black. The man offered him a bow as he stared at him speculatively. Tell me, boy, does Sirius have any children? Harry frowned as he shook his head. Then that will make you his heir, Arcturus mused aloud. Or Lucius's son, Harry pointed out. Arcturus spat on the ground at the mention of the Malfoy. I will not have my family handed over to that shit stain, he declared. No, that will not do. Do you see that statue in the corner there? He asked, pointing to a stone golem somewhat resembling a human form. The one with the red stones for eyes. That's the one, Arcturus confirmed. Behind it is the Lord's study with our family grimoire inside. I want you to take it. It contains the magic and spells that we have crafted and made our own over the last millennia. Should the worst happen, I will rest easy knowing the shits won't get our magic with our wealth. You trust me with it. Sirius won't effing use it. He spent his entire childhood trying to separate himself from who he is, and I doubt that has changed. You could make good use of it, especially if Voldemort is coming for you. You're Charles's grandson, it is the least I can do for you. How do I get to it? A drop of blood in each of the eyes, Arcturus explained, it will open for you. Harry approached the statue as he opened a small cut across the tip of his finger with his wand. Blood magic was not something to mess around with, and he was nervous that something could go very wrong. Releasing a deep breath, he carried out the instructions and the golem glowed a bright red before stepping aside, his reluctance amounting to no unwanted consequences. The room he entered was reasonably sized and furnished with an ornate desk that matched the furniture throughout the house. It should be on the shelf furthest from the door. That's where I left it. Harry located the thick tome and flicked through the first pages. The handwritten notes and spells described within promising little but considerable suffering and a miserable death. He imagined several scenarios in which Voldemort would fall victim to several of them, and a smile tugged at his lips. He deserved the worst of fates, and he found it unlikely he would find worse than what was within these pages. Have you found it? Arcturus called, pulling him from his thoughts. I've got it, he confirmed as he left the room, the golem concealing the entrance as it took up its vigil once more. That is for your eyes only, Potter, the old man said severely. Do not let it fall into the hands of any other. I will find a way to climb out of this painting and kick your ass if you do. I won't, Harry assured the man. Good, now piss off. You need your rest if you are going to deal with an interfering bastard of sorts tomorrow. You must be sharp. I will, and thank you, Lord Black. The man nodded. You will find that a vicious tongue will serve you just as well as one lined with silver in certain situations, Potter. Tomorrow, ruthlessness will be required. Offer no apologies and give no ground. The portrait froze and Harry took his leave from the library, the words of the late Arcturus Black playing over in his mind as he pondered how his life would have been had the man raised him. He snorted before shaking his head. That, he would not know, but he would hazard a guess that it would have been quite something to have been a part of. He woke the next morning feeling more prepared for what was to come than he expected to be. He knew that he was likely out of his depth, having never faced such a proceeding, but his conversation with the former Lord Black the night prior had done wonders for his confidence. He had no doubt that Fudge, or someone close to the man, had a hand in the Dementors being in Little Whinging, but proving it would be a nigh on impossible task without assistance, and he was unlikely to get that from any in a position to do so. Dumbledore would wish to drop the matter, as was his way, and no other would put their neck out for him. His best hope was that he could escape this farce with his wand intact and his place still at Hogwarts. Keen to overcome and be done with whatever scheme had been concocted against him, he readied himself for the day and entered the kitchen to find it much less occupied than it had been last night. Morning, Harry, Remus greeted him from where he was sat at the table, poring over the morning paper. Are you ready for today? He nodded as he took a seat for himself and began buttering some toast, frowning slightly as Creature placed a plate piled high with bacon and eggs in front of him. Young master will need his energy today, he croaked before disappearing with a gentle crack. What the hell was that all about? Sirius asked, confused by the unusually kind gesture of the elf. Harry shrugged as he tucked into the meal. I'm not going to complain, he returned, having finished a mouthful. Sirius merely appeared dumbfounded before shrugging. To him, the elf would never make sense. He had spent his youth being hated by Creature, and the feeling was mutual. It was one of the few things that remained the same since he returned to his family home. Anyway, happy birthday, Harry, he offered as he reached into his robes and slid 2 wrapped packages towards the teen with a smile. Are these going to explode or change the color of my hair? Sirius was affronted by the question. Would I do that to you? Yes, Remus interjected. You did it to me 3 birthdays in a row at Hogwarts. Well, you had it coming, you smarmy git. Weren't bright enough to not fall for the same trick, were you? Remus shook his head, a slight grin tugging at his lips in fondness. Would you care to tell Harry why you didn't try for the 4th? Sirius visibly cringed. I don't want to talk about that. No, I wouldn't either, Remus snorted. The idiot tried to do something similar to your mother. She wasn't a vain person, not really, but she took pride in her hair. Come on, Sirius, tell Harry what she did to you. His godfather huffed, though he smiled despite his best efforts to appear annoyed. She took my wand from me and only let me have it back for lessons. I had to be in by 9 for a week and I wasn't allowed to Hogsmeade. Harry frowned for a moment but then laughed at the embarrassed man. You were grounded by my mum. I was not grounded. He was, Remus mouthed, shaking from his own mirth. Shut up and open your presents, not the bigger one, you'll have to save that for when you're home. It's a hot tub that you can put in your garden. It's self-cleaning and does a lot of cool stuff. I thought you'd like to use it after you've been training. It was a thoughtful gesture and Harry nodded appreciatively. He would certainly make good use of it. Shooting a final questioning look towards the man, he opened the smaller package and found it filled with an assortment of gadgets. They are dark detectors, a sneakoscope, a faux glass and lots of other things you can just leave laying around that will pick up all sorts of activity. Usually, these things are crap but those were made for one of my great uncles who was a paranoid bloke. I saw them in the family vault and thought you'd like them. It was undoubtedly an assortment of great value, if only for what they were made from. Each was inscribed with a plethora of runes, some gold and others platinum. Some were seemingly dormant whilst others hummed with magic. Thank you, he said appreciatively as he replaced the lid on the box and opened the one from the werewolf. You got him a book. What sort of nerd are you, Moony? I got him something practical, Remus countered. It will come in useful for him. Sirius shook his head. He always does this, Harry. He bought your father a book on how to woo women when we were at school. Bloody hell, I bet you had your own copy. Well, I'm grateful it's not that. Harry broke in before the duo could begin a long-winded discussion about their days at school. It will be useful, thank you, Remus. The man smiled smugly at his friend as Harry shrunk and placed his copy of The Apprentice's Guide to Being an Apprentice in his pocket. Speaking of your family, did you know that your grandfather has a portrait in the library? He asked, knowing it would prevent any rebuttal. Sirius paled, his eyes wide as he shook his head. No, but it is the kind of thing that crazy old bastard would do. Did he speak to you? He did, Harry confirmed. He seems nice under all the brashness and cursing. He was a nutter, Sirius declared. Not the kind of person you'd want to get on the wrong side of. Even Voldemort didn't want much to do with him, that's why he targeted Bella and Regulus. Your brother, right? Sirius nodded sadly. Reg was a good kid but was too eager to please my mother. You can imagine the kind of things that would make her happy. If anything, she's calmer in her portrait form than when she was alive. Harry snorted disbelievingly and continued eating. Well, your grandfather knows you're the last Black. He's worried that the Malfoys will somehow get the lordship somehow. No, I legally made you my heir when you were born. Even though I was cast out, my children are first in line, godchildren included. Maybe you should tell him that, Harry suggested. I will, Sirius sighed. It will give me a chance to get the family grimoire for you. I did say I had something that you'd be interested in. Arcturus gave it to me already, Harry revealed, much to the surprise of the man. He gave it to you. Just like that, Harry nodded. He said something about rather letting me have it than some shit stains, he replied with a shrug. Sirius smirked at the explanation. That is the kind of thing he'd say. I didn't like him very much, but I respected him as a lord. He didn't allow any to think they were better than him, which I suppose was a part of why we didn't get on. Well, I quite liked him. I'd much rather people were blunt and honest than being sneaky bastards like Fudge and the rest of the ministry. Sirius released a deep breath. I'll speak to him, even if only to let him know the family name won't fall to the Malfoys. I'll cast them out before I let that happen. I think he'd appreciate that, Harry offered as the door opened to admit the dark-skinned Auror and pink-haired woman that had been present for the order meeting the night before. "Watch her, Harry," she greeted him. He frowned at her, unsure if she was being overly friendly in a sarcastic way or if this was simply her personality. Thankfully, Sirius decided to intervene and introduce her. "Harry, this is my cousin Tonks and the man is Kingsley Shacklebolt. They are both Aurors, as I'm sure you've worked out by now." The woman smiled brightly at him as Shacklebolt offered him a nod. "Tonks. Yeah, we, don't use her first name. She doesn't like it," Remus explained knowingly. "What is your real name?" The woman's hair shifted from pink to red and back again. "If you don't know then you can just know me as Tonks," she returned. "It's probably better that way because if you use it, I will curse you." Harry rose an eyebrow at the Auror. "Suit yourself. Are you ready to leave?" "Yes, but we need to discuss security with you before we do," Tonks replied. "No, we don't," Harry said as he stood. "I made it clear last night that I do not need protection. If anything, you would only get in my way. Dumbledore is neither my parents nor someone who has any say over anything I do outside of school." He was still irritated with the man for thinking he could have people watch over him without his knowledge, and it was difficult to keep the bite from his tone. However, these people needed to know that he was not some kid they needed to look out for. He did not want to be patronized in such a way. "Will we be apparating?" Tonks scowled at him as she nodded. "I'll see you later, Sirius. I'll be going home after the trial, but I'll try and see you before summer ends." Sirius nodded, a frown marring his features. "I thought you'd stay a little longer. I've not really seen you." "I know, but I just don't want to be in England now. There's too many people trying to interfere in my life and not all of them want me dead." Sirius chuckled, his demeanor brightening at the explanation. "I know that feeling," he sighed. "I don't want you to feel like a prisoner." "Dumbledore won't like you leaving," Shacklebolt interjected. "He is under the impression we are to escort you here when you are finished at the Ministry." Harry shrugged uncaringly. "That just gives you one less job to do. If Dumbledore has a problem with it, he can discuss it with me instead of trying to keep me in the dark about everything." Perhaps he was being a little belligerent, but he didn't care at the moment. One way or the other, people would learn to either discuss things with him or leave him in peace. He cared not which. He had a job to do and he would do it with or without the help of others, as it had always been for him, except for Tom. "Whatever gripes you have with Albus, you'll have to take up with him. Our job is to make sure you get to the Ministry unharmed," Shacklebolt replied. "Shall we lead the way, or Shacklebolt?" Harry returned. With a shake of his head, the man exited the kitchen, gesturing for him and Tonks to follow. As he opened the door, he cast several detection spells on the street outside and nodded when he was satisfied no one was there. To Harry, caution was something to be exercised where needed, but this was quickly becoming a palaver that served only to hinder them. "All clear. Tonks, you bring him 10 seconds after I've gone." The woman nodded and offered her his arm as Shacklebolt vanished with a crack. Well, if he didn't want to draw attention to us, he went about that the wrong way. "Where is it we are going?" Harry asked, ignoring the proffered limb. "To the alley opposite the main entrance to the Ministry. Now take my arm." Having experienced the discomfort of sight-along apparition once before, he was not keen on doing so again. With a nod, he vanished and appeared next to a confused Kingsley Shacklebolt who was awaiting the arrival of his partner and him. "Where is Tonks?" Harry shrugged. "She'll be here in a moment." She arrived only a second later, her hair cycling through various colors as she stalked towards him. "I should give you a bloody fine for that. How stupid can you get?" "I don't let people I don't know apparate me," he replied. "Well, you shouldn't be apparating anyway. You're already in enough trouble. Only because you cast magic where my relatives live," Harry reminded her. She had the decency to look abashed before her scowl was firmly in place once more. "That is not the point." "All right, that's enough," Shacklebolt intervened. "Why don't we pretend that we didn't see it and move on?" "That's a good idea," Harry agreed with a grin towards the unhappy woman. She muttered inaudibly under her breath as she drew her own wand and began scanning the passing crowds outside the alley. "I can't see anything that worries me." Shacklebolt nodded and led them towards a phone box on the opposite side of the road. He entered and picked up the receiver, his eyes still looking for any potential threat as he dialed several numbers. Aurors Shacklebolt and Tonks reporting for our shift, he announced when his call was answered. He then returned the receiver and withdrew 2 badges that had been deposited into the tray that change would be given. Pocketing them, he turned his attention back to Harry as the booth began descending. You will be safe when we enter. You are to go to the reception desk and hand over your wand to be inspected. The guard will send you to the 3rd floor where the Department of Misuse of Magic can be found. Harry nodded his understanding, keen to be away from the Aurors. Dumbledore will join you shortly, the man added as they reached a large atrium and he and Tonks took their leave, evidently not wanting to be associated with him any further. Relieved by their departure, he headed towards where he could see a large desk that appeared to be a greeting point. Having queued for a few minutes, he reached the guard who barely acknowledged him with a brief glance. Name and purpose: Harry Potter, here for an interview in the Misuse of Magic office. The guard shook his head as he checked a clipboard he held. There must be a mistake, Mr. Potter. It says that you are to attend courtroom 5, he answered with a frown. What are they playing at? What do you mean? Harry asked. Courtroom 5 is where the Wizengamot hold trials for the worst of criminals. If this is a case of underage magic, then there is no need for it to be held in there. Harry's nostrils flared in irritation. So, it was not just a simple summoning for questioning. A part of him now wished he had accepted Sebastian's offer to attend with him, but more than that, he was furious at the measures that had been taken against him. I will need to see your wand before I let you through, the man requested. Harry handed it to him, and it was placed in a scanner. With a nod, it was returned a moment later. Strictly speaking, I shouldn't be giving this back to you, but mistakes can happen, the guard finished with a shrug. Harry nodded gratefully as he slipped it back into his holster. Where is courtroom 5? They are on the basement level. Take the elevator, he advised, pointing to a golden gate a short distance away, and good luck, Mr. Potter. We are not all as foolish as our minister. Harry paused and the man gave him a knowing look of frustration. Enjoy the rest of your day, he offered. With his parting words given, he headed towards the elevator and took it down to the lower levels where the space opened up even larger than what the atrium was. Fortunately, the heavy oak doors down here were inscribed with what was within the room behind and it did not take him long to locate courtroom 5. Pushing open the door, he walked through a short hallway into only what could be described as an enormous stone chamber. Chairs lined the walls and stands, most of which were filled by various formally dressed witches and wizards. You're late, Potter, Cornelius Fudge greeted him from his bowler hat placed on the desk in front of him. With his ire already having been provoked enough, Harry returned the glare. Well, considering I was expecting a meeting in the Misuse of Magic office, I'm sure I can be forgiven. Notification of this trial was sent out this morning to your home address, Fudge returned dismissively. And where is my home address, Fudge? That is Minister Fudge to you, boy, the man fired back. We know damn well where you live. The ministry does not make mistakes. Now, take a seat, he instructed, pointing to a rather uninviting chair. No, the ministry is completely infallible, Harry chuckled, and I won't be sitting in the chair. I have neither been arrested nor charged with any crime. As far as I'm concerned, I am here to answer questions that I likely can't help you with. So, ask away and let's be done with it. The minister stared at him angrily as several of the other witches and wizards whispered amongst themselves. Very well. On the night of July 21st, a Patronus charm was cast at number 4, Privet Drive, your home address. Would you care to explain to us why that was? I have no idea as I have not lived in Privet Drive for more than 3 years. Fudge was surprised by the answer and shook his head in disbelief as more whispering ensued amongst his peers. Impossible. It is your registered address, submitted to the Department of Family Records when you were a year old. Sorry, Mr. Potter, a red-headed woman interjected, but if you do not live at Privet Drive any longer and haven't done so for 3 years, where have you been? I stayed in Nocturne Alley and brought my own home last year, he answered. And where is this new home? It is a legal requirement to register any move in house that a witch or wizard occupies, Fudge snapped. Only if the home is in Wizarding Britain, Harry corrected. I no longer live here. Why you no longer live here? Fudge questioned nervously. The boy is lying, Minister. His relatives are still registered at the address, a squat woman broke in. You can believe what you want, Harry replied with a shrug, but I'm certain I know where my own home is. Then where is it? The same woman demanded. That would be none of your business, you nosy cow, Harry retorted, his patience being stretched. A smattering of laughter could be heard from some as many others looked at him disapprovingly. The woman, however, quickly recovered from her shock and reddened. How dare you speak to me in such a way? You're right, Harry conceded with a bow, you have my apologies, lady. I am Dolores Jane Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister. Then I retract my apology. Unless you have the title Lord or Lady, then you have no right to speak within these walls during a trial or meeting. You're nothing more than a glorified note-taker with an overinflated sense of self-importance. The woman seethed where she was seated as a few chuckles could be heard once more. Much to the apparent annoyance of the minister, the chamber door opened, and a rather unhappy Dumbledore entered the room, a stern gaze sweeping across those gathered. You have my apologies, Harry. I was not made aware of the changes to the proceedings. It's fine, Harry replied, his eyes still firmly on the woman to the minister's left. I was just explaining to Miss Umbridge her role within the chambers. Dumbledore frowned as he took in the mood of the room. Perhaps you should allow me to take over. Harry shook his head. There's no need. Unless the minister can categorically prove that the Patronus charm was cast by me, he has no grounds for punishment, though I suspect he will try. Which one of you is Madam Bones? That would be me, the red-headed woman that had questioned him earlier announced. Harry offered her a bow of acknowledgement. Is it a regular occurrence that a first offense for perceived underage magic is warrants a full trial? No, it is not, she answered, shooting a disapproving look towards the minister. But if the circumstances necessitate it, the usual warning can be dismissed in favor of it. And what circumstances would they be? If a minor was to cast an illegal spell or be in severe breach of the statute of secrecy, Amelia Bones answered. So, the casting of a Patronus charm would not warrant it. In my experience, it would not. From what little evidence we have, no muggles witnessed the event. Harry nodded, thoughtfully. Then why is it that I find myself in this situation? Is it because the minister has developed a personal vendetta against me and wished to bring me to heel? None deigned him with an answer, and he snorted derisively. This is nothing more than Fudge trying to exert control over me because he's too cowardly to admit the truth of the situation you are facing. You can bury your head in the sand as long as you like, but as I said, the blood of each death will be on your hand. That is enough of this madness, boy. Fudge roared. No, it is enough of yours. Take my wand and snap it if you like, but don't ever look to me when you all decide to take your fingers out of your asses and acknowledge what is going on. So long as that effing idiot is leading you, people are going to die, and he will continue to make his excuses. Honestly, I'm done with wizarding Britain. Expel me if you want, I couldn't give a shit. As I said, it makes no difference to me. My home is far away from here, so I'll leave you to decide when you're going to save yours. A silence fell amongst the Wizengamot members until it was broken by the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Is there any further testimony? A man seated further up in the stand stood to be acknowledged. The body recognizes Lord Cadmus Selwyn, Fudge announced. Selwyn offered a deep bow. Surely, the word of our valued minister is all the evidence needed. He has time and again proven his wisdom in matters of law. You mean when he pardoned you and the rest of your Death Eater friends because you didn't have the balls to face Azkaban? Harry replied. Great judgment there. He didn't put half the effort into investigating your claims of being under the Imperious curse as he has this, and he's do bugger all here except blow a lot of hot air. You will show respect to the minister. Umbridge demanded, panting. I show respect to those that earn it, Madam Umbridge. Fudge has done nothing of the sort. He's pardoned Death Eaters, associates with scumbags and spends his days bumbling around with his lips pressed against Malfoy's ass. Very respectable. The woman was apoplectic, but Harry was not done. He turned his attention to the B***own seated on Fudge's right. Remember my promise, Malfoy. You and yours. The man's lip curled, and he flushed but remained silent. If there is nothing further, we will take a brief recess to deliberate, Mr. Potter, Madam Bones intervened. Do wait outside and you will be sent for. Harry shrugged and took his leave, followed by a thoughtful headmaster. I do not think it wise to provoke the Wizengamot, Harry. They are a bunch of brown-nosing morons, he replied, and I meant what I said in there. Dumbledore sighed. I understand that you are angry, Harry. It was not my intention to intrude upon your life, but I had to ensure that you were safe. I have said it before, Voldemort is a very resourceful and dangerous wizard. I know that better than anyone, Harry returned. I will not spend my life cowering in the shadows and being watched over by people that can't protect me from him. Why should I? I admire your spirit, Harry, but I wish you weren't so careless with your life. Harry shook his head. I'm not careless with it, I just refuse to not live it because of him. He will continue coming for me and me for him when I'm ready, until one of us is dead. There's no point trying to put a flowery spin on that. It is what it is. I often forget how beyond your years you are, Dumbledore replied, looking at him questioningly before he shook his head of whatever thoughts he was having. This would have been much easier if I just said it was that Tonks woman that cast it, Harry muttered. It would. Dumbledore agreed, however, that would create many problems for her, the Order and our current efforts. Forgive me, Harry, but I had no intention of throwing you under the proverbial bus in this matter. This is an unexpected development, but I am confident that they cannot convict you. What makes you so sure? Because you are innocent, the headmaster answered simply. Despite what you have seen and believe, there are some good men and women in there that will not allow it to pass. Harry was skeptical but had little time to dwell on it as the door opened and Percy Weasley beckoned for them to re-enter the chamber. With a brief glance, he could see that Fudge and his secretary in particular were silently fuming. Mr. Potter, having found no evidence that you were the perpetrator of the magic in question, and though you perhaps went about these proceedings in the least productive way, you are cleared of all accusations made against you, Madam Bones declared. Harry merely snorted in the direction of the minister. Maybe one day you will wake up, Fudge. Until then, enjoy the death and destruction you will have to deal with. Mr. Potter, you have been cleared. I would advise you to accept our decision and leave without further provocation, Madam Bones said firmly. Harry frowned. Tell me, Madam Bones, is it against the law to speak your mind in this country? No, Mr. Potter, it is not, the woman sighed. Then I will feel free to tell the minister that he is inept as and when I please. Leave, Mr. Potter, the woman demanded, her words stern but the corners of her mouth tugging slightly in amusement. Harry offered her a bow and left the room with a bemused Dumbledore in tow. Cornelius can make life very difficult for you, Harry. The boy shrugged indifferently. He can't do any worse than Voldemort, he returned. Although the man was despairing at how he had handled the situation, his eyes continued to twinkle merrily behind his half-moon spectacles. There is nothing I could say to dispute that, he conceded. I do, however, have a gift for you before you return home, he continued as he withdrew a book from his pocket and enlarged it. Think of this as a birthday gift and a congratulations on your apprenticeship. Harry accepted the large tome that had no title nor indication of author. What is it? Ah, this is my own personal notebook that I begun when I too was an apprentice. I have continued writing down my own findings and observations since. I believe there is much in there that will serve you well and I am, of course, at your disposal to discuss anything you come across within the pages. Your personal notes? He asked, surprised the man would part with such a thing. Dumbledore nodded. Forgive me a moment of immodesty, Harry, but I am considered quite the authority in Transfiguration, though there are inclusions of other branches in there, some finished and other ideas still in their infancy. Perhaps you will have better luck than I in completing the work, when you are ready. Harry's eyes widened, relishing the opportunity and gift he had been presented with. Thank you, Professor, he offered sincerely. Dumbledore smiled warmly at him. Do enjoy the rest of your summer, Harry. You do, after all, have a lifetime ahead of you to peruse the musings of an old man. Harry could only nod as the headmaster took his leave, even forgetting to question why he was not insisting on an escort for him. Pulling himself from the thoughts of what he had been gifted, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although what he had experienced had been unexpected, he had persevered and come out on top. Shaking his head, he knew he had one person he could attribute to how he had handled the situation, and though he may have merely caught them off guard, he was grateful for the outcome. Thank you, Arcturus Black, he mused internally. It was past lunchtime when Harry arrived back at the Delacour home, his thoughts occupied by what had taken place during his impromptu trial. It irked him that such a thing had occurred but felt equally fortunate that he had happened upon the portrait of Arcturus Black the previous evening. Had he not, he would have found himself in a bind and had to rely on Dumbledore for assistance in dealing with the matter, likely at the expense of his own credibility. Magic, he was well versed in, but politics was something he would freely admit he knew nothing of. He released a deep breath as he entered the house, relieved he had not only survived the morning without repercussion, but aware that he could have been much less fortunate. Were it not for his own need to see an end to Voldemort and his apprenticeships, he would see no reason to return. He despised the political climate, he despised the bigotry of the purebloods, and he loathed the fame he had been burdened with. A deep, thoughtful frown marred his features as he pushed the kitchen door open, only for his wand to be flicked into his hand as a collective shout rung out. "Happy birthday, Ari!" His heart raced as he looked upon the Delacours, the balloons and banners that adorned the walls, and the enormous cake that rested on the table amongst a collection of other plates. "Merlin, you scared the hell out of me," he huffed as he slid his wand back in its holster. "What's all this?" "It is a birthday party, of course," Apolline explained, indicating the decorations around them. "Oh, I've never been to one," he replied. "You didn't have to go to all this trouble." They simply stared at him dumbly for a moment before Sebastian shook himself from his thoughts. "Nonsense, Ari. It is something we do for every birthday in this house, so whilst you're heir, you will get them same." Harry shook his head as he smiled, the gesture warming him and lifting his mood considerably. "It's not necessary, but thank you. I really do appreciate it." Apolline brightened as she took him by the hand and sat him in a chair. She proceeded to cut him a large slice of cake before placing it on the plate in front of him. "Eat," she instructed. I'm not an expert in how this works, but doesn't the cake come later?" Sebastian snorted amusedly. "Not in this, Ari." Between the three of them, he continued, indicating his wife and daughters, "It has now become tradition to eat cake first. They are insatiable. Enjoy the piece you, Avenue there, it is likely all you will get." Harry laughed as the man dodged the swat aimed his way courtesy of his wife, who was glaring playfully at him. "I do hope you are not implying something, Sebastian Delacour," she warned. "Not at all. I was simply explaining that yourself, Fleur and Gabrielle enjoy cake," he replied, his eyes full of mirth, content that he was safe with the length of the table between himself and the villa. Apolline hummed as she stared at her husband for a moment before turning her attention back to Harry. "You are still not eating. See, the second you take a bite, the cake is what I believe you call fair game, Ari," Sebastian chuckled, nodding towards Fleur and Gabrielle, who each had a plate and fork ready. He didn't know what to expect to happen when he took his first mouthful of the sponge. A small part of him considered that the three females might transform and attack the cake as a wake of vultures would a carcass. It took considerable effort not to laugh at that thought, which, thankfully, remained merely that. Although each of them took a portion most would consider excessive, they did so in a dignified manner. "Ah, the flock are feasting," Sebastian sighed as he took a seat next to Harry to enjoy his own, much smaller piece of the dessert. The three females narrowed their eyes at the man in an eerily similar way from across the table, and Harry shook his head. "Is that a villa thing?" he asked, nodding towards them. Sebastian chuckled. "Non, Ari. Those three just, Avenue a love of cake." That, he could see. Not a word was had from any of them until their plates were clear, something that took surprisingly little time considering the size of slice each had cut themselves. "Wait for it," Sebastian whispered as Gabrielle finished her final bite and pouted at her empty plate. Slowly, her wide blue eyes found her father's, silently pleading. "It is not my cake, Gabby," he said dismissively. The eyes shifted to Harry, who found himself almost enthralled by the stare. It was not magic, but the need he saw within them and the sadness that she may not get what she wants that drew him in. "What is she doing?" he muttered, unable to look away. "She is playing you," Sebastian snickered. "Bloody hell, how do I make it stop?" Avenue found it easier to give her what she wants. If she does not get it this way, there are a dozen others she will try. All this for some cake. Sebastian nodded. "I do not condone it, but she only does it for silly things like this. Besides, it is nice to see someone else on the receiving end of it for once." When it appeared that the girl would really cry, he caved, not knowing what else to do. "Would you like some more cake, Gabrielle?" Her demeanor changed immediately as she nodded, a bright smile replacing the sadness as she stood and offered a smug grin to her older sister and mother, who were not impressed by her tactics. Nonetheless, Fleur turned her attention to Harry, her own eyes adopting the same look the younger Vilas had only a moment before. "Not you too," Harry despaired as he made the mistake of meeting them. Merlin, have some cake, you too Mrs. Delacour. The three were much less dignified this time as they hacked away at the cake as though it would be the last they would ever have. Harry could only look on in disbelief as the remainder of it was divided three ways, the trio jabbering in French as they argued who had the biggest piece. Their true nature shows, Sebastian mumbled. Come, Ari, this will take some time and likely get uglier before they are finished. Harry followed the man who had stood and began making his way out of the kitchen, both pausing briefly to take in the spectacle unfolding in front of them. The final thing he saw as he exited was a rather irate Gabrielle smearing a glob of icing across Fleur's face. It never fails to amuse me to see them that way, Sebastian sighed as he stepped onto the decking by the pool, into the summer sun. I apologize if that was overwhelming, Ari. No, it was nice, just unexpected. Sebastian nodded. I do not wish to make comparisons between yourself and I, but I understand. Not a single birthday of my own was celebrated until I met my wife. I suppose that is why she makes such a big deal of them. The way I was raised upsets her. The way you were raised. I did not, Avenue an happy childhood. My father was the most unpleasant of men and my mother feared, I am so. I always promised myself that I would be different, that if I ever had children of my own, they would not suffer the things I did or see what I did. Anyway, it is your birthday, Ari, we do not want to dwell on things that matter no longer. Harry frowned slightly as he took in his surroundings. They did not tell the story of a man who had suffered as he said. How did you deal with it? No offense, but you have done well for yourself. I worked very hard to not be my father, Sebastian replied with a shrug. My family has always been influential, but let it go to EAD. As far as he was concerned, he was untouchable and could treat people he wanted. Sorry, I didn't mean to bring up any bad memories. Non, Ari, it is good to talk. Apolline taught me that. When I first met I was angry about so many things and was slowly becoming what I promised I never would. She saw more in me than what I was and she helped me more than she will ever understand. I fell for quickly, not because she was a Vila, but because of who she is. My love was all I had to give and that was all she wanted. This, he continued, gesturing to the house and expansive grounds, means nothing to me. I just wanted my children to avenue all the things I never did. Harry pondered the man's words as he was seemingly lost in thought for a moment before he shook his head. Anyway, how did your trip to the ministry go? Harry released a deep breath. Well, it turned out to be more a trial I front of the Wizengamot than it did the questioning I expected. A trial? Harry nodded. The letter you received mentioned no trial. When did that change? According to Fudge, they sent the notification to my relative's house this morning. The man cursed under his breath in his native tongue, his nostrils flaring. How dare they? He seethed. I handled it, Harry comforted. You might even be amused by the whole thing if you saw it. I do not think much will amuse me, Sebastian mumbled. What they did would not happen in France. The very thought sickens me, but I would like to see how you managed to come away from there unscathed and in quite good spirits. Come, my pensieve is in my study. Once more, Harry followed the man through the halls of the Delacour home until they reached a door on the far side. Sebastian unlocked it with a tap of his wand and bid him entry. The room he found himself in was not like the rest of the house. In lieu of the neutral colors throughout, this was painted a forest green, the walls lined with bookshelves and complete with a mahogany desk facing out of a large window onto the grounds. This is where I escaped to, Sebastian announced proudly. If I avenue no need to go to the office, I do my work, It's nice, Harry observed. Thank you, Ari. The pensieve is on my desk. If you could add your memory to it, I will take a look. The boy did so, and Sebastian entered a moment later leaving him to enjoy the peace the office provided. It was a very serene room and the view from the window only added to it. He was pulled from his thoughts a short while later when the man emerged from the stone bowl, a grin tugging at the corner of his lips. I cannot even say how proud of you I am. Under the circumstances, they deserved much worse than they got. If Apolline were to see this, she would box your ears for the language you used, but I see no reason to tell, he finished with a wink. I was angry about being misled. As you should be, Ari, Sebastian cut in. It is something that I will look into, though there is likely little I can do. That is not for today, Non. Today is your birthday and we should be safe to return to the kitchen now the cake will be all gone. I didn't think I would ever see people who love cake that much, Harry commented. You get used to it, Ari. It has been this way since even before Gabrielle was born, and Apolline has always loved it, something she passed on to them both. Now, it is turned into a competition to get as much as they can. I can't imagine getting in between the three of them. Non, I would not advise it. The one time I did, I narrowly avoided a fork being stabbed in my hand. Harry laughed as they entered the kitchen where the Delacour females were seated at the table staring morosely at the empty plate the cake had once been. I feel sick, Gabrielle groaned. Harry found it hard to sympathize with the girl who had icing stuck to her chin in the front of her dress. Fleur, though not as messy, was suffering the consequences of the binging as she released a deep, labored breath. Apolline was the only one who remained smiling as she licked her fork clean and sighed contentedly. That was delicious. Then it is a good thing I got another one, Sebastian announced as he summoned an identical cake from one of the cupboards. Apolline's eyes widened as both Fleur and Gabrielle shook their heads. Now, you can enjoy as much cake as you wish without the feeding frenzy, Sebastian chuckled to Harry. Harry nodded as he cut himself a modest slice and took the seat next to Fleur, eyeing her warily as she stared at his cake. Am I safe to sit here? She nodded. I could not eat another bite. He snorted lightly as he took a mouthful, enjoying the taste of vanilla and strawberry. Sebastian, would you please cut a slice for my mother? She will not be happy if she arrives and we haven't eaten it all. The man's face fell. Grandmother is coming, Fleur asked excitedly. Apolline nodded as she aimed a sweet smile at her husband. She will be here tomorrow and will be staying for a week. Fleur and Gabrielle cheered as Sebastian sunk into a chair. I think I will avenue a slice of cake, Ari, he decided. It may be the sweetest thing I enjoy this week. What's wrong with Mrs. Delacour's mother? Sebastian shook his head. Our personalities clash. Despite all I avenue done, she sees me as the same boy she met the first time. Let me tell you, Ari, if you think these three are hard work, you avenue seen nothing yet. Why do I suddenly feel cold? Harry whispered. It is a sign, Ari, a sign of impending doom. Harry chuckled as Apolline raised an eyebrow in her husband's direction. It was later that evening that he found himself seated with Fleur by the pool, the two of them simply enjoying some time together. For some time, they had remained silent, though it was not an uncomfortable one. Both were merely reveling in the presence of the other. The rest of the day had been much better than it had begun. He had been amused greatly by what he would refer to now as the cake incident, and he had been gifted with a wizarding tool set from Apolline and Sebastian. He was uncertain what he would use it for, but the man assured him he would one day find serenity by doing things by hand. He understood this as far as cutting his own wood went, so he took the man's word for it. There was indeed something satisfying about completing things without resorting to magic all the time. Not only did it help keep him physically fitter, it made him feel accomplished and even appreciate his ability with a wand all the more. Gabrielle had given him a rather large box of chocolates that she seemingly parted with reluctantly. Knowing she had a sweet tooth, he promised he would keep it under lock and key, though he had no doubt she would get some out of him eventually. There was just something about her that made it too difficult to say no. Fleur's gift had been one he would treasure and make great use of when he wasn't here. Initially, he had wondered just what the two glass orbs were until he held one and felt the magic radiating from it. The spells and enchantments were nothing short of incredible, a complex web of magic that most would struggle to dissect. Can we communicate through these? He asked, thinking of no other use for something such. Fleur had nodded shyly. I will miss you when you go, Ari. He smiled at the thought and effort that went into creating them. He knew that his father and the other marauders had mirrors that did something similar, but he doubted they were so intricately put together as these. They must have taken a long time to get right. I worked on them for almost 3 months, Fleur explained. I finished them just before you arrived. The thought and the lengths she had gone to simply to talk to him when they were not together warmed him. He couldn't remember a time when anyone had gone to so much effort on his behalf. I don't know what to say. Hedwig will be furious. Fleur giggled. I would still like you to write to me. Edwig likes visiting too. It must be a bird thing, he mumbled. Sebastian had roared in laughter as the three Vila had looked at him with varying degrees of shock and faux disapproval. I could always keep them. Harry had snatched the box away from her, shrunk and pocketed it before she could follow through with her threat. He had no intention of giving up that gift in a hurry. His thoughts were intruded upon as Fleur stretched and rested her feet in his lap as she laid across the sofa. Comfortable? He asked. She nodded. My talons need resting, she replied with a raised eyebrow as she wiggled her toes. He snorted in response. He had missed her dry sense of humor and the back and forth they would have between them. It felt so long ago that they had shared any moment like this. Maybe I should buy you a perch, he returned as he stretched. You and Hedwig could roost together. She would be better company. Oh, straight for the jugular. I can be just as mean as you, Harry Potter. He nodded appreciatively. Most would not understand their verbal spars, he didn't entirely, but it felt right for them to be able to make light of the things people would judge them for. She was not entirely human, something that did not bother him. What would bother him, however, was as if he heard people refer to her as such in a derogatory way. She had endured enough of that. She shot to her feet suddenly and rushed towards the house. I almost forgot, I have something else for you, she called. He watched her go, confused. There was nothing else she could give him that would outdo what he had already received from her, though when she returned clutching a familiar length of silvery cloth, it was a very close call. My cloak, he whispered as she handed it to him. I thought I'd lost it. He had despaired over all he had left of his father for days when he had returned home. He thought that it had been destroyed or lost in the graveyard. He hadn't mentioned it to her as he did not want her to feel responsible, as she undoubtedly would, for the loss of one of his most treasured possessions. I meant to give it back to you sooner, but you left and then the ministry thing. He shook his head. It's fine, he assured her. Where did you get it? She asked. It was not often he demonstrated emotion as he was in this moment, especially not for inanimate things. The only time he had done so was when he had shown her the photo of his parents, the edges worn from where he had likely stared at it for lengths of time. It belonged to my father and his father before him. It has been in my family for generations. It must be a very special cloak to last so long. Invisibility cloaks are rare, are difficult to make and do not last. He nodded. The magic in it is very different to anything I have ever felt. It's almost cold to the touch and strong. I don't think it will ever fade. It kept me safe, Fleur replied. There were times when I was, hidden under it I thought I would be, it. It has kept me out of trouble for the last 4 years. Thank you for giving it back. I never would, Avenue kept it. As amazing as it is, it belongs to you, Ari. He smiled at her sincerity. She was a difficult girl to understand in a lot of ways, but beneath her haughty exterior, she had proven herself to be more than he had ever expected from anyone. To him, people were self-serving, selfish fools that would step over everyone in their way to get what they wanted. Fleur Delacour was different. She was not perfect, and neither was he, but she cared deeply for him. He did not need legitimacy to see that. Here they sat, two flawed people that had perhaps unwittingly grown closer over the passing months, had grown to care for another beyond what either had ever likely thought possible, yet, here they sat, caring and closer than any that knew them would believe. Without thought, he pulled her into his arms and held her to him, the gesture of returning his cloak and the gift she had given needing no words. Instead, he wished only to hold her, to enjoy the happiness he had denied himself for so long. The tips of his fingers glided against the smooth skin of his waxen cheeks, his red, almost serpentine eyes taking in his reflection in the mirror. He found himself here more often than he cared to admit, his features unfamiliar, though they were now undoubtedly his own. He stood a far cry from the charismatic and handsome man he once was, both having been a boon in his early days of recruiting his Death Eaters. Now, he was little more than what most would consider monstrous, in mind and body. He cared little for the aesthetics when compared to the alternative he had experienced, but there was part of him that would always lament the loss of his body. It was not a sense of vanity that gave him pause, such things were frivolous, after all, but his sense of self was difficult to feel beneath what he and others could see. In many ways, he felt like a whole new person, and he was, somewhat. He was still the feared Dark Lord, the very same that still haunted the dreams of those that were old enough to remember his first rise to power, the chaos, the destruction, but still, he was different. He was quicker to temper now, quicker to a violent response than he had been before he had carried his attack out on the Potters in 1981. It was as though the final part of him that could exercise restraint was gone, the part of him that allowed consideration when pondering what action to take had been ripped away from him that night. He shook his head at the thought as a gentle knock upon the door to his inner sanctum sounded. As such, he vanished the mirror with a wave of his wand and took a seat behind his desk. It would not do for one of his followers to see him indulging in his own appearance. "Come in," he called. There were few that would seek him out unless called for, and Lucius was one of them. Although he was a coward beneath his arrogance, his mind was sharp and he was not an ungifted man, though he was not the same man he remembered from some 14 years ago. He had calmed over the years, the vigor in which he all but demanded he be sent on every attack against muggles and mudbloods giving way to a more cautious approach. At first, he believed the man had lost his passion for their cause, but no, he was simply more considerate of his actions than he had been as a young idealist. Perhaps avoiding a stint in Azkaban had matured him. "Lucius, what news do you bring me?" The man took a knee and bowed before him before standing. "My lord, I bring you news on Potter." The Dark Lord frowned. The boy was an enigma and his thoughts had been occupied by him more than even his own personal woes. A mere 15-year-old should be the least of his concerns when compared to his goals. But it wasn't so. Harry Potter was a problem unto himself, one that needed to be dealt with. Not only for himself but for his cause. Those that had witnessed his rebirth had equally witnessed the threat the boy possessed. Pettigrew, Yaxley and Avery had fallen to his wand, the former being a useless duelist. The latter two, however, were not so. He had believed Potter had been lucky when he had encountered him as a first year, had grown to learn that he was not without skill during the previous year, and the boy had ultimately proven himself far beyond that the night he had risen. Potter was dangerous, skilled and ruthless. He saw much of his younger self in him, how he carried himself, how he spoke and even how he fought. Was it possible that what happened on Halloween 1981 had shaped and influenced him in some way? He was a Parselmouth and had at least a rudimentary grasp on legilimency and likely its counterpart. The similarities between himself and the teen were too uncanny to ignore. It was something he would have to ponder further. His nostrils twitched at the thought. He believed him dead, had been assured by those that had witnessed it that his spell had hit true before he had vanished with the French girl. The boy had arrived back at Hogwarts dead, his body in plain view of the hundreds in attendance at the tournament. Yet, he somehow still lived. He would be a fool to admit that it was not concerning. Twice he had survived an inevitable demise. Once could be attributed to the old magic he had not considered, to his own detriment, but twice. There was more to it than that, and the need to hear the prophecy in full became ever pressing. What of him? He attended the ministry today for his trial, my lord. And what was the outcome? Lucius shook his head. Not favorable, my lord. Perhaps you should see for yourself, he suggested, nodding towards the pensieve on the desk. The Dark Lord nodded. Very well. He watched as Lucius carefully extracted the memory and placed it within the basin and took a respectful step back so that he could enter. He emerged some time later, his brow creased in thought. Although there were undeniable similarities between them, the differences were glaring. He would never have comported himself in such a way at that age. He would have been quiet, respectful and only answered questions asked of him. Potter had simply dismantled any case Fudge thought he had against him with a sharp tongue and wit. What do you think of him, Lucius? He is a disrespectful brat that needs putting in his place. No, Lucius. That is your mind clouded by anger for the threats he has made against you and your family. Lucius released a deep breath as he nodded. I apologize, my lord. Voldemort waved away the words dismissively. He is brilliant, Lucius, he whispered. I have come across wizards of talent, many of whom I have taken great pleasure in killing for one reason or other, but Potter is different. His brilliance is only matched by his determination and passion. He is admirable, my friend. Admirable, my lord. You saw for yourself the danger he possesses, the excellent form of his wand work, yes. Lucius nodded reluctantly. What you likely missed, which is forgivable, is his understanding of magic. He is knowledgeable, nuanced and simply spectacular in what he does. He has earned my respect and admiration, Lucius. Albeit for me to say as he is a foe, but he has been taught well and dedicated himself the art. Dumbledore. Voldemort shook his head. The old fool would not allow him to wield such magic. I know not who, but it is someone else of superior talent. I wish for you to investigate it, Lucius. I want to know how Harry Potter has risen beyond the norm as he has. Of course, my lord. I will begin immediately. Good, now leave me. I have other matters to attend to. The man offered a bow before taking his leave to carry out his latest task, and the Dark Lord leaned back in his chair. He had meant what he said. He did both respect and admire Harry Potter for all he was and what he could one day become if allowed. Such a thing, however, would not come to pass. For his own peace of mind and for those that still doubted him, the boy had to die. It truly was a shame. The world needed more wizards and witches as brilliant as himself and Potter, those who had dedicated themselves to learning and understanding the intricacies of magic as they had. For now, it was not meant to be. The world would have to wait to be blessed by another like them. This one could not be allowed to live. Harry stood back with Sebastian as Fleur. Gabrielle and Apolline greeted the elder Vila, though she appeared to be only a few years older than her daughter. How old is she? Sebastian shook his head. The damned woman is 84 and acts as though she is 24, he replied. I love her very much, Ari, but she is difficult. 84. Sebastian snorted. Vila are renowned for their beauty, even in their advanced years. Look at me and then Apolline. She is 5 years older than me and she looks 10 younger. It was not something he had considered, but he could see it now. Sebastian had pointed it out. He did not look old by any stretch. Apolline just looked younger than she was. He was pulled from his thoughts as the older woman approached and kissed her son-in-law on the cheek. I would say it is good to see you, but it would be a lie, she greeted him with a smile. I would say the same, but then I would be subjected to your ire for the next days for lying also. Her smile widened as she handed him a muggle suitcase and turned her attention to Harry, who felt decidedly uncomfortable as her gaze swept over him. Her eyes were those of her daughter and granddaughters, though these ones were not so guarded as theirs had been when he first met them. You must be, Ari. He nodded, his mouth suddenly dry as the magic of the woman threatened to overwhelm him. She was strong and it took great effort to keep it at bay. I am pleased to meet you. Aline. You may call me Aline, Ari, she almost purred. Your resistance is very good, but you must work on your French. Your harsh language butchers our own, more refined one. Harry swallowed, doing his best to ignore the lilt in her voice and the alcohol on her breath. Maman, Apolline chastised. Aline offered him a grin as she stepped away. I was only teasing the boy. Am I no longer allowed to have fun? Apolline offered him a look of apology as he took a deep breath. That woman was quite the force to be reckoned with. I'm sorry, Ari. She was told to behave, but grandmother does not listen to anyone, Fleur huffed as she approached and threaded her arm through his own. She's quite terrifying, he muttered. Fleur giggled as she nodded. You, Avenue's seen nothing yet. With the ominous warning ringing in his ears, he was led back into the kitchen where Apolline was fussing over her mother, who was quickly becoming irritable with her daughter. Do you wish to wipe my backside for me also? Aline asked as she slid a pink cigarette into her mouth and lit it with the end of her wand. Maman, I thought you gave those up. The woman shrugged as she blew out a thick plume of smoke and sighed contentedly. I did, but I started again. Well, they are not good for you. And me not having them is not good for anyone else, Aline returned. Apolline shook her head in exasperation, the matter apparently closed. Ah, before I forget, I brought gifts, Aline announced as she reached into her robes and removed several shrunken boxes. She resized them with a flick of her wand and handed the first to Gabrielle, who was bouncing on her chair with excitement. The girl squealed in delight as she tore into the package and a crystal butterfly emerged. It flew laps around the kitchen before settling on the little Vila's shoulder, its wings shimmering as they flapped gently. Thank you, grandmother, Gabrielle murmured as she stared at the enchanted insect. This one is for you, my little flower, Aline said as she offered the next box to Fleur, who accepted it with a fond smile. Within the box was a red dress that Fleur held up against herself and smiled. I love it, thank you. Aline smiled warmly and slid the next towards Harry. I was not heir for your birthday, and I apologize if it is not to your taste, but I saw this and thought it would be something you would like. The woman appeared nervous as he unwrapped the package to reveal a painting. Within the frame was a beautiful silver-haired woman sat by a lake, her angelic wings wrapped around herself to protect her modesty as she stared longingly up at a full moon. Adorning her shoulders was a large cobra that looked towards the heavens as it hissed gently. It was not only the beauty of the piece that called to him, nor the snake. It was the woman. She was almost identical to his Patronus, and he swallowed the lump that formed in his throat. It had been some time since he had seen her. "You do not like it?" Aline's voice broke into his thoughts. "No, it is amazing," he replied. "Hello, little one," he hissed. The snake and woman turned to him, the former hissing excitedly and the latter smiling sadly. "Are you the one she seeks?" Harry frowned as he shook his head. "I do not think so. Who is it she is looking for?" "Her lost love. He said that she should look to the moon and he would return to her." "I'm sorry, it is not me." Then our watch continues. The snake and woman turned back towards the moon and Harry gave them both a final look before turning his attention to those in the kitchen, their eyes on him questioningly. "She is waiting for someone," he explained. "It is a beautiful painting, thank you." Aline smiled. "I am pleased you like it. Tell me, Ari, what kind of magic can you do with Parseltongue?" He was taken aback by the question. None had ever asked him what use the language was in terms of magic. Pondering it for a moment, he nodded thoughtfully. "It is good for creating wards and for defense. Transfiguration is not affected by it as far as I can tell. It's not much else than another language, one that I will get little use of unless I'm speaking to snakes. Do you, Avenue, any snakes?" He chuckled at the question, his thoughts wandering to his spy network he had left at Hogwarts. He briefly pondered how they were doing without him. "I have 30 of them and one very special friend." Fleur choked as she stared at him wide-eyed. 30, she gasped. "Did you bring any air with you?" He shook his head. "No, they're all at Hogwarts." She breathed a sigh of relief, apparently fearful of serpents. "And your special friend?" Aline probed. "Her name is Serana. She is a 1,000-year-old basilisk." The woman snorted in disbelief. "The one who likes to, Avenue, nose petted," Sebastian said knowingly. "Dumbledore mentioned, Harry nodded. "That's her. A basilisk. A real basilisk." Aline scoffed. "She's very real," Harry confirmed. "I will need to check on her when I get back to school." The woman shook her head. "You keep strange friends, Harry Potter." "Can I see the basilisk?" Gabrielle asked. "Non," Apolline said firmly. The girl pouted unhappily, a frown forming as she turned to her father. "Your mother is right, Gabrielle. Ari can speak too, It is different. I could get you a smaller snake, if you like," Harry offered, laughing as he felt Fleur stiffen next to him. "You could have a python or maybe even a cobra like the one in the picture." Gabrielle's eyes lit up excitedly. "Non, Ari, you will not give her a snake," Fleur interjected. "She would only use it for nefarious deeds." Gabrielle narrowed her eyes at her older sister. "I would put it in your bed when you are sleeping. And that is why you are not aving one," Apolline intervened. "Let us leave the snakes to Ari, we." The girl nodded reluctantly as Aline looked on in amusement. Avenue missed you all," she declared. "Even you, Sebastian, I suppose." The man grimaced. "So, what would you like to do whilst you are air?" he asked. I would like to spend time with my granddaughters and get to know Ari better." Avenue, eared much about, I am." Fleur blushed as she glared at the woman. "Well, we could always go to the beach. The weather is nice enough and it will be good to get away from air for a few days," Sebastian suggested. "I think Ari could do with a holiday." "The beach would do my old bones good," Aline agreed. "Then we shall go tomorrow. A few days in the sun would do all of us some good after this year." Albus Dumbledore exited his pensieve for the 4th time that evening, a deep sigh escaping his lips as he took his seat behind his desk, the mountain of notes in front of him making no further sense. He had been taking them for 2 years now, ever since the events of the Chamber of Secrets. Had the diary survived, he had no doubt that he would be closer to understanding just how Tom had continued to exist when he should not have. Without it, he had nothing to examine other than his memories and a plethora of tomes he had been consulting. Still, despite his efforts, he was no closer to reaching the conclusion that continued to elude him. Since the incident in the graveyard, he had switched his focus to the boy of the prophecy. Harry had become a concern, not immediately so, and perhaps he had been dismissive of his mannerisms, his aptitude for magic and even his looks, but he could ignore them no longer. Over the years he had been in the castle, all the small details about him had accumulated into a pressing urgency to understand him. The similarities between him and Tom could no longer be ignored. What did strike him most, however, was how dissimilar they were also. Tom had sought power at the earliest possibility, had exercised enormous influence over his peers by the time he had entered his 4th year. Harry had done so, though not intentionally, and he had not sought the reputation he had. He wanted nothing of the sort, and it brought a sense of peace to the headmaster. What did not bring him peace was the uncanny resemblance between the two. From their posture to the way they jeweled, they were almost as one. If he didn't know better, he would say that Harry was his son, such was the closeness in so much of them both. He released a groan of frustration as he eyed his seemingly useless notes. Something was missing, there was something he did not yet have that he needed, a final piece of the puzzle if you will. He picked up a book he had acquired that discussed the perceived effects of the killing curse, though it explained nothing of the impact it could have on one who survived it. Harry was the first and second to do so and no other had replicated the feat. Was it possible that an imprint of the caster could be left on the victim? Harry was a Parselmouth, so an imprint of sorts must exist. Mustn't it? He knew not and had no way of replicating what had happened that fateful Halloween night. He shook his head as he returned the book. It would only lead to further theories without substance. Instead, he pondered his latest encounter with the boy. So shocked had he been by the way he had conducted himself that he did not notice one significant change about him. Yes, he looked healthier, had grown, but what had not been immediately apparent was the lack of his infamous scar. He had not noticed it until he had revisited the memory. Was the scar the answer? There was a distinct possibility it was a contributing factor that he could not dismiss. He had studied cursed scars rather in depth in the hope that he may one day find a way to rid the boy of his. His readings, however, had never mentioned side effects or the scar impacting the personality of the recipient. If Harry's scar was a factor, it would be no normal curse scar. There would have to be more to it. I am at a loss, Fox, he huffed. The phoenix trilled in response. Whenever he felt as though he was making progress, question upon question that he could not hope to answer would surface, setting him back to where he had begun some 2 years ago. He picked up his very first note he had written and looked over the small block of text. Tom's diary, destroyed. A 16-year-old Tom was present, not entirely physically so but likely would have become so if he had been allowed to proceed with what he was doing. Harry specifically asked Severus to destroy it with fiendfire. Why? Is it a necessity or just something Harry thought of due to its ability to destroy almost anything? His explanation of knowledge was sufficient. He is a curious boy and will one day have questions about why and what happened to him, if he does not find answers himself. Watch Harry closer. His curiosity could lead him down a path I do not wish to see him tread. He had watched him, and nothing had given him cause for concern. He was a quiet boy, a brilliant boy and not one who had demonstrated any bout of cruelty for cruelty's sake. Still, he could not deny there was something. Tom and Harry were alike in too many ways for it to be mere coincidence. But how had such a thing come to pass? Sebastian smiled as he watched Harry adding the finishing touches to the sandcastle that he and Gabrielle had been laboring over for the past few hours. Dutifully, the boy had walked up and down the breadth of the coast gathering bucket after bucket of wet sand under the instruction of his youngest daughter and placed them where asked so that she could shape the enormous construct that sat before them. It was equally heartwarming as it was amusing seeing him so carefree carrying out his task as Gabrielle barked orders at him from where she was seated with the little Vila herself taking no part in the menial part of the build. Fleur had left this morning to attend the ministry where she would finish her exams and Harry had taken it upon himself to keep Gabrielle entertained in her absence. Non, Ari, not there. The frustrated voice of his daughter rung out as the boy placed another pile of sand next to her. Sebastian chuckled as the two began debating loudly about the final details. Of course, Gabrielle pouted, and Harry folded like wet parchment, muttering under his breath as he did as he was bid. Did you know he was out here at 5 a.m. this morning running lengths along the beach and swimming? Aline questioned his wife, both also enjoying the spectacle that was the famous teen being resorted to his daughter's personal workhorse. And yesterday morning he was running across the hills before we came here. It is what Ari does, Maman. Aline pursed her lips. He is 15. He should be sleeping in until noon, not preparing for war. It was not often he found himself agreeing with his mother-in-law, but he could find no fault in what she said. It should not be Harry's place to fight in a war. The British ministry should be dealing with the Voldemort problem, but first, they would have to acknowledge it. He shook his head. Such a thing was unlikely. He should, but after what has happened to him, you must understand. Aline nodded. He has suffered much and does all he can to prevent any more of it. What I want to know is why he has been allowed to live such a miserable life. Why have you not done something about it? She asked him. I wanted to, Sebastian defended. If I had, it would have only pushed him away. I would rather keep him close and safe than dig through his past. But he is not safe and will not be until that monster is gone. For the second time that day, he agreed with the woman. She had been terrified to learn how close they had been to losing Fleur and had demanded to see the memory Sebastian had kept from the night of the third task. She had emerged from the pensive shaken and in awe at what she had witnessed, though she had not mentioned it since, much to his relief. Harry was slowly dealing with what had happened and it would do none of them any good to revisit it. He is not a fool, Maman. Non, but it consumes him. He carries everything that has happened, ready to unleash on those that have wronged him. I have met dangerous people, Apolline, and Harry Potter is one of them. He is not a monster, Sebastian bit back. Non, he is a very sweet boy who will do whatever it takes to keep those he cares for safe. A person like him is dangerous in many ways. If he dies, Fleur will not recover from it, and if he survives, what will be the cost? How many will he have to kill to be safe? Aline questioned. He would say as many as necessary, Sebastian sighed sadly. Then he may just survive what it is he faces, if he does not lose himself along the way. Aline murmured. It's nice here, Harry commented as he looked towards the ocean, the surface illuminated by the full moon on the horizon. Peaceful. Fleur nodded against his chest and sighed. It is one of my favorite places, she murmured. Is your own like this? Harry shook his head. It's peaceful, but in a different way. I have a forest with a stream passing though that leads to the river at the bottom of the mountains. I have a nice garden where I can grow my own food and the villa is beautiful, not as big as your house but more than enough for me. I would like to see it one day. I will take you, he promised. She nodded and yawned, the day having taken much out of her, but she was done with her exams and free until she found what she wanted to do next. She had received an offer of employment from Gringotts in London but not in a position she wanted. Not that she would have taken it. Britain was not a safe place to be and the bigotry was worse than here in France. She yawned again and Harry chuckled. Maybe you should go to bed, he suggested. You wouldn't want me to have to carry you. Maybe I would like that very much, she returned as she stood and froze. I did not mean it like that. Harry snorted at the unintentional innuendo. Neither did I. I just meant that I've been carrying sand all day and my back is killing me. I'd probably drop you. Fleur put her hands on her hips. I do, hope you are not comparing me to a ton of sand, Harry Potter. Would I do that? Non, not if you knew what was good for you, she replied with a grin before placing a chaste key on his lips. I will see you in the morning, Non. He nodded, a smile plastered across his face as she left him to gaze upon the ocean a little longer. Though it was warm here. During the day, the nights were not so forgiving. Without her warmth and presence, it wasn't long before he decided to turn in himself. He stood and stretched before vanishing the chair he had conjured only to curse as he tripped on something. Lighting the tip of his wand, he picked up the shoes that Fleur had left behind and shook his head. She cares about you, Harry Potter, a voice spoke, stopping him as he approached the back door. He turned to see the glow of a cigarette partially lighting the face of Fleur's grandmother as she took in a mouthful of smoke, breathing it in deeply and releasing it. More than I think you understand. I know she cares about me. Non, Aline disagreed, you think you know but you do not. You are only 15, you cannot be expected to know or understand. He frowned in the direction of the woman as she extinguished her cigarette. And you care for, I do. An uncomfortable silence fell between the two as she seemingly stared at him through the darkness. There is a sadness about you, Harry Potter. You smile, but I can see it in your eyes. You carry it on your shoulders with all your anger. Angry people do foolish things. And people who have made foolish mistakes learn from them. He could almost feel the grin tugging at her lips. Was saving life a foolish mistake. He swallowed deeply as he shook his head. No, he whispered. You mean that, Aline sighed after a moment. I care for, too, Ari. I share a very special bond with my little flower, and I do not wish to see, hurt. I would never. Non, not intentionally, but you may do it without realizing. You saw how she reacted when she thought you were dead, and I suspect you would. Avenue fared no better, Non. No, I wouldn't. You should not forget that. He clenched his jaw in irritation. I am reminded of it every day. Every time I see her, I'm reminded of it. Aline sighed deeply. I do not say these things because I wish for you to not be in her life, it is too far gone for that. I say them as someone who has lost someone I cared for the way you and Fleur care for each other. She is Avila, Ari. She is different to you. She will give you, art fully, and for, there will likely never be another. Are you prepared for that? Do you understand how precious that gift is? I understand more than you think, he returned. I died for her because I didn't understand how much me doing so would affect her. If I would have known, maybe I would have hesitated and the curse would have taken her, but even knowing what I do now, I can't promise that I wouldn't do it again. Call me selfish if you like, but I will not watch her be taken as I did my mother. He took a deep breath to steady himself. I can't promise I wouldn't die for her, but I can promise to do all I can to make sure she does not have to face what she did again. And that is the person you are, Ari Potter. You are a protector, but words are water, they can change with the tide. I protect her only as much as she would me. And she would do the same as you, Aline muttered. I do not want to lose my granddaughter, Ari. He deflated as her words sunk in. Before him was not a woman who disliked him or wished him gone, but someone who needed to feel assurance. What would you have me do? Nothing. I just needed you to hear it from me. I know the words of an old woman will not sway you from your path, but I had to speak with you. I needed to see that you care for her the same way she does for you. I do not want to lose her, and for that, you must live also. You said yourself, words are water. They are, but it helps to hear you speak them. Is it wrong for me to expect so much of you when you already burden yourself? Perhaps, but I have you to know. Do you care for her enough to see this through and live? I do. Then I will believe you, Aline replied as she lit another cigarette. Sleep well, Ari. You too, he returned before he entered the house, confused by the conversation he had shared with the older woman. With his return to school fast approaching, Harry was determined to enjoy what remained of his time away from the castle, the time he had left with the Delacours, all of whom he had grown very fond of over the weeks he had been here. He had not expected to spend as much time within their home as he had, and any time the subject of him leaving was broached, there was always a reason for him to stay. Whether that was Gabrielle insisting he remained for another couple of days with a pout he could not say no to, or Apolline and Sebastian making it clear they did not want him to leave, something kept him here. Not that he minded, he merely did not want to feel that he was intruding upon them. When he voiced that concern, it had been readily and vehemently dismissed by both parents who, for whatever reason, seemed to like having him around. It was an odd thing to the boy who had spent much of his life being shunned, by people that were supposed to want him no less. The Delacours had no such obligation to him, and yet, here they were making him feel more welcome than his own family had. It was a rather bittersweet feeling, and one he struggled to comprehend. Though Apolline, Sebastian and Gabrielle had seemingly done all they could to get him to stay, Fleur had said nothing to convince him to do so. She had assured him that it wasn't that she didn't want him here, but she would understand if he felt he needed some time to himself. That conversation had been so unlike the one he had shared with Aline. With her, he had been somewhat guarded, but not with Fleur. Flashback. The two of them were seated by the pool, having returned from the beach the previous day. Aline had left for her own home only this morning, and the day had been spent unpacking at a rather leisurely pace and doing little else. Sebastian had aptly named it the holidays blues, the time in which you return home but you're not ready to return to the mundanity of day-to-day life. Something is bothering you, Fleur muttered, breaking into his thoughts as she extracted herself from his chest. Lots of things bother me, he replied with a smirk. She raised an eyebrow in his direction, and he deflated. Many things did bother him, that was no lie, but they bothered him more so with each day that passed when he would return Britain and could no longer put them to the back of his mind, could no longer live in ignorance without thoughts of Voldemort plaguing him and the monumental task he had to undertake. Those thoughts, he could ignore. He had accepted long ago that it would one day come down to him and the Dark Lord, and he never expected such a thing to be as simple as striking the man down. No, it was the changes in his life that distracted him. The loss of Tom, the adjustments he had to make, the Horcruxes. There was much he needed to deal with, some of which would take time. There is a lot bothering me and I don't really know where to begin, he sighed. She offered him a sad smile. I know, Ari. I see you lose yourself up there, she replied, placing the tip of her finger on his temple. If you need more time. He shook his head. No, it's not that. Everything is just different and it's taking me time to get used to it. You mean us? Not us, but other things, he answered cryptically. It's complicated and I want to tell you, and I will one day. I'm just not ready, not yet. She nodded. Only when you were ready. He smiled as he held her close to him. Once more. Not once had she pushed him to share his thoughts and feelings, nor had they discussed Voldemort and what he faced when he returned. She knew that she would not be able to prevent him doing what he would. It was as though there was a silent agreement between them, one that could not remain so indefinitely. One day, it would be discussed, but today was not it and tomorrow not likely either. For now, neither wanted to voice their thoughts on the matter. To do so would mar what they were building between them, whatever that may be, and neither wanted to be responsible for that. You will know everything one day. I just need to come to terms with it first. She simply nodded against his chest in understanding. Were it a pressing thing, he would tell her and would do so when the time was right for him. End flashback. Are you sure you do not want a croissant, Ari? The voice of Apolline shook him from his reverie. No, thank you, he answered, giving Fleur's hand a squeeze under the table as she looked at him worriedly. I don't understand how you eat pastries for breakfast. They should be a dessert. Watch it, Ari, Sebastian warned. You do not want a lecture from as to how uncultured you British are. Apolline's hands were firmly on her hips as she was seemingly preparing to do just that. With a playful glare at her husband, she took her seat and began tearing strips off the sweet treat before popping them into her mouth. It's scary how much you look like her, Harry said to Fleur. I remember when you did that with the bacon. You said I would get fat, Fleur reminded him. No, I said it to Hedwig. And then to me. See, there's that face, he said triumphantly, gesturing between the girl and her mother. It is uncanny, Sebastian agreed. Oh, Ari, did you not learn your lesson to not upset a creature of fire? Apolline asked almost demurely. The woman had been furious with Fleur when she had seen the burn scars on his arm and quite the heated argument had broken out between the two. It wasn't until Fleur reminded her that she too had once lost her composure and almost immolated Sebastian that the woman reluctantly conceded the point. Still, she had not been happy for several days and had fussed over him more than usual. It wasn't until he explained the situation that she had calmed. This, however, was the first time she had referred to what had happened without chastising her daughter. I do not think, Maman, Gabrielle piped up. Bloody hell, you can't win here, Harry grumbled as the three Vila stared at him amusedly. Non, Ari, you cannot, Sebastian chuckled. Fleur smiled sweetly at him before shoving half a pastry into her mouth, reminding him of the cake incident. He opened his mouth to speak but was prevented doing so by the girl as she held her hand up to silence him whilst she finished her mouthful of food. I would choose your words carefully, Ari Potter, she warned. I know you well enough to know that you were going to say something that would get you in trouble. I was not, he denied. She hummed in disbelief as she took another, more delicate bite of her breakfast this time, waiting to see if he would continue. Any further back and forth between the two was interrupted by a gentle tapping on the kitchen window. Sebastian admitted the owl with a flick of his wand, and it landed next to Fleur with its missive presented. It must be my results, she whispered nervously as she relieved the large tawny of the burden. It promptly exited through the still open window, leaving Fleur staring at the roll of parchment she held in her hands. I think you're worrying over nothing, Harry offered as he took the pastry from her other hand and took a bite. If you've failed anything, I'll eat Hedwig. You will not, Gabrielle said hotly. It would be quite rude to eat something you were related to, he mused aloud, eliciting a scowl from the girl. Sebastian snorted as Fleur glared at him. That is one too many bird jokes from you, Ari, she chided, the corners of her mouth tugging slightly as she broke the seal holding the scroll together. It stopped you feeling nervous. She shook her head before turning her attention to the unrolled parchment. She released a deep sigh of relief and handed it to her father, who smiled. I'm very proud of you, my little flower. I think this calls for a celebration. She blushed under the praise as her mother also read the missive and stepped around the table to give her a tight hug. I did not expect anything less from you, she whispered. Thank you, Maman. I'll take it you did well. Fleur nodded. I got all 9 and top grades in everything except herbology. Even transfiguration. She nodded once more. That had been the one she had been least confident with. Harry had spent hours with her working on it. Thanks to you. You should become a professor, you're a good teacher. I've thought about it. I've got to get through my mastery first before I can even consider it. Is that something you want to do, Ari? Sebastian questioned. I'm still not decided, he replied with a shrug. Speaking of your apprenticeship, shouldn't you have received a letter about it by now? You only, Avenue a few days before you go back, Apolline reminded him. Oh, McGonagall gave me a letter the night before my trial. I completely forgot about it until now. Is there anything you need to get or prepare in advance? I will need to go shopping tomorrow and can take you with me, Apolline offered. I didn't read it, he admitted sheepishly. I should probably do that now. You should, Apolline sighed. He went to his room and retrieved the letter from his trunk where he had placed it with the locket, another thing he would need to deal with when he returned to the castle along with collecting the diadem. Pushing thoughts of the Horcruxes aside, he returned to the kitchen with the missive in hand and took his seat as he opened it. The first piece of parchment was the standard Hogwarts letter one would receive every year. Having already completed his owls, his required reading list was different to what his peers would have gotten. He had been instructed to get the Newt test for the subjects he would be continuing with along with additional texts for charms and transfiguration, though the letter informed him that others would be provided. Inside the envelope was 2 more pieces of parchment, the first being a note from Professors McGonagall and Flitwick. Dear Harry, we would both like to once again extend our congratulations to you on your results and express how proud we are of you. We are currently working on a tailored timetable for yourself, which will be discussed the morning after you arrive back to Hogwarts. Further information regarding your apprenticeship with us and what it shall entail will follow also. For now, enjoy your summer break and we look forward to seeing you in September. Warmest regards, Professor Minerva McGonagall, Professor Phileas Flitwick. He placed the note with his list and released an audible groan as he read the final piece of parchment. What is it, Ari? Apolline asked. Why would they make me a prefect? He despaired as he upturned the envelope and a gold badge with a blue P was deposited into his palm. I thought being a prefect was a good thing, Gabrielle said, confused by his reaction. It is, Fleur confirmed. I don't want to spend my evenings looking out for people hiding in broom closets or dealing with the Weasleys. Why would people be hiding in broom closets? Gabrielle inquired. Never you mind, Sebastian huffed. Why is it such a bad thing, Ari? It is not. You should be proud of yourself, Apolline urged. I suppose so, Harry grumbled, not seeing any benefit to the position. Your professors clearly think you will be a good role model for the younger students. Harry snorted. I have broken more rules there than most, but I suppose there must be some good that will come of this, he added, eyeing the badge as though it had been horribly cursed. Then we will, Avenue a double celebration, Sebastian declared, for both of you. You should not see it as a bad thing. I am sure you were chosen for a reason, Apolline comforted as she wrapped her arms around Harry and placed a key on his cheek. He shrugged as Fleur smiled encouragingly at him. I think you will do a good job. You could always scare the naughty children with your snakes. He grinned at the thought. His spy network will love the new role and would do most of his work for him. Them, along with the map, will make being a prefect rather easy. Still, he questioned why he had been chosen. Dumbledore and Flitwick would know that he wouldn't relish the position, so they would not have appointed him without a very good reason. Something told him that it was not as positive as the Delacours believed, but only time would tell. He would know in only a few days. I'm going to miss you, Ari. He pulled her into his arms, conscious that her parents and sister were stood only a dozen feet away, though they did their best to give them a moment of privacy. I'll miss you too, he returned sincerely, an uncomfortable weight setting into his stomach at the thought of leaving them all behind. The celebration they'd had for Fleur's results and his being named prefect had been the last time they had spent an evening together as a group. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.